100 years ago, due to the explosion of sunspots, the entire world and the game merged into the game world. Countless animals mutated into ferocious beasts, becoming brutal and cruel. They attacked humans, and countless humans died at the hands of those monsters. Later, some people accidentally awakened to various different professions, and they were called professionals. After 100 years of development, humans have developed a systematic model for training their own professionals. People can detect their profession through awakening ceremonies held in schools. When I traveled through time and space to this world in the 18th year, I thought I would awaken a powerful combat profession. But unexpectedly, I accidentally awakened a very common auxiliary profession, mechanic. This profession's skills are mainly focused on manufacturing machinery, and they fight with guns and ammunition. Their combat effectiveness can only be considered average at best. Even the teacher in charge of professional awakening looked at me with regret, thinking that I, a former learning genius, had fallen. Because in this world where strength is everything, no matter how well I study, without a powerful career, it is only a matter of time before I become an ordinary person. I forced a smile and tried my best to look less embarrassed. I could hear a lot of mocking voices around me, but I was used to it, and there was no need to respond to them. I quickly walked down the steps, walked to a corner of the lounge area, found a chair, and sat down. I took a breath, opened my career panel, and prepared to see the results of this awakening. The system panel shows my occupation: mechanic, first transfer, level 0 physical strength, 10 strength, 10 spirit, 10 speed, 10. Full attributes? My pupils suddenly shrank, and my heart almost jumped out of my throat. All the basic attributes were full. What was going on? The 4 basic attributes directly represent the potential of the profession. It is rare for ordinary people to have one attribute full, but I have all 4 full. If this news gets out, I'm afraid the entire awakened circle will be shaken. Even top professions may not be able to do this, but I, Sujan, an ordinary mechanic, actually have such potential? I took a deep breath, tried to calm myself down, and continued to look down at the skill column. Then, my heartbeat quickened again and my breathing became rapid. Skill bar, Machine Lord, passive skill. You are the master of mechanical products and can perform special control on them. Skill 1. All machines you have modified will become your puppets. Skill 2. You can control mechanical products regardless of distance. Skill 3. You can discover mechanical defects by touch and upgrade them. Mechanical improvement. A unique skill of the mechanical lord, analyzing the mechanical structure and upgrading it. Oh my God! I murmured to myself. My heart was already filled with indescribable ecstasy. Unexpectedly, one of my passive skills and one of my active skills are both very powerful, especially Mechanical Lord, which has opened up the potential for a second career for me. And the control ability that ignores distance is simply awesome. You know, today's mechanical products, no matter how advanced they are often limited by distance and environment and cannot be remotely controlled. But this skill of mine completely broke these shackles and truly made me the absolute master of machinery. I stared at the panel, my fingers trembling slightly. With this golden finger, I can not only control the machines easily, but also directly optimize and upgrade them through mechanical improvement. This means that my mechanical products will always be in the best condition and will no longer need to go through those tedious experiments and endless consumption of resources. This kind of upgrade is almost the ability that mechanics dream of. With these 2 skills, I will definitely get first place in the practical assessment. A gleam of confidence flashed in my eyes. 2 hours later, all the students who came to take the awakening exam had completed their career awakening. Dear students, today's awakening assessment has officially ended. 3 days later, please gather here again to begin the practical assessment. The teacher on the podium picked up the microphone and announced in a loud voice. Please note that these 3 days are not for everyone to rest, but for you to familiarize yourself with your profession and prepare for the next practical test. If anyone does not want to participate in the practical test, they can explain to the teacher in charge within these 3 days. After hearing this, I stood up and walked towards my team, thinking quickly about what to do next. Before I walked far, I suddenly heard a familiar voice behind me with sarcasm. Sujan, have you awakened the mechanic? Haha, do you want me to help you upgrade? A thin, yellow-haired young man came over with a malicious smile on his face. I sneered and glanced at him, not intending to indulge him. Lu Qianwu, are you itching for trouble again? Lu Qianwu, a classmate of Lingzhou No. 2 Middle School, came from a powerful family. Relying on this background, he has been bullying in school. Although I have taught him a lesson several times, he still holds a grudge. Now that he saw that I had awakened the auxiliary profession mechanic, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to mock me. Humph, Sujan. I have awakened the boxer, a serious combat profession. You are a mechanic in an auxiliary profession. What is there to be arrogant about? Lu Qianwu's face flushed slightly, obviously irritated by my cold attitude. He glared at me with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to avenge his previous humiliation. The mechanic was indeed considered a support profession, but what about the boxer? A combat profession, good at close combat. This guy obviously felt that he was superior, especially in front of me, the so-called support. I raised a disdainful smile and hooked my finger casually. How about you come over here and let's have a fight? Just awakened, everyone's strength is actually about the same. Lu Qianwu's thin arms and legs, even if he is a combat profession, I can beat him with one hand. You're looking for death? The anger in Lu Qianwu's eyes instantly rose, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound, obviously preparing to go forward and fight. In the past, he might have been timid, but now that he has awakened to his profession as a boxer, if he continues to be timid in front of so many classmates, how will he survive in the future? However, just as he was about to take action, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Qianwu, if you want to take action, I will accompany you. A slender figure stood between us. She was Zhuge Shuangyue. Her appearance instantly weakened Lu Qianwu's momentum. Zhuge Shuangyue? Does this matter have anything to do with you? Lu Qianwu shrank his neck and said with a stiff face. I was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Zhuge Shuangyue to stand up for me. She and I are classmates, but we don't have much interaction on a daily basis. Zhuge Shuangyue's family is said to be a descendant of Zhuge Liang. Her awakened profession is warlock, an all-round profession that can both fight and assist. It is said that the warlock in their family possesses many powerful skills, the most famous of which is the 7-star continuing lamp. This skill can forcibly prolong one's life in battle, which is simply a magical skill. She stood there, her eyes clear and her tone calm. It's okay. I just can't stand you bullying your classmates. Seeing this, Lu Qianwu's face turned slightly blue. He was about to refute when he suddenly saw the team leader, Teacher Li Yuan, walking towards him. He glared at me fiercely, turned away angrily and said, Don't think you can escape with Zhuge Shuangyue's support? Zhuge Shuangyue turned to look at me and said softly, Don't be afraid of him. As long as the mechanic develops well, he can also have strong combat effectiveness. Relying on machinery and firearms, it is not impossible to defeat other professions. I smiled and said calmly, Thank you, but he is not worth scaring me. I really didn't take Lu Qianwu seriously. After all, I am not only a mechanic, but also possess a powerful passive skill, Mechanical Lord. As for the secret of the Mechanical Lord, I decided not to reveal it to anyone for the time being. There have been cases in the past where genius awakeners were assassinated because they revealed their overly powerful professions. I know very well that hiding my strength and protecting myself are the most important things at the moment. If a mechanic can create powerful machines, he will also have high combat effectiveness. Work hard. Zhuge Shuangyue nodded slightly, then turned and left. At this time, Teacher Li Yuan also came to my side, patted my shoulder, and said with a smile, Sujan, don't be discouraged. Although the mechanic is a supporting profession, as long as it is well developed, the combat effectiveness is not weak. And compared with other supporting professions, the mechanic has a very high plasticity. I nodded and looked at Li Yuan gratefully. Li Yuan is a good teacher. He understands my background and knows that my family is not well off. Although the mechanic is powerful, it requires a lot of resources to support it, especially guns and ammunition, which are not cheap. I know your conditions are not good. If you don't want to take part in the actual combat assessment, you can tell me at any time. The combat of a mechanic depends on equipment, and the price of the equipment is not low. Li Yuan said earnestly. Teacher, I want to take the practical test, and I have some savings. I said firmly. The practical test is not only an opportunity to show my professional strength, but also directly related to the university scholarship issue. I can't miss this opportunity. Li Yuan was silent for a moment, then nodded. It's good that you have made up your mind. Here are 10,000 gold coins. Take them first. You will need to prepare a lot of things for the actual combat assessment. As he spoke, he took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to me. These 10,000 gold coins were equivalent to 2 months' salary for Teacher Li Yuan, and I was touched. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. I took the card. Although I was extremely grateful, I also knew that I really needed the money now. Study hard. As long as the mechanic completes the second transformation, his strength will make a qualitative leap. We can talk about paying back the money later. Li Yuan patted my shoulder and said with a smile, then called everyone back to the dormitory. When we returned to the dormitory door, Li Yuan announced the disbandment, and we had the next 3 days at our disposal. I didn't stay for long and left the dormitory directly, heading towards my destination. Half an hour later, I stood at the door of a machinery department store, looked up at the store, took a deep breath, and prepared to go in to choose the equipment needed for the practical assessment. The mechanical department store, a place that specializes in selling all kinds of mechanical items, is a holy place that almost every mechanic will visit. As soon as I stepped into the store, a smiling girl came up to me and said, "Hello, my name is Xiang Wan. How can I help you?" "I want to see a battle robot in action," I answered bluntly. A one-turn mechanic can only operate one-turn machinery. That's the rule. Mechanical control skills limit the amount of data we can process. The higher the level of the machine, the larger the amount of data, and low-level mechanics simply cannot handle it. Xiangwen smiled and nodded. "This way, please." She walked in front and chatted casually while leading the way. "Are you the new junior?" "I'm a sophomore at Southern University, and I'm here to work and study." "Hello, senior, but I'm not a formal student yet. I just participated in the awakening ceremony and haven't passed the practical assessment yet," I responded with a smile. Southern University is an institution that all professionals aspire to, and those who can be admitted are elites. Don't underestimate yourself. Although a mechanic is a mid-level profession, the future is still bright. Xiangwen smiled and took me to the inner area of the store. Although the machines here are not cheap, their combat effectiveness is very good and should be able to help you. I glanced at the various small mechanical models on the display shelves. Each model had a detailed label next to it, indicating its function, manufacturing materials, and price. The mechanical parts here are indeed not cheap. The cheapest one costs 100 gold coins. But considering the materials and effects, it is still worth the money. "Senior, I want to take a look at it myself first." I didn't rush to make a choice. After all, I had the skill of mechanical improvement, and I needed to carefully select the appropriate machine. Xiangwen smiled and said, "Okay, take your time to look at it. The customer is king." Her liveliness and cheerfulness made me feel a little embarrassed, but I also knew that choosing the machinery this time was crucial, so I quickly began to browse these mechanical products. This store is quite large, and the shelves are filled with a wide variety of items. There are 4 different types of self-destructing robots: micro, small, medium, and large. There are also reconnaissance robots and machine gun robots, each with different functions, and the price varies according to the complexity. My eyes fell on a miniature self-destruct robot. It was as small as an egg, suitable for combat in narrow environments, and easy to carry. I reached out and picked it up, and the skill prompt immediately popped up. Micro self-destruct robot. Can be improved. Improvement effect. Self-destruct range increased by 100%, explosion power increased by 100%, action speed increased by 100%. I was pleasantly surprised to see the improved results. The power of this small micro self-destruct robot has been greatly improved after the improvement, and the effect is comparable to that of a medium-sized self-destruct robot. 20 of these miniature self-destruct robots. I placed the order without hesitation. Xiangwen smiled sweetly and quickly wrote down my order. The price of a micro self-destruct robot is 100 gold coins each. 20 of them is 2,000 gold coins in total. Then, my eyes were attracted by a black off-road vehicle model above the display shelf. This is a car robot. It usually takes the form of a car, which can be used for transportation. It also has a combat form, where it can be transformed into mechanical armor, providing all-round protection and strength enhancement. Xiangwen introduced, gently pressing the button, and the grid of the black SUV slowly fell down. This kind of dual-form machine requires a mechanic of at least level 3 to manufacture, and the price of an intact one is over 100,000 gold coins. But this one has a damaged power system, and its speed is only about the same as a human running, so the price is only 3,000 gold coins. AZ-300 dual-mode land off-road vehicle, modifiable. Improvement effect, car form, speed increased by 100%, power increased by 100%, all-terrain off-road capability increased by 100%, mecha form, strength increased by 100%, speed increased by 100%, can be equipped with long-range firepower weapons. The suggestion of improvement popped up in my mind again. After improvement, this off-road vehicle can be equipped with long-range firepower weapons. This is simply a model of turning waste into treasure. I want this one, I said decisively. Although there are some problems with the power system, the defensive performance of this car is still very good, and it should be helpful for your actual combat assessment. Xiangwen said, "Senior, take me to see the guns." I have already decided to modify the vehicle's defense, and the next thing to prepare is the offensive means. Xiangwen took me to another area and began to introduce. Here we have the Vulcan Gatling machine gun, which can fire 6,000 rounds per minute, the Death Gatling, which can fire 8,000 rounds per minute, and the Barrett sniper rifle. After an hour of selection, I bought enough mechanical equipment. I spent all the 10,000 gold coins the teacher gave me and the 18,000 gold coins I saved to buy these mechanical equipment. Instead of going back to the dormitory, I went directly to a secluded place outside the city. This was the first time I used the mechanical improvement skill, so I had to find a place where no one would disturb me to test the effect. After confirming that there was no one around, I carefully took out the Z300 dual-mode land off-road vehicle. This vehicle was my biggest expense today, 3,000 gold coins. What follows is the highlight. Mechanical improvement. I whispered, stretched out my hand and pressed it on the body of the car. My eyes instantly glowed red, and the red light flowed along my arm and covered the off-road vehicle. Only the sound of mechanical operation could be heard inside the car. The originally black body of the car became thicker, the luster became brighter, the color gradually turned into black, and even had a hint of strange luster. Let's try it. I jumped into the driver's seat. The interior was simple and elegant, with orange as the main color. It felt comfortable. The engine started, and the roar of the machine was full of power. Combat form. My mind moved and I gave the order in a low voice. The Z300 dual-form land off-road vehicle immediately began to deform violently. The wheels quickly retracted into the car body, and two huge steel mechanical legs slowly extended from under the car body and fell heavily to the ground with a low muffled sound. As the transformation was completed, my entire line of sight was raised, and the front windshield turned into a transparent screen at this moment, displaying the situation outside. The interfaces for displaying the mecha status and energy appeared on the left and right sides respectively. I also noticed that the weapon loading bar was still blank. Without any weapons, the Z300 did not yet have full combat capability. However, it is extremely easy to control because this intelligent control system is given by my powerful passive skill, Mechanical Lord. The screen displays the status of the Z300. Looking at this concise status introduction, I can't help but feel a surge of joy in my heart. After improvements, the power of this Z300 has reached 300 kilograms, and with the improvement of energy output, it can even increase to a terrifying 1,000 kilograms. What excites me most is that I can now control it remotely without any interference. This is the advantage brought by the Mechanical Lord. Load the Vulcan Gatling. I suppressed my inner excitement and gave the order. Z300 robotic arm stretched out to the nearby material box. Red light flowed out from the vehicle body and covered the entire box. The machine moved rapidly and the material box began to deform. A moment later, a Vulcan Gatling gun was mounted on each of the Z300's left and right arms. These weapons have been improved and have stronger firepower. The original firing rate of the Vulcan Gatling gun, which was 6,000 rounds per minute, has been improved to a terrifying 12,000 rounds per minute. Such firepower is enough to tear through the enemy's defenses in an instant. Let's try the firepower. With an idea in mind, I drove the Z300 slowly southward, aiming for the wild boar forest on the edge of the city. The wild boar forest is a natural leveling area, with wild boars ranging from level 1 to level 90. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the wild boars. The environment here is complex, which is just right for my actual combat exercises. After a while, I heard a tumbling sound from the weeds ahead. Then, a wild boar, 2 meters tall and covered with black bristles as hard as steel needles, appeared in my sight. A red locking aperture immediately popped up on the screen, accurately locking onto the black-skinned wild boar. As soon as I thought about it, the Z300's Vulcan Gatling gun began to roar, flames gushed out, and bullets poured out like a rainstorm. Da-da-da-da. In just 3 seconds, the black-skinned wild boar was beaten into a pool of rotten meat. The system popped up a prompt. Congratulations on killing the black-skinned wild boar and gaining 300 experience points. An experience prompt popped up on the screen, and I successfully reached level 1. Looking at this scene in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. There are still 60,000 bullets. I quickly confirmed the remaining amount of ammunition and drove the Z300 deeper into the wild boar forest. In the following time, I was almost unstoppable. All the wild boars along the way, whether they were black-skinned wild boars, iron-skinned wild boars, or even slightly higher level one-horned wild boars, were all turned into pools of meat paste under my Vulcan Gatling gun. As the gunfire continued, my experience points increased rapidly. In less than an hour, My level soared to level 32, which was as fast as a rocket. However, on the other side of the wild boar forest, more and more leveling players began to notice the intensive gunfire here. All of a sudden, many leveling players began to gather towards me. After running out of bullets, my Z300 regained its car form under my control and drove smoothly back to the city. In this short period of time, I not only upgraded, but also obtained a large amount of materials dropped by wild boars, which could be used to replenish the consumed bullet costs. Back at the grocery store, I handed the spoils to Xiangwan. Junior, you're back so soon. Is there something wrong with the things? Xiangwan was obviously surprised to see me. Senior, it's not that there's something wrong with the items. I'm here to sell them. I smiled and took out a bunch of equipment and materials dropped by wild boars and placed them in front of her. Please help me estimate the price and see how much these can be sold for. Xiangwan opened his mouth slightly, obviously shocked by the amount of materials. Did you rob an equipment store? Senior, I earn my money legally and don't do anything illegal. Just look at how much these are worth, I said with a smile. Xiangwan quickly regained his composure and began to skillfully sort the materials and make estimates of their prices. There are a total of 2,384 pieces of equipment, plus other materials such as pig teeth and wild boar skins, with a total value of 110,000 gold coins. Xiangwan reported the final valuation to me and handed me the price report. I trust you, Senior. I took the report and handed her a shopping list. Also, I need some bullets. The money will be deducted from the sale of these things. Xiangwan glanced at the list and frowned. Didn't you just buy bullets? How come they are running out so quickly? We fought too fiercely just now and consumed a lot of bullets. I need to replenish some. I made up an excuse to get away with it. Finally, with Xiangwan's help, I left the grocery store satisfied and ready to continue my next plan with a full harvest. The 3 days of preparation passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye the day of the actual test arrived. Early in the morning, my classmates and I, led by teacher Li Yuan, went to the gathering point at Southern University. Along the way, the students talked a lot and shared their leveling experiences in the past few days. I went out of the city to practice for a few days and have already reached level 8, a classmate said proudly. How amazing! Reaching level 8 in 3 days? The people nearby exclaimed immediately. Haha, I'm a swordsman and I can kill monsters pretty quickly. How about you? The man asked. I also went out of town to level up, but I only reached level 4. Listening to their conversation, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. Level 8, level 4? These are nothing to me. If they knew that I reached level 32 in 2 hours, they would probably be shocked. However, I have no interest in showing off to them, so it is better not to talk about this kind of thing for now. Humph, you're so proud of yourself for only being level 8? Lu Qianwu's voice suddenly came, and he said arrogantly, I'm already level 19? In fact, Lu Qianwu's behavior is not surprising. After all, his family is rich and has much more resources than us. In addition, he awakened the boxer profession, so his leveling speed is indeed much faster than most people. However, to me, his level 19 is totally insignificant. If I had put all my effort into leveling up, I might have reached level 99 long ago, or even completed the first level. I was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Qianwu and just gave him a sneer. He wanted to provoke me, but knowing the difference in strength, he didn't say anything, but just gave me an unfriendly look. After a while, we arrived at the square of Southern University. It was already crowded with students from various middle schools gathered here, as many as 10,000 to 20,000 people. A middle-aged man in a suit stood on the platform and said in a loud voice, Hello, students. I am Fong Su, the person in charge of this practical assessment. There was a commotion in the audience. Someone recognized Fong Su's identity. This is Professor Fong Su from Southern University. It is said that he is a 6th-level musician. Fong Su on the stage continued, Today, you will take the second stage of the entrance examination, the practical examination. The assessment location is the wild boar forest outside the city. Your task is to hunt wild boars and collect wild boar tusks as proof. The more wild boars you hunt, the better your score will be, and the richer the reward will be after you enroll. But I want to remind everyone that although the wild boar forest is dangerous, the path of the strong is always accompanied by risks. For the future, do your best. Fong Su's encouragement was simple, but it touched people's hearts. The students in the audience were immediately excited and shouted out their vows. Become a strong person. I want to become the strongest professional. Afterwards, we were arranged to take a bus to the assessment location, the wild boar forest. Coincidentally, when I got on the bus, I saw a familiar face, Sister Xiangwan Xue. She was the one who helped me choose equipment at the mechanical sundry store before. Unexpectedly, this time, she became our onboard teacher. Xiangwen saw me and smiled at me from a distance, making a cheering gesture. I smiled back, feeling a little warm in my heart. When they arrived at the outskirts of the wild boar forest, Xiangwen reminded everyone, there is a certain degree of danger in the wild boar forest. It is recommended that you act together. Although a single person may get more trophies, traveling together can ensure safety. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him began to form teams spontaneously and discuss how to act together. But I didn't plan to team up with anyone. Just as I was about to act alone, Zhuge Shuangyue's voice came from behind. Su Zhan, let's go together. There was a hint of concern in her tone. I smiled and declined. No, I want to act on my own. Actually, I have my own plan. Now my strength is far beyond those wild boars outside, and it is meaningless for me to continue to team up with ordinary classmates. I need to go deeper and look for higher-level prey. Although Zhuge Shuangyue has awakened the powerful warlock profession, she will become a burden in such a deep-level battle. Then be careful. Although Zhuge Shuangyue was a little surprised, she still respected my decision. Looking at her somewhat lost back, I didn't explain much. The dangers of the wild boar forest are beyond most people's imagination, especially the high-level wild boars in the depths, which even professionals dare not provoke easily. Not far away, Sister Xiang Wenxue was watching me silently, obviously curious about why I was acting alone. When she saw me start the Z300, the surprise in her eyes became even more obvious. As the Z300 galloped through the wild boar forest at lightning speed, I gradually entered the central area of the woods. The level of the wild monsters here is obviously much higher, and the wild boars on the periphery are no longer enough to threaten me. In my experience, the wild boar forest is divided into 3 areas: the outer area from level 1 to 30, the middle area from level 30 to 60, and the inner area from level 60 to 99. My goal this time is to go deeper into the central area or even deeper areas to find a more powerful wild boar king. Only in this way can I stand out in the assessment. Most of the students were still lingering on the periphery, not daring to go deeper. But I, driving the modified Z300, was ready to go deeper. When I saw those level 30 boars, I activated the Z300's combat mode without hesitation. With a series of mechanical clicking sounds, the originally stable off-road vehicle instantly deformed and turned into a huge monster 8 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The 2 Vulcan Gatling machine guns on his arms flashed with cold light, exuding a murderous aura. The wild boar not far away was obviously startled by the deformation sound of the Z300. It let out a shrill howl, spread its 4 hooves, and rushed towards me frantically. These wild boars, which are above level 30, are 2 meters tall each, and are covered with black bristles as hard as steel needles, as if they were wearing a layer of natural armor. Conventional weapons cannot cause any harm to them at all. I didn't panic at all. I smiled slightly and controlled the Gatling gun to start firing. As the machine gun's flames spurted out, the air was filled with tearing sounds and bullets rained down on the wild boar. A cloud of blood mist rose up, and the originally mighty wild boar instantly turned into a pool of meat paste and fell to the ground. 30 wild boar with an ordinary Vulcan Gatling. But after my mechanical improvements, the firepower was doubled, and 2 Vulcan Gatling guns fired at the same time. In just a moment, the wild boar was torn to pieces. While I continued to hunt the wild boar, Xiangwen seemed to be attracted by my firepower and came to check it out. Is that Gatling's voice? Xiangwen hurried over, talking to herself in surprise. When she arrived at the scene, there was only a pool of meat on the ground, and she gasped. It took me no more than half a minute from the time I heard the gunshots to the time I got here. According to common sense, it would take more than 10 seconds for a Vulcan Gatling gun to kill a level 30 wild boar. But now, where are the others? Xiangwen looked around, trying to find me, but she only saw a row of huge footprints leading deep into the forest. She obviously realized that this was not a simple matter, so she immediately sent a message to her teacher Feng Su. Teacher, I seem to have discovered a genius. Feng Su replied quickly. Obviously this matter aroused his interest. Xiangwen did not hesitate and reported to Feng Su in detail how I purchased equipment at the grocery store and then quickly hunted in the wild boar forest. Follow them and keep observing. Feng Su was obviously alarmed as well and immediately gave orders. At this time, I was driving my Z300 in the depths of the wild boar forest and encountered a large group of wild boars. I couldn't help laughing, and my finger gently pulled the trigger, and the Vulcan Gatling gun sprayed out deadly flames. The bullets from the machine guns rained down on the wild boars. The wild boars didn't even have a chance to scream before they turned into pools of blood and flesh. As the wild boars fell one after another, my level increased rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, I had reached level 40. Behind me, Xiangwen followed the footprints and caught up. Seeing the dead wild boars lying along the way, he felt a little numb all over. He killed so many? There must be hundreds of wild boars. Is he planning to slaughter the entire wild boar forest? Xiangwen was obviously shocked by the scene in front of her. She finally understood why I spent 100,000 gold coins to buy so many bullets. These wild boars can't hold on for a few seconds. Teacher, I haven't found Su Zhan yet, but you have to take a look at these. Xiangwen took a deep breath, turned on the live video, and transmitted the scene to Feng Su. At the same time, outside the wild boar forest, Feng Su and other teachers were sitting together. Seeing the scene on the screen, Feng Su's eyes widened immediately. Is this the middle of the wild boar forest? Wild boars above level 30 were beaten like this. Feng Su's breathing became rapid. Obviously, he didn't have high expectations of me at first. After all, the upper limit of a profession like mechanic is usually not high. But the situation before him was obviously beyond his understanding. How is this possible? The teachers nearby were also shocked by the scene on the screen. Su Zhan from the second middle school. Feng Su responded simply. Can a mechanic be so powerful? There must be something wrong. Teacher Li Yuan also looked incredulous. He obviously didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary student like me could cause such great damage in such a short period of time. To be sure, the footprints I was chasing soon led Xiangwen deeper into the area, and her speed suddenly increased, directly into the area where I was. When she saw the firepower gushing out of the Z-300 in combat mode, her eyes were filled with shock. The Vulcan Gatling machine guns on the arms of my 8-meter-tall steel behemoth were firing wildly, and the bullets hit every wild boar accurately. Even those wild boars above level 40 turned into a pool of blood mud in just 2 or 3 seconds. Sure enough, Su Zhan has a secret. Xiangwen whispered to himself. She didn't know that hidden behind this was my powerful golden finger, the mechanical lord skill. When I controlled the huge mechanical arm of Z-300 to raise the Gatling gun and spit out flames, the ground was suddenly filled with wild boar carcasses. These weapons, equipment, and dropped materials were piled up all around, and there were hundreds of them. I glanced around and already had a plan for my next move in mind, but just then, a burst of noisy sounds came from the distance. Is this cheating? I've seen the Z-300. How could this machine have such strong combat power? Listening to the sound coming from afar, I frowned slightly, which obviously attracted the attention of many onlookers. Teacher Fong, you have to check this out. This is too abnormal. Can a mechanic operate such a high-level machine? Several teachers who led the team questioned Fong Su, thinking that I was cheating. After all, a 3-turn machine like the Z-300 should not be controlled by a newly awakened mechanic, not to mention a weapon like the Vulcan Gatling that consumes a huge amount of mental energy. Everyone calm down. We will investigate whether it is cheating or not. Fong Su was obviously a little surprised, but he remained calm, glanced at the teachers, and then gave an order. Xiangwen, continue to record Su Zhan's actions and bring him over if necessary. Xiangwen nodded and was about to continue following me when suddenly, a sound like an earth-shaking earthquake broke the silence. I looked up and forward, and a strong premonition suddenly came to my mind. The wild boars around suddenly disappeared collectively, which was extremely abnormal. Just as I was about to go deeper, I heard a deafening howl and a huge impact came towards me. The wild boar has gone berserk. Xiangwen's voice came from a distance, with obvious anxiety. What followed was a black mass of wild boars, like a flood, which almost instantly submerged the entire forest. Without time to think, I quickly raised my arms and fired the Vulcan Gatling gun wildly, trying to stop the tide of wild boars. Bullets were spraying everywhere, but the endless scene of wild boars running rampant made me realize the seriousness of the problem. This is not a good situation. I quickly determined that firepower alone would not be enough to stop these wild boars. Hurry up, we have to find a chance to retreat. Xiangwen also realized the severity of the problem. She controlled the summoned Zhongli Mei's soul and swung her sword. Every swing could kill several wild boars. But this was no way to stop the overwhelming wild boar frenzy. The bullets in the Vulcan Gatling gun were being consumed at an alarming rate, and soon I saw that the bullet count on the screen had dropped to less than 3,000 rounds. Xiangwen had no way to deal with this scene. He stared straight ahead, continuously swinging his sword to kill the oncoming wild boars, trying to hold on until rescue arrived. At this moment, the miniature self-destruct robot in my hand started up. Several deafening explosions sounded, and 5 fireballs soared into the air, instantly clearing an area of wild boars around us. What a pity I bought too few. I cursed in my heart. At that time, I did not buy too many self-destruct robots out of consideration. Under the current circumstances, it is far from enough to deal with the rampaging tide of wild boars. I quickly turned around and approached Xiang1, pulling her onto Z300's shoulder. Senior, hold on tight. Just as I was pulling her to retreat, the Vulcan Gatling guns on Z300's arms had been completely used up and turned into scrap metal. I immediately switched to melee mode, and 2 3-meter-long giant swords popped out from the arms of Z300, making crisp metal collision sounds. I smiled slightly, gripped the control handle of the Z300 tightly, and rushed towards the rampaging wild boars. Z300 robot's sword swung. Wild boars fell to the ground wherever the blade passed. Although there are a large number of wild boars, with these 2 sharp swords and my exquisite control of the machine, I can barely hold on for a while. However, I knew in my heart that the wild boar rampage situation would not end easily. We must find a safe exit as soon as possible, otherwise more powerful wild boars will continue to join the slaughter as time goes by. Senior, get ready. I'm going to clear the way. I shouted, and with my sword I cut through the obstacles in front of me and broke out of the wild boar forest with Xiang1. Damn, this guy is as hard as a piece of iron. I cursed in my heart, watching the double knives chop into the wild boar king. Only sparks flew, without even a trace of a scar. The wild boar king's bristle is indeed tough, just like a layer of iron armor. It seems that a head-on fight won't work. I was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in my mind. The giant wild boar king in front of me was as heavy as a mountain. When I kicked it, it just shook its body and didn't even move backwards. But I don't plan to give up easily. I swung my swords again, trying to find a breakthrough in the attack. Z300 swung the sword with both arms, and the sharp sword light drew arcs in the air. I made up my mind to attack its limbs and joints fiercely, perhaps to weaken its mobility. The power of the combat robot is already amazing enough, but the Boar King's talent, Bristle, allows its defense to reach an abnormal level. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the blade hit it, it felt like it was hitting steel. The sound of fighting between the Sao Wild Boar King and Xiangwen could be heard, but I didn't have time to watch. The situation was getting more and more urgent, and the bullets were exhausted, so I had to use a knife to solve the problem. Sujan, retreat. It's too strong. Xiangwen's voice came from a distance. She was fighting fiercely with the female Wild Boar King, and it was obvious that she was under a lot of pressure. No, the Wild Boar King is the key. If we can kill it, we still have a chance of winning. I gritted my teeth, and with a thought, I let the Z300 go into close combat mode. The swords in my arms danced like wheels, attacking the Wild Boar King from all angles. At this moment, I suddenly realized that the Wild Boar King's attack was relatively slow, and it didn't seem to be deliberately protecting its lower abdomen. This is an opportunity. Seize the opportunity and attack its weak spot. I shouted in my heart. When the Wild Boar King attacked me again with its huge fangs, I suddenly controlled the Z300 to leap into the air to avoid its attack, then quickly squatted down and rushed straight to its abdomen with both swords. Puff! This time it was no longer the harsh sound of metal collision, but the sound of flesh being cut. My double swords finally broke through its bristles and stabbed deeply into the Wild Boar King's abdomen. But before I could catch my breath, the Wild Boar King let out a shrill howl, tensed his muscles, and rushed towards me, trying to crush me with his huge body. It's not over yet. I quickly stepped back, and while it was slow to move, I pulled out the double knives that were inserted into its abdomen and chopped at the exposed wound with all my strength again. The knife flashed, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The Wild Boar King finally let out a dull howl and fell to the ground with a bang. I took a breath, my heart still beating violently. This battle made me exhausted, but it also made me feel the powerful force of the Mechanical Lord. How's the Sao Wild Boar King doing? I quickly turned to look in Xiangwen's direction. She was still desperately fighting against the female Wild Boar King. The souls of Zhongliamo and Jibu fought hard under her command, but they were obviously also in a tough battle. I can't let her face it alone. Senior, let me help you. I drove the Z300 and strode towards the battlefield between Xiangwen and the female Wild Boar King. The moment I arrived, I put my hand on the control panel of the Z300 again, raised both swords high, and slashed at the female wild boar king. The sow wild boar king let out a deafening howl and pounced towards me with all four limbs with incredible strength. However, my knife had already chopped down, hitting its hind leg accurately. As the blade sank into the flesh, its mobility was greatly weakened. "Now, attack its head," I shouted. Xiangwen reacted quickly, and his two souls quickly rushed towards the head of the female wild boar king. Accompanied by a flash of light, the wild boar king was finally knocked down completely. It let out a final wail and fell heavily to the ground. The battle was over. Xiangwen and I stood breathlessly in front of the wild boar king's corpse, looking at each other with smiles on our faces, having survived a disaster. "You can actually do it? Thank you, Suzhan." Xiangwen smiled gently, his eyes full of gratitude and admiration. "This is just the beginning. There will be more difficult challenges in the future." I smiled faintly, but a strong sense of confidence surged in my heart. What a scoundrel! I felt disgusted with Zhou Yong's behavior. It was clearly an accident caused by the wild boar running wild, but he pushed the responsibility onto me and even threatened to report it to the college administration. The atmosphere around was extremely tense, and even many students were indignant about this incident. "It's okay, Suzhan." Xiangwen comforted me softly, although she still had a nervous look on her face. "The teachers at school will handle these things. Don't take them too seriously." I nodded, and even though I knew something was wrong, I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. The battle I just experienced made me feel extremely excited, but the pressure that came with it also made me feel a little uneasy. "Suzhan, I will communicate with Teacher Fong later and help you clarify some things," Xiangwen added, with determination in his eyes. "Thank you, Xiangwen." I smiled slightly, feeling somewhat grateful. Her support is very important to me, and I also hope to prove my innocence with my own strength. Soon, Teacher Fong Su also came back to his senses, and his tone became serious. "Listen, everyone. Although there were some unexpected things in this assessment, our goal is to help every student grow, especially students with potential like Suzhan. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation, and if we find any violations, we will take measures. But for now, please be sure to pay attention to safety." Fong Su looked around, as if trying to convey a sense of security. "Yes, teacher." The students nodded one after another, and the air eased a little, but the tense atmosphere still did not dissipate. "Suzhan, you can rest assured about what's next. I will prepare some information for you and help you prepare for the next practical assessment," Fong Su said to me again, with encouragement in his eyes. "Thank you, teacher. I will try my best." I swore to myself that I would never let these unnecessary rumors affect my future. When everyone was preparing to leave the wild boar forest, I took a look at the body of the wild boar king and felt a little emotional. After returning to the college, the school began a detailed investigation. Zhou Yong was also told that he needed to provide evidence, and my performance also attracted the attention of many teachers. They came to ask about my combat experience and even hoped that I could share my combat skills. "Suzhan, your performance is really amazing," Fong Su said at the meeting with a smile. "I hope you can continue to maintain this state. After all, Southern University needs outstanding students like you." "Thank you, teacher. I will continue to work hard." My heart was filled with motivation. After this incident, I realized that I should not only continue to improve my strength, but also become more resilient mentally. A few days later, the school's investigation results came out, confirming that I did not cheat. Zhou Yong was also punished for the misunderstanding he caused me. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had nothing to say when faced with the evidence. "Suzhan, you really did nothing wrong. I am happy for you." Xiangwen encouraged me with admiration in his eyes. "Thank you, Xiangwen. Without your support, it might have been more difficult for me to persevere," I said with emotion. This practical assessment made me realize that mechanics can also be strong. I will work harder in the future. I looked up at the ceiling, my heart full of confidence. "That's right, Suzhan. We are all strong," Xiangwen said with a bright smile. Chapter 10. Skills to change career orientation? "Suzhan, what's going on?" Li Yuan looked worried. If Suzhan really cheated, not only would he not be able to enter Southern University, he would even have to go to jail. "Teacher, don't worry. I didn't cheat. This is all based on my own strength." Suzhan smiled. "Suzhan, come back to school with me first." Fong Su asked the others to disperse and turned to look at Suzhan. Whether or not cheating occurred needs to be determined after returning to school. "Good." Suzhan nodded. Afterwards, Fong Su took Suzhan and Xiangwen directly back to Southern University. After arriving at school, Fong Su asked Xiangwen to take Suzhan to the lounge, while he went to the principal's office and showed the video of the incident to the principal. Did you buy this Z300 from the grocery store number 69? Southern University President Chan Ziyuan had a look of nostalgia in his eyes, because this Z300 robot was made by one of his friends when he was a third-year student. At that time, his friend invited him to visit. There was his friend's logo on it, which was an eagle, so he recognized it at a glance. The grocery store that Su Zhan bought was number 69. Principal, do you think this kid cheated? Fong Su asked. Even a third-level mechanic can't modify a Z300 like this. As for fifth-turn mechanics, we don't have any here. Chun Ziyuan said. You mean he didn't cheat? But his profession is indeed a mechanic, and he doesn't have a second job. Fong Su felt very confused. But what if it's a hidden profession? Go call Su Zhan over. Chun Ziyuan smiled. Fong Su nodded, turned, and walked out. Lounge. Su Zhan, do you have a hidden profession? Xiang Wen's big, black, shiny eyes stared at Su Zhan. Senior, really not? Su Zhan said with a smile. How did you modify the Z300 robot into this? Xiang Wen curled his lips and didn't believe Su Zhan's words at all. I don't really have a hidden job, but I do have a hidden skill that allows me to make mechanical improvements, so I was able to modify the Z300. Su Zhan said. There is such a skill? That's amazing. Xiang Wen's eyes lit up, and he was happy from the bottom of his heart. This proves that Su Zhan did not cheat, and in this way, he can be admitted to Southern University. Moreover, if a machine like the Z300 can be modified to have such hidden skills, it will definitely be more powerful if other machines can be modified. Southern University made a good deal this time by recruiting a genius. Su Zhan, Xiang Wen, follow me to the principal's office. At this moment, Fong Su's voice came from outside the door. The two looked at each other, quickly stood up, and followed Fong Su away. A moment later, several people came to the principal's office. Su Zhan, tell me about your situation. Chen Ziyuan looked Su Zhan up and down and spoke directly. It's like this, principal. I have a hidden skill that allows me to upgrade and improve machinery. The Z300 is what I got after using that skill to improve it. Su Zhan explained the situation in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. I believe you, but you have to prove yourself. Xiang Wen will be in charge of recording the video. Within 3 days, if you randomly choose a machine and transform it into the effect of the Z300, I will recognize your achievement. How do you think? Chun Ziyuan nodded and said, Southern University is a university after all, not a one-man show by Chun Ziyuan. Moreover, so many people are watching Su Zhan's affairs, and they need to be given an explanation, which is also to maintain the image of the school. Principal, it doesn't take that long. It can be done right now. I see you have this automatic cannon here. This will do. When Su Zhan just came in, he saw a display stand on the side with a small automatic cannon on it. As long as it is a mechanical product, the technology of mechanical improvement can be transformed. Transformation out of thin air? No other materials are needed? Now it was Chen Ziyuan's turn to be surprised. Generally, the upgrading and modification of machinery requires adding certain metal materials to upgrade it. Can you upgrade it without other materials? My skills are somewhat special and do not require other materials. Of course, if there are other materials, the improved effect will be better. Su Zhan replied. Okay, use this. Go ahead. Chun Ziyuan said directly that he had realized Su Zhan's peculiarity. Since the awakening of professions among the whole nation, many incredible professions and skills have appeared. It is not surprising that there are such skills that are transformed out of thin air. If Su Zhan can really carry out transformation out of thin air, then the value will be huge, and it can even rewrite the auxiliary career positioning of the mechanic. Mechanical improvements. Su Zhan walked directly to the front of the small automatic cannon and activated the skill. A red light spread from his hand, enveloping the small automatic cannon. There was a continuous sound of mechanical rotation, and as the light faded, a small automatic cannon appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 11. The Mysterious Gift from Southern University. The original small automatic cannon was 50 centimeters high. It was just an ordinary cannon with an automatic loading and firing device, as well as a small range radar. But the artillery after mechanical improvements is completely different, and is almost two exactly the same things as before. The height has been increased by at least 20 centimeters, it is more refined, and the automatic loading and triggering devices have been strengthened. They took a quick look at the properties. The firing rate and reloading speed were both increased by 100%. The search range of the small radar was directly expanded 3 times, and an automatic locking function was added. Hiss, how is this possible? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a skill existed. Fong Su and Xiangwen gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Without adding any other materials, the structure of the machine was directly changed and upgraded. It is true that the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. Chen Ziyuan took a deep breath, trying not to be so excited. He looked at Su Zhan with a gleam in his eyes, as if he had seen a priceless treasure. The effect of Su Zhan's skill is too powerful. The performance of any machine that passes through Su Zhan's hands can be greatly improved. This effect is too great. You know, it is not easy to cultivate powerful professionals. There are also many people in auxiliary professions who can only live at the bottom of the society. When they go out, the self-defense weapons they use are generally firearms and artillery. If the same gun has stronger performance, it can greatly improve their chances of survival. With this skill alone, Su Zhan has raised the status of mechanics among professionals to a higher level. Su Zhan, from today on, you are a student of Southern University. Your tuition is completely waived, and the school will give you the highest scholarship every year. As long as you don't commit a crime, the school will do its best to meet all your other requirements. Also, in this assessment, you killed the wild boar king, which makes you truly the first. On behalf of the school, I will reward you with a scholarship of 500,000 yuan, plus a top-level treasure. Chen Ziyuan suddenly opened his mouth and said a lot of things in succession, and every word made Fong Su's heart skip a beat. Principal, isn't this a bit too much? Should we gather everyone to discuss this? Southern University is one of the top 10 professional universities in Longhua and has produced many great figures. For others who want to study here, the tuition alone is a huge sum of money, and the scholarships set up by the school are also very high. If fully paid, it would be 6 million. The most important thing is to meet the condition required by Su Zhan. With the influence of Southern University in Longhua, more than 99% of things can be done. It can be said that with Chen Ziyuan's words, Su Zhan will be able to walk sideways in Longhua in the future. Then, Chen Ziyuan finally said that he would give Su Zhan a top-level treasure. For a top-level university like Southern University, anything that can be called a top-level treasure must be absolutely extraordinary. In Fong Su's opinion, Su Zhan's skills are indeed amazing, but giving him such generous conditions is a bit too much. No need to discuss, I have already made my decision. From today on, you are Su Zhan's mentor. If Su Zhan has any difficulties, you must do your best to help him. Also, Su Zhan's skills must be kept secret. As for the truth requested by other middle school teachers, just tell them that the school has already investigated it clearly. If you are not convinced, go and tell them. You don't have to come to Southern University. Chen Ziyuan was authoritarian and said directly that he didn't care about the requests of other middle school teachers at all. If you don't want to come, I don't want it either. The value of Su Zhan is much greater than those people. Once Su Zhan grows up, there is a great possibility that Southern University will directly become the #1 university in Dragon Country. Clear. Fong Su nodded. Although he was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. Okay, go help Su Zhan with the admissions procedures, and I'll take Su Zhan to pick out treasures. After Chen Ziyuan finished speaking, he took Su Zhan out of the office. Su Zhan, I know you have a lot of questions, but I want to tell you that we have no ill will towards you. But I also have selfish motives. The school gives you resources to help you grow, but it actually wants you to give back to the school after you grow up. You should understand this. Halfway through the journey, Chen Ziyuan suddenly spoke. Principal, I understand. In fact, when Su Zhan heard that Chen Ziyuan gave him so many benefits, he was indeed a little confused. After all, these benefits were too great, and he would not need so many benefits just to recruit one student. To put it bluntly, Chen Ziyuan was optimistic about Su Zhan's potential and invested in advance. Su Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, it was the fact. Arrive. A moment later, a building that was 100 meters high appeared in front of Su Zhan. From the outside, the building looks like a huge rectangular box placed upright on the ground. It is black all over and seems to be made of metal. You are a mechanic and have the skill of mechanical improvement, so I brought you to the Mechanical Treasure House of Southern University. General things are available outside, but here are 3 things. You can think about which one you want. As Chen Ziyuan spoke, he walked to a wall. A bright light flashed across the bright wall and swept over Chen Ziyuan. After verifying his identity, a piece of the wall slowly sank in, revealing a room similar to an elevator room. The two of them walked straight in. Chen Ziyuan knocked on the wall casually a few times, and the door closed. The first one is called Deep Blue. It's a large ship with heavy firepower. It's a relic from 300 years ago. you probably won't be able to use it. The second one is called Danger Wanderer. It is a humanoid combat mecha that is 80 meters tall and equipped with a plasma cannon and a chainsword. It's just that there's no suitable energy core, so it can't be activated. The last one is called Megatron. I suggest you choose the last one, because he has 3 forms: robot form, tank form, and flying tank form. As Chen Ziyuan spoke, the door opened, and after walking out of the elevator, the two came to a huge space. 3 huge monsters appeared in front of Su Zhan. Right in the middle is the 80-meter-tall, dangerous wanderer combat mecha that Chen Ziyuan mentioned. The dark blue armor gives people a strong sense of oppression. There is a big hole in his chest, which is his energy reactor, but it has been shut down now. If Su Zhan could improve this thing, its performance would be enhanced and its combat power would be extremely terrifying. It is estimated that ordinary 6th or 7th turn strongmen would not be able to withstand a punch from this guy. On the right is the deep blue ship, with a white hull and a total of 18 heavy cannons in the front and back. It is simply a mobile artillery fortress on the sea. And on the right is Megatron, the person Chen Ziyuan recommended Su Zhan to choose. Its current form is a tank. The whole body is silver white, with 2 rows of chain wheels at the front and back, a huge muzzle in the middle, and below the muzzle, an extremely domineering human face. Chapter 12. 3 Forms of Decepticon. Su Zhan couldn't take his eyes off the Decepticon. Decepticon Megatron. 3 forms of mecha. Current form: Cybertron flying tank form. Height: 3 meters. Length: 8 meters. Weight: 15 tons. Flight speed: Mach 2. The first thing is that this thing can fly. No matter what the circumstances, a flying machine is always Su Zhan's first choice. After all, if the ground is too dangerous, flying is safer. Moreover, there are many special places that cannot be reached without flying. Although Danger Ranger is stronger than Megatron, the overall strength of the Decepticons is stronger than Danger Ranger. How about it? Which one do you choose? Chen Ziyuan smiled and looked at Su Zhan quietly. That's it, Su Zhan said without hesitation, pointing at Megatron. Danger Wanderer is too big and is completely mechanically controlled, but Megatron is different. He is a mechanical life form and can act independently. After being modified with mechanically improved skills, Megatron has a higher cost-effectiveness. As for the Dangerous Wanderer and the Deep Blue, you can get them after Su Zhan has more skills. From the moment he saw these 3 machines, Su Zhan had already regarded them as his own, and Southern University was only keeping them temporarily. Okay, I'll call on the mechanics from the academy to help you repair it. It will take about 3 months for it to start up, and then you can come and drive it away. Chen Ziyuan nodded and said, although these 3 things are very powerful, without exception, they have lost their power. But with the strength of Southern University, as long as they are willing to pay the price, they can still get them moving. Principal, no need. My mechanical modification skills can change their energy supply. Su Zhan shook his head and walked directly in front of the Decepticons. Getting closer to the Decepticon, you can feel the powerful force contained in this machine even more. The pinnacle of mechanical perfection. Your skills have this effect? Chen Ziyuan was shocked. I thought it was outrageous enough to be able to upgrade machinery out of thin air, but I didn't expect that even the energy supply system could be upgraded. Mechanical improvements. Su Zhan activated his skill directly, and the dazzling red light reappeared, covering the Decepticons. The sound of mechanical rotation rang out again, and a minute later, the red light dissipated, and a brand new Decepticon Cybertron flying tank appeared in front of the two. At this time, the size of the Megatron tank has increased slightly, and the silver-white color around it is more eye-catching, exuding an indestructible feeling. There are also some red stripes decoration on the top, and the red and white combination makes it look more domineering and majestic. A red light flashed in the eyes of the head below the barrel, as if the machine had come to life. Decepticon Megatron. 3 forms of mecha. Current form: Cybertron flying tank form. Height: 5 meters. Length: 15 m. Weight: 28 tons. Flight speed: Mach 4. The size has increased somewhat, but all other attributes have increased by 100%. Too amazing. Although he had just witnessed the power of Su Zhan's mechanical improvement skills in the office, Chen Ziyuan was still shocked when he saw how easily Su Zhan improved the Decepticon. This is a mechanical product left over from hundreds of years ago. No one has touched it for many years. After Su Zhan touched it, it was upgraded. I have to say that the skill of mechanical improvement is too powerful. In fact, the reason why no one uses Decepticons, the top mechanical products, is because after the emergence of professionals, there are too many various special skills. Just like Xiangwan, if she summoned Xiangyu, the previous Decepticons would not be able to catch up with Xiangwan at all. If it were a dangerous wanderer, he would be a target in front of Xiangyu. But the situation of these machines in Su Zhan's hands is completely different. Even if Xiangwan summons Xiangyu, he is afraid that he will not be a match for the Decepticons. Robot form. At Su Zhan's command, the Cybertron flying tank transformed directly into a large robot 18 meters tall. The original tank muzzle appeared on the Decepticon's right shoulder, dark and oppressive. Receive. After looking around, Su Zhan was very satisfied. He waved at the Decepticon, and the entire machine began to shrink and disappeared in Su Zhan's hand. This is a mechanical space unique to all mechanical lords, where some machines can be hidden. Can you shrink them down? Chen Ziyuan was stunned. Such a huge Megatron just disappeared with a wave of Su Zhan's hand? This is unbelievable. This is another hidden skill of mine. Su Zhan said somewhat embarrassedly. Su Zhan, do you really not have a second hidden profession? Chen Ziyuan stared at Su Zhan and asked in a deep voice. Principal, absolutely not. I am indeed a mechanic. These are just hidden skills. Su Zhan patted his chest and assured. The mechanical lord is indeed not a second hidden profession. At most it is a superior profession to the mechanic, so he did not lie at all. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Let's go. If you have any problems at school in the future, just come to me directly. Chen Ziyuan smiled, did not ask any further questions, turned around and took Su Zhan away from the mechanical treasure house. Fang Su was already waiting outside and had already made all the arrangements for Su Zhan's dormitory. Unlike other students, Su Zhan lives in the teacher's area and has a separate villa. As a top-notch university, the teachers at Southern University live in luxurious accommodation. Each of them has a single-family villa covering 10 acres and a dedicated housekeeper. Arranging Su Zhan here is enough to show how much the school values him. This villa number 36 is where you live. I live in villa number 35. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly. Fang Su brought Su Zhan to the door of villa number 36 and gave him instructions. Thank you, Mr. Fang. After Su Zhan said goodbye to Fang Su, he went straight into his villa. The villa is divided into 2 underground floors and 2 above-ground floors. It is fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. You don't even need to go out to eat. Just make a phone call and someone will deliver the food directly to your door. The main courses in college are practical combat and career development. I have the skills of a mechanical lord, so I don't need to learn career development, but I still need to see how far other mechanics have developed. After looking around, Su Zhan sat down on the sofa and thought about his future. With Megatron, wild monsters below level 6 pose no threat to him. For Su Zhan, the most important thing is to understand where the upgrade speed is the fastest. At the same time, Southern University also released the results of this practical assessment. Because of the wild boar rampage, Southern University admitted all the surviving students. The first place is naturally Su Zhan. Is that guy really that powerful? That's impossible. Mechanics are generally recognized as auxiliary professions. They don't have such strong combat power at all. Zhou Yong looked at the announcement from Southern University and collapsed in his chair in shock. Everyone knows that Southern University is very fair and just and is not afraid of power. No matter how strong your background is, if you have no talent and potential, you can forget about studying at Southern University. Since Southern University has issued such an announcement, there is only one possibility. That is, Su Zhan really has this ability. It's just that they haven't made it public. What on earth is going on? Zhou Yong scratched his head vigorously, unable to understand how Su Zhan had become so powerful. Chapter 13. First Mission. At the same time, Li Yuan and others also saw the announcement from Southern University regarding Su Zhan's cheating. Everyone has seen it. Southern University has issued a notice that Su Zhan did not cheat. Li Yuan looked at the students behind him. Su Zhan got first place in this test by cheating? Lu Qianwu glared, and his teeth itched with anger. Lu Qianwu, don't talk nonsense. The Southern University's announcement clearly states that Su Zhan did not cheat. Zhuge Shuangyue glanced at him calmly and said in a low voice, and with Su Zhan's grades, he will definitely be able to join the Southern University Student Union this time. It won't be good if your words get out. To question this announcement is to question the fairness of Southern University. These people will be students of Southern University in the future. As a member of Southern University, it will be difficult to get along in school if you don't safeguard the interests of the school. Snort. Lu Qianwu opened his mouth, snorted coldly, and turned away. Unless he doesn't want to stay in Southern University in the future, he really wouldn't dare to say anything. Okay, you are still classmates from now on, so you have to help each other. Li Yuan came out to smooth things over. Although he didn't know the inside story, Li Yuan believed that Southern University would not be so easily fooled. Since the announcement had been issued, it meant that Su Zhan did not cheat. 3 days later, all the freshmen had completed the admission procedures of Southern University and, under the arrangement of the school, they were assigned to subjects, as well as all other matters such as dormitories. Although everyone is a professional now, they are divided into different disciplines due to different career plans. For example, Lu Qianwu is a boxer, which is a melee profession. If we break it down further, it is a melee combat profession. Zhuge Shuangyu as sorcerer, on the other hand, is more inclined towards the magic department, and there is a special subject of sorcerer in Southern University. Because in Dragon Country, there are many people who have awakened the warlock profession. But warlocks are different. They are divided into many types. Zhuge Shuangyue's ancestor is Zhuge Liang, and her sorcerer profession comes from Zhuge Liang, also known as Wu Ho Chiman. As for people living near Wudong Mountain, their awakened profession is generally Tai Chiman. There are also some other warlocks, basically each of whom has his own characteristics and can be divided into a separate category. Su Zhan's major is mechanics. Mechanics is a basic subject with a huge number of people in today's era, but as everyone said, after many mechanics graduate, the top ones go to manufacture guns and other machinery, while more of them do maintenance work. It's time to level up. In Villa number 36, Su Zhan stood up and stretched. He is now level 95, and he will be able to take on the next job transfer quest in 4 levels. For all professionals, job change is of utmost importance. Generally speaking, when changing jobs, you will ask others for help, because everyone's job change tasks are different. Some are to find materials, some are to hunt monsters, and so on. But no matter how it changes, it is inseparable from one's own profession. After packing up his things, Su Zhan was about to leave when an email came on the computer next to him. Professional Association? Su Zhan clicked on it and saw that it was an invitation from the Professional Association. The Professionals Association is an extremely large organization, and more than 50% of the professionals in Dragon Country are its members. Because the Professionals Association is an official organization of Dragon Country, joining it will greatly facilitate your actions in Dragon Country. Of course, corresponding efforts are also required. I'd better upgrade first. Su Zhan shook his head and closed the email. Although there are many benefits to joining the Professional Association, it will be subject to supervision anyway. Su Zhan's college life has just begun, and he doesn't want to start a 996 life now. Half an hour later, Su Zhan came to the wild boar forest again. After the last wild boar rampage, there are a lot fewer wild boars around, but the number of wild boars inside is still huge. After all, the wild boar forest is extremely large, and the last time they encountered the wild boar king was only slightly closer to the inner area. Megatron tank mode. Su Zhan directly released Megatron and transformed him into a tank. He has not been idle these days, replenishing Megatron's ammunition, but has not made any additional upgrades to Megatron. First of all, after Megatron's mechanical improvements, his strength is already very strong, and general modifications will do little to improve it. Unless he encounters extremely rare materials or special machinery, Su Zhan will choose to install it on Megatron. Buzz! The tracked wheels turned, and the majestic Megatron rushed forward like a gust of wind. Howl! In less than 10 minutes, Su Zhan arrived inside the wild boar forest, where the shrill howling of wild boars could be heard continuously. The wild boars here are all of the 2nd level or above. Each one is fat and strong, like a large train. The hunt has begun. Su Zhan's mind moved, and the Megatron tank fired directly. With a bang, a shell flew out of the tank and landed on the ground in the distance. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and flames with a diameter of 40 to 50 meters shot up into the sky. The terrifying shock waves swept in all directions, directly killing all 7 or 8 2nd-level wild boars around. When the smoke cleared, a large pit more than 10 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters deep was left on the ground. The power of the shells has also doubled. Su Zhan was very satisfied. The mechanical improvement not only upgraded Megatron itself, but also the shells it used. The original shells could only create a fire cloud of more than 10 meters, but after being upgraded and improved, the power was doubled. After calming down, Su Zhan launched the tanks and began to slaughter the wild boars. Hint: you killed the wild boar king and gained 34,020 experience points. Tip: your level has been raised to level 99. Hint: you have reached the conditions for accepting the 1st level mission. Your 1st level mission is to go to the Hinjia Mountains and hunt 10 armored earth dragons. As Su Zhan's level was raised to level 99, the first level mission was sent directly to his mailbox. Hingia Mountains? Su Zhan took a look and was secretly shocked. He didn't know the specific information about the Hingia Mountains, but he knew one thing. The lowest level wild monsters there were all level 3. Chapter 14. You want to steal my tank? Most people's first level tasks are to hunt first level wild monsters, or to look for some items in places where first level wild monsters are rampant, but Su Zhan's task is to directly hunt third level wild monsters, which is indeed a bit outrageous. But when Su Zhan thought about the passive skills of the mechanical lord, he felt relieved. Not to mention the third level wild monster, even the fifth level wild monster is probably no match for the Decepticons. Oh my god, what a domineering tank. What kind of tank is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Master, this is much more domineering than your car. Just as Su Zhan was about to leave, a group of people walked out of the bamboo forest in the distance. Among them, one figure stood out. It was a tiger made of steel, on which sat a young man in black. I saw it. Gu Chonglin stared at the Decepticon tank, his eyes shining. There are 4 major families in Lingchuan City, and he is the third son of the head of the Gu family, one of the 4 major families. His profession is a puppeteer. Unlike a mechanic, he can use his special professional skills to control the puppets he created to fight. Machinists, on the other hand, are more concerned with manufacturing machinery. Su Zhan frowned slightly. The reason why he chose to come here was because after the wild boar went berserk, fewer people came here to level up. He wanted some quiet time, but he didn't expect there were still people here. Thinking of this, Su Zhan turned the direction of the Decepticons and prepared to leave. Stop him, I want this thing. When Gu Chonglin saw Su Zhan was about to leave, he became anxious. He had never seen a tank as majestic and powerful as the Decepticons. Apart from anything else, it would be cool to think about him driving a Decepticon tank with the army of puppets he created following him. Don't worry, master. I'm talking to you, stop. The people around Gu Chonglin chuckled, rushed forward and blocked Su Zhan's way. Kid, get out of there and name your price. My master likes your tank. A man named Li Chong patted the Decepticon, extremely arrogant. Gu Chonglin, who was sitting on a puppet tiger in the distance, walked over slowly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Li Chang's behavior. Looking at the entire Lingchuan city, apart from the other 3 major families, no one dares to go against the Gu family. And in Lingchuan City, there is nothing that the Gu family cannot do. Did I meet that rich young man? Su Zhan frowned slightly. No matter which city, there are always people with good family background and very arrogant. But he didn't expect to meet him. But it makes sense when you think about it. I used to be a poor student with nothing, and I would not attract their attention. But now it's different. Just the appearance of the Decepticon tank alone, if it were driven into the city, would attract a large number of people to stop and watch. It's not surprising that those young men would be interested in the Decepticon tank. Not for sale, get out of the way. Su Zhan said directly. It's not up to you whether to sell it or not. A sinister smile appeared on Li Chang's face. Brother, I'll buy your tank for $1 million. Don't make me say it again. At this time, Gu Chonglin walked over and looked the Decepticon tank up and down, his eyes full of admiration. I said I'm not selling it. Get out of here now. Su Zhan was a little impatient. What is this? Just because you say you want to buy it, I have to sell it to you? You are asking for death. Beat him out for me. Gu Chonglin's eyes turned cold, revealing a murderous intent. This is the wilderness, not the city, so it is normal for 1 or 2 people to die. Clear. Following Gu Chonglin's order, Li Chong and others smiled and took action immediately. This is not the first time they have done this, and they are very skilled at it. Fire magic. Water arrow technique. In an instant, more than a dozen attacks hit the Decepticon tank at the same time. Court death. In the Decepticon tank, Su Zhan's face gradually turned cold. He had only heard of things like murder and robbery before, but he didn't expect to encounter it now. Bang! Without any hesitation, the Decepticon tank turned its gun and aimed at Li Chong. With a bang, a shell was fired. There was a loud bang, the shell exploded, the earth shook, and the bursting flames engulfed the area within a radius of 50 meters. Li Chong and others were burned to charcoal without even a sound. The flames dissipated, and a charred tiger puppet was seen staggering outside. Decepticon robot mode? Su Zhan's mind moved, and he immediately transformed into a robot. He jumped more than 10 meters and stepped on the escaped tiger puppet. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm from the Gu family. If you kill me, you won't survive. Gu Chonglin's voice begging for mercy was heard from the tiger puppet. At this moment, his face was pale and terrified. and his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. If he had not dodged quickly and hidden directly in the body of the puppet tiger, he would have been burned to charcoal like Li Chong and the others. I can't keep you here. Su Zhan's eyes flashed coldly, and the Decepticon exerted force with both feet, directly crushing the tiger puppet and Gu Chonglin inside it. He knew the 4 major families in Lingchuan City. Although he had never met Gu Chonglin, he had heard about him. This guy is simply a bad guy, killing, burning, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Because the Gu family is so powerful, those who are bullied by him can only swallow their anger. There is no way. In this day and age, whoever has the bigger fist is right. Although there is Dragon Kingdom supporting them on the surface, there are too many shameful things happening secretly. Su Zhan understood these principles when he was a child. Afterwards, Su Zhan began to clean up the battlefield. He pulled a few second-level wild boars from nearby and threw them here, then left. This is the inner area of the wild boar forest, and there are second-level wild boars everywhere. It won't be long before the traces of the artillery bombardment here are completely buried by the wild boars. When leveling outside, being killed by wild monsters is very common and is not a big deal. Gu Chonglin and his men were only at the second level of strength, so it was normal for them to be besieged and killed by wild boars here. At this time, on the top floor of Shanghai building in Lingchuan City, Gu Feng, who was processing documents, was interrupted by an email. What trouble has this kid gotten into again? Gu Feng took a look and saw that the sender was Gu Chonglin and couldn't help but frown. Gu Chonglin is his 3rd son and the child of his current wife. He has 2 wives in total. His ex-wife was killed by a wild monster in the wild, so he married his current wife. Because of his wife, he was very indulgent towards Gu Chonglin. Dad, save me, someone wants to kill me. When Gu Feng opened the email, his pupils shrank involuntarily. Who dares to kill my son? Looking at the entire Lingchuan City, even people from the other 3 major families would not dare to talk about killing his son. Because he is a 6th turn, level 99 berserker. If the 7th level mission wasn't too difficult, he would have reached the 7th level long ago. Old Wang, take people to the wild boar forest immediately. Someone wants to attack Chonglin. Gu Feng picked up the phone and dialed a number. The other party is called Wang Ning, the security director of Shanghai Group. Although he is called the security master, he is actually a thug of Shanghai Group with the strength of level 80 of the 4th turn. Chapter 15. Preparing to go to Hinjia Mountains? 3rd turn or above, follow me. Wang Ning hung up the phone and called out to the outside of the door. The people who were lying on the sofa doing nothing stood up one after another and followed Wang Ning straight to the wild boar forest. At the same time, Su Zhan, who had done the aftermath work, returned to school. Su Zhan went directly to the school library to check the information about the Hinjia Mountains. After 10 minutes of searching, Su Zhan found a detailed explanation of the Hinjia Mountains and started reading it. The Hinjia Mountains are located 600 miles northwest of Lingchuan City. The mountain range stretches for more than 1,000 miles. There are deep mountains and old forests everywhere, and various high-level monsters are rampant. It is said that there are wild monsters above level 8 in the depths of the Hinjia Mountains, but no one has seen them. However, some people have seen the Flying Tiger King of level 7. According to the detailed description of the Hinjia Mountains, the Flying Tiger King is a tiger with wings on its back, very similar to the legendary Cheongqi, but the two are completely different species. Su Zhan's mission target is the armored earth dragon, which lives near Qianlong Mountain in the middle of the Hinjia Mountains. The armored earth dragon looks like an awakened lizard, with sharp claws and a dragon horn on its head. Most armored earth dragons are at level 3 or above, and when they reach level 4 they are called armored earth dragon kings. Armored earth dragon. Level 60. Stamina, 4,200. Strength, 3,900. Spirit, 3,000. Speed, 2,800. Innate skills. Earth dragon flips over. Dragon horn strikes electricity. Running dragon claws. This is the attribute of an ordinary armored earth dragon. After reading it, Su Zhan frowned secretly. His physical strength actually reached 4,000, which is an extremely terrifying number. The attribute measurement of wild monsters is different from that of humans. Generally, after a wild monster reaches the first level, its various attributes will increase to around 1,000. This is based on the characteristics of the wild monster. But it is different for humans. Every time they level up, their basic attributes will increase. If the basic attribute is 10, every time they level up before the first transformation, it will increase by 1. After the second turn, add 2. After the third turn, add 3, and so on. Therefore, the higher the basic attributes of a person, the higher the level and the more powerful he is. But no matter how it increases, the highest attribute of humans in the third transformation is only 604. However, humans are different from wild monsters because of their skills, which can improve certain attributes in a short period of time. For example, the warlock has a basic skill called awakening spirit, which can increase spirit by 10% and last for 10 minutes. 604 points of spirit increase by 10%, which is 60 points. This is just the basic skill. Other advanced skills are more powerful and can even increase attributes several times, so the power of the skills will be greatly enhanced. In terms of the attributes of the armored earth dragon, it is definitely one of the strongest among the third-level wild monsters. Fortunately, we have the Decepticons, otherwise this mission would never be completed. Su Zhan closed the book, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. According to the strength of the Decepticons, even a 5th-turn armored earth dragon can be easily controlled, so 10 armored earth dragons are not a problem for Su Zhan at all. I don't know what the second job mission is. Su Zhan was a little worried again, because the intensity of the first-level mission was so high. He had to hunt at least 4th-level monsters in the second level. According to this pattern, he would have to hunt 9th-level monsters in the 7th level. You must know that no matter whether it is a wild monster or a human, once the strength reaches the 9th level, there will be a world of difference. It is not an exaggeration to even say that the 9th level is to become an immortal. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Su Zhan shook his head. The job transfer tasks were automatically issued by the world based on the individual's comprehensive situation. No one could control it, so it was useless to think about it now. Unless Su Zhan does not change his job, he has to do it no matter how difficult it is. Su Zhan, is it really you? At this moment, a surprised voice sounded in Su Zhan's ears. Su Zhan turned around and saw that it was Zhuge Shuangyue. It's you. I've been in school for half a month. How come I haven't seen you once? Zhuge Shuangyue asked with a smile. I was out leveling up these days and didn't go to class. Su Zhan smiled. Where are you leveling up? We can do it together when we're free. Zhuge Shuangyue said with a smile. Su Zhan felt helpless. He knew Zhuge Shuangyue meant well, but he really didn't need it. Su Zhan, you are here. I need your help. Suddenly, Xiangwen ran in from outside the library, looking anxious. Senior, what's wrong? Su Zhan was secretly confused, not knowing what was going on. Some students from our subject are trapped in the Hinjia Mountains. I would like to ask you to help rescue them. Xiangwen said directly. Shall we go? Su Zhan was a little surprised. Southern University had a special rescue team, so it was not their turn to do this kind of rescue. Because the area they are in is where the second-level wild monsters are located, I was originally asked to go there, but I am afraid of accidents, so I would like to ask you for help. After all, that is the Hinjia Mountains. Xiangwen's face turned red, feeling a little embarrassed. She was able to participate in the supervision task of the freshman assessment because she was the president of the student union of the soul summoning subject. Each subject has its own rescue team, and everyone takes turns to serve as team leader. This time it was Xiangwen's turn. She asked Su Zhan for help, but it was actually her own business. There are rank 7 flying tiger kings in the Hinjia Mountains. Su Zhan has just started school. He will die if he goes there. Zhuge Shuangyue frowned and said when he heard this. Who are you? Xiangwen turned around and stared at Zhuge Shuangyue, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled and his expression somewhat unfriendly. I'm asking Su Zhan, not you. Why are you butting in? It's okay. I'm on my way to do a mission, so this is just on my way. When Su Zhan saw that the situation was not good, he spoke hurriedly. You are Su Zhan's middle school classmate, right? After getting Su Zhan's consent, Xiangwen raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Zhuge Shuangyue with a smile. Yes. Zhuge Shuangyue replied indifferently. Then I don't blame you. There are some things you don't know. Su Zhan killed a second-level wild boar king during the entrance examination. Second-level wild monsters are no threat to him at all. Xiangwen's face turned upside down, looking somewhat proud. When Southern University issued the announcement, it did not explain what happened in the wild boar forest, so people outside did not know about it. But this is not a secret, so there is no problem for Xiangwen to tell it. What? Zhuge Shuangyue opened her scarlet little mouth, her face full of disbelief. You should know that there are only 3 days between the entrance examination and the career awakening. Even if you work hard to level up, you can only reach level 5 or 6 at most, which is a full 2 levels away from the second-level wild boar king. With such a huge level gap, how did Su Zhan manage to kill the wild boar king? It's all coincidence. Okay, let's go first. We'll talk again when we have time. When Su Zhan saw this situation, he knew that he couldn't let them talk any longer, Otherwise, they would have no chance of going to Hinjia Mountains to rescue people today. He said something to Zhuge Shuangyue, then took Xiangwan and left. Chapter 16. Who still uses bombs in this era? Did he really kill the Boar King? Zhuge Shuangyue looked at Su Zhan's receding back, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. After all, the news is too shocking. We all participated in the career awakening together. It's only been a few days, and Su Zhan can kill the second-level wild monsters? This is equivalent to everyone learning to walk together. When others have just learned to stand up, Su Zhan can already run, and run very fast. The most important thing is that Su Zhan is not a special profession, but a supporting professional mechanic who is recognized by everyone as having little combat power. She couldn't understand how Su Zhan did it. The other side. Xiangwan took Su Zhan and left Southern University directly, boarded a westbound train, and headed straight for the Hinjia Mountains. Are we just the two of us going? Su Zhan looked puzzled. He originally thought that there were other people going there together. After all, rescue teams usually act as a group. Everyone else is out. If you can find them, you can find them. But I think with your strength, you don't need to look for anyone else, right? Xiangwan looked at Su Zhan with a smile, as if to say, I believe you. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Su Zhan waved her hand, even though she was telling the truth. Just as the two were heading towards Hinjia Mountains, Wang Ning rushed in from outside the wild boar forest with more than 100 people. Wherever they went, pig blood flew everywhere, so any wild boars that stood in their way were killed directly. Brother, I found that the young master's puppet was howling miserably. It seems that it was overwhelmed by the wild boars. After searching for a while, someone reported to Wang Ning. Go and have a look. Wang Ning frowned. He didn't believe that Gu Changlin would be killed by the wild boars here. After all, Gu Changlin has the strength of a second-level warrior, and with the addition of some powerful puppets given to him by Gu Feng, it is not a problem for him to deal with a third-level wild boar. Moreover, Gu Changlin has so many subordinates, so even if he can't win, escaping is not a problem. A few minutes later, Wang Ning arrived at the place where the puppet's remains were found. The entire ground was covered with wild boar footprints, as well as some wild boar carcasses, and some puppet debris mixed in the mud. No matter how you look at it, it seemed like Gu Changlin encountered a group of wild boars and was besieged to death. No, there are traces of gunpowder explosion here. Wang Ning is worthy of being appointed as the security director by Gu Feng. He has a keen observation ability. Although there were many wild boar footprints on the ground and the soil had long been messed up, he was still able to keenly notice that the soil had traces of burnt black in some places. The explosion lasted only a short time, and the explosion range was at least 40 meters. This must be an aerial bomb. But no one uses that thing now, and using it to blow up Gu Changlin seems a bit over the top. Wang Ning searched around and found some information that shocked him. It was here that a huge explosion occurred. According to Wang Ning's understanding, only something like an aerial bomb could have such a large range. But he couldn't understand why. Although aerial bombs were very powerful, they were indeed useless for professionals and could only be used against low-level professionals at best. But in fact, to deal with low-level professionals, there is no need for something as powerful as an aerial bomb. Some mines are enough. Go back and report first. Wang Ning thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure out what was going on. He could only take people to pack up the puppet remains and report the news to Gu Feng, letting him make the decision. 2 hours later, the train stopped and Su Zhan and Xiangwan got off. Another 200 kilometers northwest is where students from Southern University sent out a rescue signal. Su Zhan, has your Z300 been repaired? Xiangwan asked with a smile. The Z300 is extremely fast, and it is estimated to arrive in an hour. That thing hasn't been fixed yet, but I have something faster, Su Zhan said as he summoned the Decepticons. A domineering tank with silver glow and red graphics appeared in front of Xiangwan. Tank? Xiangwan was stunned. He had only seen such things in museums before. Although this thing is powerful, it moves too slowly and becomes a target in front of some fast monsters. The reason why tanks, rocket launchers, and other things have been eliminated is because although they have certain power, the power is too small. That is to say, it is useful for professionals below the 3rd level. Once a professional reaches the 4th or 5th level, his or her combat effectiveness will undergo a qualitative change. The average professional speed can reach 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, and the lethality of the skills they use is also extremely strong. One punch can be even more powerful than a cannonball. Compared to artillery shells that can only fire one at a time and have ammunition restrictions, professionals have many advantages. Not only are there no restrictions, but there is no need to refuel. They have their own ideas and will obey orders. Not much better than these tanks. So now, except for museums in a few places or some purely auxiliary professions, no one uses these things. I didn't repair the Z300 because I didn't have the materials. This is the Decepticon that the principal gave me as a reward. It's more powerful. Sujan explained with a smile. If the Z300 is just for ordinary maintenance, it is very simple. But that form of Z300 could no longer meet Sujan's needs. So Sujan ignored it and decided to make a decision based on the situation after learning new skills. Is this the reward the principal gave you? Isn't this too shabby? Xiangwen thought that the principal had given Sujan an ordinary tank. His face turned cold and he stood up for Sujan. That's not shabby at all. Cybertron flying tank mode. Sujan laughed loudly and directly transformed Megatron into the form of a Cybertron flying tank. As the sound of mechanical rotation was heard, the overall height of the Cybertron tank lowered a little, and the upper gun muzzle sank downward and fell to the middle position of the tracks on both sides. The tracks at the rear also extended to both sides, and 4 jet nozzles, 2 large and 2 small, appeared in the middle. Let's go. We'll be there in less than half an hour. Sujan made an inviting gesture. The Cybertron tank can accommodate 5 people and has ample space. Can this tank fly? Xiangwen had not yet recovered from the transformation of the Cybertron tank until Sujan called her, and then she reacted. This thing can do more than just fly. Let's go ahead. Sujan smiled and pulled Xiangwen inside. If it were just an ordinary tank, it would not deserve to be collected by Southern University. Buzz. Boom. For jet nozzles spewed out blue tail flames, and the Cybertron flying tank soared into the sky and disappeared above the clouds. I saw a silver light flashing across the sky like lightning. 10 minutes later, the Cybertron flying tank slowly landed, scaring away some herbivorous monsters that were grazing on the ground. Already here? In the Cybertron flying tank, Xiangwen asked with a pair of bright eyes. She hasn't even finished looking at the interior structure yet, and it's already here? Megatron's flight mode is Mach 4, 10 minutes is enough. Sujan explained. Chapter 17. Marching Ants, Secret Wilderness. Mach 4 Mach 4? Xiangwen was completely stunned. In this day and age, few people use Mach to represent speed, because many professionals can fly after reaching a certain level, and there are many flying skills to learn. So people usually calculate flight distance in miles. If Mach 4 is converted into kilometers, it is approximately 4,900 kilometers per hour, which is a terrifying number. According to Xiangwen's understanding, some professions that are good at flying can reach a flying speed of over 1,000 kilometers per hour at the 6th or 7th revolution, which is already very fast. In the myth, Sun Wukong could travel a great distance with one somersault. The speed of this tank is actually close to a quarter of the speed of his somersault cloud. Let's find someone first. Sujan reminded. Xiangwen's thoughts were pulled back this time. He quickly opened the map and looked for the marked location, here. After confirming the direction, Xiangwen walked in front and led Sujan towards the northeast. 10 minutes later, Xiangwen frowned and stopped beside a pile of rocks. The marked spot is right here, but there's nothing there. Weird. Xiangwen looked around and confirmed that the location marked by those who were asking for help was correct. But they had searched the surrounding piles of rocks and didn't find anyone. There are no signs of wild monsters around. Could it be that we have fallen into a secret realm? Sujan reminded. There are some special secret realms in the wild, hidden in the earth, and the conditions for opening them are different. Some are very special and require some special materials to open, while some secret realms are like traps. When you walk in, you will fall directly into them, and can only get out after completing specific tasks. No matter which secret realm it is very dangerous. The wild monsters are all at least level 2 and have special skills. If you are not well prepared, you will most likely die in this secret realm. It's very possible. I have been trying to contact them on the way here, but there has been no response. Xiangwen took a deep breath and felt a little headache. If it was really a secret realm, then it would be troublesome. With Sujan around, she was not worried about the strength of the wild monsters in the secret realm. The only thing she was worried about was not being able to find the location of the secret realm. Since the coordinates are here, even if it is a secret place, it should be nearby. Let's take a look. Sujan comforted. In fact, he wanted to go into the secret realm to have a look, because all secret realms have abundant dropped items, and there are also some rare items that are not available outside. Xiangwen nodded and continued to look around. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, a strange rustling sound came into the ears of the two. The two looked at each other and looked around. The sound seems to come from underground. Xiangwen looked down at her feet. As she finished her words, a dozen brown and yellow, ants the size of soybeans emerged from the gravel ground. Stone-eating army ants, soldier ants. Level, second level 89. Skills, swallowing stones. Soldier ant charge, bite. Come up quickly. Su Zhan glanced at the ant's attributes and directly transformed Megatron into a robot form. He pulled Xiangwen up and put him on his shoulder. In just a few seconds, a dense layer of stone-eating army ants appeared on the surrounding ground. A rough estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands of them. Ants are extremely terrifying creatures when they turn into wild monsters. Not only do they possess special skills, but their populations are also extremely large. Seeing so many ants, not to mention Xiangwen, even Su Zhan would feel his scalp tingling. Were all those students eaten by these ants? Xiangwen's face turned pale. There were tens of thousands of second-level stone-eating army ants. Not to mention the second-level students from Southern University. Even if third and fourth-level professionals came, they would be eaten to the bone. Boom! Su Zhan stepped directly on the ground, and Megatron's huge foot fell with terrifying force, directly crushing hundreds of ants to death. Hint: you killed the stone-eating army ant and gained 2,100 experience points. Experience tips kept ringing, but they were of no use. A few hundred ants are nothing compared to the huge ant colony. Su Zhan finally understood how such a large pile of rubble came about. It was all gnawed out by this group of ants. Senior, if those people encountered this group of ants, I'm afraid they would not have fallen into the secret realm, but would have died. Su Zhan said as he took a few steps back. Buzz! At this moment, a transmission channel suddenly appeared on the ground under Su Zhan's feet. Su Zhan was sucked in before he even had time to react. The two of them only felt a flash before their eyes, and they had arrived in a whole new world. It was a huge underground cave, dug out by no one knew what, and it exuded a smell of corruption. From deep within the cave came faint rustling sounds, as if a large number of creatures were moving. Hint: you have come to an underground ant cave. You can leave only after killing the queen ant. So this is the secret place. Only then did Su Zhan understand what was going on. The students who asked for help probably came here to level up, and then encountered the stone-eating army ants, and were forced to send out a distress signal. But as soon as he sent out a distress signal, he was sucked into this secret realm. Su Zhan, we've contacted them. They're just 200 meters ahead of us. Xiangwen suddenly spoke. Then let's go first. Su Zhan nodded, and Megatron took a step forward. The passage of the underground anthill was very large, more than 20 meters high. Even when Megatron stood inside, there was still a lot of space above his head. Squeak! After walking for just over 10 meters, I heard a squeaking sound coming from the corner ahead, like a mouse. Then I saw 3 ants, each 2 meters tall, walking towards me. Stone-eating army ants, worker ants. Level, second level 89. Skills, swallowing stones. Soldier ant charge, bite. Bang, bang. Su Zhan's mind moved, and Megatron rushed forward and stepped on the ant in the middle to death with one foot. At the same time, he used both hands to crush the worker ants on both sides. Ants have their own special communication abilities. If they were asked to send out information that an enemy is invading, it is unknown how many ants would be attracted. After killing the ant, Su Zhan did not stop and continued to move forward. But Xiangwen had long been numb to this kind of scene. It was like this with the Z300 before. No matter how big the robot was, in Su Zhan's hands, it was as agile as a monkey. Senior Wu Wu. Senior. Gao Ming has been captured. After turning 2 corners, Su Zhan followed Xiangwen's instructions and moved a stone, revealing a small hole. 3 students from Southern University were crammed into a hole less than 2 meters deep, their bodies covered in stinky mud and emitting a foul smell. Chapter 18. Bombarding the Queen Ant. Ants have a very keen sense of smell, and if it weren't for the mud, they would have been discovered long ago. There were 2 women and 1 man. The man was covered in blood and had fallen into a coma. The flesh on his left leg had been eaten away, revealing his white bones. Treat him first. Xiangwen got down from Megatron's shoulder, pulled the 3 people out, and checked the man's injuries. The situation was not good. This guy was only half dead, and the medicines they had on them had been used up. Do you know where the man named Gao Ming was taken? Su Zhan looked around carefully to prevent any ants from suddenly running out. Have no idea. The 2 sober girls shook their heads with tears in their eyes. Su Zhan frowned secretly. This was trouble. According to the map, the underground anthill is very large, about 10 to 20 kilometers in size. It is not easy to find a person in such a large area. Su Zhan, Please transform into a tank so they can get in. After the explosion healed the boy's wound, Xiangwen said. Su Zhan nodded and directly transformed Megatron into a Cybertron tank and put the three frightened students inside. Although this is an era of universal professionalism, not everyone can remain calm when faced with a life-and-death crisis. This is also the purpose of higher education institutions such as Southern University to help students plan their career development paths and allow them to gradually adapt to the cruel era of universal professionalism. When 4 years of college life are over, those who can graduate successfully may not be able to remain calm even in the face of a catastrophe, but at least they can stay rational and protect themselves to the greatest extent when facing some extreme situations. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as a few people got into the tank, a noisy sound was heard in the distance, and then a large group of ants appeared at the end of the cave. They were so black that they could not be counted. Hold on tight. Su Zhan shouted and opened fire directly. Boom! The Cybertron tank's shells flew straight out, piercing through the ants along the way and landing on the wall of the cave in the distance. A horrific explosion sounded, and the bursting flames instantly filled the entire cave, spreading along the cave to an unknown distance. Most of the ants that rushed out just now were burned to death. The smoke dissipated, and a huge hole appeared in front of everyone. Is this the queen ant? Su Zhan couldn't help but feel a little excited. What appeared before their eyes at this moment was a huge underground cave, which was 5 or 6 miles in size and was densely crawling with all kinds of ants. In the middle of this group of ants, there is a giant milky white cylinder that is 30 meters long. The front part is an ant head, and behind it are a large number of soldier ants lined up. A milky white egg is laid out every few minutes. Stone-eating army ants, a queen ant. Level, 4th level 29. Skills, summon ants. Ant frenzy. High-speed spawning. Special spawning. After looking at the Ant Queen's skill attributes, Su Zhan was about to attack when a girl next to him suddenly shouted, "That's brilliant." Su Zhan looked and saw that right in front of the Queen Ant, a soldier ant was carrying a man in line, preparing to feed the Queen Ant. Fire! Su Zhan didn't hesitate at all and ordered Megatron to open fire. The Cybertron tank spewed flames, and a shell landed in the middle of the ant colony. As terrible flames exploded, dozens of ants were blown away. Whether they want to leave here or save Gao Ming, they have to kill the Queen Ant. Squeak! The Queen Ant was frightened and let out a high-pitched squeak. The ants that were originally lying on the ground rioted instantly, standing up together and rushing towards Su Zhan like a black wave. Hold on tight. Su Zhan chuckled, and the Cybertron tank transformed into a flying posture, spewing flames, and disappeared directly on the spot, flying over the ants. In less than a second, it flew to the upper hand of the Queen Ant. The giant tank fell straight down and hit the Queen Ant heavily. However, the Queen Ant had strong defense, and her huge body was like a spring, and was actually bounced up by the Cybertron tank. Su Zhan, save people first. Xiangwen saw through the screen inside the tank that the ant that caught Gao Ming threw Gao Ming to the ground, then rushed towards Su Zhan with a pair of large pincers raised, and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Gao Ming is now unconscious and hasn't woken up since being thrown to the ground. There are so many ants here that if one of them stepped on him, it would crush him into meat paste. Don't worry. Su Zhan had already planned the rescue route. At the moment when he was flung away by the Queen Ant, the flying tank flew up directly and knocked away an ant who wanted to use Gao Ming as a stepping stone. The hatch of the tank opened. Xiangwen grabbed Gao Ming's legs and dragged him in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In just a few seconds, a large group of ants rushed up and crushed the Cybertron tank underneath. What should we do? Are we going to die? Senior, I don't have a boyfriend yet, and I don't want to die yet. The two girls were so scared when they saw the screen suddenly go black that they hugged each other and hid in the corner, shivering. Don't be sad. As long as Su Zhan is here, none of us will die. Xiangwen yelled at them impatiently, then lowered his head and continued to blast Gao Ming. Gao Ming was seriously injured and poisoned, apparently by a special paralyzing toxin from ants. She had no medicine for this toxin, so she could only bandage Gao Ming's external wounds first. Sister Xiangwenxue is right. None of us will die. A confident smile appeared on Su Zhan's face. The Megatron tank opened fire at full power and a shell was fired, blasting a bright light on the black screen. All the ants in front of the muzzle were evaporated by this shot. Boom, boom, boom. 6 consecutive artillery shells were fired, clearing a large amount of open space in front of Su Zhan. Su Zhan drove the tank directly to the open space, then turned the gun and aimed at the Queen Ant. The queen ant's body is too large to move. Moreover, in front of the Cybertron tank, no matter how fast the queen ant runs, she cannot escape. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the shells landed on the queen ant. With a violent flame, the queen ant's body was torn into pieces. Hint: you killed the stone-eating army ant queen and are rewarded with 54,123 experience points. As the queen ant was killed, a portal appeared at her location. Su-Zhan drove the tank and rushed forward. When passing by the queen ant's corpse, Su-Zhan saw a skill book on the ground. He picked it up and rushed into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, several people returned to the pile of rubble on the ground. Are we really out? A girl looked at the scene on the screen in disbelief. Faced with the siege of so many ants, it was so easy for them to kill the queen ant and rush out. In fact, this is because Su-Zhan's Cybertron tank is too strong. If it were someone else, even if he was a fifth-turn professional, he would have no way out when facing countless ant colonies. Chapter 19. Earth Dragon Medicinal Garden? The other girl's eyes were dull at this moment, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Su-Zhan, thank you. Xiang-Wan was still frightened, and secretly thanked God that she had asked Su-Zhan to come over. In the situation just now, it was only Su-Zhan who could handle it. If it were someone else, facing such a large number of ants, they would be no match at all. How are their injuries? Su-Zhan asked. Although Gao Ming is still unconscious, his injuries are not serious. It's just that the ant's poison has made him unable to move. Tang Hong only had external injuries and has been bandaged. Xiang-Wan explained. Then you guys should come with me to the depths of the Hinjia Mountains. I need to hunt down a few armored earth dragons to complete the first job transfer mission. Su-Zhan nodded. Since the problem was not serious, there was no need to rush back. It takes most of the day to get here from Lingchuan City, and we will go back together after completing the task. Your first-level mission is to hunt down the armored earth dragon? Xiang-Wan was shocked. She knew the information about the armored earth dragon. It was a third-level wild monster. The first job transfer task is to hunt down the third job transfer monsters? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. No matter what profession other people are in, the job transfer task is to hunt wild monsters of the same level as themselves. They have never hunted wild monsters of a higher level than themselves. Because at the same level, the strength of wild monsters is greater than that of individual professionals. Moreover, every time the level of a wild monster increases, its strength will increase exponentially. For a first-level professional to hunt third-level wild monsters is simply seeking death. I don't know either. Su-Zhan was speechless about this unconventional thing, but when he thought of his passive skills, he felt relieved. Maybe it has something to do with your skills. When Xiang-Wan thought about Su-Zhan's fighting ability, he could only attribute it to Su-Zhan's skill in transforming machines. Then Su-Zhan directly transformed Megatron into a flying tank and flew towards the depths of the Hinjia Mountains. 2 minutes later, an armored earth dragon appeared on the screen inside the tank. Don't worry, it will be quick. Su-Zhan instructed Xiang-Wan and the others, then aimed the cannon on Megatron at the armored earth dragon and opened fire. Boom! A cannonball flew out and hit the armored earth dragon with incredible precision. Terrible flames exploded, and a piercing roar echoed in the valley. As the flames dissipated, a large pit appeared on the ground, along with the remains of an armored earth dragon. You killed a level 3 wild monster with just one shot? Senior, what is your occupation? The two female students were stunned. Although they had witnessed Su-Zhan's strength in the ant nest just now, the situation was too chaotic at that time, and they were all panicked and didn't pay any attention at all. Now that things have stabilized, I can clearly see Su-Zhan killing a third-level armored earth dragon with a single shot. The shock is too great. They were all second-level professionals, but when faced with this armored earth dragon, they could only run away. It's not that they are not strong. It's that the armored earth dragon is too powerful. It has thick health, high armor, and strong attack power. Even if 4 of them work together, they may not be able to kill one. He is the first in this freshman assessment. Xiang-Wan explained with a smile. They didn't know Su-Zhan, but they knew that a genius emerged in this freshman assessment. Are you the mechanic? Are you really a mechanic? The two were shocked. Because of the beast tide that occurred during the freshman assessment, a middle school teacher went to the college administration to complain, and the news spread widely in Southern University. The news that the first place in the freshman assessment was a mechanic had already spread throughout Southern University. Many people did not believe it and wanted to meet Su-Zhan. It's just that no one has seen Su-Zhan because he lives in the teacher's area and he never goes to class. I am indeed a mechanic. Su-Zhan smiled. Megatron then transformed directly into a robot form and slammed heavily to the ground, splashing a lot of rubble. After picking up the materials dropped by the armored Earth Dragon, Su Zhan continued to move forward and search for other armored Earth Dragons. In the area where the armored Earth Dragon lives, there is only this kind of creature. Because they are too strong, other wild monsters dare not approach them. Roar! After walking just over 10 meters, a loud roar came from the distance. Su Zhan's eyes lit up and he ran towards the direction where the sound came from. After passing through a forest, 3 armored Earth Dragons appeared in front of Su Zhan. The third transformation is level 10, the third transformation is level 60, and there is another third transformation level 98, and it will soon be the fourth transformation. Su Zhan took a quick glance and took action immediately. He moved the muzzle of the cannon on his shoulder, preparing to fire a cannonball at the third turn. Level 10 Armored Earth Dragon. The Armored Earth Dragon didn't even have time to react before it was blown to pieces. Roar! The 2 Armored Earth Dragons nearby seemed to be frightened and turned around and ran away. Will you run away again? Su Zhan was stunned for a moment, but he immediately figured it out. In this era, although these wild monsters are wild monsters, they also have their own independent consciousness, so it is normal for them to run away. Junior, you are amazing. I have never seen a mechanic as strong as you. I never thought robots could be this powerful. The 2 female students felt that their worldview had been overturned. They had seen many mechanics, but they had never seen a mechanic like Su Zhan. Su Zhan smiled without saying anything and chased the 2 armored Earth Dragons into a valley. Hint: you have entered the Earth Dragon Medicine Garden. As soon as they stepped into the valley, several people received a prompt. Is this a special secret place? After Su Zhan saw the surrounding scene clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. Looking around, the entire valley was covered with a kind of light red grass, and the properties of the grass had already appeared on the screen in front of Su Zhan. There are many kinds of secret realms. The previous anthole belongs to the hidden secret realm, while the Earth Dragon Medicine Garden belongs to the visible secret realm. It appears directly on the ground. As long as you can find it, you can come in. Earth Dragon Grass. Level: 3rd level. Effect: taking it directly can increase your strength by 10% for 10 minutes. It can also be used to make medicine. Note: legend has it that the red grass that grows on the land watered by dragon blood absorbs the power of dragon blood, and after taking it, one can temporarily possess the power of a dragon. Su Zhan had seen this Earth Dragon Grass in the information about the Hingia Mountains. It was an extremely rare 3rd-level herb that could be taken directly, used to refine other medicinal materials, and even used to refine weapons. Each plant is worth 10,000 gold coins, and there are at least tens of thousands of them all over the mountains. I'm rich. Su Zhan couldn't help but breathe faster. This overwhelming wealth came too quickly. Why are there so many Earth Dragon grasses here? Xiang Wan was also stunned. She knew very well the value of these Earth Dragon grasses. Chapter 20. Beating up a rank 6 professional. So much Earth Dragon grass is worth hundreds of millions. This kind of robot is rare. Just as several people were excitedly preparing to pick the fruits, a man walked out from behind a big rock in the distance and stared at the Megatron robot with interest. Anyone else? Su Zhan became alert instantly. If this person hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have noticed that there were other people here. Whoever's inside, name a price and sell this thing to me. I'll spare your life and not blame you for breaking in here. The man smiled as he slowly walked up to Megatron. He stretched out his hand and tapped Megatron's feet, making a series of banging sounds. Who are you? Is this your place? Su Zhan frowned. These secret places in the wild are all ownerless. Because they are in the wild, there are too many monsters and no one can occupy them for a long time, unless you have a city building order to build a city here. But this can only be occupied temporarily, because after the new city is built, it will be hit by a wave of wild monsters. If it cannot be stopped, it will be destroyed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Quan Guisheng from the Zhu family, a level 94 wind and fire boxer with a 6th transformation. We, the Zhu men, discovered this place first, so it is our territory. Quan Guisheng said calmly with a smile on his face. He is actually from the Zhu family? When Xiang Wen heard the word Zhu men, his face changed drastically, as if he had heard some extremely terrifying news. What is Zhu men? Su Zhan asked doubtfully. You know about the 100 schools of thought during the Qin dynasty, right? Zhu men is the descendant of Yang Zhu school among all the schools of thought. They inherited the idea of valuing life and preserving the whole life of Yang Zhu school and founded Zhu men. This group of people values themselves and their integrity. They believe that nothing in the world should be bound by constraints. They themselves are the freest people in the world and do whatever they want. To put it simply, the people of the rich families kill people without any guilt. Xiangwen took a deep breath and explained Jumin to Su Zhan. There are still people like this? Su Zhan took a breath of cold air. In the era of universal professionals, many previous schools have reappeared, and some of them are very powerful. Su Zhan had only heard of them before and did not expect to actually meet them. Su Zhan, it's best not to provoke them. This group of people are just a bunch of lunatics. They think that what they see is them, so if they want something, they just grab it. And their strength is huge, and there are many 7th and 8th rank professionals among them. Xiangwen was afraid that Su Zhan and Quan Guisheng would fight, so he quickly spoke up to remind them. If they want to steal my things, they have to see if they have the ability to do so. Su Zhan sneered and directly rejected Xiangwen's proposal. Not to mention that Megatron would never sell it to anyone else. There is no way Su Zhan would want the Earth Dragon grass that is worth hundreds of millions all over the mountains. You rich people say that the things you see are yours? It's so shameless. It's nothing more than using this as an excuse to rob and plunder. Others may be afraid, but he is not. How are you thinking about it? My patience is limited. Quan Guisheng frowned slightly, a little impatient. If he hadn't been afraid of breaking the robot, he would have done it long ago. Buzz. The next moment, Megatron's huge palm smashed towards Quan Guisheng like a meteorite. Boom! The huge palm slammed heavily on the ground, and the whole valley shook violently. Why did you do it directly? He is a 6th level professional. Xiangwen showed worry. She knew that Su Zhan was strong, but the gap between the 6th level and the 1st level could not be made up by 1 or 2 skills. We can't leave unless we kill him. Su Zhan whispered, his eyes fixed on the screen. On the screen, a circle kept flashing and then landed on a large rock in the distance. I don't know when Quan Guisheng ran away. You really don't want to drink the toast, but you have to drink the forfeit. Quan Guisheng's face was gloomy and he exuded a murderous intent. At the same time, he was secretly shocked that the speed of Megatron's robot was too fast, which had exceeded the speed of robots in common sense. If he didn't have a skill called Wind and Fire Explosion, which could burst out at 300% speed in an instant, he would have been beaten to death just now. Meteor Explosion Kick. The next moment, Quan Guisheng roared, jumped high, and a terrifying flame burst out from his left leg. He rushed towards Su Zhan like a meteorite. Boom! Quan Guisheng's skill was very fast, but Su Zhan was even faster. Megatron exerted force with his legs, and his huge body was as agile as a monkey, and he dodged to the side directly. Quan Guisheng smashed straight down on the place where Su Zhan had just stood. The terrifying energy exploded, creating a 4 or 5 meter deep hole in the ground. How can such a large body be so fast? Quan Guisheng turned over and jumped out of the pit, staring at Su Zhan in front of him, feeling confused and uncertain. What a waste. Su Zhan glanced at them and felt secretly distressed. With Quan Guisheng's kick just now, at least 100 Earth Dragon grasses were destroyed. Bang! 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 At the same time, the muzzle of the gun on Megatron's shoulder had been aimed, and 5 shells were fired continuously. Boom! 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 Quan Guisheng smiled coldly, not taking these shells seriously at all, and his figure flashed to the side for more than 10 meters. However, when the shell fell, Quan Guisheng was stunned. The horrifying flames instantly enveloped an area of 30 to 40 meters in radius. Quan Guisheng was directly enveloped by the flames. The astonishing air waves swept in all directions and blew him away. Wind and Fire Diamond Body. Seeing that the second shell was about to fall, Quan Guisheng roared, and a terrifying flame burst out of his body. His speed suddenly increased, and he rushed 100 meters away, escaping the explosion range of the remaining shells. As expected of a 6th level professional, Su Zhan was not surprised. Professions that can reach the 6th level all have their own unique features, and their professional skills alone are very powerful. What kind of robot are you? Quan Guisheng stood in the distance and yelled at Su Zhan. He was really scared just now. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been killed by the explosion. A dignified 6th level professional was killed by a 1st level kid using a robot cannon. If this were to get out, he would become a complete laughing stock. It's just an ordinary robot. Su Zhan chuckled and controlled Megatron to rush towards Quan Guisheng. How can he be so strong? Is this really a robot? Behind Su Zhan, Xiangwen and 2 other female students had dazed expressions on their faces, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. A first-turn professional or a first-turn mechanic was chasing after a 6th-turn professional and was almost beaten to death by the sixth-turn professional? Chapter 21. Another sixth turn? No, seventh turn? It's definitely a hidden profession. If it's just a special skill, it's impossible to transform a robot to this extent. Xiangwen stared at Su Zhan's back and thought to himself. Outside, Megatron turned on the flight thrusters behind him, and with his own terrifying power, his speed reached the extreme. In just a blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of Quan Guisheng. The millstone-like fist smashed towards Quan Guisheng like a mountain. Quan Guisheng only felt a flash before his eyes, and a huge mountain appeared. He had no time to make any extra movements. Flames burst out from his body, and his speed increased to the extreme, and he flashed to the side. Boom! The heavy punch brushed against the corner of Quan Guisheng's clothes and hit the ground. Countless pieces of gravel shattered and hit Quan Guisheng like bullets. Quan Guisheng didn't dare to hesitate at all. He rushed out at full speed for more than 100 meters before stopping. What the hell kind of monster are you? Quan Guisheng took a look at the wounds on his body and yelled at Su Zhan. Although the splashed gravel had limited power, it left dozens of bloodstains on his body. The bright red blood flowed, staining half of his body red, making him look extremely miserable. It's not a monster, it's just a robot. Su Zhan sneered and secretly calculated the next attack route in his mind. Although Quan Guisheng couldn't stop Megatron's attack, he was too fast. The flame Vidra body he just used increased his speed tremendously. Megatron's robot form was already fast enough, and with the help of flight thrusters, it had already surpassed the speed of sound. But Quan Guisheng was still able to avoid it. This is not a solution. Boy, your robot is indeed strong, but I am only a 6th-level robot after all. Quan Guisheng was completely enraged. He said something sinister, and the flames on his body suddenly shrank back into his body. Reverse Dragon Fist. The next moment, the flames that had been shrinking on Quan Guisheng's body suddenly exploded, forming a flaming armored earth dragon outside his body, which rushed towards Su Zhan. The speed is so fast, like a flash of lightning. Boom! Su Zhan punched out at the same time, and the two attacks collided instantly, accompanied by a terrifying energy explosion. The shadow of the armored earth dragon burst, and Su Zhan's legs rubbed the ground and retreated more than 10 meters before stopping. How so? Quan Guisheng was extremely shocked. This skill was obtained from a skill book he got after killing thousands of armored earth dragons. It was a skill he acquired after combining it with his own professional skills. It is his strongest skill. He couldn't accept that he only made Su Zhan take a few steps back. 6th rank is just like this. The cannon on Megatron's shoulder opened fire, and more than a dozen shells fell one after another, forcing Quan Guisheng to dodge everywhere in an embarrassing state. How long do you want to see it? This guy's robot is too weird. He must be a hidden profession. Let's catch him and bring him back quickly. It will definitely be a great achievement. Quan Guisheng shouted while running. Anxious, anxious. Haha. A voice echoed in the valley, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. Shadow possession. Then, the voice was heard again, and more than a dozen ropes made of black air suddenly sprang out from under the feet of Su Zhan's Megatron robot, tying him up like a dumpling. Are there any other professionals? Isn't it another 6th-level professional? How come there are so many rank 6 professionals in this small valley? In the cockpit inside the Megatron robot, Xiangwen and his companions were terrified. 1/6 turn was enough to terrify them. If there was another 6th turn, wouldn't they be completely doomed? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu San from the Zhu family, a 7th turn, level 10 Shadow Warlock. A black gas emerged from the ground in the distance, and a skinny old man walked out of the black gas with an evil smile on his face. 7 turns? A layer of cold sweat broke out on Xiangwen's forehead, and his body was trembling slightly. One is 6 turns, the other is 7 turns. Isn't this a sure death? Don't be afraid, it's okay. Su Zhan comforted them, turned on Megatron's energy output to the maximum, exerted force with both arms, and directly broke the rope condensed by the black air. When did you become the 7th level? Outside, Quan Guisheng looked at Lu San in surprise. Let's not talk about that for now. This guy's robot is really powerful. With just 1 turn, he can deal with a 6-turn robot. It's definitely a hidden profession. If we can get it back and transfer this profession to the right person, that would be amazing. Lu San waved his hand and looked at the Megatron robot greedily. In this world, special professions or skills can deprive others of their professions and transfer them to other people. Need I tell you? Let's do it together. Quan Guisheng shouted. activated the Flame Vajra body skill, and rushed out directly. Shadow transformation. Lu Xun chuckled, and his body suddenly turned into a black gas and dissipated, rushing towards Su Zhan. Bang! 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 Su Zhan directly turned on Megatron's automatic attack mode. Two crosshairs appeared on the screen in front of him at the same time. He quickly locked onto the two people's traces and opened fire directly with the cannon on his shoulder. Accompanied by a violent explosion, Quan Guisheng was forced to retreat. But Lu San's skills were very special. After turning into black gas, he was immune to physical attacks. The shells passed directly through his body without causing any harm to him at all. Shadow erosion. The next moment, the black gas transformed by Lu San enveloped the Megatron robot and began to corrode Megatron like sulfuric acid. Black lines began to appear on Megatron's originally silver-white surface. This guy's skills can also destroy robots? Su Zhan was shocked. He had never thought that there were professionals with the skills to erode and control robots. Hee, my Shadow Warlock is a hidden profession. Don't say you are a robot. Even if you are a stone, I will corrode you anyway. Lu San's triumphant voice was heard from the dark air. This skill was something he learned after reaching level 7. It was very powerful and almost impossible to defend against. Really? Su Zhan showed a teasing smile on his face. Thunderbolt electric field. The next moment, a high-intensity voltage of 100,000 volts was released from Megatron's body. In just a moment, Megatron was surrounded by blue arcs of electricity. The black gas that originally covered most of Megatron's body shrank rapidly, turned back into Lu Sanhao's appearance, and quickly moved away from Megatron. Can you still discharge electricity? Lu San looked very unhappy. He didn't expect that his almost unsolvable skill could be cracked like this. If he hadn't dodged quickly, the 100,000 volt voltage would have electrocuted him to death. There are still many things you don't know. Su Zhan sneered, and Megatron's huge fist was wrapped in electric current, hitting the beloved Lu San. Chapter 22. First transformation completed. Invincible mechanical life armor. Mechanical life forms like Megatron can discharge electricity on their own. This is their life instinct. After being improved by Su Zhan's skills, all the original skills were strengthened. Shadow killing technique. The moment Lu San landed, he opened his hands and made an archery gesture. The black gas quickly condensed into a bow and arrow in his hands. The instant a black arrow flew out, it turned into thousands and turned into a rain of black arrows filling the sky. Wind and fire fist. Quan Guisheng attacked at the same time, punching Su Zhan continuously from a distance of more than 100 meters, and each time he made a punch mark. Boom, boom, boom. Intensive attacks came from all directions. Su Zhan had no way to avoid them and could only resist them. He was directly overwhelmed by the attacks. Su Zhan, are you okay? How about we retreat first? Inside Megatron's cabin, Xiangwen clenched his fists, very worried about Su Zhan's condition. Su Zhan is indeed strong enough. He can suppress the 6th turn Quan Guisheng and fight on equal terms with the 7th turn Lu San. However, the levels of both of them are much higher than Su Zhan after all. When they join forces, Su Zhan finds it difficult to continue. Fine. Su Zhan sighed in his heart. It was not that Megatron was not strong enough, but that he was too huge. Although he was very fast, his movements were too obvious. These two people were very fast, and after they were prepared, Su Zhan's attacks could hardly hit them. Hey kid, your profession is indeed powerful, but the hard gap in level is not so easy to make up. Lu San smiled sinisterly. Then he drew his bow again and shot a rain of arrows into the sky. After seeing Su Zhan's speed, they now choose to use long-range attacks and don't give Su Zhan any chance to get close. Boy, I'm going to see what your profession is later. Mechanics aren't that amazing. Quan Guisheng sneered and stared at Su Zhan, ready to attack at any time. Roar! At this moment, because the battle in the valley made too much noise, dozens of armored earth dragons were attracted and rushed over from the other side of the valley. Finish the task first. Su Zhan's eyes lit up, and he quickly aimed the muzzle of the gun on his shoulder at the charging armored earth dragon. His job transfer mission required him to hunt down 10 armored earth dragons. He had killed 2 outside the valley, leaving 8. Boom, boom, boom. 10 shells were fired in succession, smashing into the group of earth dragons like meteorites. Accompanied by huge explosions, more than a dozen armored earth dragons were directly killed. Is this kid crazy? Quan Guisheng sneered. Those armored earth dragons were just frightened, so just let them run away. Does Su Zhan have the time to kill them now? Hint. You have killed 10 armored earth dragons and completed the task. Hint, congratulations on getting the first level. Hint, you have learned the skill, mechanical life. Introduction to mechanical life skills. 3 modes of use. 1. Mechanical life, a life form. Give your mechanical products life characteristics. 2. Mechanical life, e armor form. The machine endowed with life characteristics by you can change its form and transform into a life armor that perfectly fits itself. All attributes are improved by 100%. 3. Mechanical life, you combined form. Merge multiple machines that you have given life characteristics to, upgrade to a higher form, and combine multiple mechanical characteristics of armor. This continuous prompt sounded, and after Su Zhan finished reading the introduction of the system, his breathing became rapid with excitement. He never thought that the skill he learned after reaching the first level would be like this. Although it is just one skill, it has 3 forms, which is equivalent to 3 skills. And the effects of these 3 skills are too abnormal. Give machines life properties? Isn't that turning dead creatures into living things? This is simply a super intelligent robot with an independent personality added. Apart from anything else, this one alone is equivalent to creating mechanical life. And the second one, which allows the machine to transform into armor. Isn't this armor hero? Has the second dimension come into reality? However, considering the current big world environment and the various professions, it is not surprising that such skills appear. Mechanical life form. Su Zhan took a deep breath and used the life form skill directly on Megatron, giving him life characteristics. Megatron meets the master. The next moment, a deep and powerful voice came from Su Zhan's mind. Are you Megatron? Su Zhan asked tentatively. Yes, my lord. Megatron's voice sounded again. Okay. Su Zhan couldn't help but shout, okay. Megatron had originally died a long time ago and turned into a pile of cold machines. After Su Zhan performed mechanical improvements on him, although he could move, he was no different from an ordinary robot. At most, he was just a little stronger than an ordinary robot. But now, it is equivalent to Su Zhan giving Megatron a second life. Mechanical life form armor. After his thoughts settled, Su Zhan once again displayed his armor form. The next moment, the entire Megatron exploded instantly and turned into parts floating in the air. Ah, Su Zhan, your robot was blown up? Xiangwen was stunned when he saw the exploding Megatron. It was fine just now. How come it exploded in the blink of an eye? Senior, help me. I don't want to die. Wow, I don't want to die either. I haven't given birth to a child yet, and I haven't gotten married yet. The other 2 girls were so scared that they started crying. They were floating in the air, pulled by a force and did not land on the ground. Don't worry, it's not blown up. A confident smile appeared on Su Zhan's face. The next moment, the originally scattered parts of Megatron emitted a dazzling light, and then quickly shrank, covering Su Zhan. As the light shrank, Xiangwen and others fell to the ground. Xiangwen reacted quickly and hurriedly summoned Zhongli, Mei to catch the other people. This is... When Xiangwen looked up, a completely new object appeared in front of her. He is 2 meters tall and is covered in silver-red armor. It's me. Su Zhan's voice came out, and the figure slowly turned around. What is this? Xiangwen asked doubtfully. Senior, I have completed the first mission. You guys take a rest here. I will go and kill those 2 people. Su Zhan said softly. Playing tricks. No matter how you change, you will die. Lu San and Quan Guisheng, who were far away, were secretly shocked when they saw Su Zhan changing his form again. It happened in the blink of an eye. They didn't see what happened just now. The Megatron robot, which was dozens of meters tall, disappeared and was replaced by Su Zhan, who was now 2 meters tall. But these are not important. No matter how Su Zhan changes, the level gap is there. Chapter 23. Unexpected Fortune. Beast Tide arrives. Absolute Shadow Strike. The next moment, Lu Sanda shouted, and a black aura enveloped him. He turned into a shadow and rushed towards Su Zhan. Bang! Su Zhan stood in place, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the moment the black shadow approached, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Accompanied by a terrifying energy explosion, the black energy on Lu San's body was dispersed, and Su Zhan's right hand was like an iron clamp, tightly gripping Lu San's neck. How is this possible? Lu San's face flushed red. His eyes showed an incredible expression of fear and helplessness. How can Su Zhan be so strong in this form? It directly broke up his skills and captured his body. He now felt as if his neck was being pressed down by a mountain, and he couldn't get free no matter what he did. Nothing is impossible. You are just too weak. Su Zhan had an indifferent expression. He exerted a little force with his palm and directly broke Lu San's neck. Tip: you killed a rank 7 professional above your level, and you will be rewarded with 70,000 experience points. World prompts sounded at the same time. Su Zhan was not surprised. Everything was as expected. All I can say is that Su Zhan's first-level skill is too strong. Giving Megatron life properties is equivalent to turning him into a living being. And if it is armored, it will be even more terrifying. A huge monster that is 40 or 50 meters tall was compressed into the size of a suit of clothes. Although it looked smaller, its mass did not change. Even if a steel plate with a thickness of 2 or 3 meters is compressed into 2 centimeters, its defensive power will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, this state will increase its various attributes by another 100%. You killed Lu San? Quan Guisheng, who was far away, was so frightened by this scene that he even stuttered when he spoke. What the hell? A 7th-level professional was killed in just one encounter? Swish! Suddenly, Quan Guisheng felt a flash before his eyes, and Su Zhan had appeared in front of him without him knowing when. You should go down and accompany him, too. Su Zhan's cold voice sounded like the call of the god of death. Quan Guisheng was about to speak when he felt a pain in his heart and was pierced through the chest by Su Zhan. In less than a minute, one who was at 6 turns and one who was at 7 turns both died suddenly. Su Zhan? Xiangwen swallowed nervously and called out tentatively. This scene is so shocking. The change is too fast. Just now they were being chased by Quan Guisheng and his gang, and in the blink of an eye, Quan Guisheng and his gang were dead? Even if they are professionals at the same level 7, it wouldn't be so fast to kill them, right? Senior, stop being in a daze and quickly collect the Earth Dragon Grass. After Su Zhan picked up the items dropped by Quan Guisheng and Lu San, he returned to Xiangwen. After the fierce battle just now, 30% to 40% of the Earth Dragon Grass in the entire valley were destroyed, but the remaining ones are still worth at least 100 million to 200 million gold coins. As for the deaths of Quan Guisheng and Lu San, they were not worth mentioning to Xiangwen. Many of the rich are notorious lunatics, and many are wanted criminals. Killing them is a way to rid the people of harm. Yeah, you too. Xiangwen came to his senses, and without asking any more questions, he immediately called on the other 2 girls to start picking Earth Dragon Grass. The 4 people worked together, and after half a day, the remaining Earth Dragon Grass was almost picked. Only mature earthworms are valuable. Those that are not yet mature can only be left here and wait for the next time. But next time it will be different if it's them or not. After all, specialized people also know this place. Su Zhan, I just calculated that there are about 18,000 plants, worth at least 180 million. Xiangwen's cheeks flushed, and she was a little excited. She had never thought that there could be such great wealth in the wild. We'll split it equally then. Su Zhan was very satisfied with this number. Even if it was divided equally among 4 people, each person would have more than 40 million gold coins. This number is a huge fortune for any professional. No wonder the Zhumin would send a 6th rank and a 7th rank to guard here. No, this is all your credit. Xiangwen shook her head. If it weren't for Su Zhan, she would not have been able to complete the mission of saving people. Moreover, it was all Su Zhan's credit that they were able to find this location and snatch it from Zhumin's people. They didn't contribute at all. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Xiangwen finished speaking, a notification came from her email. Ordinary emails will only have 1 alert. If it is an urgent email, there will be 2 alerts. 3 alerts means something big has happened. At the same time, Su Zhan and others also received emails. Emergency notice. A sudden beast tide broke out in the city, and the level is temporarily determined to be medium. All students of Southern University who are outside should go to the nearest safe place and do not return to the city. It is very dangerous, very dangerous. Xiangwen opened the email and took a look. His face changed drastically. Is there a beast tide? Su Zhan was shocked after reading the content of the email. He had only seen things like beast tides in the news before, but he didn't expect it to actually happen now. Beast tides are generally divided into 5 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, special, and destructive. The primary beast tide is mainly composed of 1st and 2nd turn wild monsters, mixed with some 3rd and 4th turn wild monsters. The intermediate level is mainly composed of 2nd and 3rd level wild monsters, mixed with some 4th and 5th level wild monsters, and so on. The destructive level beast tide is the most terrifying, and 9 turn wild monsters will appear. It is a disaster that will engulf all mankind. Because it is the most common 9th level wild monster, it also requires professionals of the same level to deal with it. Su Zhan seems to have never seen a ninth-level professional until now. Su Zhan, what should we do? Xiangwen was a little panicked and couldn't make up his mind. We must go back. It's more dangerous for us to stay here. Su Zhan said in a deep voice. The nearest safe place to the Hinjia Mountains is Lingchuan City. Once a beast tide occurs, it will cover at least 1,000 miles around. It will be even more dangerous for them to stay in the wild. Su Zhan is not afraid of being alone, but if he brings Xiangwen and the others with him, it will greatly affect Su Zhan's strength. Xiangwen nodded. They really needed to go back quickly. After all, there were 2 injured people here. Cybertron flying tank mode. Su Zhan directly transformed Megatron into a flying tank and pulled Xiangwen and others to fly towards Lingchuan City. Su Zhan, look. As soon as he flew into the air, Xiangwen patted Su Zhan on the shoulder and motioned him to look at the screen. I see. Without Xiangwen's reminder, Su Zhan had already seen the scene below. Just where they were, a large number of armored earth dragons came rushing over. From a distance, they looked like a rushing flood, ready to crush everything in front of them. And further away, there were other wild monsters, all running wildly towards Lingchuan City. Judging from the situation, it is not a medium-level beast tide at all, but at least a high-level beast tide. Emergency notice. The level of the beast tide has been raised to a high level. Please seek shelter as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Defense against the beast tide. Advanced beast tide? Su Zhan's heart sank. The high-level beast tide was mainly composed of wild monsters of level 4 and 5, mixed with some beast kings of level 6 and 7. Coupled with the huge number of beasts, this was a disaster for Lingchuan City. Hold on tight. After his thoughts settled, Su Zhan immediately turned to full speed and flew towards Lingchuan City. At the same time, on the top of the Lingchuan City wall, Jin Shengping, president of the Lingchuan branch of the Professionals Association, was leading everyone to organize defense. At this moment, 10 miles away, a black line was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. The sky was also pitch black, with a large number of flying monsters blocking out the sun, like a huge black cloud, overwhelming the sky. The air was filled with the howling of various wild monsters, which made people's scalps tingle. President Jin, we at Southern University are in charge of the east side of the city. Southern University President Chen Ziyuan also came with Fong Su and other teachers. Principal Chen, it's great that you're here. Seeing Chen Ziyuan coming, Jin Shengping breathed a sigh of relief. This time the beast tide came so suddenly and so fast that they had no time to prepare. Many experts from the Professionals Association are leveling up outside, and it will take some time for them to come back. What they have to do is to hold on until they come back, or until people from other cities come. It's a high-level beast tide. I hope there won't be too many 7th-level beast kings. Chen Ziyuan sighed, his expression extremely solemn. In every beast tide, it is the beast king that causes the greatest damage. Once a wild monster reaches level 6, its strength will be greatly enhanced, and it will take at least 2 or 3 professionals of the same level to deal with it. Here I come. Jin Shengping frowned and stared outside the city wall. He and Chen Ziyuan are both at the 7th level. Chen Ziyuan is at level 89, and he is at level 90. There are still 5 or 6 7th-level professionals in Southern University, but some of them have gone out and have not returned. Now, including Chen Ziyuan, there are only 3. On the Professional Association side, he is the only one at level 7. In fact, the professional branch is even stronger, with a total of 18 7th-level members and 1 8th-level member. But those people usually level up outside. Although he has notified them to come back quickly, they have to ensure that the city will not be breached during the period before they come back. The beast tide was moving at an extremely fast speed. Even as they were talking, it had already rushed downstairs. The first bronze-armored rhinoceros that appeared had 2, 3, and 4 turns. The scales on these rhinos are copper-colored and very hard. They run at extremely fast speeds, like a rampaging tank. Fire! In the distance, a leader of a professional association gave an order, and the cannons installed on the top of the city wall opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of shells fell into the herd like raindrops, blowing away a large number of beasts. These guns are masterpieces of mechanics. Although the individual combat power of a mechanic is generally recognized to be low, a large number of mechanics working together can also create some powerful artillery. These things are huge and can't be moved easily, but they don't consume human energy and can be manipulated with bare hands. Moreover, their power can reach the level of a 3rd or 4th level professional, but a 1st level professional can manipulate them. So if there are enough of them, they can also be very powerful. They are usually placed on city walls to defend against such beast tides. Violence. After the first wave of bombardment, flying monsters came from the sky. Accompanied by ferocious cries, countless hawks and strange birds swooped down. Some strange birds opened their mouths and spit out huge fireballs, which hit the city walls. Golden Shield. Chan Ziyuan raised his hand, took out a peachwood sword, and waved it towards the direction of the fireball. A golden light flew out from the peachwood sword and turned into a barrier to block the fireball. Chan Ziyuan. Level. 7th turn, level 89. Occupation. Golden Light Taoist. Weapon. Golden Peachwood Sword. Skills. Golden Manifold, Golden Sword Slash, Golden Sword Rain, Golden Shield, and more. I will take care of the one in heaven. Jin Qingping on the side groaned. A white airflow appeared on his body, and then he jumped up and flew into the air. Jin Qingping. Level. 7th turn, level 90. Occupation. Master of Vitality. Weapon. True Essence Gun. Skills. One shot to the Yuan. Chi Yuan escape to the sky. 100 Chi Slash. Yuan long horizontal sky strike. Wait. Jin Qingping flew into the air. A spear appeared in his hand and swept forward. The terrifying energy spread out in a semicircle, tearing a large group of strange birds into pieces. Jin Qingping did not hesitate and charged directly into the flock of birds with a gun. Every time he fired, dozens of strange birds were shot down. On the ground, Chan Ziyuan is the main one. Golden Sword Rain. Chan Ziyuan swung the golden peachwood sword, and countless sword lights fell on the city wall like raindrops. With blood splattering all over the sky, dozens of wild monsters died instantly. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, deafening roars of artillery shells continued to sound, and hundreds of cannons spewed flames representing death. However, although Chen Ziyuan and his men's attacks were swift and terrifying, they were completely useless. The scope of the beast tide was too large, and the number of wild monsters was too large. The wild monsters they killed were like a drop of water in the ocean and were not worth mentioning. After those wild monsters fell to the ground, their positions were quickly replaced by other wild monsters. The surging beast tide did not decrease at all. Roar. 5 minutes later, accompanied by loud and piercing roars filled with brutality and cruelty that reached everyone's ears, the terrifying beast tide finally rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Use shield wall. In the crowd in the distance, following an order from a wizard holding a staff, 40 or 50 people behind him waved their staffs at the same time. Rays of white light flew out from the staffs, gathered together and hung down the city wall all the way to the ground. The flowing white light turned into a light shield that was 50 or 60 meters long. This is the Southern University's team of professional magicians. All of them are magicians, but most of them are at the 2nd or 3rd level, with limited individual strength. Since they have the same skills, when they gather together and attack at the same time, the power they exert will be even greater. Bang, bang, bang. The first rhino that rushed over hit the light shield directly, causing it to shake violently. As more rhinos hit it, cracks appeared on the light shield, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. Use fireball. At the moment the light shield was broken, another order was issued, and many magicians waved their staffs again, shooting huge fireballs downwards. The fireball exploded as soon as it hit the ground, igniting many rhinos and turning the ground into a sea of fire. But it was of no use. As more wild monsters rushed over, the raging flames were directly extinguished. At this moment, in the distant sky, a high-speed flying tank tore through the clouds and appeared in the sky. Chapter 25. Look, the tanks are flying in the sky. Senior, I'll take you down first. In the cyber-flying tank, Su Zhan glanced at the battlefield below, and his heart sank. The battle was too brutal. Although the Professional Association and many high-level professionals from Southern University led the fight, the number of wild monsters was too large, and they attacked from both the air and underground. In many places with weak defenses, wild monsters have already rushed up the city walls. Some professionals with weak melee ability were torn in half by wild monsters, and their blood was scattered all over the city walls. You have to be careful, Xiangwen said with concern. Don't worry, even a rank 7 professional is no match for me, let alone these wild monsters. Su Zhan was not worried. Although there were a lot of wild monsters below, no 7th level monsters had appeared yet, and the remaining ones could not pose a threat to him. In this kind of beast tide, low-level monsters usually appear first. As time goes by, the levels of the monsters that appear will become higher and higher until the highest level monsters appear. That was also a moment of life and death. If you kill the highest level monsters, you can survive the beast tide. Otherwise, the city will be destroyed and people will die. What is that? Is it a plane? Impossible. The plane has been abandoned for a long time. It's not a plane, it's a tank. A tank flying in the sky? Oh my god, a flying tank? I must be dazzled. Everyone, be careful. A wild monster that can cast illusions has appeared. The cyber flying tank turned into a stream of light and flew directly into the city. Many people saw the tank flash by and were shocked. The tank landed, Xiangwan and others got off, and Su Zhan turned around and flew away. Careful. Xiangwan looked at the direction Su Zhan left and shouted loudly. Senior, how did he do that? Senior, is he really a mechanic? The two girls looked at the direction the flying tank left, still somewhat unable to believe it. You must keep the matter about Su Zhan a secret and not tell anyone, otherwise the school will severely punish you. Xiangwan shook his head and did not explain. Instead, he looked at the two of them and warned them solemnly. The other two are in a coma and don't know what happened, so don't worry about them. Don't worry, senior sister. We understand. The two people replied at the same time. At the same time, Su Zhan drove a flying tank over the city wall. What is that? Jin Xingping glanced at the flying tank parked not far from him and was secretly surprised. What is that? The Megatron cyber tank? Chan Ziyuan below recognized at a glance that it was Megatron in flying tank form and felt inexplicably relieved. A tank flying in the sky? Can tanks fly? What's going on? What's going on? The people who were fighting were also attracted by the flying tank and looked up. The next moment, the scene suddenly changed. Just start killing. Su Zhan lowered his head and glanced at the endless number of wild monsters below and directly activated the mechanical life armor form skill. The entire cyber flying tank burst into brilliant light. The moment the light faded, Su Zhan, wearing Megatron's armor, appeared in front of everyone. If I go, I will become an adult? What the hell? What's going on? It's fine that the tank can fly, but can it also transform? Is this the mechanic? Don't talk nonsense. How can a mechanic have such ability? It must be a hidden profession. What kind of hidden profession is this? Everyone was extremely shocked. They had seen tanks before, but they had never seen a tank that could fly, let alone a tank that could transform. Can it be used like this? Chen Ziyuan was shocked by the scene in front of him. The moment he saw the cyber tank, he recognized it as Su Zhan, but he didn't expect Su Zhan to be able to transform the cyber tank into this. Humanoid mechanical armor? Jin Shengping's eyes widened. Although he didn't know what it was, he had a rough guess of what it was based on his years of experience. Cracking. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A sharp howl suddenly sounded, and a 5-turn golden-feathered iron eagle came rushing over. Its sharp claws swept over the distracted Jin Xingping, leaving a flash of blood. Oh no! Jin Xingping reacted, quickly steadied himself, and thought to himself that something was not good. Cracking. The golden-winged iron eagle let out a cry and flapped its wings to attack again. Just when Jin Xingping wanted to fight back, a silver-white light flashed before his eyes and rushed towards the golden-winged iron eagle like lightning. Bang! The moment the two collided, a silver-white light swept across the body of the golden-winged iron eagle, splitting it into two. So strong? Jin Xingping's pupils contracted violently. The 5th-level golden-winged iron eagle was an extremely powerful wild monster. Its feathers were like steel. Only attacks that reached the 6th level could break its defense, but that was only enough to break the defense. Even if Jin Xingping used all his strength, it would still take some time to kill him. But even such a fierce wild monster was torn apart by the man in silver-white armor in just one encounter, which shows how terrifying his strength is. Can't see his level? Jin Xingping wanted to check out Su Zhan's attributes, but found that he could not see anything. After clicking on the attribute bar, his name, level, and skills were all question marks. This is a unique passive skill of the life form, which can hide its own attributes. First, kill some of the monsters in the air, and then deal with the ones on the ground. Su Zhan defeated the 5th-level golden-winged iron eagle with one strike. He looked back at Jin Xingping and saw that he was fine. He then turned to look at the group of wild monsters in the distance. Compared with wild monsters on the ground, wild monsters in the air are too fast and difficult to deal with. Let the fighting begin. After his thoughts settled, Su Zhan turned into a stream of light and shot out. Bang! 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 A series of blood mist exploded in the air. Without using any skills, Su Zhan relied on the speed and defense of Megatron's life armor. Below the 6th level, no wild monster could withstand Su Zhan's impact. The sky was filled with blood mist, and it seemed as if a bloody rain was falling from the sky. What is this? So strong? Why is this guy so fierce? The 5th turn wild monster is like paper. This must be at least an 8th turn professional, right? 8th level professional? The professionals who were originally dealing with the wild monsters in the sky suddenly seemed to have lost their targets because all the wild monsters attacked Su Zhan and no one cared about them. Everyone stared at Su Zhan in the sky and talked in low voices. He really is Su Zhan secretly cursing? Chen Ziyuan on the side was also confused. When he saw Megatron's flying tank, he thought it was Su Zhan. But after seeing the fighting power displayed by the silver-white robot after its transformation, he became a little skeptical. After all, Su Zhan had just awakened a few days ago, and his fastest level now was only the 1st level. How could he have the combat power of the 8th level? Chapter 26. 7th level wild monster? Unable to withstand a single blow. Electric energy surges. In the sky, Su Zhan released the skills gained from the armor state and swung his fist forward. A terrifying electric current with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters swept out, spreading over a distance of more than 100 meters. Wherever the electric current passed, all the wild monsters were charred and fell downwards. Hint: you killed the golden feathered iron eagle and gained 7,982 experience points. Hint: you killed the flamingo and got 8,000 experience points. Kill prompts continued to sound, and Su Zhan's level was increasing rapidly. In just a short while, it has reached level 60. A beast tide is a low probability event, but it can be a life or death crisis for someone who lacks strength. But for those who are strong, it is an efficient place to level up. A large number of wild monsters of different levels will rush over one after another, and it is impossible to kill them all. Cracking. At this moment, an extremely harsh and ferocious howl came from in front of Su Zhan. Then a dazzling ball of fire rose from the distance, like a small sun. Golden-eyed fire-feathered beast. Level: 7th level 98. Skills: golden feathers covered in fire. Fire bombs. Scorching fire all around the body. Dropped items: burning golden pupils, burning golden feathers, fiery claws. Su Zhan simply glanced at the attributes of the golden-eyed fire-feather beast, smiled faintly, and rushed forward directly. Although the 7th level wild monster is stronger than the professionals of the same level, it is unlucky for you to meet me. Is that a 7th level golden-eyed fire-feathered beast? This is the strongest flying wild monster of the 7th rank. Its feathers are wrapped in flames, harder than steel, and it flies extremely fast. 3 or 5 7th rank professionals are no match for it. Can that armored professional defeat the golden-eyed fire-feather beast? Is he an 8th level or not? It's over. It's completely over. Just this one golden-eyed fire-feathered beast can burn the entire Lingchuan city to ashes. Unless that armored man is truly rank 8, he is no match for the golden-eyed fire-feather beast. Many professionals who were fighting against wild monsters on the city wall were attracted by the small sun that suddenly appeared in the sky. They looked up, and after seeing the face of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast clearly, expressions of despair appeared on their faces. Anything else? Chen Ziyuan frowned, glanced at the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, and quickly looked in other directions. If it was just a 7th level wild monster, it could still be tolerated, but this is the limit of the high-level beast tide. If a large number of 7th level wild monsters appear, it will be troublesome. This is because in high-level beast tides, only a very small number of rank 7 wild monster bosses will appear, but once a large number of rank 7 wild monsters appear, rank 8 wild monsters will inevitably appear among them. By that time, the level of the beast tide will increase again. Once the level of the beast tide is raised to special level, it will be over. It is basically impossible for a city of Lingchuan's level to survive a super-level beast tide. He rushed over alone? In the sky, Jin Xingping looked at Su Zhan, who was rushing straight towards the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, and was secretly worried. Cracking. In the sky, the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast looked at Su Zhan rushing towards it, and opened its mouth to spit out a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters. It's useless. Su Zhan smiled coldly and crashed directly into the fireball. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded. The current is accelerating. The moment he rushed out of the fireball, blue electric current surged out of Su Zhan's body, and his speed instantly doubled. He turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed in front of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast and kicked it on the head. Cracking. The golden-eyed fire-feathered beast let out a shrill howl and fell straight down. Oh my god, so fierce? Jin Qingping was stunned. He was worried about Su Zhan just now, but now it seems that his worry was completely unnecessary. Chen Ziyuan was completely stunned. The 7th-level golden-eyed fire-feathered beast was knocked down with just one strike? This damn thing is at least level 8. Su Zhan, is that you, the man in silver armor? Chen Ziyuan came to his senses at this time and hurriedly sent a message to Su Zhan to confirm the identity of the man in silver armor. Principal, it's me. But I don't want to be exposed, so please help me keep it secret, Principal. In less than a second, Chen Ziyuan received Su Zhan's reply. Is it really him? Chen Ziyuan's eyes widened, and he felt that his worldview had been overturned. However, he reacted quickly and wrote back to Su Zhan, saying that he would keep it a secret for him. In the sky, Su Zhan glanced at Chen Ziyuan's reply, smiled faintly, then fell rapidly and smashed towards the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast. The eyes dropped by the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast are extremely valuable treasures, worth millions of gold coins. Cracking. On the ground, the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast crawled up from the ground, raised its long neck, and let out a ferocious roar. Then a tiny ray of fire shot out from the golden pupil between his eyebrows, and Su Zhan was hit by the fire before he even had time to react. A fierce flame burst out, accompanied by a sharp sound of metal cutting. Su Zhan felt his chest tighten. He looked down and found that the armor on his chest had been cut by the flames, leaving a white mark. So sharp. Su Zhan was secretly shocked. It was worthy of being an elite monster among the 7th-turn wild monsters. The armor condensed by Megatron had extremely strong defense. Ordinary 7th-turn wild monsters could not break its defense. Now, a white mark was actually cut on it, which showed how powerful the golden-eyed fire-feather beast was. Thunder kick. After his thoughts settled, Su Zhan assumed a flying kicking posture and activated the thunder kick skill. The raging thunder gathered on his right foot, as if encompassing his entire body, and smashed into the body of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast like a meteor. Boom! A horrifying roar resounded through the heavens and earth, flames exploded, and a huge shock wave swept across an area of 100 meters, shocking the surrounding monsters to death. As the smoke dissipated, the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast was trampled into the ground by Su Zhan, deader than dead. Hint: you killed the golden-eyed fire-feather beast, and you will be rewarded with 80,000 experience points. Tip: your level has been raised to level 99. With the death of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, world reminders sounded continuously. Hint: you have reached the conditions for the second job. Your second job task is to collect 10 burning golden pupils. Sure enough, the second-level mission is even more terrifying. Su Zhan listened to the world's prompts and glanced at his items. There was a scorching golden pupil in it, which was dropped by the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast he killed just now. Compared with the first-level mission, the difficulty of the second-level professional mission has increased significantly. The first level only requires hunting 3rd-level wild monsters, but the second-level task is to hunt 7th-level wild monsters, and there must be at least 10 of them. Because there is no golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, only one burning golden eye will be dropped. What a pity, there's only one. Su Zhan glanced at the corpse of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast on the ground, smiled and shook his head, and prepared to deal with other wild monsters. Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. The originally dark sky in the distance suddenly turned fiery red, as if the entire sky was burning. Chapter 27. Single-handedly challenge a group of rank 7 wild monsters. What's going on? Why is the sky turning red? What is that? A group of golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts? There are so many of them that I can't even count them. This is a special grade beast tide. With so many rank 7 wild monsters, this is definitely a special beast tide. It's over. It's completely over. Lingchuan City is over. It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable at all. When everyone saw the red color appearing in the sky, a look of despair appeared on their faces. When a large number of 7th-level wild monsters appear, it means that the level of the beast tide has increased again. Among so many golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts, there must be one that is at the 8th level. Once the level of a wild monster is upgraded to level 8, even if it is just the most common wild monster, its strength cannot be compared with 1 or 2 professionals. Even with only one 8th-level wild monster, Lingchuan City can be destroyed. President Jin, come back soon and don't fight alone. On the ground, Chen Ziyuan yelled, and after that he also sent a message to Su Zhan, asking him to do things within his ability. Why is the beast tide so huge this time? Jin Xingping fell to the ground with a very ugly look on his face. If they rely on themselves, they will not be able to stop the tide of super beasts unless someone comes from the headquarters of the professional association. When will the people from your headquarters arrive? Chen Ziyuan waved his hand and sent out a sky full of golden light, chopping a group of wild monsters into pieces. It will take at least an hour for an 8th-rank professional to come here, Jin Xingping said in a deep voice. He had already notified the association headquarters as early as when the beast tide appeared, but at that time he only thought it was a high-level beast tide. Everyone in the professional association had their own things to do, so the people who were sent out at that time were some 6th and 7th level people. Just now, Jin Xingping has sent the news that the beast tide level has been raised again. If an 8th-rank professional sets out now, it will take at least an hour to arrive. 1 hour. Chen Ziyuan looked unhappy. Considering the number of golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts, they were lucky to be able to hold them off for 10 minutes. There's no other way. To mobilize rank 8 professionals is a big deal, even at the headquarters. You should know that at that level, nothing can be controlled. Jin Xingping looked helpless. Although he was the branch president of the Lingchuan City Professionals Association, he could only manage the professionals in Lingchuan City. The strongest person in Lingchuan City Professional Association is only at level 7, and he has already notified them to come back. I hope I can hold on. Chen Ziyuan frowned, and his eyes fell on Su Zhan. We have to hold on for an hour first, then we can only rely on Su Zhan. On the ground, Su Zhan looked at the group of golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts that appeared in the sky, and the corners of his mouth rose. Good thing you came. Immediately, electric light appeared on Su Zhan's body, and his skill electric power field was activated. He turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the sky. Electric field. Stimulate your own electrical energy to cover your entire body, forming a charged force field, increasing your speed by 50%, your strength by 50%, and lasting for 10 minutes. Can you do it? Chen Ziyuan watched Su Zhan soar into the sky, feeling both worried and excited. Look, the armored professional is heading towards the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast. It will definitely work. Yes, he is an 8th-rank professional. He will definitely be able to do it. We haven't lost yet. We still have a chance. We will definitely be able to hold on. The other professionals who were fighting fiercely were deeply encouraged by seeing Su Zhan soaring into the sky. Their original despair was swept away, and they regained their spirits. Su Zhan, you must come back safely. In the city, Xiangwen watched Su Zhan rushing towards the group of wild monsters alone, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Senior, why didn't Su Zhan come back with you? Suddenly, Zhuge Shuangyue came over and stared at Xiangwen. These are all students from Southern University. Zhuge Shuangyue followed them out and prepared to go to the top of the city to help resist the beast tide. He's helping outside. Xiangwen calmed down and looked at the others. Are you all ready? I'm ready. A large group of Southern University students responded at the same time. Set off. Xiangwen took the lead and led everyone to the top of the city. Zhuge Shuangyue stayed where she was. This group of newly awakened professionals are too weak and won't be able to help much even if they go over there. The people who followed Xiangwen were all 1st and 2nd level professionals with certain combat experience and strength, so they had no problem dealing with some low-level wild monsters. Cracking. In the sky, Su Zhan was extremely fast and rushed to the front of the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast in the blink of an eye. With a shrill cry, he rushed directly to the front of a golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, grabbed its neck, pulled it hard, and tore it in half. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, a large number of golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts launched attacks at the same time. Countless fireballs spewed out of their mouths, gathering into a sea of fire and rushing towards Su Zhan. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, Su Zhan was engulfed in flames. Su Zhan, if it really doesn't work, don't be so stubborn. Chen Ziyuan was shocked by the scene and quickly sent several messages to Su Zhan, asking him to first pay attention to protecting himself. The next moment, Chen Ziyuan's pupil shrank and he smiled unconsciously. The flames in the sky dissipated, and blue electric currents flashed around Su Zhan's body, intact. The horrific attack, just now, didn't even leave a scratch on the armor. Thunder kick. Su Zhan released the thunder kick again, and his whole body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed into the herd of beasts, instantly killing the 3-headed, 7-turn golden-eyed fire-feathered beast. Su Zhan grabbed the 3 scorching golden pupils in his hand. 5 more to go. Including the 2 golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts he had killed before, Su Zhan now has 5 scorching golden eyes. Buzz! The next moment, dozens of blade-like flames flew in from all directions. This was a skill that could be unleashed by the golden eyes of the golden-eyed fire feather beast, the burning sky fire blade. This was the skill that had left white marks on Su Zhan's Megatron armor. Bang! Although Su Zhan came in to dodge, he was still hit by more than a dozen scorching fire blades, leaving more than a dozen white marks on his chest. We have to speed up. Su Zhan's eyes turned cold, and he rushed forward again. Although the golden-eyed fire feather beasts could not pose a threat to Su Zhan's armor, the power of so many golden-eyed fire feather beasts attacking at the same time was extremely strong, and Megatron's armor might not be able to withstand it. Crack! The electric energy excitation skill was activated, and a terrifying electric current exploded from Su Zhan's hand, instantly charring more than a dozen golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts. Su Zhan punched them one by one, and killed them all in less than a few seconds. Reminder: you have completed the second job transfer task. Your level has been raised to level 1. Tip: you have learned a new skill, weapon loading. Weapon loading. Weaponize the machines that have also been endowed with life characteristics. While hearing that his level had been raised, Su Zhan also learned new skills. Chapter 28. Gatling Gun with Blue Flames? Weapons loaded? Su Zhan was stunned for a moment. He was a little confused when he first saw this skill. After reading the skill introduction, he finally reacted. This skill is another magical skill. Mechanical life. Weapons loaded. Thinking of this, Su Zhan directly took out the Z300 dual-form off-road vehicle that was almost scrapped, and the first skill gave it life characteristics. As the second skill was released, a scarlet light burst out from the Z300 and connected with the Megatron armor on Su Zhan. What is that? A ball of red light? It seems to be the skill of that armor professional. What kind of profession is this armor profession? Why does it look so mysterious? Everyone below was attracted by the red light that suddenly appeared in the sky and looked up, but they could only see a dazzling red light in the sky and nothing else. 3 seconds later, the red light dissipated, and a silver-white armor covered with red stripes appeared in front of everyone. At this time, a 12-barreled Gatling gun, 1 meter long and as thick as a bucket, extended from each arm of Su Zhan's Megatron life armor. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Su Zhan glanced at the Gatling guns on his arms and was secretly excited. The skill descriptions for weapon loadouts are too vague and not explained clearly enough. However, after the experiment, Su Zhan understood what was going on. It is to weaponize other machines that have been endowed with life characteristics. Just like the Z300, it was equipped with a Vulcan Gatling gun by Su Zhan. It itself does not have the ability to transform into a weapon, so the weapon loading skill strengthened the Gatling gun and installed it on the Megatron armor. If the Z300 has no weapons, after the weapons are loaded, they will become melee weapons such as swords and spears. No matter what, the other machines will be turned into weapons for Su Zhan to use. Come, try this super-enhanced Gatling gun. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Su Zhan's lips. He looked up at the densely packed golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Blue tongues of fire spurted out from the front of the Gatling gun, and dense bullets instantly covered the sky, turning into a huge net of death, covering the front. The high-speed flying bullets instantly penetrated the golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts, bringing up a blood mist in the sky. Their feathers, which were as hard as steel, were torn into pieces in an instant like half of paper. In an instant, the originally orange-red flames were dyed with bright red blood, turning the already red sky into a blood-red color. The Vulcan Gatling gun installed on the Z300 has already been strengthened, with its properties doubled. Now that it has been installed on Megatron, its properties have been greatly enhanced again, with a firing rate of 40,000 rounds per minute. The most important point is that the Gatling gun installed on Megatron does not need ordinary ammunition. Its current ammunition is Megatron's energy current. What the hell? A Gatling gun with blue flames? This armor class has this kind of skill? The bullets from this Gatling gun are denser than raindrops. This is a powerful weapon. A 7th-level golden-eyed fire-feathered beast can't even block it for a second? The people who were fighting below were completely stunned. They stopped and stared blankly at the scarlet sky. This change happened too fast. Just now they were full of fear and thought they were going to die soon. But the situation changed drastically in the blink of an eye. The wild monsters that seemed invincible to them were being slaughtered. That's right, it was a massacre, and it was a one-sided massacre. Faced with the Gatling gun spewing flames, the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast had no ability to resist, and a large number of bird corpses fell from the sky. Sujan, Sujan, what are you hiding? Chen Ziyuan was also frightened by the scene before him. He knew Sujan was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Then he immediately reacted and shouted, "Why are you in a daze? Is the beast tide over?" "Yes, yes, yes, beast tide, beast tide." "Principal, we were wrong." After Chen Ziyuan yelled at them, the others finally reacted, lowered their heads, and continued to attack. But the scene in the sky was so attractive that they couldn't help but take a peek. Da-da-da. In the sky, the blue flames of the Gatling guns in Su Zhan's arms continuously spewed out deadly bullets, and one after another, golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts fell from the sky. Hint: you killed the golden-eyed fire-feather beast and gained 7,000 experience points. Hint: you killed the golden-eyed fire-feather beast and received 7,000 points of fulfillment. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 36 of the second transformation. The world notification sound continued to sound, and Su Zhan's level was increasing rapidly. He had reached level 36 in just a few minutes. There's no way. The speed is just that fast. The beast hide itself is a way to quickly gain a lot of experience and quickly increase the level. But the prerequisite is that you have enough strength to quickly kill a large number of wild monsters. It is obvious that Su Zhan has this ability. Roar! 5 minutes later, all the golden-eyed fire-feathered beasts were slaughtered. Before Su Zhan had time to catch his breath, a loud dragon roar was heard in the distance. A huge fire dragon, 30 meters long, with a pair of huge wings and 4 flaming dragon claws on its abdomen emitting a sharp cold light, came galloping from a distance. Fire Dragon. Level: 7th level 99. Skills: Fire Dragon Breath, Fire Dragon Roar, Fire Dragon Claw, Fire Dragon Pounce. This should be the highest level wild monster in this beast tide. Su Zhan glanced at the fire dragons rushing towards him and knew in his heart that if he could survive this wave of fire dragons' attacks, the beast tide would be over. Only 7th level wild monsters appeared, which meant that although this beast tide had reached the special level, it was only the simplest special level beast tide. Su Zhan's mind moved, and he rushed directly towards the fire dragon. "Principal Chun, do you know who this person is?" Jin Xingping turned his head and stared at Chen Ziyuan. This armor professional had never appeared before, but now he suddenly appeared with such strong strength. In the whole Lingchuan city, the only one that has the ability to cultivate such a strong person is Southern University. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Chen Ziyuan's eyes moved, and he forced out a bitter smile. Who the hell is he, you guy? Hearing Chen Ziyuan say this, Jin Xingping actually felt relieved. As long as they are from Southern University, it will be fine. Although the professional association is powerful, there are also many powerful professionals who do not want to join, such as the rich families in Southern University. Although Southern University is a university, it can also be considered an independent force. However, like the professional association, it is an official organization of Dragon Country. This matter must be kept confidential, please understand. Chen Ziyuan hesitated for a moment and laughed. Whether or not to reveal my identity, I still need to seek Su Zhan's opinion. You. Jin Xingping was speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, he was an 8th level professional. People at this level were a super force in themselves, and no one could control them. Chapter 29. Insufficient firepower? Then add a few more Gatling guns. The 8th level is the pinnacle of a professional. Although professionals have appeared for hundreds of years, there are only a few 9th-turn professionals, and 8th-turn professionals are the main force in today's world. When you reach this level, the next step is the 9th transformation. But no matter which era it is very difficult for professionals to advance to the 9th level. As the level increases, the difficulty of each profession's job transfer tasks will increase accordingly, especially after the 5th job transfer. With the 6th transfer as the watershed, the job transfer tasks from the 1st transfer to the 5th transfer are relatively simple and can basically be completed as long as you work hard. But the job transfer tasks after the 6th transfer are completely different. They are extremely dangerous and you can be killed at any time. This is also the reason why many 6th level professionals can hold high positions in some major forces. Da-da-da. At the same time, Su Zhan in the sky had approached the fire dragon. The Gatling machine guns on his arms continuously sprayed out blue tongues of fire. Countless bullets fell on the fire dragon like raindrops, splashing bursts of sparks. Good tough skin, but how many bullets can you block? Su Zhan was a little surprised. Even the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast couldn't block the Gatling gun. He didn't expect that it would only splash some sparks when it hit the fire dragon. But it was not completely ineffective. Su Zhan could see scales flying and debris falling from the body of the 7th level fire dragon. It only means one thing, that is, 2 Gatling guns are too few and the firepower is insufficient. Weapon loading, transform. Thinking of this, Su Zhan once again activated the weapon loading skill, and a bright blue light rose from his body. After the blue light dissipated, 4 brand new Gatling guns appeared on Su Zhan's shoulders. At this time, Su Zhan's appearance was a little exaggerated. He had a Gatling gun in each hand, 2 on each shoulder, a total of 6. 6 gun barrels were fired at the same time, with a firing rate of 40,000 rounds per minute, which means 240,000 bullets per minute. Not to mention that the fire dragon was only turning 7 times. Even if it turned 8 times, it might not be able to stop it. Look, it's deformed. Oh my god, 6 gun barrels? Can it change like this? How many rounds do you have to fire in 1 minute? Doesn't he need bullets for his gun? The crowd below soon noticed the changes in Su Zhan, and were stunned by the sight of 6 Gatling guns spewing out tongues of fire. They didn't expect that Su Zhan could have such a transformation. 2 Gatling gun barrels were not enough, and he could produce 2 more. Moreover, they didn't even see Su Zhan's bullet belt. In fact, Su Zhan's Gatling gun consumes his own energy, which is an energy bullet. As long as he has energy left, he will never run out of bullets. How many more surprises are you going to give me? Chen Ziyuan was very excited when he thought about how he had gone against everyone's opinion and kept Su Zhan. If he had driven Su Zhan away because of the fictitious cheating, he would regret it now. Roar! In the sky, a burst of flames burst out from the fire dragon's body to strengthen its defense. At the same time, it dodged left and right, trying to avoid the Gatling gun, but it was useless. Su Zhan's Gatling machine gun has an automatic locking function. No matter how he flies, the bullets will hit him with incredible accuracy. Under the intensive bombardment of bullets, a large amount of dragon scales mixed with dragon blood splashed out, and it seemed as if a dragon blood rain was falling from the sky. Bang! It happened so quickly that in less than 2 minutes, the fire dragon's body was beaten to pieces. It let out an unwilling wail and fell to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground. Hint: you killed the 7th level fire dragon and gained 9,000 experience points. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 97 of the 2nd transformation. 2 consecutive prompt sounds rang out, and Su Zhan's level was also upgraded to the 2nd level 97. This upgrade speed is simply amazing. In just a few hours, he went from a 1st level job of dozens of levels to a 2nd level job of 97. After 2 more levels, he could accept the 3rd level job transfer task. After killing this fire dragon, the remaining monsters will be easy to deal with. Su Zhan glanced at the wild monsters below and said to himself, the beast tide is not endless. Generally, there are only 2 or 3 waves. Including this wave of the fire dragon, it is already the 3rd wave. No new wild monsters appear in the distance. As long as you kill the remaining wild monsters on the ground, this beast tide will pass. Come on, everyone. The strongest fire dragon is dead. The biggest crisis of this beast tide has passed. As long as we kill all the remaining wild monsters, this beast tide will be over. On the ground, Chen Ziyuan shouted loudly to boost everyone's morale. Principle, we understand. Kill. The beast tide is no more than this. Haha, this beast tide was so easy. Everyone roared excitedly. Every time a beast tide appeared, a large number of professionals would die. They dared to come up and were actually prepared to die in battle. No one expected that because of the appearance of Su Zhan, this beast tide would be so easy. The highest level and most dangerous wild monsters did not require them to take action at all, as they were all dealt with by Su Zhan alone. They only needed to work with others to kill those low-level wild monsters. Su Zhan. Xiang Wen stared blankly at Su Zhan in the sky, his eyes full of stars and the admiration on his face undisguised. There's nothing you can do about it. People always admire the strong. And Su Zhan is the strongest one. The scene of Su Zhan slaughtering the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast and the fire dragon just now was deeply engraved in Xiang Wen's mind, and he could not forget it even at the first glance. Da-da-da. At this moment, the extremely loud sound of the Gatling gun rang out again, and 6 tongues of fire spewed out energy bombs of death. Wherever the muzzle of the gun swept, all the wild monsters were instantly beaten into meat paste. Almost there. Half an hour later, Su Zhan took a look at the scattered monsters under the city wall, touched the weapon loading button, and 6 Gatling machine guns disappeared out of thin air. Without stopping, he turned and flew towards the city. He had already picked up the items dropped by the wild monsters he killed before, and now he didn't want to reveal his identity, so the best option was to just leave. Xiangwan, lead everyone to clean up the battlefield. Chen Ziyuan looked at Su Zhan's departing back and was somewhat impatient to find Su Zhan to ask about the situation. After saying something to Xiangwan, he raised his foot to leave, and a figure appeared directly in front of him. Where do you want to go? Jin Qingping stared straight at Chen Ziyuan. What are you doing? The beast tide is over. Of course I'm going home. Chen Ziyuan looked up at the sky and didn't even look at Jin Qingping. Don't talk nonsense to me. Take me to see that armored professional. Jin Qingping said, grabbing Chen Ziyuan's wrist. Don't worry, I will never reveal his identity. I am the branch president of the Lingchuan City Professional Association. There is such a powerful person in Lingchuan City. I must go and say hello and greet him. It is also a kind of etiquette for the younger generation. Because of Su Zhan's strength, Jin Qingping had a preconceived notion that Su Zhan was an old man in his 60s. After all, only people who have lived for decades can have such a high level and such strong strength. Chapter 30. Jin Qingping. Take me to see that senior quickly. Younger generation? Chen Ziyuan had a strange look on his face. I wonder what Jin Qingping would think if he knew that the so-called senior he was talking about was just a young man who had just entered college. I don't care. Anyway, if you don't let me go today, don't even think about going back. Jin Qingping thought that Chen Ziyuan didn't want him to go over, so he held Chen Ziyuan's hand tightly and refused to let go. Come on, I'll take you there. Chen Ziyuan was speechless. He didn't intend to stop Jin Qingping from seeing Su Zhan, because he couldn't hide it at all. After all, the Professionals Association is the largest gathering place for professionals in Dragon Country, and it is also an official organization of Dragon Country. No matter what, it cannot be avoided. Really? Go. Jin Qingping was very excited and couldn't wait to pull Chen Ziyuan to Southern University. At the same time, in Villa number 36 of Southern University, Su Zhan returned quietly. He picked up a lot of materials from the beast tide just now. They were very valuable. He would prepare them and sell them later. The high-intensity fighting also made Su Zhan very tired, and he needed a good rest. However, the gains from this outing were still huge. When he went out, he had not yet reached the first level, but now he has reached the second level, level 97, and will soon reach the third level. My current combat power has reached the 8th level. Wild monsters below level 30 in the 8th level are no match for me. Su Zhan lay in the chair with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The mechanical lord skills are too powerful. Especially the new skills learned after leveling up are too powerful. He had never imagined that the mechanical lord skills would be so powerful. For now, with the 2 skills of mechanical life and weapon loading, I can use any 2 machines in the school. If I turn them into armor or weapons, the 8th level monsters will not be my match at all. Su Zhan instantly thought of the other 2 large machines in the Southern University warehouse. Anyway, it will just gather dust in the warehouse of Southern University, so we might as well take it out and put it to good use. Beep, beep. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring outside. Principal Chen? Su Zhan looked up and saw the monitor next to him showing the scene outside the door. It was Chen Ziyuan and Jin Qingping. Su Zhan stood up and opened the door. Principal, why are you here? I came to thank you. Chen Ziyuan walked in with a gratified smile on his face. Old Chen, why did you bring me here? Aren't you going to meet some senior? Jin Qingping glanced around the room and found that Su Zhan was the only young man there, which made him a little unhappy. This is the branch president of the Lingchuan Professionals Association, Jin Qingping. You can just call him President Jin. Chen Ziyuan pointed at Jin Qingping and introduced him. Hello, President Jin. Su Zhan greeted politely. Hello. Jin Qingping nodded casually, then immediately turned around and glared at Chen Ziyuan, trying to make him look bad. The meaning was obvious. Don't talk nonsense to me. Take me to find someone quickly. This is the person you are looking for. Chen Ziyuan smiled. Him? Jin Qingping turned around and stared at Su Zhan, scanning him back and forth several times, then suddenly turned back to look at Chen Ziyuan. Are you kidding me, old man? This is just a little kid. How could he be the senior who slayed the dragon? It's genuine. This young man is the senior you are looking for. Chen Ziyuan said seriously. Boy, were you the armored man who just resisted the beast tide? Jin Qingping turned around suddenly and stared at Su Zhan with a serious expression. It's me, Su Zhan said openly. After knowing Jin Qingping's identity, Su Zhan roughly understood why they came. The Professionals Association is a huge company, and he believes that Chen Ziyuan will not harm him. What exactly is your occupation? Jin Qingping's pupil shrank, and he asked. Mechanic. Su Zhan said. Impossible. There is no such mechanic. Jin Xingping's face darkened, and he didn't believe that Su Zhan's profession was a mechanic. Are you two teaming up to deceive me? Why would I lie to you? It's all true. As Chen Ziyuan said this, he gave Su Zhan a look and asked him to show it. Senior, please watch carefully. Su Zhan was not being pretentious. He knew that he was a mechanic, but no one would believe him if he told others that he could transform into armor. But facts speak louder than words. Life Armor Megatron. The next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, Megatron's armor attached to Su Zhan's body. The silver-white mechanical armor is extremely beautiful. Under the illumination of the surrounding lights, it emits a faint fluorescence, as if it is covered with a layer of divine light. Oh my God! Is it really you? The mature and steady Jin Xingping couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a young kid like Su Zhan could have the combat power of the 8th rank. Are you really a mechanic? Jin Xingping asked without giving up. It doesn't matter that Su Zhan is so young. Mechanic is still recognized as a supporting profession. Besides, there is no such change among mechanics. He had never heard of a mechanic who could create such armor that could be quantified. My profession is indeed a mechanic, but I have a few more hidden skills. Su Zhan showed his attribute panel to Jin Xingping, on which were clearly written the 3 big words, mechanic. As for the mechanical lord's skills, they are all hidden and cannot be seen by others. Damn it, can a mechanic be so strong? Only then did Jin Xingping believe that Su Zhan was the armored man who had just resisted the beast tide outside the city, but he still felt a little illusory. After all, the inherent impression that the mechanic has left on everyone is too deep. If a completely different mechanic suddenly appears and changes everyone's perception of him, no one would be able to accept it. Okay, now that we've met, you should think carefully about what to do. Su Zhan, and I have something to say. Chen Ziyuan patted Jin Xingping and motioned him to sit down and wait. Well, Jin Xingping nodded dazedly and sat on the sofa. Chen Ziyuan gave Su Zhan a look, and the two walked to the next room. Su Zhan, you saw it too. Lao Jin insisted on coming, and I had no choice. But there are benefits for him to come. After all, the Professional Association is an official organization of Dragon Country and controls a large amount of resources. If you join them, it will be very helpful for your future development. But even if you join the Professional Association, you are still a member of our Southern University. You are no longer suitable to be a student now. I plan to give you the title of Honorary Academician. As for the treatment, you will follow my treatment and authority. What do you think? After closing the door, Chen Ziyuan said a lot of things. Headmaster. Su Zhan didn't expect that Chen Ziyuan would actually say this to him. Putting aside the matter of the Professional Association, the title of Honorary Academician of Southern University alone is extremely valuable. Chapter 31. The core of Dragon Nation is composed entirely of the Azure Dragon Group at rank 8. Southern University was established over 100 years ago and has produced only 18 academicians. If Su Zhan is included, there are 19 of them. Because one of the hard conditions for becoming an academician is to reach the 8th level, and this is only the basic condition, there are other academic requirements. Chen Ziyuan gave Su Zhan the title of Honorary Academician right away, which really surprised Su Zhan. What's more, the power of this honorary academician is only slightly less than that of Chen Ziyuan alone, which is even more terrifying. Southern University was established over 100 years ago and has nurtured countless talents. Let alone anything else, the resources that can be mobilized by simply being an honorary academician of Southern University are beyond imagination. When Lao Jin comes, he will definitely pull you into the Professional Association. There is something I must tell you. The Professional Association is just an association on the surface, but in fact, there are many special groups inside. When the time comes, Lao Jin will definitely pull you into those special groups. The reason why I gave you such high authority is also selfish. I want you to help this school in the future. After all, you know that your hidden skills are too strong and subversive. I have to consider it for the school. Seeing Su Zhan in a daze, Chen Ziyuan spoke earnestly. Principal, can you give me the other 2 machines in the warehouse? Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Chen Ziyuan with a smile. You can have anything you want as long as the school has it. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyuan went straight back. The meaning of Su Zhan's words was very clear. That is, he agreed to Chen Ziyuan's request. Not to mention the 2 antiques in the warehouse, even for other things. As long as Su Zhan asked, Chen Ziyuan would take whatever he wanted without hesitation. Then I would like to thank the principal first. Su Zhan was very grateful to Chen Ziyuan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have gotten such a powerful machine like Megatron, and he wouldn't have been able to upgrade to the second level so quickly. At the same time, in the next room, Jin Xingping glanced at the room where Su Zhan was, took out his phone, and quietly dialed a number. Old Jin, why did you think of calling me? A low, hoarse, and teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. I have something important to tell you. A genius has emerged from Southern University. He has the combat power of an 8th rank master at the 2nd rank, and he is also a mechanic. Jin Xingping whispered briefly about what happened today, as well as Su Zhan's occupation and skills. Lao Jin, have you drunk too much? Why are you talking nonsense? The voice on the other end of the phone was full of doubt and didn't believe Jin Xingping's words at all. Really? You should know about today's beast tide. If it weren't for him, we couldn't stop it at all. Jin Xingping was a little anxious. I called you just to ask you if you want him to join your Azure Dragon group. If you want to, I'll ask the people in the Phoenix group. Wait for me. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Sanja frowned, turned on the computer next to him, searched Lingchuan City, and a lot of videos popped up. The first one was the video of Su Zhan wearing silver armor and slaying a dragon. Oh my goodness, it's actually true? Zhang Sanja took a deep breath and quickly picked up the phone. Lao Jin, I want this person at any price. From the moment he saw the silver armor killing the golden-eyed fire-feathered beast, and then Su Zhan installing a Gatling gun and creating 6 gun barrels, Zhang Sanja understood that Su Zhan was a talent. The Professional Association is a large organization that manages all the professionals who join it. But within it, there are many small organizations. The Qinglong Group is one of them. Zhang Sanja is the patriarch of the Qinglong Group. He now has 3 subordinates, all of whom are professionals above the 8th level. The tasks they perform are also extremely dangerous. Whenever they take action, it will be of great benefit to the Dragon Country, or it will be a mission to eliminate extremely dangerous tasks for the Dragon Country. It can be said that they are equivalent to the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. It is also because of this that their treatment is extremely high. Okay, with your words, it will be easier for me. You owe me a big favor this time. You have to buy me a drink. Jin Xingping smiled and said that the reason he called Zhang Sanja was because they were brothers and had a very good relationship. Zhang Sanja tried many times to transfer Jin Xingping to the headquarters of the Professionals Association, but Jin Xingping felt that he was not strong enough and refused to go. Don't worry, I'll treat you to a month's worth of drinks, but you must help me keep this person. I'll be right there now. Zhang Sanja laughed and also reminded Jin Xingping. Don't worry, they're out. Hang up first. Jin Xingping saw the door of the next room open, said something to Zhang Sanja, and hung up the phone. Old Jin, what do you think? Chen Ziyuan walked in front, looking at Jin Xingping with a smile. Don't talk nonsense, kid. I'll be frank. I've already contacted him and asked him to join the Qinglong Group. Jin Xingping stood up, gave Chen Ziyuan a blank look, then straightened his expression and spoke word by word. What? Azure Dragon Group? When Chen Ziyuan heard the words Qinglong Group, his eyes widened in shock. He thought that Jin Xingping would give Su Zhan a position of honorary president or something like that, like he did, but he didn't expect that he would directly recommend him to the Qinglong Group. Principal, what is the Qinglong Group? Su Zhan asked doubtfully. Let me tell you. Just as Chen Ziyuan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Jin Xingping. Su Zhan, you know I am the president of the Lingchuan City Professional Association branch, and the Professional Association is the largest official organization in Longhua. But in fact, there are several organizations within the Professional Association that are the gathering place of the strongest professionals in Dragon Country and the guardians of Dragon Country. They are the Azure Dragon Group, the Phoenix Group, the Black Tortoise Ancestor, and the White Tiger Ancestor. And the one I recommend you to join is the Azure Dragon Group. Their members are at least rank 8, and their treatment is also the best in Dragon Country. Jin Xingping stared at Su Zhan, opened his mouth slowly, and revealed some unknown secrets. Is there such a distinction? Su Zhan was very surprised. He had never heard of the organizations that Jin Xingping mentioned. He had previously guessed who would handle some special events in Longhua, and now he understood. Su Zhan, this is true. Although I made you an honorary academician, your treatment is still incomparable to that of the Qinglong Group, because that is the real core of the Dragon Country. Chun Ziyuan added. I'd like to join. Su Zhan took a deep breath and spoke. He understood that joining such an organization did pay well, but it also meant that you needed to take on corresponding responsibilities. But for Su Zhan, this was all he should do. You can only do as much as you can with what you have. Boy, your choice is wise. Believe me, once you join, you will know the benefits of the Qinglong Group. Jin Xingping smiled and patted Su Zhan on the shoulder. Let's go. The leader of the Qinglong Group will be here soon. Chapter 32. collecting dangerous wanderers, skills that subvert the worldview. Please wait for me. I have some things to finish first. Su Zhan thought about it and felt that the people from the True Dragon group would definitely not be so fast, so he might as well go to the warehouse first and take away the remaining 2 machines. Okay. Jin Chengping nodded and agreed directly. Principal, I want to take the other 2 machines in the warehouse. Su Zhan turned and looked at Chen Ziyuan. Good. Chen Ziyuan agreed without any hesitation. After all, Su Zhan has a bright future after joining the True Dragon group. The 3 of them left the dormitory directly and came to the mechanical treasure house of Southern University. Seeing Deep Blue and Dangerous Wanderer again, Su Zhan felt a little sad. The last time he came here was a few months ago, and at that time he had never thought of taking these 2 machines away. I didn't expect such a big change to happen in just over a month. How are you going to take this machine away? Jin Xingping looked at the 2 huge objects in front of him that were as big as mountains and was very confused. He didn't know how Su Zhan was going to take these 2 things away. Just watch, you've really opened your eyes today. A hint of mockery appeared on Chen Ziyuan's lips. He was scared when he saw Su Zhan taking away Megatron. No one expected that there was such a skill. What are you going to do? Upon hearing this, Jin Xingping looked at Su Zhan expectantly. Mechanical life form. Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, walked in front of the dangerous wanderer, and released his skills directly. A red light emerged from his hand and began to spread along the body of the dangerous wanderer. After just a few seconds, the entire dangerous wanderer was covered in red light. Buzz! The next moment, the dangerous wanderer who had lost his energy core and had been sleeping in this cold warehouse for who knows how many years actually slowly raised his head, and a look unique to carbon-based life appeared in his mechanical eyes. This guy is alive? Jin Xingping took a deep breath, felt his scalp tingling, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He guessed that once Su Zhan made a move, he would definitely be surprised, but he never expected it to be like this. A cold machine came to life when Su Zhan touched it? Is this guy still a mechanic? Su Zhan, how did you do it? Chen Ziyuan, who had originally planned to laugh at Jin Chengping's joke, was also confused. He didn't know that Su Zhan had this skill. If this gets out, it will not only represent the pinnacle of the mechanic profession, but also change everyone's worldview. Su Zhan can no longer be called a professional, but should be called the god of creation because he created mechanical life. Armor form, Su Zhan whispered, and the dangerous wanderer shrouded in red light instantly turned into countless red lights that flew everywhere and then fell on Su Zhan. The light faded away, and a brand new set of armor appeared in front of the 2. The armor is blue all over, with red stripes on the shoulders, a spiral emitting red light on the chest, and red stripes on the arms, making it look extremely domineering. Dangerous wanderer. Armored form. Strength, 50 tons. Speed, Mach 10. Skills, L-19 plasma cannon. GD6 chainsword. Cryoblast. Rocket propulsion. 98 BD hyper torque drive. And more. All the skills are retained, and after being armored, they are all converted into energy output, and the power is also enhanced. Su Zhan glanced at the attributes of the dangerous wanderer armor form and was very satisfied. Like Megatron before, all of his original skills were retained and strengthened, and his energy output method was transformed into life, no longer requiring backward energy input methods such as electricity or nuclear fusion. After gaining life, both Danger Wanderer and Megatron became like humans, able to absorb free energy between heaven and earth, or take something containing huge energy to replenish the energy they consumed. I'm taking the exam. Is that how you got your armor? Jin Xingping and Chen Ziyuan couldn't help but swear. They had seen Su Zhan's armor before, but they never thought that Su Zhan got the armor in this way. Who could have imagined that a machine as huge as a mountain could be shrunk into a suit of armor? This is my hidden skill for the first transformation. Su Zhan canceled his transformed form and revealed his true appearance. But he just mentioned it briefly without elaborating. According to the introduction of mechanical life skills, the third way of using mechanical life is the strongest, combining all life armors into one. Megatron or Danger Wanderer alone is powerful enough. If they were combined into one, Su Zhan couldn't imagine how powerful they would be. This is Su Zhan's trump card, and it should not be used easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay. I'll send the video to the leader of the True Dragon team. It will definitely scare him to death. Jin Xingping said good 3 times in a row. His face was full of smiles, his eyes were looking towards the ceiling, and at the same time he sent out the video just now. Well, I'll take the deep blue first. Su Zhan said something, turned around and walked to the side of the deep blue. Just like when he collected the dangerous wanderer just now, he first gave it life characteristics, and then directly collected it without turning it into armor. Having the first presentation is enough. Come on, go to my place first. He will be here soon. Seeing this, Jin Shengping spoke. On the other side, the leader of the True Dragon team, Zhang Sanjia, had just walked out of the base gate when he received a message from Jin Shengping. He clicked on the video, and even though Zhang Sanjia was mature and steady, he was shocked and gasped. This is fucking. This is God's blessing on our dragon kingdom. Zhang Sanjia felt his whole body trembling and couldn't help but shout out loud. Many people passing by looked sideways at Zhang Sanjia, and after recognizing him as the leader of the True Dragon team, they lowered their heads and whispered to each other. What's going on? Is the leader of the True Dragon team crazy? Sure, don't talk nonsense. How can an 8th level person go crazy? Could it be that we have found the way to that special secret realm? It's possible. If that's the case, then God really blessed the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Sanjia seemed not to hear the whispers of the crowd. After turning off the video, his eyes were deep and a terrifying energy burst out from his body. The powerful aura of an 8th rank professional was radiated without reservation, covering the entire headquarters base. Afterwards, Zhang Sanjia soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Lingchuan City. Tibetan Top 3. Occupation: Buddha Burial, Hidden Occupation. Level: 8th level 90. Skill: Burial of Buddha Triple. Wait. At the same time, in other places in the Professional Association's headquarters, many people looked up with puzzled expressions. Phoenix Group. What's wrong with this old man? Why did he suddenly burst out of aura in the base? In the Phoenix Group's office area, in a luxurious office, a beautiful figure was lying on the sofa, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 33. A century-old secret realm, meeting an immortal in the Coffin Mountain. Phoenix Dream. Occupation: Fire Fairy of Birds, Hidden Occupation. Level: 8th level 92. Skills: Incarnation Phoenix. Immortal magic transformation into Phoenix, and so on. Feng Rumming has a graceful figure and wears a fiery red dress with flame patterns embroidered on the upper side, as if she is bathing in flames. Team Leader, have you found the secret method to meet the immortals in the Coffin Mountain? A little girl nearby said without hesitation. The headquarters of the Professionals Association is where all the strongest people who have joined the Professionals Association gather. It can be said that this is the safest place in Longhua, and also the most core area of Longhua. Chi explosions are not allowed here. As the leader of the True Dragon team, Zhang Sanjia has privileges, but he needs to lead by example. Something big must have happened when he suddenly broke the rules. That makes sense. Follow him and see. Feng Rumming heard this and said seriously. The little girl who was speaking was called Su Su. She was a member of her team. Her profession was a wind controller, and she was the fastest. Okay. Su Su chuckled, turned and left the room. At the same time, a golden light flashed above the professional base. Zhang Sanjia was covered in golden light. He increased his speed to the maximum and flew at full speed. There is no way. Su Zhan is too important. This is a career that changes the world. As long as Su Zhan joins the True Dragon Group, their group will be the strongest in Dragon Country. No, even the strongest in the world. There is also a super special secret realm that they found for 100 years, but no one could enter, the Coffin Mountain where they met the immortal. It is said that there are immortals in that secret realm. In fact, in the era of universal awakening, immortals are no longer legendary fantasies, but real existences. It's like having reached the 3rd level of the 8th level, being able to fly into the sky, escape underground, move mountains, and fill the sea, which is comparable to the legendary immortals. But in the secret realm of encountering immortals in Coffin Mountain, it is said that there is a real secret of how a professional can evolve into an immortal. On the other side, Su Zhan, led by Jin Shengping, came to the Lingchuan City Professionals Association branch, Jin Xingping's office. Chen Ziyuan did not come over, but went to take the students from Southern University to continue the aftermath work. After all, he is the principal. Because of Su Zhan's presence, the casualties in this beast tide are very small, but many students have never seen such a scene and have been psychologically stimulated to a certain extent, so they need him to go over and stimulate them. Sit anywhere. After entering the office, Jin Xingping pointed to the sofa next to him, turned around and went to find his best tea, then took it out and made a cup of tea for Su Zhan. Thanks. Su Zhan smiled. Hey, don't be so polite. After you join the True Dragon Group, we will be colleagues. Moreover, you have more authority than me, so you are still my boss. Jin Xingping waved his hands hurriedly, looking enthusiastic, as if the two had known each other for decades. Are you so sure that I can join the True Dragon group? Su Zhan showed a puzzled look. He knew that his hidden skills were very strong and his combat power was very high, but after all, his level was too low. He was only at the second level and was still 2 levels away from the third level. Hee, you really don't know the specialness of your skills. Let me put it this way. Once the effects of your skills are made public, the professional positioning of mechanics will be directly rewritten and super organizations around the world will try every means to get you. Money, beauty, power, status, whatever you want, you can have it. Jin Xingping chuckled and explained. That's really possible. Su Zhan nodded. He completely believed what Jin Xingping said. After all, the skill of being able to give life to machines was too powerful. But relatively speaking, you will also become the target that others want to kill the most, because no one will watch their opponent become stronger. Jin Xingping added, there is another thing I must remind you. You must not be arrogant. If you can have hidden skills, others can have them too. There are countless professions in this world, and many of them have the ability to kill people remotely, so the most important thing for you now is to protect yourself, understand? Su Zhan straightened his expression and nodded. I understand this. Just look at the occupations of those people in the rich family, and you will know. If Su Zhan had not reached the first level and awakened new skills, he would have definitely been killed by Lu San and others. Buzz. At this moment, a dull sound of breaking through the air came into their ears, and then they felt a gust of wind passing by, and their eyes were covered by golden light. Stop showing off. Jin Xingping spoke loudly, with a tone of silence in his voice. The golden light faded away, and Zhang Sanjia appeared in front of Su Zhan, an old man in his 70s or 80s, dressed very simply, with gray hair, but his eyes were bright. Are you the mechanic? Zhang Sanjia looked at Su Zhan and asked in a deep voice. It's me. Su Zhan replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Good boy. It's worth my coming all the way here. You have a good character. Zhang Sanjia raised the corner of his mouth, and the golden light on his body slowly dissipated. The reason why he showed his dominance was to test Su Zhan's character. A strong professional does not only need special skills, but also needs a strong heart to support it. Because everyone needs to fight. If one's character is not strong enough and gets excited when encountering things, such a person cannot take on too much responsibility even if he has powerful skills. Can there be any problem with the person I introduced to you? Jin Xingping said proudly. I owe you a big favor this time. I thank you on behalf of the entire Dragon Nation. Zhang Sanjia then looked at Jin Xingping. What the hell are you talking about? You're representing the Dragon Nation? Who do you think you are? Jin Xingping curled his lips and directly retorted. You guys, you still can't change your foul mouth. Zhang Sanjia was not angry. He sat on the sofa and looked at Su Zhan. This guy should have told you about me. How about it? Do you want to join the True Dragon group? I do. Su Zhan said without thinking. Jin Xingping was right. There were too many professionals in this world, and too many people with special skills. Although his profession was powerful enough, he was still not invincible. A strong background is what Su Zhan needs most right now. Good. From now on, you are a member of the True Dragon group. I will take you to the professional headquarters base now. Zhang Sanjia stood up and prepared to leave with Su Zhan. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jin Xingping was confused. He was leaving after just saying 2 sentences? So soon? Su Zhan was the same. He thought that Zhang Sanjia was just here to take a look and would give him a few days to prepare, and then give him an address and let him go there by himself. There's no other way. You know that place. No one has been able to enter for 100 years. He is hope. Zhang Sanjia stared at Jin Xingping and said in a deep voice, I see, that really needs to be quick. Many people know about the existence of the secret place called Encountering Immortals in Guanshan, but no one can enter it. Chapter 34. Men, never go too fast. Is there anything else you want to do? You won't be back for at least a few months after leaving this time. Zhang Sanjia nodded, turned and looked at Su Zhan, excitement and anticipation in his eyes. No, you can go now. Su Zhan shook his head. He didn't have many relatives. The only ones he had a close relationship with were Sister Xiang Wenxue from Southern University, President Chen Ziyuan, and Teacher Feng Su. As for the materials he put up in the mall, there are dedicated people to maintain them. If someone buys them, the money will be automatically transferred to his account, and he doesn't have to worry about it. Okay, I saw in the video that your armor is very fast. How about we have a speed comparison? Zhang Sanjia raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile. Aren't you an old man bullying the young? Jin Xingping was somewhat unhappy when he heard this. Although Su Zhan has the strength of an 8th rank master, Zhang Sanjia is a genuine 8th rank master. Don't be ridiculous. Judging from his speed in the video, I may not be able to catch up with him. Zhang Sanjia's words were absolutely true. He wanted to test Su Zhan's strength, but he definitely didn't mean to bully him. Because even if he wanted to, he probably didn't have the ability to do so. No problem. Su Zhan smiled. Okay, let's go then. I'll send you the location. From the 3rd-class void point, the location of the Professional Association headquarters was sent to Su Zhan. Then, a golden light emanated from his body. Buddha's light soaring into the sky. With a light shout, Zhang Sanjia turned into a golden light and flew out of the window. Megatron armored mode. Su Zhan's eyes focused, and he directly summoned Megatron. With a flash of red light, Megatron's armor covered Su Zhan's body. President, I'm leaving. Su Zhan was not in a hurry. After saying goodbye to Jin Xingping, he flew out of the window and chased after Zhang Sanjia. Oh my goodness, this speed. Old man, you're going to get humiliated this time. Jin Xingping watched Su Zhan disappear into the sky and couldn't help but sigh. He knew in his heart that Zhang Sanjia was bound to lose. Buzz. Buzz. In the outside world, 2 streams of light passed through the sky above Lingchuan City one after another. The violent sonic booms spread throughout the area, startling countless people and causing them to look up. That's Su Zhan? Where are we going? On the top of the city wall, Chen Ziyuan was comforting his students. After hearing the sonic boom, he looked up. Although he could only see a flash of light, he recognized that it was Su Zhan. Principal, why is Su Zhan gone? When Xiang Wan, who was standing next to him, heard Chen Ziyuan's words, a look of loss appeared on his face. She had originally planned to go find Su Zhan and ask him about his armor after dealing with the issues left over from the beast tide, but unexpectedly Chen Ziyuan said that Su Zhan was gone. Don't worry, he will come back. Chen Ziyuan noticed Xiang Wen's loss, and a look of concern like an elder appeared on his face, with a surge of memories in his heart. When he was young, there was also a girl like Xiang Wen who was concerned about him. Will you come back? Xiang Wen looked at the direction where Su Zhan was going away. His eyes were a little blurred, but after a moment, they turned into determination. She has to work hard to level up and improve her strength so that she can fight side by side with Su Zhan. Senior, do you want to form a team? At this moment, Zhuge Shuangyue suddenly spoke, with a smile on her face, looking at Xiang Wen quietly. You can form a team, but you have to keep up. Xiang Wen turned around and stared at Zhuge Shuangyue with burning eyes. Don't worry, senior. Zhuge Shuangyue replied confidently. At the same time, in the sky 500 miles outside Lingchuan City, Zhang Sanjia was galloping, and he felt a hurricane passing by him, and then he saw Su Zhan flying directly in front of him. Oh my god, so soon? Seeing the distance between himself and Su Zhan getting farther and farther, Zhang Sanjia was extremely shocked. I knew Su Zhan was fast, but I didn't expect him to be so fast. At this moment, he really wanted to say something to Su Zhan. Min, never go too fast. I just don't believe it. Zhang Sanjia calmed down and activated his auxiliary skills, increasing his speed again. But it was of no use. Su Zhan was like a cloud or a gust of wind, always in front of him. No matter how hard he tried to chase him, there was always a long distance between them and he could never catch up. An hour later, a mountain 10,000 meters high appeared in front of Su Zhan, and Su Zhan turned around and fell towards the ground. 5 minutes after Su Zhan landed, Zhang Sanjia finally arrived. Young man, do you know this sentence? Zhang Sanjia was slightly out of breath. The professional headquarters base was 3,000 miles away from Lingchuan City. He ran back and forth in a short period of time, which consumed a lot of physical energy. What? Su Zhan looked puzzled. Men, never go too fast. Zhang Sanjia stared at Su Zhan with a low voice and a solemn expression. Huh? Su Zhan thought he was going to say something philosophical, but he didn't expect him to say such a thing. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. Zhang Sanjia is already in his 70s or 80s, and Su Zhan seriously doubts whether he can still do it. Let's go. Zhang Sanjia looked at Su Zhan's surprised expression and felt extremely relieved. The depression of not being able to compete with Su Zhan just now was swept away. He turned around and walked towards the mountain in front. Buzz! There was clearly a cliff in front of him. As Zhang Sanjia approached, ripples like water waves appeared on the cliff, and Zhang Sanjia's figure disappeared into the cliff. Su Zhan strode forward, and when he got close to the cliff, he felt as if he had touched a layer of water. His eyes blurred, and he found himself in a whole new world. At this time, a huge basin appeared in front of Su Zhan's eyes. At a glance, the area was at least 40 or 50 miles. The basin was full of rivers, trees, and vegetation. On the riverbank, there are houses of various heights. The area on the left tends to be more ancient buildings, with pavilions and towers lined up one after another. On the right side are modern buildings, tall and majestic steel skyscrapers. How is it? Not bad, right? This place contains more than 90% of Dragon Country's masters, and it is also the core area of Dragon Country. And I, the leader of the True Dragon team, Zhang Sanjia, am also one of the highest leaders in the Dragon Nation. Zhang Sanjia had a smug look on his face. Great, great. Su Zhan took the opportunity to praise. Team leader, who is this? At this moment, a small figure jumped out from the side. She was wearing a sky blue puffy skirt, with two ponytails standing up, and a pair of big eyes as bright as black gems, blinking at Su Zhan. It was Su Su from the Phoenix Group. What are you doing here, kid? Go, go, go. Seeing this, Zhang Sanjia's face immediately darkened. He waved at Su Su and pulled Su Zhan inside. Chapter 35, Brother Kuan. I'm coming. Among the 4 major groups in the professional headquarters, the leaders of the other 3 groups have the same status as him. If they knew that he had found such a genius, they would definitely use all means to lure Su Zhan to join, especially the leader of the Phoenix Group. In order to win over Su Zhan, that woman might even offer herself to him. Little brother, what's your name? Su Su had an innocent smile on her face and looked at Su Zhan sweetly. She was young and very likable, so she got along very well with Zhang Sanjia and the others and ignored Zhang Sanjia's attempts to stop her. This is also the reason why Feng Rumming asked Su Su to come over. If it were someone else, if they dared to disobey Zhang Sanjia's orders, they would probably be slapped away by him. Hey, what are you doing? His name is none of your business. When Zhang Sanjia heard this, he became a little anxious and walked straight to the middle to separate the 2 people. Hey, Grandpa Sanjia, just tell me, or my team leader will scold me again when I go back. Su Su showed a pitiful look on her face. She grabbed Zhang Sanjia's hand and started to act coquettishly. It's no use pretending to be pitiful. Although Zhang Sanjia said this, there was a helpless expression on his face. Su Zhan was watching with great interest. Logically speaking, no one would dare to treat a man of Zhang Sanjia's status like this. Could it be that there was a special relationship between the 2 of them? But then I thought about it and felt that something was not right. From what Su Su said just now, it seemed that he was not a member of the True Dragon Group. If the 2 of them were really related, they would definitely be in the same group. Okay, his name is Su Zhan, and he's a mechanic. Zhang Sanjia only persisted for less than a minute before he softened his heart and told everyone Su Zhan's name and occupation. Tisk, Grandpa Sanjia, you are lying. Is it worth you to go there in person to find a mechanic? Su Su pouted, looking like she was saying, don't lie to me just because I'm young. What I said is true, believe it or not. Zhang Sanjia took the opportunity to break free from Su Su, pulling Su Zhan along and turning into a streak of golden light and disappearing. Grandpa Sanjia. Su Su looked at the 2 people walking away and stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. She dared to act coquettishly with Zhang Sanjia in private, but she didn't dare to do so in public. On the other side, Zhang Sanjia brought Su Zhan to the tallest building in the ancient building complex on the left side of the basin. The pavilion has 6 floors, and a plaque with 3 large characters, Jinlong Pavilion, hangs at the bottom. This is the core of the True Dragon Group. I work on the top floor. Zhang Sanjia explained with a smile. Team leader, who is this? At this moment, a young man in his early 20s walked out of the True Dragon Pavilion. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a strong build, and looks like a bull. Let me introduce you to Ji Guangfei, level 60, 7th turn, professional Thunder Fire Fist. He is good at close-range charge and strong attack. Zhang Sanjia saw this and said with a smile, I'll tell you secretly, this guy has extremely strong defense and can block the attacks of 8th turn wild monsters. Team leader, what are you doing? Can you tell anyone about this? Ji Guangfei looked unhappy and stared at Su Zhan with some vigilance. His name is Su Zhan, a new member of the True Dragon Group. Zhang Sanjia smiled faintly and explained. I thought so. It turns out you're new here. Brother, what's your job? Don't worry, Brother Fei will protect you from now on. When Ji Guangfei heard this, the vigilance on his face disappeared instantly. He walked to Su Zhan and put his arm around Su Zhan's shoulders very enthusiastically. I'm a mechanic. Su Zhan smiled and said that Ji Guangfei was a bit straightforward and generous. Brother, You don't treat me as your own, do you? From now on, we are all close friends in the same camp. How can you do this? Ji Guangfei was immediately unhappy. After all, although there were many mechanics in the professional association, there was not a single mechanic among those who could enter the four major groups. Don't look down on the mechanic, kid. He is stronger than you. Even I may not be his match. Zhang Sanjia heard this and spoke. Brother, you are so powerful? Come on, let's compete. I have never seen such a powerful mechanic. When Ji Guangfei heard this, his eyes lit up and he immediately stepped back, got into position, and directly used his skill Vajra Wind and Thunder Body. A layer of faint flame rose from under his feet, enveloping him completely. In this flame, there were flashes of lightning. Su Zhan, please satisfy him. Zhang Sanjia raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Su Zhan. Although Ji Guangfei has a carefree personality, he is extremely strong. Su Zhan has just arrived. Although others cannot see his level, if he wants to join the True Dragon Group and gain a foothold in the professional headquarters, he must show his strength. Although there seemed to be no one around, Zhang Sanjia understood that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at Su Zhan. Furthermore, at this point, Su Zhan's joining the True Dragon Group was a foregone conclusion. Even if others knew about it, they couldn't snatch it away, so there was no need to be afraid of showing off his strength. Okay, then let's have a competition and stop there. Su Zhan immediately understood what Zhang Sanjia meant and said to Ji Guangfei, Hey, that's definitely enough. Ji Guangfei let out an excited and slightly crazy laugh and rushed directly towards Su Zhan. Armored form Megatron. Su Zhan didn't expect Ji Guangfei to take action so soon. He quickly activated his skills. With a dazzling light, Megatron's armor was loaded instantly. The next moment after the armor was attached, a pair of fists wrapped in flames and thunder tore through the space and smashed heavily into Su Zhan's chest. Bang! At the moment the fist fell, Su Zhan raised his hand, and the fist containing powerful force hit Su Zhan's palm, making a huge roar, and a terrifying shock wave swept in all directions. Oh my god, brother! What the hell is this? Armor? Ji Guangfei missed the attack and turned back, distanced himself from Su Zhan. Seeing the armor on Su Zhan, Ji Guangfei was shocked. He had never seen such armor before. Brother Kuan, I'm coming. Su Zhan spoke softly, and then his figure moved. All the thrusters behind him were turned on, and the speed was increased to the maximum. The entire layer rushed out like a flash of lightning. What Kuan? Just when Ji Guangfei was about to ask Su Zhan why he called him Brother Kuan, he felt as if he was hit by a high-speed fighter jet. He flew horizontally 100 meters away, breaking several large trees along the way, and only stopped after hitting a steel wall. At the same time, in the office of the Phoenix team leader, Feng Ruming was staring at the screen in front of her. On the screen was the scene of Su Zhan, equipped with Megatron armor, knocking Ji Guangfei away with one punch. The entire professional base headquarters is equipped with surveillance cameras, and the leaders of the four major groups have the authority to watch them. How is this possible? Feng Ruming stood up directly from the sofa. Her beautiful eyes widened, her chest heaving rapidly, her hands shaking constantly, and her breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 36. This is the second level? Wearing armor, he knocked Ji Guangfei away with one punch? Although she couldn't see Su Zhan's information, Feng Ruming could guess by intuition that Su Zhan's profession was definitely a completely new one, because she had never seen anyone wearing armor. The most important thing is combat power. If Su Zhan is at the 8th level, no, he doesn't have to be at the 8th level. Even if he is at the 7th level, or even the 6th level, the professional headquarters will collect Su Zhan's information. But she had no idea, which meant that Su Zhan either lived in seclusion and cultivated to the 8th level before appearing, or his current level was not high. This kind of profession, which is not of high level but has combat power far beyond its own, does exist. It appeared 100 years ago. As for the possibility that Su Zhan was secretly cultivated by other forces, it is absolutely impossible, because if that were the case, Zhang Sanjia would not have brought Su Zhan to the professional headquarters. Team leader, that man's name is Su Zhan, and Grandpa Sanjia said he is a mechanic. Just at this time, Su Su walked in slowly. I see. Feng Ruming turned and stared at Su Su, with a slight smile on her face. I'm going to give you a new task. Are you still single now? What do you think of Su Zhan? What's going on? Team leader, you won't let me sell my body, will you? I'm still a child. Su Su was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. This is a mission that concerns the future of the Phoenix Group. Feng Ruming narrowed her beautiful eyes, pulled Su Su into her arms, and began to teach her earnestly. In the White Tiger team leader's office not far away, the White Tiger team leader, by Zazai, stared at the picture on the screen with a frown. After a flash of red light, a layer of armor covered it. It looked like energy armor, but also like mechanical armor. The power of Ji Guangfei's punch reached the limit of the 7th revolution, and his defense reached the 8th revolution. Half of the 8th revolution wild monsters couldn't hit him, but they were knocked away by this guy with one punch. A new powerful profession? Perhaps it is possible to get into that place. Bai Zizai lay down on the chair, with a look of anticipation in his deep eyes. Below the water on the east side of the base, Hua Ting, leader of the Xuanwu team, was also watching the fight between Su Zhan and Ji Guangfei. Notify Su Dongsheng and ask him to come back and prepare to enter the Coffin Mountain, Hua Ting said lightly. A person behind him agreed and left quickly. At this time, outside the True Dragon Pavilion, Su Zhan had already removed his Megatron armor. Brother, I give up. What kind of job is this? Mechanics don't do this. Ji Guangfei ran over from a distance and stared at Su Zhan excitedly. He claimed that he could withstand the attack of the 8th level, and it was not just talk. Although Su Zhan's punch just now sent him flying more than 100 meters away, it did not hurt him. I'm really just a mechanic. Su Zhan smiled. Ji Guangfei wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Zhang Sanjia. Okay, there will be plenty of time for you to chat later. Go and notify the leaders of the other groups to go to the conference room for a meeting. Su Zhan, come up with me. After saying this, Zhang Sanjia turned around and entered the Jinlong Pavilion. Su Zhan nodded to Ji Guangfei and followed him. A moment later, on the top floor of Jinlong Pavilion, Zhang Sanjia and Su Zhan sat opposite each other. This is an urgent matter, so I won't waste time talking to you. Your information has been entered into the system. You will be a member of my True Dragon group from now on. Now take a look at this information first. Zhang Sanjia is a man of action. After he finished speaking, he sent a piece of information to Su Zhan. Su Zhan opened the email and started reading. File name: Meeting the Immortal in Coffin Mountain. Danger level: Destruction level. When Su Zhan saw this, his heart skipped a beat. The danger level of the secret realm is calculated in the same way as the beast tide. A destruction level secret realm means that there are 9th level wild monsters inside. No wonder Zhang Sanjia and his group of 8th level masters didn't dare to go in. However, Su Zhan felt a little strange. His current combat power was only level 8, about the same as theirs. With one more person, facing a large group of level 9 monsters, it seemed that the result would be the same. Su Zhan looked up and glanced at Zhang Sanjia and found that he had his eyes closed. Su Zhan ignored him and continued watching. The secret realm is located under a cliff deep in the Kunlun Mountains, and the entrance is a teleportation array. But at the entrance of the teleportation array, there was a wild monster named Juaxian guarding it. The Immortal Chaser. Level: 8th level 1. Skills: Snowstorm Mystery Formation, Fake Immortal Body. There are only 2 skills, but both are extremely powerful, blocking so many 8th turns at the professional headquarters. The Snow Wind Maze Formation is a formation that will make anyone who enters a certain range of the Immortal Chaser lose their way. Even an 8th turn is no exception. Even if one is lucky enough to meet an Immortal Chaser, the opponent's strength will be extremely terrifying after he uses his fake immortal body. An 8th turn is no match for him at all. At least 3 8th turns will be needed to besiege him. The reason why Zhang Sanjia felt that after Su Zhan arrived, he would definitely be able to defeat the Immortals was because Su Zhan was a mechanic. Because mechanical positioning can be used in the wind and snow maze, but no matter how high the level of the mechanical product is, it can only be used in it for a few seconds before it will be frozen. But Su Zhan is different. The positioning system of his energy armor should be able to withstand the wind and snow. As long as Su Zhan finds the people who are chasing the Immortal and sends them the location, so that they can find the direction and attack together, they will be able to get in. This secret realm has been discovered for 100 years, but during this 100 years, they have tried countless methods and still failed to enter. The main reason is that there is no 9th level professional. If there is a 9th level professional, there is no need for positioning at all, and the wind and snow maze array can be broken directly. Have you finished reading? Can your armor locate it? Zhang Sanjia saw Su Zhan looking up and asked softly.
Can.
Su Zhan smiled. Okay, let's go to the meeting. Zhang Sanjia finally felt relieved. After all, before getting Su Zhan's confirmation, all his thoughts were just guesses. Now that he has got Su Zhan's confirmation, he is completely relieved. At the same time, the team leaders of Phoenix, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise groups all received Ji Guangfei's message. The 3 team leaders quickly stood up and went to the meeting room. When they arrived, Zhang Sanjia and Su Zhan were already waiting for them. Fake monk, why don't you introduce yourself to me? As Feng Ruming entered the room, she stared at Su Zhan with a smile. Because Zhang Sanjia's profession is a Buddha undertaker, everyone jokingly calls him a fake monk. No need for introductions, I'll send the information to you directly. Zhang Sanjia could hardly suppress his anger at this moment, and he directly sent Su Zhan's message to them. Second turn? So low? What's going on? The three team leaders just glanced at Su Zhan's information and were completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't they say they found a master? Why is he only a second-level player? What kind of master is this? The three of them stared at Su Zhan at the same time, and each used their own reconnaissance skills to see Su Zhan's information. Because Zhang Sanjia and Su Zhan said that Su Zhan had already removed the shield, others could see his level and skills. However, only the ordinary skills of the mechanic can be seen, and the skills of the mechanical lord are still hidden. Mechanical lord is Su Zhan's most important skill and the foundation of his strength, and he must never tell anyone else. Chapter 37. On Kunlun Mountain, encountering immortals at the Coffin Mountain. Calm down. Why are you panicking? Sit down and talk slowly. Zhang Sanjia was very satisfied with the reactions of the three people and waved his hand to signal them to sit down. Fake monk, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Feng Ruming sat down on the chair, her face full of anxiety. She was smart, but she guessed wrong. She never expected that Su Zhan was only a second-level player. The situation where Ji Guangfei was knocked flying by a punch just now was not fake. They all saw it with their own eyes. A second-turn master knocked a seventh-turn master away with one punch, and the seventh-turn master was still able to withstand the attack of an eighth-turn master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Lao Zong, what's going on? Bai Zizai was also an impatient person and kept staring at Su Zhan. No wonder you suddenly went crazy and exploded at the headquarters. It turns out you found such a genius. Hua Ting suppressed his curiosity and stared at Zhang Sanjia with a smile. The three of them were excited. No matter which group Su Zhan joined, he would be a member of the professional association and be in the same group with them. Let Su Zhan tell you himself. Zhang Sanjia saw that the situation was almost ready and said to Su Zhan, Dear team leaders, my profession is indeed a mechanic, but unlike ordinary mechanics, I have a few more hidden skills. I can transform machinery into armor because of these hidden skills. But I can't tell you about the hidden skill effects. What I can tell you is that after I transformed, I have the combat power of rank 8. Su Zhan stood up, bowed slightly to the four people to show his respect, and then began to speak. These four people were able to reach such positions because they had shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that without their desperate fighting, there would be no peaceful life in the Dragon Kingdom today. They deserve this gift. But respect is respect, and Su Zhan will not say things that should not be said. Wow, that's awesome. You're going to change your career path as a mechanic. Bai Zizai slammed the table excitedly, startling Su Zhan. As for the effects of Su Zhan's skills, they wisely did not ask any further questions. It was normal for everyone to have their own secrets. The professional association is a formal organization. As long as they make sure that you are sincere in joining, they will not ask about those details. Little boy, do you want to join our Phoenix group? Sister, let me tell you, our Phoenix team is full of beauties. You've met that Su, she's a little lowly, and she's still single. I can introduce you to someone. Feng Ruming was sitting next to Su Zhan. After listening to what Su Zhan said, her beautiful eyes flashed and she leaned towards Su Zhan. Ahem, team leader Feng, please watch your words. Seeing this, Zhang Sanjia coughed a few times and began to change the subject. Su Zhan's situation has been explained. I'm sure everyone knows what I mean. With Su Zhan here, his transformed armor has mechanical positioning capabilities. It can ignore the snow and wind maze formation and accurately locate the person chasing the immortal. So I plan to organize people to go again. What do you think? The secret realm of meeting the immortals in the Coffin Mountain has troubled them for nearly 100 years, and it also hides secrets above the 9th level, which is related to whether they can break through the 9th level, so they cannot help but pay attention to it. I have already notified Su Dongxing that he is back. Hua Ting said. Su Dongsheng is a member of the Xuanwu group and also an 8th level cultivator. He is a strong one among the 8th level cultivators, and his combat power is not much inferior to his. I'm ready to. Lao Xiao is at the headquarters. Bai Zizai said afterwards. I don't have anything to prepare here. Everyone else is not here. It's just me. Feng Ruming's face was full of smiles, but there was obvious desire in the depths of her eyes. Okay, Without further ado, let's get ready and set off tomorrow. Zhang Sanjia was very excited at this time. After waiting for so many years, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. In fact, at their level, it would be very quick to advance to level 99 of the 8th transformation. But they didn't dare. Because before them, the predecessors from the professional association had left warnings. Once you reach level 99 of the 8th job transfer, you will automatically accept the 9th job transfer task. If you fail to complete it within the specified time, you will be punished and your level will be directly regressed to the 7th job transfer. The risk of death in the 9-turn job change mission is as high as 99%, which is a life or death situation. This is also the reason why they are eager to crack the secret realm of encountering immortals in Coffin Mountain. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Su Zhan received the departure information from Zhang Sanjia. After cleaning up, Su Zhan entered the small conference room of Zhenlong Pavilion. When Su Zhan arrived, the 4 team leaders were all there, and besides them, there were a few unfamiliar faces. Sitting on the sofa behind Hua Ting was a young man in his 20s. He had long white hair that was very conspicuous and was wearing a white shirt. The most noticeable thing was that he had a sword on his back. It's the kind of sword used in ancient times. And against the wall behind Bai Zizai, a middle-aged man in his 40s was leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. He was wearing a white shirt and trousers, a pair of shiny black leather shoes, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and had a slicked-back hair. He looked like the uncle next door and gave people a very gentle feeling. In the middle of the conference room, an old woman sat cross-legged in front of a formation diagram with her eyes closed. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Zhang Sanjia nodded at Su Zhan, motioning him to come over. How do we get there? Su Zhan looked puzzled. Shouldn't they leave here? Why did they all get together? This is Grandma Wind. She's a teleporter by profession. Let's teleport directly there, Zhang Sanjia explained. Teleporter? Su Zhan was stunned and was about to ask further questions. I saw Grandma Feng stretched out her hand and tapped the ground lightly. The formation diagram that filled the entire room emitted a white light, and then a feeling of weightlessness came over me. Su Zhan only felt as if he was free falling in the air. After about 10 seconds, as he felt his feet on solid ground, the white light in front of his eyes dissipated, and Su Zhan gradually saw everything clearly. What comes into view is a vast expanse of snow-white mountains. The cold wind was howling, and the flying snow swept through the sky like a blade. Life Armor Megatron. Su Zhan felt an extreme chill coming and directly summoned the Megatron armor. When he turned around after the transformation was complete, he found that the other people were all emitting a faint light to varying degrees. It was obvious that they were all using their skills to resist the severe cold here. This is Kunlun Mountain. Walk 10 miles ahead, and you will reach the location of the Guanshan Yushin secret realm. Zhang Sanjia explained to Su Zhan. The teleportation just now spanned thousands of miles? When Su Zhan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Professionals Association is really powerful, to have such talented people. Although the teleportation distance is very long, it is limited. The coordinates of the teleportation point need to be set in advance, so there are still disadvantages. Zhang Sanjia said. Chapter 38. Third Form Skill, Armor Fusion. That's pretty impressive. Su Zhan finally understood. No wonder there were so many professional organizations in Dragon Country, but the Professional Association was still able to suppress them. There are too many talented people. You also have a formation in Lingchuan City. We were ready to send someone to teleport there last time, but your beast tide ended too quickly, so it was useless. Zhang Sanjia laughed. At that time, he had also received news about the beast tide in Lingchuan City and had already found Grandma Feng. When he was about to start teleporting, he received news that the beast tide was over. At that time, this incident caused the complaints of Grandma Feng, who said that she was so old and still made her run back and forth. I didn't think of that at the time. Su Zhan felt a little embarrassed, as he didn't know about these circumstances at the time. The most important thing is that Su Zhan himself did not expect that he would have such strong combat power after his second transformation. Okay, let's go, but next, we have to be careful. Because the coverage area of the Snow Wind Maze Array is 10 miles. Once we get within 1 mile of the Immortal Chaser, he will activate his skill and teleport us to a random location within 10 miles. This is why the teleportation point is set here. It's up to you then. Zhang Sanjia talked as he walked, and at the same time opened a chat room and pulled everyone present in. After Su Zhan determines the location, they will move forward in the direction given by Su Zhan. Su Zhan nodded to show that he understood. Half an hour later, the group stepped onto a small snow slope, and a snow cliff about 20 to 30 meters high appeared in front of everyone. This snow cliff is very ordinary, just an ordinary ice layer. Except for a crack more than 2 meters high in the middle, there is nothing special about it. In front of the crack, a figure wearing a large black, thatched felt was sitting there. The wind and snow had covered most of his body, making him look like a snow sculpture. Once we get down the snow slope, we'll be in the range of his formation. Are you ready? Zhang Sanjia turned his head and looked at Su Zhan with a serious expression. The same goes for others. Although this operation had the shortest preparation time, it had the highest success rate because of Su Zhan. Su Zhan nodded resolutely. Follow the crowd and walk down the snow slope. The next moment, the man who looked like an ice sculpture suddenly looked up and stared at everyone. When he looked up, Su Zhan could see his appearance clearly. Half of the man's face was not flesh and blood, but dead wood. Although there was flesh and blood on the other side, it was dark blue in color and exuded an aura of death, which had nothing to do with the word immortal. Call. As the immortal chaser raised his head, a gust of wind and snow appeared out of nowhere around him, sweeping in all directions and covering Su Zhan and others in the blink of an eye. Team leader Zhang? Su Zhan only felt a flash before his eyes, and he could no longer see the figures of Zhang Sanjia and the others. It seemed as if there was a thick fog in front of him, and he could only see an area of more than 1 meter in front of him. Scanning. Su Zhan's mind moved, and he directly activated the scanning function of Megatron's armor. A flat map with Su Zhan as the center appeared on the screen in front of him. As the light spread, several light spots appeared on the map. A name was displayed on each light spot, and it was Zhang Sanjia and the others. At this time, they were randomly scattered within a radius of 10 miles. The farthest away was Feng Rumen, who was almost at their previous teleportation point. Su Zhan was also teleported away from his original position. At this time, he was 3 miles away from where the people chasing the immortal were. After Su Zhan determined the direction, he walked forward. Although there was a howling wind around, mixed with cold snowflakes like blades, it had no effect on Su Zhan. 5 minutes later, when Su Zhan was still 100 meters away from the people chasing the immortal, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear and the wind and snow completely disappeared. There is no wind or snow within 100 meters of him. Su Zhan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the people chasing the immortal were also surrounded by wind and snow, but he didn't expect that there was no wind and snow at all here. Looking back, the strong wind and heavy snow formed something like a wall, isolating this place. Everyone, we found the location. Su Zhan directly shared the location here with others. As long as they follow the location and move towards where Su Zhan is, they will be able to get here. A mere mortal wants to pursue immortality? Just after Su Zhan shared the location, he heard a hoarse and low sound in his ears, like the sound of 2 sharp stones rubbing against each other wildly, which was very harsh. Su Zhan moved and dodged to a distance of more than 10 meters. Looking back, he saw the person chasing the immortal was standing where he had just stood. What a fast speed. No, it's not the speed. There's no sound of breaking wind. It's the movement in space. Oh my god. It's worthy of being an 8th level elite monster. Su Zhan's heart skipped a beat and he felt a surge of fear. No wonder Zhang Sanjia and the others have been unable to break through. They said that even if they managed to break through the wind and snow, they should not act rashly after coming in and should wait for them to do it together. Just by relying on this spacebar movement, the wild monster chasing immortals has surpassed 99% of the 8th level professionals. Weapon loading, flaming double blades. A red light flashed on Su Zhan's body, and the Z300 dual-form off-road vehicle turned into a weapon again. But this time it was not the Vulcan Gatling, but a 5-meter-long sword in each hand. The person chasing the immortal can teleport, so no matter how fast the bullets of the Vulcan Gatling gun are, they can't hit him. So the only way is close combat. Flame thrusters on. Su Zhan's mind moved, and the thrusters behind Megatron opened, spewing out scorching flames. Su Zhan turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out. The 2 swords in his arms slashed through the space. The terrifying speed even created ripples in the space. Squeak. In just a moment, Su Zhan rushed in front of the people chasing the immortal and slashed with his 2 swords, making a trembling sound. However, the speed of space transfer of the person chasing the immortal had no skill pre-swing and no casting time at all, and he just disappeared in front of Su Zhan out of thin air. The moment Su Zhan landed, he turned quickly and slashed behind him with both swords. There was a bang, and a large hand like a dead tree with a faint golden light appeared. It grabbed the steel knife tightly, and then exerted force suddenly, and Su Zhan was thrown out. What a strong force! The thrusters behind Su Zhan spewed out flames, lost their power, and fell to the ground. Although Megatron transformed into armor, only the size changed, and the mass did not change. Megatron, who weighed 40 or 50 tons, was thrown away so easily. This power was extremely terrifying. Is it because of that golden light? Su Zhan instantly thought of the skill introduction of the Immortal Chaser. In addition to the wind and snow maze array, there is also a skill for a fake immortal body. But they don't know what the effect of the fake immortal body skill is. Now it seems that at least one thing is certain: this skill can greatly enhance strength. That's perfect. I'll use you to test the third skill form of mechanical life. Su Zhan took a deep breath and canceled the weapon loading skill. A red light flashed, and the Danger Wanderer appeared on his left, and the Z300 dual mode off-road vehicle appeared on his right. Mechanical life form combined. Megatron, fusion. Dangerous Wanderer, fusion. Z300 dual form off-road vehicle, combined. Chapter 39. 3 mechanical combined armors. What are their attributes? As Su Zhan's voice fell, dazzling red light burst out from the 2 mechanical products on the left and right sides. Then it quickly shrank and gathered on Su Zhan's body. The light faded, and a brand new set of armor emerged. With Megatron's mechanical armor as the core, the chest has turned into the appearance of a dangerous wanderer. There is a circular orange halo, which is an infinitely shrunk and energized nuclear furnace. Scale-like patterns appeared on each of his left and right arms. They were the enhanced chain swords of the dangerous wanderer, now perfectly integrated with Megatron. On both sides of the shoulders, the iconic Vulcan Gatling pattern of the Z300 appears after its transformation. The overall silver and red color makes the whole set of armor exude a terrifying sense of majesty and dominance. Buzz! The next moment, the Immortal Chaser appeared in front of Su Zhan out of nowhere and punched Su Zhan in the chest. There was a loud bang and terrifying energy exploded. The snow on the surrounding ground was directly blown away, revealing the ground that had frozen into an ice block. But Su Zhan was like an indestructible mountain, standing there motionless. It's not just a simple combination, nor is it a simple superposition, but it's equivalent to multiplication. Su Zhan felt the attacks from the Immortal Chasers and gained a certain understanding of his current set of armor. Then he clicked on the armor properties. Megatron Danger Ranger EZ300 dual form off-road vehicle, triple mechanical combination armor. Strength, speed, energy, skill. Except for a name, each attribute is a question mark. However, Su Zhan already had a rough guess in his mind. The combined form of the 3 machines combines everything they have into one. Attributes such as strength and speed are no longer calculable or are beyond the limits of what can be displayed currently. It's not that it can't be displayed, but that Su Zhan can't see it. The same goes for skills. As multiple machines are combined into one, the skills have also changed and been integrated. For example, the Z300's Vulcan Gatling gun can be combined with the Danger Ranger's plasma cannon to become a Gatling plasma cannon. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a series of muffled sounds were heard, and the fists of the Immortal Chasers fell like raindrops, continuously hitting Su Zhan's body. But it's totally useless, no effect at all. That's it for the 8th turn. Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth, slowly raised his arm and slapped the person chasing the Immortal. It happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Su Zhan raised his arm, it fell down. With a loud bang, the person chasing the Immortal turned into a meteor and flew out, crashing into an ice cliff in the distance. With a loud bang, countless pieces of ice fell and buried the people chasing the Immortal. Too strong. Although he was mentally prepared, Su Zhan was still shocked by the scene before him. Just now he couldn't even catch up with the shadow of the person chasing the Immortal, but now he can easily capture him. At the same time, in the endless snow and wind 3 or 4 miles away, Zhang Sanjia and others were heading towards the direction where Su Zhan was, braving the wind and snow. How far are you from Su Zhan? Zhang Sanjia glanced at the distance between himself and Su Zhan and sent a group message. I still have 3 miles to go. I'll be there in about 3 minutes. Huating replied. It will definitely be there in 5 minutes. It'll take me about 5 minutes too. Others responded. Speed up. I just sent a message to Su Zhan, but he didn't respond. 9 out of 10 times, they have already started fighting with the people chasing the Immortals. You all know the strength of the Immortal Chaser. An 8th level person is no match for him. Zhang Sanjia's heart sank, worry appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Although there were no wild monsters in this wind and snow maze, The strong wind brought heavy snow, like a sky full of flying blades, which greatly hindered their forward speed. When the others saw the news about Zhang Sanjia, they felt a sinking feeling in their hearts and quickened their pace, especially the other team leaders. Once something happens to Su Zhan, they will lose their position, let alone get close to the secret realm of Coffin Mountain. Moreover, Su Zhan has a bright future. Once he grows up, he is likely to lead Longhua to a new height. In the hearts of several team leaders, Su Zhan's position is much more important than theirs. It is precisely because of this that even if something happens to them, Su Zhan must never be allowed to get into trouble. Su Dongsheng, don't hold back, hurry over there. Hua Ting hurriedly sent a message to Su Dongsheng. Su Dongsheng is his capable subordinate, his profession is Blood Blade Berserker, and his level has reached level 30 of the 8th turn, and his combat power is stronger than his. It's just that Su Dongsheng has a cold personality, is not good at speaking, and usually doesn't talk. Receive. Hua Ting soon received a response from Su Dongsheng. At the same time, a burst of blood light appeared around Su Dongsheng's body, and his forward speed suddenly increased. This skill is called Explosive Blood Light. Although it is a status-enhancing skill, it is Su Dongsheng's main skill. It can improve Su Dongsheng's attributes in all aspects and last for 10 minutes. Old Xiao, stop wasting time. Nothing must happen to Su Zhan. On the other side, Bai Zizai also sent a message to his subordinates. Don't worry, Old White. I'll be there soon. Old Xiao pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, then bent slightly. A faint golden light appeared on his body, and then he turned into a golden light, tearing through the snow and rushing out. Lao Xiao, no one knows his full name and he has never told it. He only said one thing, that he was a psychopath, and told others to stay away from him as much as possible and not get close to him. Otherwise, he would not be able to help but beat others to death. His occupation is Evil Sin King Kong, 8th turn and level 30. At the same time, several team leaders also used their acceleration skills and rushed towards Su Zhan's position. And in the center of the wind and snow maze, the snow pile that buried the immortal chaser exploded with a bang, and the immortal chaser was seen with golden light wrapped around him, rushing towards Su Zhan like quicksand. Although he did not use spatial transfer, his speed was indeed surprisingly fast, and he rushed in front of Su Zhan almost instantly. The fist wrapped in golden light smashed down with the power to destroy the world. But it was useless. Su Zhan was faster. A punch hit his chest, and the golden light wrapped around the immortal chaser's body trembled violently and was directly dispersed, and the whole person flew out again. This must be the fake immortal body. Su Zhan showed surprise. According to the power of the armor after the fusion, this punch should have killed the immortal chaser directly. Now it just dispersed the golden light on his body, which showed that the defense of the person chasing the immortal had been greatly enhanced. No wonder Zhang Sanjia said that those who pursue immortals need at least 3/8 turns to deal with them. According to Su Zhan's estimation, let alone 3/8 turn masters, even 5/8 turn masters might not be a match for the immortal pursuer after he has used the fake immortal body. But there is always a mountain higher than the other. You are not good enough after all. Su Zhan raised the corner of his mouth, took a step forward, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of the people chasing the immortal. Chapter 40. A level 2 player kills a level 8 player? Am I really dreaming? Plasma Cannon. Su Zhan's mind moved, and the Dangerous Wanderer skill was activated. The armor on his raised left hand burst into a dazzling blue electric light. The electric light expanded instantly, covering an area of more than 10 meters in radius, and then quickly shrank, covering the fist into a thin layer. The next moment, the fist fell and hit the chest of the person chasing the immortal. Boom! A terrifying lightning flash suddenly erupted, covering an area of 100 meters in radius, and the people chasing the immortal were smashed into the ground. Wherever the lightning passed, the snow cracked inch by inch, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The deafening roar spread throughout the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. The terrifying energy wrapped in lightning instantly broke through the wind and snow maze array and directly tore the array apart. The violent gale came to an abrupt halt, and the heavy snow dancing in the wind suddenly stopped, then was carried away by the terrifying energy aftermath. In just a few breaths, the area within a radius of 5 miles was cleared and there was no trace of snow. At this time, the figures of Zhang Sanjia and others were also exposed. The closest one was Su Dongsheng, with blood surging on his body. He was originally more than 100 meters away from the central area, but now he was pushed back 100 meters by the powerful energy shock wave, and his feet even left 2 deep grooves on the ground. How can there be such a strong energy fluctuation? Su Dongsheng steadied himself, looked up into the distance, and his pupils shrank. Not far ahead, there appeared a large pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. What's going on? What happened? What's going on with this big pit? At the same time, several golden lights flashed around Su Dongsheng, and Zhang Sanjia and others appeared one after another. Looking at the deep pit in front of them, everyone gasped and felt their scalps tingling. Then, everyone looked at each other and rushed to the edge of the pit at the same time. Deep in the pit, a piece of armor that everyone felt was somewhat familiar appeared before everyone's eyes. The armor had a silver base with red stripes on it. It was strong and powerful, exuding a sense of majesty and dominance. At this time, the man in armor stood with his head held high, and at his feet lay the immortal pursuer who had lost his breath. This is Su Zhan? The person he's stepping on is a fairy chaser? Did he change his armor? The people chasing the immortal were killed by him alone? He killed a top-level wild monster that required at least 3 8th-level attacks? Is this a dream? Oh my god, when did a second-level mechanic become so powerful? Zhang Sanjia and the others were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. They couldn't believe what they saw, mainly because this is so fucking amazing. He is a fairy chaser, a top wild monster of level 8. No one can defeat him unless he reaches level 9. How come he died in the blink of an eye? Didn't they call Su Zhan here to locate him? How did he kill this wild monster? I know that you, Su Zhanming, are strong, but you can't be so perverted, right? There are so many masters in the Professionals Association, and they have been unable to break through this predicament for 100 years. Just when you came, you solved it in less than 10 minutes. At this time, Su Zhan didn't notice them at all, nor could he see the changes in their expressions, let alone know what they were thinking. With the death of the immortal pursuers, Su Zhan also arrived at the world prompt. Tip: you killed the immortal chaser and are rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 99 of the second transformation. Hint: you picked up the skill book, Fake Immortal Body. Fake Immortal Body. Skill effect: randomly add other attributes to one of the attributes to break through the limitations. Note: it is hard to find immortals in the world. Only fake immortals exist. Hint: you have picked up the skill book. Turn around in 1 step. Turn around in 1 step. Skill effect: instantly appear behind the marked enemy. Can be used once per minute. Note: who can see the traces of the immortals? Only by turning around can we find the Great Way. Hint: you have picked up the remaining map of the fairy's feet. The remaining picture of the fairy's feet. Purpose: records part of the route to Xinjiao. Note: according to legend, the place where immortals rest is called Immortal Feet. If you find the immortal feet, you can see the true appearance of the immortal, as expected of a super elite monster. After seeing the items dropped by the immortal chasers, Su Zhan was secretly excited. These skills were just used by those chasing immortals, and the effects were amazing. The remaining picture of the immortal's feet is even more precious. It is said that a real immortal can be found. Ever since the game and the world merged for hundreds of years, the legend of immortals has always existed, but no one has ever seen one. If it can be found in the future, no one knows what benefits can be obtained. You guys are here? After calming down, Su Zhan looked around and found Zhang Sanjia and others standing by the big pit and staring at him. Ahem, did you kill him by yourself? Zhang Sanjia came to his senses and pretended to cough a few times to ease the embarrassment. The other people also came to their senses and turned their heads to look in other directions. We are all people who have seen the world. If someone finds out that we lost our minds in shock when we saw a wild monster being killed, it would be bad for our reputation. This guy is not that great. He just relies on the formation. Although his fake immortal body is powerful, as long as we have enough people, defeating him is only a matter of time. Su Zhan had a smile on his face and looked relaxed. Team leader, am I really not dreaming? This guy spoke with full energy, without even taking a breath. It looked like killing the immortal chaser was effortless. Lao Shao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and tried to make his voice sound calm, but his slightly trembling tone still revealed his inner shock. It's true. Although I don't know what's going on, there is one thing that proves it's true. My dragon kingdom is going to prosper. Bai Zizai couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and his body was shaking slightly when he spoke. He could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. Ha ha ha, okay, that's great. Zhang Sanjia came back to his senses and couldn't help laughing a few times. Young man, I didn't realize you were so amazing. Feng Ruming raised the corners of her mouth, narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly, and stared at Su Zhan up and down. They all realized what a bright future Su Zhan would bring to Longwo once he grew up. I didn't expect that he would be so strong in this state. Su Zhan smiled. He really didn't expect that the armor after the three machines combined would have reached the 9th level of strength. In fact, this is not Su Zhan's full strength. After all, he still has a deep blue super machine that he hasn't used. If deep blue is added, the power of the combined armor will be even more terrifying. The items dropped by the immortal chaser. Su Zhan thought of the items that had just dropped and spoke quickly. According to the general situation of forming a team, the wild monsters and items that were hunted together would be distributed collectively. Although he killed the immortal chaser alone, the location was provided by Zhang Sanjia and others. Chapter 41. A century-old secret realm. Encountering an immortal in the Coffin Mountain. We didn't contribute anything, so those things are all yours. Zhang Sanjia interrupted Su Zhan directly and said, I don't want those things. The others around had no objection. If it weren't for Su Zhan, they wouldn't even be able to see the immortal chaser, let alone the dropped items. Thank you very much then. Su Zhan didn't act pretentiously and just clicked on Study. Hint. You have learned the skill Fake Immortal Body. Hint. You have learned the skill of turning in one step. As two prompt sounds sounded, the skill was easily learned. It's just that his proficiency level is not high. If he wants to reach the level of those who pursue immortals, he still needs many times of practice and comprehension. Everyone, shall we go in now? Zhang Sanjia looked up at the crack in the snow cliff in the distance. His excited expression slowly dissipated and gradually turned into solemnity. Although they knew about this secret place, they had never entered it. The wild monsters guarding the gate alone are so powerful. You can imagine how powerful the wild monsters inside will be. There are still many masters in the Professionals Association, but they are all leveling up outside. If they were all organized together, there would be at least a few hundred 8th level masters, or even more. But that takes a certain amount of time to prepare and requires coordination from all parties. It is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Now that we have come to this, we must go in. Hua Ting said in a deep voice. That's right. We finally got here. How can we not go in and take a look? Bai Zizai also meant this. Why have we not dared to upgrade for so many years? Now that the opportunity is in front of you, will you watch it slip away? Feng Ruming smiled, her eyes determined. Su Zhan, what about you? It's your credit to kill the people chasing the immortals. I'm afraid I'll still have to rely on you after we get in. Zhang Sanjia nodded slightly, then looked at Su Zhan. The opinions of the other three team leaders are actually not important. The most important one is Su Zhan's opinion. Although Zhang Sanjia also wanted to get in, his life was relatively more important. But if Su Zhan went in, the situation would be different. They can no longer see clearly how strong Su Zhan is. According to Zhang Sanjia's estimation, even if they were combined, they would not be a match for Su Zhan. Of course I have to go in and take a look. Although my level is not high, if I can discover the secret of breaking through the 9th level, it will be of great benefit to me in the future. There was a hint of anticipation in Su Zhan's eyes. Okay, let's go. After receiving Su Zhan's reply, Zhang Sanjia's eyes sparkled, and he took the lead and walked forward. Seeing this, others followed closely. At the same time, the world also issued Su Zhan's 3rd level mission. Tip: your 3rd job task has been released. Task requirements: find a blue dragon reverse scale. Are you asking me to hunt the Azure Dragon? But I've never heard of a blue dragon anywhere. Su Zhan glanced at the task requirements and frowned secretly. The Azure Dragon is a mythical beast in the legend of the Dragon Kingdom. Logically speaking, in the era of comprehensive professionals, it is not surprising that things in myths and legends appear in reality. But the game and the real world have been integrated for hundreds of years, and no one has ever heard of the existence of a mythical beast like the Azure Dragon. At most, someone had discovered an 8th level dragon. In order to hunt down the dragon, a huge price was paid. 5 8th level people were killed by the dragon, and only then was the dragon finally killed. Everyone, please be careful after entering and put your own safety first. At the same time, everyone had already walked to the front of the crack, and Zhang Sanjia gave his final instructions. Clear. Don't worry. Everyone nodded, their expressions became solemn, and most of them were excited. Afterwards, Zhang Sanjia was the first to step into the crack. Accompanied by a wave of water, Zhang Sanjia's figure disappeared in an instant. It's my turn. Hua Ting raised the corner of his mouth and walked in. After them came Su Dongsheng, Bai Zizai, and Lao Xiao. Little brother, you go last. Feng Ruming saw Su Zhan trying to go in, so she pulled Su Zhan and walked in front of him, staring at him. No matter what, You must ensure your own safety first. I understand. You have to be careful too. Sujan immediately understood what phone rumming meant. This is an unfamiliar secret place, and no one knows what is inside. They went to explore the way first, so Sujan was allowed to go last. And the final instructions also showed concern for Sujan. Something can happen to them, but nothing can happen to Sujan. Watching phone rumming disappear into the crack, Sujan also walked in. Sujan only felt a flash before his eyes, and a sense of weightlessness came over him. The armor thrusters opened instantly, and Sujan could see the scene clearly at this time. Is this a fairyland? Sujan couldn't help but gasp and murmured softly. At this moment, what appeared before Sujan's eyes was an extremely gorgeous world. Looking around, you can see lush green grass dotted with flowers swaying in the wind. Countless colorful butterflies are flying among the flowers, picking nectar, and black and yellow bees are flapping their wings and flying around. A little further away, there are countless ancient trees standing, and countless birds with colorful feathers flying and playing in the woods. A blue stone path extends from Sujan's feet into the depths of the woods. And in the distance, there is a big mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there are pavilions and towers with green tiles and glazed tiles, which are reflected in the sunlight and sparkling with golden light. Indistinctly, you can see many figures in gorgeous clothes, walking, sitting cross-legged, drinking opposite each other, or listening to the wind and watching the scenery in the towers. On the top of the mountain, there was a golden light. In the dazzling glow, one could vaguely see a palace standing, emitting majestic power. Something's wrong. This looks a bit too much like the legendary Fairy Mountain Pavilion. Sujan keenly sensed that something was wrong. Zhang Sanjia and the others have already said that this secret place is called Encountering Immortals in the Coffin Mountain. Although there is a word immortal, there is also a word coffin. Scanning. Sujan directly turned on the scanning function of the combined armor. Bumblebee, Fairy Beast, a fake. Level, 8th level 60. Skills, Crazy Bee Assault, Bee Sting, Bee Dance, Fairy Bee Swarm, Fake Fairy Body, Blaze-Colored Butterfly Fairy Beast, a fake. Level, 8th level 40. Skills, Butterfly Dance, Thunder. Colorful butterflies attract thunder. Fake Immortal Body. Both the little bee and the butterfly are 8 turns? Sujan was startled after just a glance. It's not that I'm afraid of the strength of these wild monsters, but that the levels of these wild monsters are too high. According to outside experience, the highest level of small wild monsters like bees and butterflies will not exceed the 2nd level. But here, it has reached the terrifying 8th level. The most important thing is that they all have a common skill, the fake immortal body. Sujan has experienced the horror of this skill. There are so many bees and butterflies here, and countless flying birds. If they are all 8th level wild monsters and have fake immortal bodies, then it will be over. Sujan has the ability to protect himself, but it is different for others. After all, there are too many wild monsters here, and countless bees and butterflies attack at the same time. It is estimated that only the 9th level professionals can run rampant here. Beep. Danger. Danger. Just as Sujan was thinking, the harsh prompt of the combined armor sounded instantly. Sujan quickly dodged to the side and saw a bumblebee flying past the place where he had just stood like a sharp sword. Sujan thought that the bee was going to turn around and attack him, but the bee didn't even stop. It landed on a chrysanthemum and started collecting nectar. Sujan frowned secretly, grabbed the bee in his hand, and crushed it with a little force. Hint: you killed the 8th level hornet and are rewarded with 70 experience points. World prompts sounded at the same time. Chapter 42. Abnormal Secret Realm, the Mountain Guardian Boy's Request. Isn't this just an ordinary bee? Sujan looked at the experience he had gained, and his doubts grew even greater. Although this little bee is an 8th level bee, it does not have the strength of an 8th level bee at all. The experience gained after killing it is just like that of an ordinary little bee. After calming down, Sujan walked into the bushes and killed a few more butterflies, and got the same result as before. Although the levels displayed are very high, they are all ordinary butterflies. Let's go to the middle of the mountain and have a look. After confirming, Sujan looked up at the golden mountain in the distance and strode forward. Half an hour later, a giant jade archway 100 meters high appeared before him. In the middle of the archway are written 3 big characters: Yushin Mountain. Behind the archway is a staircase of stone steps that stretch as far as the eye can see. Each step is carved with exquisite cloud and thunder patterns, glowing with a faint fluorescence, exuding an otherworldly aura. Sujan walked straight towards the stairs. Just as he stepped onto the first step, he felt a blur in front of his eyes and found himself back to where he was. What's going on? Sujan looked around and confirmed that he had just walked up. Sujan tried several more times afterwards, and every time was the same as the first time. No matter how he walked or how fast he went, he would return to the outside of the archway and could not get up at all. Young man, your attire is so strange. Are you here to see the immortal as well? Sujan turned around and saw a little boy in a green Taoist robe, hanging a piece of grass by the head and tail, sitting on the base of the archway pillar, crossing his legs and swaying back and forth. Are there really immortals on this mountain? Sujan looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly surprised. Humanoid monsters are rare. The person chasing the immortal at the door could only be considered a half-human monster, and the little boy in front of him was the first human-shaped monster he had ever seen. Of course there is, but not everyone can see the true appearance of an immortal. The little boy laughed, jumped down from the base of the pillar, and walked to Sujan. If you help me do something, I will tell you how to get up there. How about that? What can I do for you? Sujan asked back. I haven't eaten crabs for a long time. There is a crab ditch 100 miles to the northeast. Go and catch a big crab for me. I will give you the immortal order and let you go up the mountain. When the little boy talked about the big crab, he licked his lips and the desire in his eyes almost burst out. Task tip: catch a giant crab and give the crab legs to the gatekeeper. Do you accept it? It's indeed a mission. Sujan chose to accept it without any hesitation. That's great. I haven't eaten big crabs in a long time. Go ahead. After Sujan accepted the task, the little boy guarding the mountain danced with joy and urged Sujan to act quickly. Sujan did not hesitate and flew directly towards the mission location according to the direction given in the mission. 10 minutes later, Sujan arrived at the so-called crab ditch. Is this a fucking ditch? Sujan was secretly surprised when he saw the deep ditch in front of him, which was about 400 or 500 meters wide and had no end in sight. In this secret realm of Coffin Mountain, both the monsters and the terrain are extremely exaggerated. The little bees before were all at level 8, but now they are in ditches, and the others are in the big rivers outside. Are the crabs here also this big? Sujan frowned and flew down from the edge. He flew for nearly 100 meters before he could barely see the bottom of the ditch. So big? Just as it was about to land, a giant crab that was 10 meters high and more than 20 meters long appeared in front of Sujan. The appearance of this crab is no different from the ordinary crabs in the river outside, and the color is the same. It's just that this one is hundreds of times larger and looks extremely powerful. A gentle wave of a pair of large pliers can bring up a gust of wind that makes people unable to stand steadily. King Kong Crab, Spiritual Beast True. Level: 8th Level 1. Skills: Rampage. King Kong Crab Claw. Powerful Crab Claw. Raise the waves. Roll in the mud. It's also an 8th turn wild monster, but it's different from the previous one. It has the word true in it. Sujan took a quick look at the big crab's attributes and instantly became alert. Call. As soon as Sujan landed, he entered the realm of the King Kong Crab and immediately attracted its hatred. The King Kong Crab waved its claws, which were as big as a large truck, like 2 steel knives, and slashed towards Sujan. Bang! Sujan exerted force with both arms and directly grabbed the crab's claws. The powerful force made his feet sink into the sand. Rise! Sujan exerted force with both arms, lifted the giant King Kong crab high up, and smashed it onto a large rock nearby. Accompanied by the sound of steel plates breaking, the thick crab shell broke apart, and the golden crab roe flowed out, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Hint: you killed the 8th level King Kong crab, and you will be rewarded with 40,000 experience points. His experience and strength are the same as those of an ordinary rank 8 wild monster. Sujan frowned secretly. Something is wrong. The bumblebee and butterfly above, although they are also level 8, have a fake word after them and do not have the strength and rewards of level 8 wild monsters. But the King Kong crab has the word true behind it, and its strength and killing rewards are the same as those of a real 8th level wild monster. Sujan couldn't figure out what was going on, so he shook his head and disassembled the King Kong crab. Hint: you picked up King Kong crab roe. Hint: you picked up the King Kong crab claw. Hint: you picked up the King Kong crab legs. In less than 3 minutes, Sujan had already cut up the giant King Kong crab. He took a look and found that the meat of the King Kong crab was very effective. King Kong crab roe can quickly restore energy, and the King Kong crab claws can actually increase strength by 500 points, which lasts for 1 day. If this thing were sold outside, It would be worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Boom! Su Zhan was just about to go back to find the boy guarding the mountain when suddenly a loud roar was heard in the distance. Su Zhan looked at the same person and flew directly towards the direction where the sound came from. No one has ever been to this secret realm. If there were any sounds of fighting, it must be Zhang Sanjia and his men. No matter who it is, if Su Zhan meets him, he will go over to help. After walking 500 meters along the deep ditch, a burning flame appeared in front of Su Zhan. In the bursting flames, a golden phoenix flapped its wings, scattering countless flames, and was being besieged by a dozen giant King Kong crabs. The phoenix flapped its wings, trying to fly away. But every time it flew high, the giant King Kong crab would shoot out a very fast stream of water from its mouth, forming a large net, cutting off the phoenix's flight path. Its team leader Feng. Su Zhan recognized Feng Rumming at a glance. Among the people who came this time, Zhang Sanjia sent Su Zhan the professional information of several other people. The profession that could transform into a phoenix was Feng Ruming's 100 Birds Fire Fairy. At this moment, she transformed into a phoenix, with flames burning all over her body. She seemed extremely powerful, but in fact she was in a very dangerous situation. There were more than 10 giant King Kong crabs gathered around her. Each of them was level 8 and had ground-to-air skills. Feng Ruming was besieged and couldn't break free at all. Su Zhan, come and save me. Feng Ruming was already extremely anxious. When she saw Su Zhan appear, she didn't care about the danger of her team leader and asked for help directly. Chapter 43. Feng Ruming is besieged by giant crabs. However, Su Zhan was very quick and took action before she could call for help. He turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed to a giant King Kong crab. He punched it, and the crab shell was cracked open. A giant King Kong crab was killed by Su Zhan with just one punch. Bang! 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 Afterwards, Feng Ruming heard more than a dozen consecutive muffled sounds. The group of giant King Kong crabs that she had tried her best to escape from had been slaughtered by Su Zhan. I never thought that I would be saved by a second-level professional. Feng Ruming looked at the corpses of the giant King Kong crabs around her and couldn't help but sigh. Before this, she had never thought that she would rely on Su Zhan to save her life. When Su Zhan first arrived at the professionals' headquarters, she was still thinking of relying on her subordinates to win over Su Zhan and train him well. Looking back now, I realized that my original thoughts were so naive. Team leader Feng, why are you here? After Su Zhan picked up the items dropped by the King Kong crab, he came to Feng Ruming. At this time, she had already canceled her transformation. I don't know either. After I came in, I appeared here. I wanted to go out and look for you guys, but I was stopped by a giant King Kong crab. Before I could kill the crab, the surrounding crabs swarmed out and trapped me. If it weren't for you, I would have died here. Feng Ruming still felt a lingering fear at this time. Although it seemed easy for Su Zhan to kill these crabs, she had fought against the giant King Kong crabs and had deeply felt the horror of these big crabs. The hard shell on their bodies has extremely strong defensive power. Generally, an 8th level cultivator needs at least 10 full-strength attacks to barely break the crab shell. Moreover, the King Kong crab has long-range attack skills, making it difficult to defend against. I came here because I accepted the mission. I checked and found that the secret here should be on that golden mountain. As Su Zhan spoke, he told Feng Ruming about his mission and what he saw outside. Is this place so weird? Feng Ruming looked solemn. She had just entered this deep ditch and had no idea what was happening outside. Now, after hearing what Su Zhan said, she realized that they had been too reckless this time. How could the interior of this secret place, where they were trapped for nearly 100 years before even being able to enter, be simple? Feng Ruming even felt that if it weren't for Su Zhan, none of them who came in would be able to go back. Let's go up first. This place is too big to find other people. Let's go up the mountain first. Su Zhan suggested. Okay. Feng Ruming nodded. Su Zhan was right. It seems peaceful and quiet on the surface, but it is actually very strange inside. The best way to find other people is not to look around like a headless fly, but to find out the details of this secret place as soon as possible. Let me take you flying. Su Zhan grabbed Feng Ruming's hand and jumped into the sky. What a beautiful view. Feng Ruming saw the entire picture of this secret realm this time and was shocked by the scene before her. Looking around, the peaks are covered with green, and the mountains, rivers, and streams are dotted among them. It is truly a peaceful fairyland. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan landed at the foot of the mountain gate. Here are the crab legs you asked for. Su Zhan took out a crab leg of a giant King Kong crab and gave it to the boy guarding the mountain. Wow, I missed you so much. The boy guarding the mountain threw a golden token to Su Zhan, and then picked up the crab leg of the giant king crab and started to eat it. Hint: you have completed the mission of the mountain guard boy, gained 100,000 experience points, and obtained the immortal encounter order. Notes: the token to meet the immortals. Anyone holding the token can climb up the Yushin mountain and pay homage to the immortals. Little boy, I'll give you a few more crab legs. Can you give me some more tokens? Su Zhan flipped through the token in his hand and looked at the boy guarding the mountain. No, no, each person can only get one token. The mountain guard boy shook his head without hesitation. Do you want some crab roe? Su Zhan thought about it and took out the crab roe of the King Kong crab. Wow, it's really crab roe. The little boy guarding the mountain had shining eyes as he stared at the crab roe in Su Zhan's hand with great desire. One token in exchange for one serving of crab roe. Su Zhan smiled and shook the crab roe in his hand. For you. The boy guarding the mountain quickly took out a fairy order from his arms and threw it to Su Zhan, then snatched the crab roe and began to taste it. It really worked. Su Zhan didn't expect to get the second immortal seeing order so easily. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to be successful. But it's normal when you think about it. This child is an NPC in the real game and can only complete fixed dialogues and tasks. But now that the game and the real world have merged, although these wild monster-like NPCs have their own responsibilities to fulfill, they have become more humane and are not so rigid. As for whether other types of wild monsters also have human nature, Su Zhan doesn't know. However, I heard that wild monsters above the 9th level have human nature, independent consciousness, and can communicate like humans. It's similar to the monster in the legend that has cultivated into a spirit. But so far, no one has seen a 9th level wild monster. I didn't expect to encounter a humanoid monster here. Feng Rumeng was shocked. Like Su Zhan, she had never seen a humanoid monster. It's my first time seeing this too. Let's go up first. Su Zhan smiled and handed a piece of the immortal entry order to Feng Rumeng. Let's go and see what secrets this Yushin mountain hides. Feng Rumeng took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself. Together with Su Zhan, he stepped onto the stairs. The moment they stepped onto the stairs, the immortal tokens in their hands emitted a faint golden light, surrounding both of them. The golden light offset the teleporting power of the steps, allowing them to stay here. The steps not only have the power to teleport, they also prohibit flight. After Su Zhan walked up the stairs, he quickly tried to see if he could fly. After all, in a place like this, being able to fly and not being able to fly are two completely different situations. Perhaps it was because he was flying mechanically, but there was a very strong force pressing on him. If he wanted to fly, he had to break through the suppression of this force. According to Su Zhan's estimation, if he used all his strength in the combined form of the three armors, he could also fly, but his speed would only be 1/10 of that in the outside world. However, this speed is already very fast, which makes Su Zhan feel a little more at ease. Then, the two of them walked up the stairs. Half an hour later, the two had walked nearly 1,000 steps. After stepping on the last step, a square as big as 10 football fields appeared in front of them. So many people? Feng Rumeng was shocked by the scene in front of her. At this time, in the center of the square in front of them, there were more than a dozen cushions, and on each cushion there was a person in Taoist robes sitting cross-legged, emitting a faint golden light, as if he was attaining enlightenment. Right in front of these people, there was a large round cauldron with fire burning underneath it. The sound of boiling water in the cauldron could be heard from afar. The air was filled with the aroma of meat, as if some unknown meat was being cooked in the cauldron. Chapter 44. I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Meet the immortal Li Zhan. Level: 8th level 30. Skills: Blue Dragon Sword Technique. Style 1. Style 2. Style 3. Fake Immortal Body. Note: people who come from outside the mountain want to seek the way and ask the immortals. Seeing the immortal I Chang Air. Level: 8th level 30. Skills: Bagwal Yoshin Fist. Fake Immortal Body. Note: people who come from outside the mountain want to seek the way and ask the immortals. Based on general gaming experience, these immortals should be like us, coming from the outside world and then becoming wild monsters here. Su Zhan was secretly alert. From the names and annotations of these people, it can be seen that they should be people from outside like Su Zhan, but for some reason, they have now become NPCs here, that is, wild monsters here. This is a very dangerous matter, which means that if they are not careful, they may become wild monsters here like these people. Now that reality and games are integrated, there is no mechanism like in online games where you can be resurrected after death. Once they die, They are really dead. Unless there is a legendary item of a certain level that can bring back the dead, you are truly dead. What do we do now? Feng Ruming couldn't help but look at Sujan. After what happened at Crabditch, she had unknowingly become somewhat dependent on Sujan. Go take a look first. Sujan looked around and found that although the square was very large, if he wanted to get there, he had to pass by the immortal. It was definitely impossible to leave now. They could only go over and take a look. Haha, I saw an immortal. I saw an immortal. Master Dao, I have done it. I have done it. I finally became an immortal. I became an immortal. Haha, everything in the world is in my hands. I will become an immortal today. From now on, my lifespan will be as long as the heavens. If I hear the truth in the morning, I will die in the evening. As the two people slowly approached, they could hear low whispers in their ears, sometimes urgent, sometimes crazy, and sometimes surprised. The two followed the sound and came to the side of the immortal, only to find that not only was what they said very wrong, but the expressions on their faces were even more speechless. Some people have ferocious and vicious looks on their faces. Some people have crooked mouths and eyebrows, and saliva dripping. Some people blushed, with their mouth corners raised, and they were extremely happy. Are they crazy? Feng Ruming was also a veteran, and she was also shocked when she saw the expressions of these people, mainly because the contrast is too great. Looking from their backs, these people looked like masters, giving people a feeling of peace and tranquility. But when I got closer, I heard them talking nonsense and their expressions were strange. It feels like someone who looks like a beautiful woman from a distance, but turns into an evil ghost when you get closer. Team leader, Sujan had been frowning. This scene was really uncomfortable to watch. When he walked to the big cauldron and took a look inside, he was stunned. The water in the cauldron was already boiling, and Zhang Sanjia was tied up like a dumpling with only his head sticking out. Zhang Sanjia's face was flushed and his forehead was covered with sweat. If it weren't for the faint golden light emanating from his body, he would have been cooked. What's up? Feng Ruming thought Sujan was calling her, and she answered involuntarily. When she came to her senses, she found that Sujan was staring at the big cauldron. Fake monk? Approaching the cauldron, Feng Ruming gasped when she saw the Tibetan Sanjia almost being cooked inside. Then he couldn't help but retching. In addition to the 3 kinds of meat hidden in the big cauldron, there was also meat of unknown origin. The meaty aroma they smelled was emitted from these things. From the fact that Tibetan prawns were cooked inside, one could guess that the meat was most likely not from livestock. Team leader Feng, you stay alert. I will rescue the team leader. Su Zhan's face was solemn, and he stretched out his hand to grab the 3 armors hidden in the tripod. He now roughly understood why this secret realm was called a destructive level secret realm, because there are so many weird mechanisms in there. That is to say, the wild monsters here may be very weak, but you can't find their weaknesses and you can't kill them at all. Just like the people chasing immortals at the door. If it weren't for Su Zhan, Zhang Sanjia, and the others who didn't have special positioning methods, they would probably never be able to get in their entire lives. This is the scary thing about the mechanism. Crash. With the sound of water, Zhang Sanjia was lifted out of the cauldron. The skeleton of an unknown creature hanging on his body was also pulled out. Team leader, Su Zhan called out a few times, but Zhang Sanjia didn't respond, as if he had fallen into a coma. Scanning. Hint. Zhang Sanjia was poisoned by the corpse and fell into a deep coma. Is there corpse poison in the broth? Su Zhan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the cauldron again. The raging fire burned the cauldron red, and it didn't look like there was any corpse poison in it. Put down the sacrifice. How dare you snatch the offerings we prepared for the immortal? You want to ruin our chance of becoming immortal? At the moment Zhang Sanjia was pulled out, Jiang Xianren, who had been sitting on the ground like an idiot, sat up straight and stared at Su Zhan. The golden light on his body slowly dissipated, and his eyes were filled with a gray-green corpse aura, and he became like an evil ghost. Team leader Feng, you stay with our team leader, and I'll leave them to me. Su Zhan walked straight to the front and protected Feng Ruming and Zhang Sanjia behind him. Be careful. Feng Ruming gave a warning and wisely did not go up to help. After what happened at Crabditch, Feng Ruming realized that there was a huge gap between her fighting ability and Su Zhan's. Seeing that the immortal was obviously an 8th level elite monster, she would only make things worse if she went up to him. Fine. Su Zhan gave Feng Ruming a look that reassured her. Squeak. The next moment, the immortal Li Zhan pulled out a long sword from somewhere, rushed to Su Zhan in an instant, and hit Su Zhan on the forehead. Roll. Su Zhan's expression darkened, and he punched him in the chest. The immortal Li Jun flew out like a cannonball, smashing a big hole in the bluestone slab in the distance. 8 trigrams swimming steps. At the same time, the immortal Chang'er let out a low roar, stepped on the Bagua steps, and rushed in front of Su Zhan at an extremely fast speed in the blink of an eye, and punched Su Zhan in the face. Su Zhan bent slightly to avoid the incoming fist. The thrusters behind him opened up, and he turned into a flash of lightning. He instantly appeared behind Chang'er, grabbed his clothes, and threw him away. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. At the same time, the remaining dozen or so people also stood up when they heard the strange and creepy laughter coming out of the immortal's mouth. Su Zhan, be careful. Feng Ruming couldn't help but remind him again, and at the same time she was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, there is Su Zhan. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to figure out what was going on here and would be wiped out. First, she was besieged by a dozen giant king crabs in the Crab Valley. Zhang Sanjia was even more unlucky. He was directly thrown into a big cauldron and cooked as a sacrifice. If they had come a little later, Zhang Sanjia would probably have turned into a pot of meat soup. Chapter 45. Zhang Sanjia. Haha, I have reached the 9th level, Thunderfall technique. Fierce Rain Sword technique. Mad Dragon Slash. Earth Fire technique. The rest of the immortals appeared at the same time and released their own skills. The strong wind mixed with the flash of swords and sabers, like a vast ocean, smashed towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan, be careful. Feng Ruming couldn't help but gasp and shouted loudly, reminding Su Zhan to be careful. These immortals are set up as human professionals transformed into wild monsters, and the skills they release now are also the skills they had when they were human professionals. In addition to the 8th level, there is also the setting that wild monsters are generally stronger than human professionals of the same level. The attacks launched by more than a dozen people combined together are extremely powerful. Chain Sword, Lightning Enhancement. Su Zhan remained calm and swung his left arm forward, and a chain instantly extended out, reaching 5 meters in length. The moment the chain extended to its maximum length, it straightened and the iron ring on top was tightly clasped, forming a long sword. A flash of lightning spread along Su Zhan's arm, completely covering the sword. Squeak! The next moment, Su Zhan waved his hand violently, and the chain sword crossed the void. The majestic electric light above broke away from the long sword, turned into an arc, and rushed forward. Boom! The lightning sword energy and the skills of the immortal collided with each other, and the invisible and intangible energy was actually split into two. Is it possible? Feng Ruming's pupils shrank, and she was shocked by the scene before her. Can energy also be cut off? Isn't this something that only happens in myths and legends? How strong is Su Zhan? Buzz! The next moment, a sound of breaking through the air was suddenly heard, and the thrusters behind Su Zhan were fully opened, and the speed increased to the limit. Although there was a special force suppressing him and making it impossible to fly, after Su Zhan increased the energy output to the maximum, he still turned into a phantom and rushed out like a ghost. Squeak! Crack! With the terrifying power of the combined armor and the power output that exceeds the limit, every time Su Zhan swings the chain sword, he can produce a sword chant that breaks through the air. The electric current on the chain sword surged, and a sound like thunder broke out. These immortals could not withstand the attack of the chain sword at all, and were directly cut in half. Hint: you killed the immortal Li Air, and you will be rewarded with 90,000 experience points. Hint: you killed the immortal Li Zhan, and you will be rewarded with 90,000 experience points. Hint: you have picked up a C, the immortal order. Hint: you picked up the wind step. Hint: you picked up the Jiaolong claw scale. Hint: you picked up 100,000 gold coins. Su Zhan killed the two immortals with one sword and picked up the items they dropped. It's actually a dragon scale? Looking at the dragon scales in the backpack, Su Zhan raised his eyebrows and thought of his 3rd level mission. Since there are dragon scales, are there blue dragon reverse scales? It would be great if I could directly upgrade to the 3rd level here. Die. Thinking of this, Su Zhan turned around and pounced on the other immortals. In less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen immortals were slaughtered by Su Zhan. The strength of these people is similar to that of the immortal chasers at the door. Even if they release fake immortal body skills, the gap between them and Su Zhan is still huge. Su Zhan picked up all the items they dropped. Hint: you picked up the 100 poison pill. A hint caught Su Zhan's attention. 100 poison pill. Effect: can cure all kinds of poisons. Note: this holy detoxifying medicine is made from hundreds of precious medicinal materials after being simmered for 49 days. It can cure all kinds of poisons. Zhang Sanjia is now unconscious due to corpse poison, and this thing can be used to detoxify him. Team leader Feng, I found the 100 poison pill. Su Zhan walked up to Feng Rumming with the 100 poison pill. Ah, then quickly detoxify the fake monk. Feng Rumming suddenly came back to her senses. Her cheeks felt a little hot, and she hurriedly lowered her head and helped Zhang Sanjia up. Just now she was completely attracted by Su Zhan's figure, and she was so absorbed in looking at him that she didn't even notice that the battle was over. No way. The 8th turn wild monsters were like paper in front of Su Zhan. Although Feng Rumming had been through many battles, she had never seen anyone like Su Zhan, who killed 8th turn wild monsters as easily as mowing grass. It was suddenly a mess and she couldn't help but pay attention. Su Zhan smiled and didn't care, and stuffed the 100 poison pill into Zhang Sanjia's mouth. The 100 poison pill was very effective. A few seconds after Zhang Sanjia took it, his fingers moved and he woke up slowly. Haha, I've reached the 9th level, the 9th level. So if you want to upgrade your profession to the 9th level, you have to overcome the tribulation. Haha. Zhang Sanjia had just woken up and started talking nonsense as if he had gone crazy. Su Zhan and Feng Rumming stood up hurriedly and watched quietly. Zhang Sanjia is not crazy. It is the sequelae of poisoning. People who are infected by corpse poison will fall into hallucinations. Although the corpse poison has been eliminated now, it is obvious that Zhang Sanjia has not yet awakened from the hallucinations. Team leader Feng, what are you doing? Su Zhan was speechless as he watched Feng Rumming turn on the recording function. The fake monk usually relies on himself as the leader of 4 groups, always has a stern face, pretending to be so deep and sophisticated, but I didn't expect him to be like this. This must be recorded. When he wakes up, show it to him and make him pretend again. Feng Rumming's face was full of teasing, and she couldn't suppress the upturned corners of her mouth. A black line appeared on Su Zhan's forehead. However, this also shows that although these team leaders love and hate each other on weekdays, they actually have a good relationship. What are you doing? Suddenly, Zhang Sanjia, who had been laughing loudly like a madman, stood up suddenly and stared at Feng Rumming with his eyes. Nothing. We were waiting for you. Feng Rumming quickly turned off the video recording function. A sly smile appeared on her face, and then she quickly changed the subject. What's wrong with you? Why would you let someone cook you in a cauldron? I'm a little confused when I talk about this. A trace of fear appeared on Zhang Sanjia's face, and he turned to look at the top of the mountain behind him. When I first came in, I was teleported to the top of a mountain. It was a palace that seemed to be made entirely of gold. I just walked to the main gate and was about to go in when a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe came out. She slapped me from the top of the mountain and sent me flying here, right into the cauldron. This tripod is also very powerful. The corpse inside is highly poisonous. I felt something was wrong as soon as I entered, so I released my body protection skills, but it was too late and I fell into a coma. If you guys hadn't come here, I would be finished. Zhang Sanjia still feels scared when he thinks about what just happened. The woman in the palace on the top of the mountain is incredibly strong. It was too exaggerated that he was at the 8th level and had no ability to fight back in front of that woman. Don't mention it's you. If it weren't for Su Zhan, I would have died. Feng Rumming said. What's wrong with you? Zhang Sanjia looked puzzled. Chapter 46. This is a fucking tomb. I was teleported to a place full of giant crabs. If it weren't for Su Zhan, I would have been eaten by the giant crabs. Feng Rumming patted her chest and said slowly, You killed all these? Only then did Zhang Sanjia see that all the immortals around him had been killed. It's a handy thing. Su Zhan said modestly. My dear, how strong are you? Zhang Sanjia's eyes widened as he looked Su Zhan up and down, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. I really found a treasure this time. When Su Zhan killed the immortal chaser, he had already witnessed Su Zhan's strength. But there is only one 8th level wild monster there. But there are more than a dozen 8th level wild monsters here, and they are all elite wild monsters. They were all killed by Su Zhan. It is hard to imagine how strong Su Zhan is. I really don't know. Su Zhan shook his head. He was telling the truth. The hidden skill mechanism of the mechanical lord is too powerful. As for the skill of mechanical fusion, there is no upper limit on the number of combinations, and the attributes of each machine will be superimposed after being combined. In other words, as long as there is a powerful enough machine for Su Zhan to combine with, he can grow and become stronger without limit. Luckily you're here, or we'd be wiped out. Zhang Sanjia nodded. It was fortunate that Su Zhan came this time. Otherwise they would all be doomed. At the same time, Zhang Sanjia also understood that the opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom to rise had come. Anyone who becomes Su Zhan's enemy will only be unlucky. Let's go up and take a look first. Su Zhan smiled. Since Zhang Sanjia has awakened, the others don't know where he is. Now they can only go to the top of the mountain to see what is going on. Good. As you say. Zhang Sanjia agreed immediately, and so did Feng Rumming beside him. And neither of them felt that there was anything wrong. After all, Su Zhan is strong, and if they want to survive here, they have to rely on Su Zhan. We are all members of the professional association, so it doesn't matter who is in charge. The three of them walked past the cauldron and came to the steps across the square. Unlike the steps below, the steps here are wider, with each step being at least 20 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide. On both sides of each step, there are stone statues of soldiers wearing armor and holding spears. Su Zhan roughly counted and found that there were about 100 steps to the top of the mountain. The three of them walked up the stairs, and after more than 10 minutes, they reached the top of the stairs. A magnificent palace appeared before the three people. Just as Zhang Sanjia said, this palace is golden all over, as if it were made of gold. The main door was closed, and above it hung a plaque with 3 large characters, Yuxian Temple, inscribed on it. At the entrance of each palace, there is also a stone sculpture, but it is not a soldier, but an animal. Is this a tomb guardian beast? Su Zhan was stunned for a moment when he looked at the 2 statues of ferocious beasts in front of him. This is almost exactly the same as the beast statue recorded outside that only appears in tombs, except that it is larger in size, 30 meters tall, with a majestic face, and looks extremely domineering. Yes, it is the tomb guardian beast. So, this should be a tomb just like his name. Zhang Sanjia explained. Now that you put it that way, it really is like meeting a fairy in the Coffin Mountain. Su Zhan thought of the name of this secret realm, meeting the immortal in Coffin Mountain. The name contains the word coffin, but the scenery here is so beautiful that it doesn't look like a tomb no matter how you look at it, so no one thought about it that way. But once the tomb guardian beast appeared, the mystery of this secret realm was completely revealed. Su Zhan, shall we go in? If it doesn't work, it will be the same next time. Zhang Sanjia turned his head and looked at Su Zhan, asking for his opinion. Among these people, only Su Zhan had the chance to go in. Others would probably be like him, and would be knocked away by the woman in the phoenix coronet and bridal robe as soon as they reached the door. Of course I have to go in and take a look. Su Zhan said directly. Now that we are here, wouldn't it be a waste of our trip if we don't go in and take a look? Moreover, he seriously suspected that there were Azure Dragon's reverse scales inside this hall. This is his 3rd level mission. If he leaves here, he doesn't know where to find this thing. Team leader, you guys stand aside and let me do it. Then, Su Zhan spoke to the 2 of them. I never thought that one day we too would become a burden. Feng Rumming joked with a smile. Every generation has its own talented people. I am old and it is time for me to retire. Zhang Sanjia had a smile on his face, and the look he gave Su Zhan was full of the affection that an elder has for a younger generation. Only after the 2 men reached the side did Su Zhan walk towards the gate of Yuxian Palace. When he walked between the 2 tomb-guarding beasts, a clear and pleasant sound, like the ethereal sound of a spring dripping in the mountains, suddenly rang out. Kneel when you see an immortal. Kowtow 1,000 times to show your sincerity. As the sound appeared, the 2 tomb-guarding beasts of the stone sculptures suddenly emitted a green light, and stone chips kept falling off their bodies. They turned into living creatures and turned their heads to stare at Su Zhan. At the same time, the stone skins on the stone soldiers on both sides of the steps they had just walked up also fell off at the same time, and all the stone soldiers turned into living creatures. Scanning. Su Zhan quickly activated his scanning skill and scanned their attributes. Tomb Guardian Beast Feng Xiang. Level. 8th level 90. Skills. Fake Immortal Body. Thunder. Wild Thunder Phase. Thunderstorm and Falling Flowers. Wild Thunder Claws. Tomb Guardian Beast Tianlu. Level. 8th level 90. Skills. Fake Immortal Body. Divine Machine. Controlling Stones. Exorcising Evil Spirits. Splitting Shadows. Soul Stealing. 8th turn. Level 90. Su Zhan was shocked after just taking a glance at the attributes of the 2 tomb-guarding beasts. The level of this tomb guardian beast is too high, and it is only 9 levels away from the 9th level. That is him. He cannot be viewed with common sense. If any other 8-turn master came, probably 20 or 30 of them would just be there to serve their food. Su Zhan, the wind is blowing. Zhang Sanjia, who was standing by, also saw the attributes of the tomb-guarding beast, and his heart was filled with shock. Just think about the strength of the immortal chasers at the door, and you can guess how powerful these two tomb-guarding beasts are. What's more, in addition to the tomb-guarding beasts, there are also 200 tomb-guarding soldiers. He was really afraid that Su Zhan would be here. It's okay, you two just watch. Su Zhan waved at the two of them and said with a smile, "These tomb guardian beasts are indeed powerful, but they are not powerful enough to scare him away." Roar! The two tomb guarding beasts seemed to be staring at Su Zhan to see if he would kneel down. Seeing that Su Zhan did not kneel down for a long time, they let out a low growl at the same time, raised their claws, and grabbed towards Su Zhan. Chain sword, lightning enhancement. Su Zhan waved his arms, and the chain swords on his left and right arms extended out at the same time, completely covered by the azure blue electric current. Squeak! Su Zhan's figure moved, the thrusters behind him opened completely, and the whole person began to spin as if he was falling off. Chapter 47. The secret to becoming stronger is de gu, turning into light. The chain swords on both sides of his arms turned into a whirlwind, and the lightning on the swords formed a circle, sweeping out and hitting the two tomb-guarding beasts heavily. The terrifying energy exploded, directly forcing the two tomb-guarding beasts away. "I'll go." When Zhang Sanjia saw this scene, he gasped, "That's a tomb guardian beast." The super elite monsters of level 90 at the 8th turn have attributes close to the 9th turn level. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are quasi-9th turn. Such a powerful tomb-guarding beast was forced back by Su Zhan's sword. If they were allowed to take action, let alone force the tomb guardian beast to retreat, it would be difficult to even make it move. "Fake monk, stop looking. These things are coming towards us." Feng Rumming slapped Zhang Sanjia on the shoulder, bringing his thoughts back to reality. At this time, on the steps they had just climbed, the armed soldiers who had emerged from their petrified form had slowly walked up the steps and were surrounding them. Buddha's eyes. Zhang Sanjia directly used his reconnaissance skills. His eyes flashed with golden light and a swastika flowing in them. Feng Shuo, a leader of the Imperial Guard's golden armor. Level 8th level 90. Skills: Fake immortal body, marching formation, military formation, long snake, military formation, goose feather formation, military formation, 1 Yuan Tunglong. Wait. Li Ziyuan, commander of the Imperial Guard's golden armor. Level 8th level 90. Skills: Fake immortal body, marching formation, military formation, long snake, military formation, goose feather formation, military formation, 1 Yuan Tunglong. Wait. Zhao Yuan, a golden spear guard silver armor. Level 8th level 30. Skills: Fake immortal body, military formation, long snake, military formation, wild goose feather formation, military formation, 1 Yuan flying dragon, 100 battle spears, sweep across the troops. Wait. Gurgle. After taking a quick look at the attributes of these soldiers, Zhang Sanjia swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Damn it. It would be fine if they were all at the 8th level, but they also know military formations? This is on par with the old armies. The world and the game have been integrated for so many years, and there have never been any humanoid monsters. Now that they appear, they are so fierce. It's really scary. Fake immortal body. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Feng Shuo, directly used the fake immortal body skill, and his body was covered with a layer of faint golden light. Then the figure moved, and in an instant he rushed in front of Zhang Sanjia, and the golden spear pierced Zhang Sanjia's chest. The golden Buddha is indestructible. Zhang Sanjia's pupil shrank, and he quickly used his defensive skills. A golden Buddha light emanated from his body, and he seemed to be made of gold. Bang! The next moment, the golden spear fell, and the golden light on Zhang Sanjia's body was directly shattered. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out sideways. Fake monk, are you okay? Feng Rumming looked solemn. Damn it, be careful. This guy is too strong. My defensive skills can't stop him at all. In the distance, Zhang Sanjia struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When he was beaten into the big cauldron before, he was able to hold on thanks to the indestructible defensive skill of the Golden Buddha, which is also his strongest defensive skill. I didn't expect that it would be broken by a single shot from the commander of the Imperial Guards. Form a formation. Kill. In just this short period of time, another commander, Li Ziyuan, let out a low roar, and the 200 silver-armored guards behind him quickly formed 2 rows and stood behind him. An iron-blooded aura emanated from it, creating a sense of awe in people's hearts. You two stand further away. Su Zhan glanced at the soldiers and shouted at Zhang Sanjia and the other man. The gap in strength is too big. Zhang Sanjia and the others are just eating cake when facing these guards. Su Zhan, don't be so stubborn. If it doesn't work, let's retreat. Zhang Sanjia was instructing Su Zhan, but his pace did not slow down at all. He quickly pulled Feng Rumming to a far distance and hid on a large stone tablet. That's all, not worth mentioning. Su Zhan gave them a confident smile and then released the mechanical life form again. Deep blue. A burst of azure light emanated from Su Zhan's body, illuminating the entire sky blue. A giant warship, hundreds of meters long, emerged in the blue light. The dozens of black gun muzzles above give people a strong deterrent effect. What is this for? Zhang Sanjia and Feng Rumming stared blankly at the deep blue spaceship in the sky, their faces full of question marks. They knew that Su Zhan was so strong because of the armor on his body, but they didn't know where Su Zhan got the armor from. Merge. The next moment, Su Zhan let out a light shout, and the deep blue turned into a sky full of blue light, pouring into Su Zhan's body from top to bottom. In an instant, Su Zhan was completely wrapped in blue light, and the red and blue lights continued to intertwine. I'll go. Is this the armor that appears after turning machinery into light and then combining them? Zhang Sanjia was indeed well informed, and had roughly guessed the basic principle of Su Zhan's armor fusion. After the metal armor is transformed into light, it is rearranged to form armor. Do mechanics have this skill? Feng Rumming stared blankly at the ball of light in front of her and murmured softly. This should be his real hidden skill. Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath and tried not to get so excited. No matter what Su Zhan's profession is, with this skill that can turn mechanization into light, his profession has changed. Buzz. At this moment, the fiercely entangled ball of light in the distance suddenly dispersed. Su Zhan's figure appeared, and a brand new set of armor appeared in front of everyone. Blue and red stripes are evenly distributed around the armor, and the armor logos that originally represented Danger Wanderer, Megatron, and the Z300 dual-form off-road vehicle are still there. However, on the back and legs, there are additional logos representing the deep blue. Sure enough, the attributes are superimposed. Su Zhan glanced at the current attributes. Although they were still all question marks, he could clearly feel that the power of the armor on his body had been greatly enhanced. Whoosh! Su Zhan's figure moved, and a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Rumming didn't see Su Zhan's movements clearly, but he had already appeared in front of Li Ziyuan. A straight punch hit Li Ziyuan's chest, and the moment the fist fell, a terrifying electric light exploded. Accompanied by a loud roar, the golden armor on Li Ziyuan's body exploded and turned into fragments all over the sky. Li Ziyuan flew out like a cannonball, hit a cliff in the distance, and then stopped moving. Hint: you killed the 8th level Li Ziyuan, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Hint: you have picked up the military formation, Long Snake skill book. Hint: you picked up a fake fairy pill. Su Zhan took advantage of the situation and picked up the item that Li Ziyuan dropped, glanced at it, and nodded secretly. This was the first time that a skill book like military formation, Long Snake appeared, so he took a quick look at it. After a person learns this skill and uses it, he can get 5 to 100 people to join in, and by combining their strength together, the resulting power is extremely powerful. 100 first-level professionals joining the military formation can fight against 4th-level professionals. Chapter 48. Promotion to the 3rd level, New Skills. Killed with one punch? Zhang Sanjia and Feng Rumming were stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was true. The wild monster that couldn't even withstand a single attack from them was blown to pieces by Su Zhan's single punch. This shows that Su Zhan can also blow them up with one punch. The damn thing is that killing an 8th level professional is easier than drinking water. Haha. Thinking of this, Zhang Sanjia couldn't help but laugh. Are you crazy? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Feng Rumming stared at Zhang Sanjia with disgust and walked a few steps to the side, fearing that this guy would affect her if he went crazy. I am happy. You haven't forgotten, have you? The once-in-a-decade Yaoshan life and death battle is about to begin. When the time comes, professionals from all countries will participate and compete for the spiritual medicines and upgrade their levels. Now that we have Su Zhan, we will definitely win first place again. And those rats from Sakura country, we're going to kill them all this time. When Zhang Sanjia said this, The smile on his face slowly disappeared and turned into a cold, murderous intent. In fact, in addition to Longhua, there are many other countries. During the last life and death battle at Yaoshan, Longhua paid a huge price and picked half of the medicinal herbs. It would have been a great thing to return with a full load, but the people from the Sakura country disguised themselves and ambushed them halfway. Although they did not steal the medicinal materials, they killed many of the professionals from the Dragon Country who were injured in the life and death battle in Yaoshan, including Zhang Sanjia's apprentice. Later, Zhang Sanjia took action many times and killed professionals from the Sakura country to relieve his hatred. Yes, this time they must pay with blood. Feng Ruming's expression turned cold when she heard this. If the professionals in Sakura country cannot win openly, they will launch sneak attacks in secret, which is extremely insidious. Roar! At this time, a roar came from behind Su Zhan. The tomb-guarding beast Feng Xiang roared, and an extremely explosive lightning spread out, wrapping around his body, as if it had become a divine beast in charge of thunder, emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. Then, Feng Xiang opened his mouth as big as the abyss, and the exploding thunder turned into a thunderball, whizzing out. Well done. Su Zhan looked at the lightning rushing towards him and couldn't help but laugh. Su Zhan, be careful. Careful. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming looked at Su Zhan standing there motionless and exclaimed in surprise. They were afraid that something might happen to Su Zhan, so they would rather die than let anything happen to Su Zhan. Boom! Accompanied by a huge roar, violent lightning exploded, but a shocking scene appeared. The exploding thunder did not disperse, but slowly gathered towards the center. It was as if a huge black hole appeared in the middle, forcibly absorbing the scattered electric light. He can absorb lightning? Is it possible? As the lightning faded, Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming could see the scene clearly. The lightning bolts were like air currents and were all absorbed by the armor on Su Zhan's body. As all the lightning was absorbed, the armor on Su Zhan's body continued to flash with lightning, as if he was wearing a layer of armor woven with lightning. Although I have endowed this armor with life, it is essentially powered by electric current. So the lightning attack, for me, just replenishes my energy. Su Zhan looked at Zhang Sanjia and the other two and explained, Is it possible? This is too perverted. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming were stunned. It seemed that they had worried for nothing. They never expected that Su Zhan's armor was so powerful. Not only could its attributes be stacked, but it could also absorb thunder. This is totally cheating. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. Su Zhan suddenly thought of a famous internet meme and said it involuntarily. Roar. At the same time, Feng Xiang saw that his attack not only had no effect, but instead turned into Su Zhan's energy, which made him extremely furious. With a roar, he lowered his head, spread out his four hooves, and charged towards Su Zhan like a super tank. Plasma cannon. Su Zhan stood in place, like a mountain, unmoving. He raised his left hand and aimed it at the tomb-guarding beast Feng Xiang. The machine in his hand began to deform and slowly expanded into a huge cannon muzzle with a diameter of 1 meter. The exploding thunder flowed down his arm and condensed at the muzzle of the gun. Boom! Suddenly, terrifying thunder gushed out from the muzzle. The violent thunder was like a pillar of destruction, carrying the power of destruction, and hit the tomb-guarding beast Feng Xiang's head directly. Sizzle! There was no hindrance at all. The moment of contact, the violent thunder created a big hole in the forehead of the tomb-guardian beast. The lightning beam lost its power and blasted towards the ground in the distance. An enormous mushroom cloud rose from the distant earth, and a terrifying shock wave swept in all directions. I'll go. Is this a nuclear bomb? Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming were dumbfounded. They had no idea how many times Su Zhan had refreshed their knowledge. First, he defeated the people who were chasing the immortal, then defeated the people who met the immortal, and just now he instantly killed the commander of the guards, absorbed the thunder attack of the tomb-guarding beast, and then instantly killed the tomb-guarding beast. Just one incident was enough to shock them, and when it happened continuously, they felt like they were having a hard time thinking. Hint: you killed the 8th level tomb guardian beast, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Hint: you picked up the Azure Dragon's reverse scale. Hint: you picked up the Eye of Feng Xiang. Hint: you picked up Thunder Skill Book. Hint: you have completed the 3rd level mission. Hint: you have learned a new skill, Mechanical Clone. I didn't expect this guy to have the Azure Dragon's reverse scale. Su Zhan was very surprised when he heard the constant reminders. He originally thought that the Azure Dragon's reverse scale would be in the Yuxian Palace, but he didn't expect it to be on the body of the tomb-guarding beast Fengxiang. Mechanical clone. Note: passive skill, automatically activated after the machines merge. Rearranging the merged machines will allow them to act independently or release skills independently. Su Zhan glanced at the introduction of the mechanical clone skills and then suddenly found that the armor on his body had changed. The armor on his body changed. The original blue and red patterns had disappeared, replaced by a golden background. And on Su Zhan's chest, 4 card-sized squares appeared. From left to right are images of Deep Blue, Danger Wanderer, Megatron, and Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle. Fake monk. Look at me. Am I dazzled? Why did Su Zhan's armor change color? Feng Ruming finally reacted at this time and rubbed her eyes hard. It turned golden? A card energy box appeared on the chest? Zhang Sanjia's eyes widened, and like Feng Ruming, he wondered if he was dazzled. Chapter 49. A shot through the sky. Scared the monsters away? Originally, it would have been fine if Su Zhan could transform such a huge, deep blue mechanical ship into light and then merge them together. Now the color of the armor has actually changed, from blue and red to golden yellow. Looks extremely noble and domineering. And every time Su Zhan changes his shape, he can bring about a significant increase in his combat power. It is hard to imagine how much Su Zhan's strength has improved now. Fake immortal body. One shot breaks the limit. Just as the two were shocked, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Ziyuan, leaped up, swung the spear in his hand, a faint golden light emanating from his body, and stabbed towards the two men. Careful. Zhang Sanjia reacted quickly, pushed Feng Ruming away, and activated the Golden Buddha's indestructible skill. Mechanical clone. Dangerous wanderer. In the distance, Su Zhan reached out and tapped the box with the image of a dangerous wanderer on his chest. The next moment, a crimson light emanated from it, and in mid-air it transformed into the appearance of a dangerous wanderer. He rushed to Zhang Sanjia in an instant, swung his huge fist, and directly knocked Li Ziyuan away. Then the dangerous wanderer turned into red spots of light all over the sky and quickly returned to the square on Su Zhan's chest. My dear, is this still possible? Zhang Sanjia was stunned. It's okay that you can merge together, but now you can release them separately to attack? And judging from the situation, the attack launched by the machine released individually is the same as that launched by Su Zhan himself. There are 4 squares on Su Zhan's chest now, which means that Su Zhan has created 4 clones at the same time. This is so fucking perverted. Military formation. 1 Yuan Tong Long. At the same time, Li Ziyuan landed on the ground, holding the spear in his hand, and a dragon roar came from his body. 200 armed guards quickly walked behind him and stood in 2 rows. A faint golden light emanated from Li Ziyuan's body, enveloping everyone. Then a loud dragon roar was heard, and a golden dragon shadow rose from the golden light and hovered above their heads. Military formation. 1 Yuan Tunglong. The energies of 200 soldiers are superimposed together and condensed into a soaring dragon phantom, which is controlled by the person in charge of the formation. Each attack is equivalent to the total attack of all the soldiers participating in the formation. Su Zhan, be careful. This kind of military formation is not ordinary. 201 8th turn masters combined definitely have the strength of 9th turn masters. Zhang Sanjia had just come back to his senses from Su Zhan's mechanical clone skill. When he saw Tunglong holding his head high in the void, a look of worry appeared on his face again, and he couldn't help but yell, "Team leader, don't worry. Don't even mention 200. Even if we get another 200, it won't be any use," Su Zhan said confidently. Then, he raised both hands at the same time and put them together to point at Li Ziyuan. The armor on his hands quickly transformed and closed into a giant cannon muzzle that was 2 meters long. Plasma cannon. Enhanced mode. Violent electric light poured from Su Zhan's body into the muzzle of the gun. The exploding lightning continued to gather at the muzzle, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, Li Ziyuan swung the spear in his hand violently. The Tunglong above his head roared towards the sky, and then pounced towards Su Zhan. Buzz! The enhanced plasma cannon in Su Zhan's hand was also activated at the same time. A terrifying beam of light that was more than twice as large as before rushed out instantly, hitting the Tunglong phantom with the power of destruction. Boom! The terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Tunglong only resisted for a moment before being penetrated by the beam of light. It then exploded and dissipated into light spots all over the sky. The terrifying beam of light continued to be powerful as it rushed straight towards Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan and the soldiers behind him were like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and they were melted away in the blink of an eye. The beam of light swept across the void and disappeared into the sky. The terrifying power spread out, and the clouds within thousands of miles of the sky were dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Rumen couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were so shocked that they were speechless. I feel like there are no words that can describe Su Zhan. Just one word is enough to describe it. That is strong. In 2 words, it is very strong. In 3 words, it is super strong. Su Zhan didn't care about Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming's reactions. He ran directly to where Li Ziyuan and the others were originally standing and picked up the items they dropped. Hint: you killed the 8th level Li Ziyuan, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Hint: you killed the 8th level Golden Spear Guard, and you will be rewarded with 800,000 experience points. Hint: you have picked up the skill book, Military Formation 1 Yuan Tenglong. Hint: you picked up the skill book, Fake Immortal Body. Hint: you picked up the skill book, Fake Immortal Body. Hint: you have picked up the skill book, Sweeping the Enemy. Hint: you picked up the weapon, Golden Spear with Golden Patterns. Hint: you picked up the weapon, Gold Patterned Armor. Hint: you picked up the elixir, Xinyang Qi Boosting Pill. Hint: you picked up the Qingmao Mountain Map. A series of world prompts continued to sound, and Su Zhan's level continued to increase like riding an airplane. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 10 of the 3rd transformation. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 60. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 80. Reminder: your level has been raised to level 99 of the 3rd level. Is this the 3rd level full level? Su Zhan was also shocked by the speed, but it made sense when he thought about it. I killed all 201 8th level wild monsters. My current level is low, and the experience points required for upgrading are not high. Combined with the accumulated experience from the wild monsters I killed before, it is normal for me to be upgraded to the maximum level directly after the 3rd level. Hint: you have reached the level to accept the 4th job mission. Hint: your 4th job transfer task is find a piece of merit brass. Note: according to legend, thousands of years ago, when the human race was in danger, Emperor Huangdi took the copper from Shoshan Mountain and cast Xinyuan sword to slay demons and protect the safety of the human race. The copper from Shoshan Mountain contains merits and virtues, so it is also called merit brass. Shoshan? Su Zhan glanced at the description of his 4th job transfer task, and the joy of reaching the maximum level of the 3rd job transfer slowly dissipated. I knew my job transfer quest would be difficult, but I didn't expect it to be this weird. Not only he knew the legend of Huangdi, but everyone in the Dragon Kingdom knew it. But the place called Shoshan only exists in legends. Even if there were vague records about it in the past, after the fusion of reality and games, this place no longer exists. Where can he find the copper from Shoshan? Roar. Suddenly, another tomb-guarding beast, Tianlu, let out a loud roar. Su Zhan thought it would rush over directly, but unexpectedly, this guy turned around and ran towards the Yuxian Palace. The tightly closed door of Yuxian Palace burst open and Tianlu ran straight in. Will you run away again? Su Zhan looked up and was dumbfounded. No matter how high the level of the wild monsters outside is, they are all ready to die. I didn't expect that the wild monsters here actually know how to escape. Chapter 50. The off-road vehicle knocked 4 8-turn vehicles flying. At the same time, the scene inside the Yuxian Palace also appeared in front of Su Zhan. A world within a world? Su Zhan took a glance and was shocked. I originally thought that the main hall was just a main hall, but I didn't expect it to be anything but. From the outside, although the Yuxian Hall is magnificent, its diameter is only about 30 or 40 meters at most. However, when looking inside from the door, there is a space as big as 2 or 3 football fields. It is a huge square surrounded by towering cliffs. The overall color is bronze, as if it is made entirely of bronze. In the middle of the square, there are 3 square formations, arranged neatly. On the left are bronze soldiers similar to the Golden Spear Guards outside, about 3,000 in number. The square on the right is a group of people dressed as maids, some of them holding jars, some holding gourds, some carrying jars, and some carrying bronze cattle, sheep and other livestock. The square in the middle is very different. The back half is composed of various bronze statues wearing official uniforms, which look like officials. The front part is a group of bronze statues dressed like Taoists and monks. Some of them hold swords and make dharma seals with their hands, while others wave whisks as if they are performing rituals. At the front of these 3 bronze squares, there are 3 coffins in 3 colors: gold, silver, and copper. On the left edge of the square, there are 3 vermilion coffins, surrounded by some bronze-made statues holding various bronze jewelry in their hands. It is indeed a tomb. When Sujan saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on. In fact, the name of this secret realm already explains it all: meeting the immortal in Coffin Mountain. There was a king who wanted to ascend to become an immortal after his death, and this was his burial place. Because reality and games merge, it becomes this kind of secret place. So many bronze statues? This is no ordinary prince. Huh? Why don't I see the guy I beat up before? Zhang Sanjia glanced through the door and found that there was nothing inside, and he did not see the woman in a phoenix coronet and bridal robe who had stopped him when he was about to go in. Why does this bronze statue look like it was modeled after the terracotta warriors of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Feng Ruming asked doubtfully. Could it be that Qin Shi Huang's tomb has also become a secret place? Su Zhan suddenly thought of this when he heard this. Yes, it has not only become a secret realm, but also the most dangerous secret realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanjia turned his head to look at Su Zhan with a serious expression. The person who discovered the Qin Emperor's tomb was a senior who was about to become a 9th rank member of the Professionals Association. His 9th rank mission was to go to the Qin Emperor's tomb and obtain the Qin Emperor's sword. According to records, he was poisoned to death as soon as he entered the Qin Emperor's tomb. Zhang Sanjia had not experienced this incident before. He saw it in the records of the Professional Association. Later, he also went to that place, but just looked at it from a distance and did not get close. From a distance, there is just a beautiful mountain range, and there is no sign of danger. But Zhang Sanjia knew that the records of the Professional Association would never lie. That incident happened 300 years ago. Really? Then have the tombs of other emperors also become secret places? Su Zhan was shocked. If that's the case, wouldn't the tombs of all the previous emperors of Dragon Kingdom have become super secret places? No, the Professional Association has only discovered the ancient tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Everything else seems to have disappeared, without a trace. Zhang Sanjia laughed. If I have the chance in the future, I will visit the ancient tomb of Qin Shi Huang, said Su Zhan. Yes, speaking of which, you have a natural advantage in entering the Qin Emperor's tomb. Your armor is not afraid of poison. When Zhang Sanjia heard this, his eyes lit up. If we were to ask what the people of Dragon Country want to see the most, it would definitely be the Qin Emperor and Han Emperor. The greatest emperor of all time. The same track for both vehicles and riding system. That's true. Su Zhan nodded. His armor isolated the inside and outside, and the armor itself was made of metal, so it was not afraid of poison at all. Look, it's Hua Ting and the others. Suddenly, Feng Ruming patted Su Zhan and pointed inside the Yuxian Palace. Su Zhan looked up and saw that he didn't know when, but Hua Ting, Bai Zizai, Su Dongsheng, and Lao Xiao were standing blankly in front of 3 coffins made of gold, silver, and bronze, with a golden talisman stuck on their foreheads, as if they were being controlled. Moreover, the skin color of the 4 people was a bit strange. It was not the skin color of normal people, but a bronze color, as if they were about to turn into bronze. Hua Ting, Bai Zizai. Zhang Sanjia looked anxious and shouted towards the door. But it was useless. Hua Ting and the others didn't respond at all. You stay here, I'll go in. Su Zhan waved his hand and rushed in. Be careful. Be safe. Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming reminded at the same time. They knew very well that they would be a burden if they went in, and they didn't even watch from outside. As Su Zhan entered, the entire gate was covered with ripples like water waves, and Su Zhan appeared at the top of the square. Ah, ahem. The 4 people, including Hua Ting, who were originally in a daze, looked up at the same time, with crazy expressions in their eyes and strange noises coming out of their mouths. Then, 4 of them used their skills at the same time. Exploding Soul and Blood Light. Su Dongxing's profession is Blood Blade Mad Warrior, and he directly used his strongest skill, Angry Vajra Body. A golden light shone from Lao Zhao's body. His occupation was the evil King Kong. White Tiger's true form transformation. Bai Zizai growled, and violent energy burst out of his body, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall humanoid tiger. His profession is the Tiger Subduing Master. Water. Hua Ting waved his hands, and with the sound of rushing water, the water vapor in the void was condensed into a large amount of water flow which surrounded him. His profession is a water fortune teller. Hua Ting stood on the ground, controlling the water flow to transform into countless water arrows and shooting towards Su Zhan. The other 3 people soared into the sky at the same time and rushed towards Su Zhan. Su Zhan, please show some mercy. These are the backbone of the Professionals Association. Zhang Sanjia, who was at the door, saw this scene and shouted hurriedly. With Su Zhan's strength, Hua Ting and the others are not enough to be defeated by Su Zhan alone. Don't worry, Su Zhan said without turning his head. Then, Su Zhan stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the square on his chest, and the Z300 dual-mode off-roader came out with a bang. The roar of the engine resounded in all directions and directly hit Su Dongsheng in the front. With a loud bang, Su Dongsheng, with a ferocious and violent expression, was knocked away like a piece of rag and fell on the square in the distance, without any movement. The talisman on his forehead also fell off and disappeared into ashes. Then, the Z300 dual-form off-roader turned directly in the air and crashed into Bai Zizai. White Tiger Roar. Bai Zizai roared, and a huge ball of light spurted out of his mouth and hit the Z300, causing a violent explosion. But it was useless. Z300 broke through the energy fluctuations and hit Bai Zizai. The talisman on his forehead fell off, and Bai Zizai fell freely to the ground. Chapter 51. The Buried Princess? The roar of the Z300's engine continued to sound. The tires burst into sparks in the void, and in an instant it rushed in front of Lao Shao. Like a dragon, the rear carriage hit Lao Shao. The Buddha's light of the evil Vajra shattered directly, and Lao Shao fell straight onto the bluestone ground. Water Dragon Song. While on the ground, Hua Ting waved his hands and released a skill called Water Dragon Chant. Water energy flowed in the void, condensing into a huge water dragon, rushing towards the Z300 with a roar. But it was useless. The Z300 accelerated suddenly and hit the water dragon directly, breaking it into pieces. The rushing water flew back, swept Hua Ting into the air, and then fell heavily. And the four of them were taken down just like that? Zhang Sanjia, who was standing at the door, watched Su Zhan simply release the Z300, and in less than 30 seconds, the four of Hua Ting were all knocked down. He was glad that he had foresight. Fortunately, he reminded Su Zhan to show mercy. Otherwise, Hua Ting and the others would have been killed. Hey, I took a picture of it. Feng Ruming chuckled, clicked save, and then continued recording the video. She had been turning on the video recording function, firstly to record and prepare materials for her next visit to this secret place. The second is to record Su Zhan's strength and leave it for reference to the younger generations of the Professional Association in the future, so that they can also see it and boost morale. Unexpectedly, the scene of Hua Ting and others being easily captured by a car was recorded. If this incident had not been witnessed with one's own eyes, and the video had been leaked out, no one would believe it. Everyone would just think that this was a video synthesized by a computer expert using the internet. After all, a car flying in the air knocked down 4 8th-turn masters with just a slight collision. It seemed fake no matter how you looked at it. Inside, Su Zhan just landed at this time. After landing, he immediately activated the scanning skill, scanning the surrounding bronze statues, as well as the 3 coffins made of gold, silver, and bronze. Golden Coffin of the Future. Note: it is made of 108 kinds of gold essences from all over the world. It is said that those who are buried in it can see their own future. Now the Silver Coffin. Note: the Silver Coffin is made of silver essence that has been circulating in the world for more than 100 years. It is said that being buried in it can resolve the sins of this life. The Bronze Coffin in the past. Note: the Copper Coffin is made of copper from Shoshan Mountain. It is said that being buried in it can resolve the grievances of past lives. The Copper of Shoshan? Su Zhan's eyes lit up. Really, it was effortless. Having just accepted the 4th job transfer task, he was still thinking about where to find the Shoshan copper, but he didn't expect it to be delivered to his doorstep. No wonder everyone says that although it is difficult to open up a secret realm, you can get the best things. Now that I see it, it's really good. Qigong Master Wang. Level: 8th level 90. Skills: guiding Qi back to the origin, transforming Qi into spirit, turning stone into gold, calling wind, summoning rain, attracting thunder, and so on. Qi refining Master Chang Daoist. Level: 8th level 90. Skills: breath turns into stone, fire starts with your hands, gather sand into pills, fire pills, weapon pills, etc. Then, Su Zhan looked at the other bronze statues. Sure enough, they are all rank 8. It looks like these bronzes can definitely be resurrected. Su Zhan nodded secretly. If others had seen so many 8th level wild monsters, they would probably have been scared away. But Su Zhan is not afraid. However, for Su Zhan, the first thing now is to get the bronze coffin and complete the 4th level task. Crack! Just as Su Zhan was about to approach the bronze coffin, the 3 vermilion coffins in the corner made a creaking sound. The vermilion coffin lid moved slowly, and coupled with the dark black rocks, the scene was extremely strange. As the coffin was fully opened, 3 women wearing phoenix crowns and bridal robes suddenly stood up from the coffin. The one in the middle is the one who hit me before. Zhang Sanjia pointed at the person on the middle coffin and shouted. This should be the concubine who was buried with the deceased. Feng Ruming whispered. Qingming Princess of King Yin. Level. 8th level 90. Skills. Dream Song. Dance in the palm of your hand. Phoenix seeking the phoenix. A song for the scholar. Etc. Wang Zifei Yin Wang concubine. Level. 8th level 90. Skills. Fairy sword dance. Wait. Zhao Feiyu 8th concubine of King Yin. Level. 8th level 90. Skill. Drawing spirit. Wait. Another 3 8th turn level 90s. Su Zhan looked expectant, even a little impatient. Previously, Su Zhan obtained several skill books and some other elixirs from the guards commanders outside. Whether it is a military formation skill book or other materials, they are priceless treasures once taken outside. But for Su Zhan, none of these were what he wanted. The top quality metal he wanted most. For example, these 3 coffins in front of us. Each coffin is made of precious metal and is perfect for upgrading dangerous wanderers. In addition, these 3 princesses are very likely to drop some special metal items, which can be used to upgrade the machinery. Cracking. Princess Qingming in the middle opened her red lips slightly, and the harsh sound turned into tangible sound waves, spreading in all directions. As the sound waves spread, the eyes of the 3,000 bronze soldiers on the left burst into a faint light at the same time, accompanied by the sound of armor colliding, and the 3,000 bronze armored soldiers came to life. Military formation. Dragon transformation. The bronze general in the lead roared, and a bronze light emanated from his body, covering the 3,000 soldiers behind him. Then all the soldiers turned into green light and merged into the body of the bronze general. The bronze general roared to the sky, and the green light burst out, turning into a 50-meter-long bronze dragon. What's wrong with me? What happened? Fuck, a dragon? What's going on? At the same time as the imperial bestowal, the unconscious Huating and others were awakened by Princess Qingming's roar. The 4 were confused and hadn't figured out the situation yet when they heard the sound of 3,000 bronze soldiers transforming into bronze dragons. They were all stunned and had no recollection of being knocked away by the Z-300 just now. Su Zhan, be careful, run. Huating saw the azure dragon rushing towards Su Zhan and hurriedly warned him. Exploding soul and blood light. Su Dongsheng was even more direct. He immediately released his skills and prepared to go to the rescue. Enchant King Kong. The same is true for Lao Shao. But the next moment, the 4 of them stood there blankly, their eyes wide open, not daring to believe what they saw. The huge bronze dragon has a ferocious face and exudes extremely terrifying power. Compared with the Yuan Tenglong and Walongbian, they are not even in the same league. The power of the 3,000 soldiers gathered by the dragon transformation, although the surface level is still the 8th level, but in fact the real combat power has definitely reached the level of the 9th level. Chapter 52. Open his coffin lid first. However, even so, it is still useless in front of Su Zhan. Chain sword, lightning enhancement. Su Zhan sneered, and the chain sword in his left hand extended out. A powerful electric current flowed on it, condensing into a giant electric sword that was 40 meters long. Squeak! Su Zhan swung hard at the bronze dragon, and the violent electric chain sword instantly swept across the bronze dragon's body. The bronze dragon was extremely powerful, and it continued to charge towards Su Zhan as if nothing had happened. When it was about to hit Su Zhan, it suddenly stopped in the air. A crackling sound of porcelain breaking was heard slowly, and a straight line appeared between the bronze dragon's brows. Spiderweb-like cracks spread along both sides of the line, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire body of the bronze dragon. With a loud bang, the bronze dragon exploded, and 3,000 bronze soldiers fell to the ground like raindrops. This is fucking... Is this Su Zhan? Kill this dragon with just one sword? How come he is so strong? Huating and the other 3 looked dazed and spoke with a stutter. Like Zhang Sanjia, they knew that Su Zhan was strong, but they didn't expect that Su Zhan was so strong. How powerful is the bronze dragon that was condensed after 3,008 revolutions? It must be 9 turns. You are just a level 2 warrior, and you killed a level 9 warrior with just one sword? All 4 of them felt like they were dreaming. After all, this was too unreal. You guys stop being a burden and come out now. At the door, Zhang Sanjia shouted at Hua Ting and the others. Lao Zong, like a dream? Come down and help quickly. Hua Ting and Bai Zi looked up and saw the two people at this time, and couldn't help but shout at them. Although Su Zhan's piece is strong enough, there are still many bronze statues. In their eyes, if those bronze soldiers woke up, no matter how strong Su Zhan was, he would be no match for 4 people with just 2 fists. If they stay here, it will at least help relieve some of Su Zhan's pressure. Stop talking nonsense, you guys. With your abilities, you still want to help? Not causing trouble for Su Zhan is already helping. Zhang Sanjia curled his lips with disdain on his face. If I could help, wouldn't I have gone down earlier? Given Su Zhan's ability, it would be humiliating for us to offer him help. Don't be in a daze. Su Zhan's strength is far beyond your imagination. We can't deal with any of these bronze soldiers, but in front of Su Zhan, they are nothing. Feng Ruming saw that Hua Ting and the others were still in a daze, with doubts on their faces. She didn't quite believe what Zhang Sanjia said, and she couldn't help but curse in anger. What to do? Hua Ting looked at Bai Zizai, somewhat hesitant. They are all rank 8, the backbone of the Professionals Association. Yet now they are being called a burden? That is what Zhang Sanjia and Feng Ruming said. If it were someone else, they would have to let those people see whether they are a burden or not. Go up first. Bai Zizai nodded. The 4 of them each used their skills, flew high into the sky, and left the Yuxian Palace. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you here? As soon as the 4 of them came out, Feng Ruming couldn't help but ask. Don't mention it. I don't know what happened. When I came in, I was put into a small box. After I got out, I found it was a coffin. Before I could see the surrounding situation clearly, I passed out. When I woke up, it was just now. Bai Zi was speechless. The 4 of them appeared in the same place. After entering, they were teleported to a place similar to a burial pit. There were hundreds of coffins in it, and the 4 of them were lying in one of the coffins. Feng Ruming looked disgusted, but she was secretly glad in her heart. Now it seems that she is the luckiest among the 6 of them. These 4 were put directly into the coffin. Zhang Sanjia was even worse off than them and was almost made into stew. Although she was almost killed by the giant crab, she was much luckier than these people. Whoever disturbs the king's sleep will die. At this moment, Princess Qingming spoke. The 2 concubines on her left and right received the order and rushed towards Su Zhan at the same time. At this time, Su Zhan didn't even look at them, nor did he look at the bronze soldiers' belongings that fell to the ground. He went straight to the front of the bronze coffin and pulled down the coffin lid. Hint: you have obtained the merit bronze, and the 4th job transfer task is completed. Hint: you have learned the skill, metal absorption. Note: metal absorption can directly absorb and extract the purification of all metals to enhance oneself. It's a very simple introduction, but it explains the enhancement of this skill. Su Zhan's previous mechanical improvements were to upgrade the machines. Although he could fuse different mechanical improvements together, he could not directly fuse metals. The new metal requires simple transformation and can be made into some simple machines for fusion and improvement. It's like the big sword that Su Zhan installed on the Z300 when he first got it. But now it's completely different. When this skill is activated, it can directly absorb metal-reinforced machinery. For a mechanic, this is an absolute magic trick. Wrong. It seems that every skill Su Zhan obtains is a magical skill. Metal absorption. Su Zhan absorbed the merit brass he had just obtained without any hesitation. As a flash of light passed by, a thick hint of yellow appeared on the originally golden armor, making it look very noble. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the 2 concubines had come behind Su Zhan. They stretched out their hands at the same time, and their clasped hands grabbed Su Zhan's back like ghost claws. Amid the sharp crackling sound, sparks flew everywhere, but it could not shake Su Zhan at all. Squeak! Su Zhan suddenly raised his right hand. The chain sword appeared on his arm, and he slashed backwards. The azure sword light flashed across the necks of the 2 concubines, and the world prompt sounded at the same time. Hint: you killed the 8th level Wang Zifei and gained 160,000 experience points. Hint: you killed the 8th level Zhao Feiyu and gained 160,000 experience points. Hint: your level has been raised to level 30 of the 4th transformation. I'll go. Why is he so fierce? What's going on? What happened? At the gate of Yuxian Palace, Hua Ting and his friends were stunned. Originally, they felt a little resentful that Feng Ruming and the others called them a burden. Now they understand that this is absolutely true. Don't act like you've never seen the world before. Just watch carefully. Feng Ruming said proudly. Inside the Yuxian palace, Su Zhan picked up the items dropped by the two concubines without having time to take a closer look. A black gas suddenly emerged from the bronze coffin whose lid he had taken away, and a burly man wearing a dragon robe and a pearl crown on his head stood up straight from the coffin. You ruined my plan to become an immortal. Damn it. Chapter 53. 3 Conditions for the 9th Transformation. A man wearing a dragon robe and with black air coming out of his body sat on the bronze coffin, frowning and staring at Su Zhan. Why does this guy look like a living person? Su Zhan was secretly alert and started scanning at the same time. Li Yu, King of Yin. Level: 9th level. Skill: Property. Looking at the information appearing on the screen in front of him, Su Zhan's eyelids couldn't help but jump. 9 turns? This was not only the first time Su Zhan had seen a 9-turn monster, but also the first 9-turn monster to appear in the 300 years since the advent of the game and the world. This guy's name is very famous in history. According to records, he was the 5th son of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. He was stabbed to death because of his failed rebellion and was buried with the ceremony of a duke. I didn't expect that he was buried here. But there is something wrong with this guy Li Yu. He should not be considered a wild monster, because from the way he speaks and the changes in his expression, he looks very much like a living person. 9 turns. A true 9th level wild monster. That's not right. Why doesn't this guy look like a wild monster? Zhang Sanjia and others at the gate of Yuxian Palace also noticed Li Yu's abnormality and looked solemn. With the appearance of Li Yu, Qing Ming, the wife of Prince Yin, who originally had a ferocious and somewhat crazy expression, stood there gently and motionless. Unfortunately, I woke up too early. Li Yu raised his head and glanced at Zhang Sanjia and others at the door, then shook his head and sighed. Boy, you have such strength at the 4th level. I have no regrets for losing this round. Then, Li Yu's eyes fell on Su Zhan. You really became an immortal? Su Zhan was surprised. Li Yu was a historical figure who had been dead for hundreds of years, but now he appeared in front of him. After the game and reality merge, will all the historical figures of Dragon Kingdom be resurrected one by one? If that were the case, it would be quite lively. In the 5,000 years of history of Dragon Kingdom, there have been so many talented people. If they were all resurrected, the entire blue planet would be conquered by them. He is alive, but he is still far from becoming an immortal. Li Yu shook his head and then changed the subject, but he will be there soon. Can you really become an immortal? Su Zhan was shocked. Li Yu's words were of great value. Although today's professionals already possess powers far beyond those of ordinary people, they are still a long way from becoming the legendary immortals. With your current strength, it's not impossible to call yourself an immortal. When you reach the 9th level, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. But it's not that easy to reach the 9th level. Li Yu explained. May I ask, Senior, what are the conditions for breaking through the 9th level? Su Zhan no longer dared to treat Li Yu as a wild monster, but as his predecessor and sage. How can one achieve the 9th transformation? 9 revolutions? What will it be like after the 9th transformation? At the gate, Zhang Sanjia and others pricked up their ears and held their breath. The reason why they wanted to come in so much, besides developing new secret realms, the most important thing was to find the conditions to ascend to the 9th level. 9 revolutions? Li Yu raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Su Zhan deeply, raised his hand and waved it. A black gas opened the 2 coffins beside him, and 2 balls of black gas poured out and were swallowed by him in one gulp. Although I woke up a little early, I can still do what I want to do if I wake up early. Speaking of which, I want to thank you. It's okay to tell you as a thank you. If you want to reach the 9th level, there are 3 conditions. The first one, and the simplest one, is the 9-shift job change task. Unlike the previous job transfer tasks, this one is closely related to your career. Then, Li Yu turned to look at Su Zhan and spoke. Thank you, Senior. Su Zhan clasped his fists in thanks. What else? What are the other conditions? We know this. What is the second condition? Zhang Sanjia and the others at the gate were extremely anxious. They knew about the job transfer task. After all, the Professionals Association had produced someone who was about to reach the 9th level before. But without exception, they were all stuck on this 9 revolutions mission. The second condition is to realize your own skills. As for the third condition, you will naturally know it when you have figured out your own skills. After Li Yu finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew up from all directions, covering the entire Yuxian Palace. Phantom figures floated out from all around, suspended in the air, and knelt down in front of Yin Wang Liu from afar. Let's go, we'll see you again. Liu smiled at Su Zhan, turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the Yuxian palace. The souls he summoned followed closely behind him and disappeared into the sky. Can we still leave? Su Zhan took a breath of cold air. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. Realize your own skills? Aren't all professional skills limited? They are automatically learned when you reach a certain level. What does it mean to learn your own skills? Zhang Sanjia and others at the gate all looked thoughtful, thinking about Liyu's words. With the departure of Liyu, the whole scene of the secret realm of Yuxian and Coffin Mountain was also changing. The originally brilliant sky turned into a gray one, appearing very dark. A dim atmosphere enveloped the entire secret realm. The originally lush forest became decayed in the blink of an eye, as if it had been buried underground for hundreds of years. The bees and butterflies that originally stayed peacefully among the flowers, collecting nectar and flying around, also mutated. Their bodies became hundreds of times larger, and they emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Oh my god, the secret realm has mutated? Su Zhan, come out quickly, we should leave. This should be the true face of this secret realm. When Zhang Sanjia and others saw this situation, they realized that the situation was not good. However, inside the Yuxian palace, some unusual situations also occurred on Su Zhan's side. After Liu left, a ball of black gas appeared behind his 3 coffins. As the black gas dissipated, Liu, wearing a python robe and looking like a mummy, appeared in front of Su Zhan. Liu, a corpse king Yin Wang. Level: 8th turn, level 99. Skills: Fake immortal body, King's Wrath, King's Sword, 8 swords of the Imperial Way. Wait, it has exactly the same properties as before. It seems that this is the wild monster that a normal secret realm should have. Su Zhan took a look at the attributes of Liu in front of him and understood what was going on. The previous scene appeared because of Liu who just left, but the current scene is the original appearance of the secret realm. Wait for me, kill the first wave first. Su Zhan said something to Zhang Sanjia and the others, and then started killing them. He increased the energy output of the contract armor to the maximum, transforming it into a stream of light and rushing towards the corpse king Liu. In just over 10 minutes, Su Zhan slaughtered all the wild monsters in the Yuxian palace, picked up the items they dropped, and left the Yuxian palace directly. Chapter 54. Taking inventory of the harvest, entering the professional association warehouse. This secret realm is the same as the wild monsters outside. Except for some precious items dropped when killed for the first time, the value of the dropped items will be greatly reduced after it is refreshed again, just like a normal game. This is also the reason why the things obtained from the first wave of exploration of many secret realms are of the greatest value. The goal this time has been achieved. Let's go first. Su Zhan glanced at the Coffin Mountain Yuxian secret realm which had turned gray and spoke directly. Good. Zhang Sanjia and the others had no objection. Without Su Zhan, they would all die here. You follow me. Su Zhan said something, then took the lead and flew towards the exit first. Zhang Sanjia, Feng Rumming and others released their flying skills and followed closely behind Su Zhan. Any wild monsters that tried to block his way were cut in half by Su Zhan's chainsword. Half an hour later, the group left smoothly. Finally it came out. As soon as he left the secret realm, Zhang Sanjia breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. It was too depressing in the secret realm. The feeling that they might lose their names at any time made them feel very uncomfortable. Su Zhan, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we would all be finished. Feng Rumming looked at Su Zhan with a sincere expression. It's all what I should do. We have to be careful when we encounter such a secret place next time. Su Zhan smiled. In fact, Su Zhan didn't need to say anything. They had already realized this problem. If you explore this kind of destructive secret realm next time, you must not enter easily without dozens of 8th level masters entering together. Although the secret realm of meeting the immortals in the Coffin Mountain is somewhat special, every new secret realm is very special, and we must be careful in the future. Okay, let's go back first. Zhang Sanjia rested for a while and sent a message to Grandma Feng. After a while, Grandma Feng was teleported over through the formation. You really went in? Granny Feng walked to the entrance of the secret realm and looked at the immortal pursuers who had disappeared with a look of astonishment and curiosity in her eyes. Please move the teleportation array here. We will assign someone to guard this place from now on. Zhang Sanjia said. The previous formation was located 10 kilometers away because of the people chasing the immortal. Now that the people chasing the immortal are gone, The location of the teleportation formation must be moved. And from now on, this secret realm will become exclusive to the Professionals Association. Once you have enough strength, you can send people to refresh the system every once in a while. Although the chance of item drops is reduced, the advantage is that it is durable. As long as you come here often enough, you will get skill books, dragon scales, and so on. It would take several days for Grandma Feng to set up the formation, so a few people asked Su Dongxing to stay here to help, and the others followed Grandma Feng back first. After arriving at the professional headquarters, Zhang Sanjia and the others went back to their respective offices to write documents. What happened in this secret realm needs to be recorded and sealed in archives. In particular, the 3 conditions for upgrading to the 9th level are of utmost importance and must be kept as the highest secret. Everyone present was ordered to keep silent and not spread the news outside. Of course, this gag order does not include Su Zhan, because Zhang Sanjia and the others all knew that no one was qualified to manage Su Zhan. In other words, Su Zhan is young now and has just joined the Professionals Association. In 2 years, Su Zhan will definitely become a senior executive of the Professionals Association. Su Zhan returned to his residence and began to check the items he had obtained this time. Because Su Zhan was the only one fighting in this battle, all the things obtained in the secret realm belong to Su Zhan alone, and no one else has the right to share. This Corpse King dropped quite a few treasures. When he was in the secret realm before, he didn't look carefully and just picked up the things and left. Now, he saw that the treasures dropped by the Corpse King Li Yu were extraordinary. The first is the skill books. There are 3 of them. They are Wang Nu, 8 Swords of the Imperial Way, and Dragon Traveling the 4 Seas. The first 2 are attack skills, while Dragon Travels Across the Seas is a flying skill. After using it, you will step on a golden dragon phantom and fly into the air. After reading the skill introduction, Su Zhan secretly clicked his tongue. In other words, his strength is very strong, far beyond his own level. Otherwise, if he relied on this skill, Zhang Sanjia and the others would be exhausted to death and would not be able to touch the Corpse King Li Yu. It's mainly these things. Su Zhan just took a quick look at these skill books and focused his attention on the other 3 items. They were the 3 coffins of gold, silver, and bronze belonging to the Corpse King Li Yu. Any number of skill books would be icing on the cake for Su Zhan, but these coffins made of special metals are different. They can greatly improve Su Zhan's strength. Metal absorption. Su Zhan released his skills without any hesitation and absorbed the 3 coffins. As the 3 coffins made of gold, silver, and bronze turned into streams of light of 3 different colors and merged into Su Zhan's body, the armor on Su Zhan's body also changed at this time. The golden background of the armor became thicker, making Su Zhan look more burly. Just a glance from a distance gave people an extremely domineering feeling. The next thing is to exchange these useless skill books for precious metals or machinery. Su Zhan thought. For Su Zhan now, the 9 transformations is still some distance away. The most important thing now is to improve his strength and turn the items obtained this time into his own strength. Thinking of this, Su Zhan directly sent a message to Zhang Sanjia, saying that he wanted to check the inventory of the professional headquarters and then sell some things from the Yuxian secret realm in Guanshan. In less than a second, Zhang Sanjia replied, asking Su Zhan to wait a moment and he would be there soon. 3 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Su Zhan opened the door and it was Zhang Sanjia. "What have you got for sale?" Zhang Sanjia looked at Su Zhan with a smile. He knew that Su Zhan had obtained a lot of good things in the secret realm this time, and he had long wanted to see them, but since Su Zhan didn't say anything, he was too embarrassed to speak up. "Just some skill books and materials that I don't need." Su Zhan handed the list of items directly to Zhang Sanjia. Su Zhan could not use skill books like military formation, Wan Yuan Tenglong, fake immortal body, sweeping thousands of troops, and weapons like the green gold sword, Jiaolong scale, and dragon-patterned golden spear. But these things are treasures that many professionals dream of. Things like weapons and armor all have levels, just like the levels of professionals. Use weapons that match your level. But some top-quality weapons are rare and hard to come by. The weapons Su Zhan obtained this time are all top-grade weapons. For example, the golden spear with dragon pattern was dropped by the bronze general in the Yuxian palace. In addition to having the highest attributes, it also comes with a skill, Shocking Dragon. Any weapon with additional skills is a top-grade weapon, and this is an 8th level weapon. Some 8th level professionals are still using 5th or 6th level weapons. The reason they are reluctant to change is because those weapons come with skills that are suitable for them. Chapter 55. The Origin of the Life and Death Battle at Yaoshan. Return to Lingchuan City. Oh my god, there are so many skill books alone? Zhang Sanjia glanced at the list and felt a little breathless. At his current position, it's no exaggeration to say that he's well informed, but he hasn't seen so many skill books. The most important things are the top-quality skill books dropped by 8th-level wild monsters. Let alone anything else, just the 2 skills of the fake immortal body and military formation Wan Yuan Tunglong. He had seen them with his own eyes, and their power was extremely strong. In addition to these, there are some very precious materials, such as dragon scales, green steel wood, and fire spirit stone. These things are all top grade and can be used to refine weapons, which can greatly increase the properties of the weapons. Oh my goodness, there are so many weapons with additional skills. Su Zhan only got 1 golden spear with dragon pattern this time, but he also had the azure gold shocking god spear and so on, totaling about 1 or 200. Among them, additional skills account for more than half. There are more than 300 pieces of armor, and most of them have defensive skills. This kind of thing is priceless, and once it is released, others will rush to grab it. There are so many now. Su Zhan, it's hard for me to estimate the value of these things right now. Well, I'll have the person in charge of purchasing from the Professionals Association come over and give you the price. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any loss. Just let us from the Professional Association choose first. After reading it, Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath, looked at Su Zhan, and said tentatively, "The Professionals Association is the core organization of Dragon Country and is very rich. But these things are too precious. Once the news leaks out, it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned people in other countries will secretly collude with some non-governmental organizations to cause trouble. I dare to hand the things over to the team leader because I trust you." Su Zhan smiled. Okay, I'll do it for you now." Zhang Sanjia was a little impatient. After handing over the things to Su Zhan, he prepared to leave in a hurry. "Team leader, there shouldn't be anything to do recently. I plan to go back to Southern University first. After all, I'm still a student there." Seeing this, Su Zhan stopped Zhang Sanjia. "It's up to you, but there's something very important that I'll need your help with, and I hope you won't refuse. Because this concerns the dignity of our dragon nation." Zhang Sanjia heard this and spoke directly. As for Su Zhan's statement of going back, he didn't dare to refuse. After all, Su Zhan could be said to be the #1 master in the professional association and even in Dragon Country. Zhang Sanjia is also a smart man. Su Zhan is polite, but he can no longer treat Su Zhan as his subordinate. "What's up?" Su Zhan frowned. He had no choice but to take responsibility for matters concerning the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. It's hard to explain it in a few words. I'll send you the information and you'll understand it faster if you read it yourself. I'll go help you deal with these things first. After Zhang Sanjia finished speaking, he sent a piece of information to Su Zhan. The title of the information was Yaoshan Life and Death Battle, and then he left quickly. Su Zhan opened the information about the Yaoshan Life and Death Battle and started reading it. Yaoshan is an island overseas, named Baiyao Island. Because of the fusion of the game and reality, Baiyao Island has mutated. The wildflowers, grasses, and animals on it have all mutated and gained spirituality. There are some special herbs that can increase experience by taking them directly. Some of them have very strong recovery effects and can even be called healing medicines. The most famous of these is the samsara grass, which is said to be able to regenerate severed limbs. Those small animals are even more magical. Among them is a fish called four-horn loach. Eating a bite of its meat can permanently increase your strength. There is an animal called the one-eyed thunder beast. After killing it, its eyes can be preserved. This eye has the power to release thunder. There was a ninja in Sakura country who once got the eye of a one-eyed thunder beast. He dug out his own eye and replaced it with this eye, thus gaining a thunder eye with great power. Relying on this thunder eye, this ninja thrived in the Sakura country and created a great force. According to the information provided in this intelligence, after this ninja obtained the thunder eye, he changed his name to Kirigakure Reizo and founded Kirigakure Mountain. This is just what appears on the surface of Yaoshan. It is said that some of the stones and trees inside Yaoshan have also mutated and have magical effects. But there is a special rule inside Yaoshan. People who enter can only stay there for 7 days, and will be teleported out after 7 days. The so-called life and death battle in Yaoshan means that each country sends its own professionals into the mountain to pick herbs and hunt spiritual beasts. During the process of picking herbs, if they meet each other, they will fight with each other, and the winner will get all the other party's herbs. This process is called the Yaoshan Life and Death Battle. When this medicinal mountain was first discovered, an unprecedented fighting broke out among countries in a fight for ownership of this medicinal mountain. The battle lasted for more than 3 months, with heavy casualties on all sides. Eventually, everyone realized that continuing to fight was not a solution, and Yaoshan was only open for 7 days every 10 years. So everyone sat down to discuss and decide that every time the Medicine Mountain was opened, everyone would send a group of people in. Once inside, you can snatch herbs from each other, but you are not allowed to kill each other. How many herbs you can get depends on your ability. In the first few times, everyone followed the rules and acted with some restraint. The first casualties occurred when someone was beaten and then killed by the wild beasts inside. From then on, the casualties continued to increase. The explanation given by all parties was that he was seriously injured and then killed by the native wild beasts. But everyone knows that even if a professional is injured, the chance of being killed by a wild beast is actually very small, and most of the time they are killed by someone. But due to lack of evidence, everyone had no choice but to accept it. In the last life and death battle at Yaoshan, Long Kingdom suffered a great loss. After the last life and death battle, the ninjas from Sakura country ambushed the professional troops from Dragon country and killed Zhang Sanjia's apprentice. It was precisely because of this incident that Zhang Sanjia had been looking for powerful professionals for the past 10 years to prepare for this life and death battle at Yaoshan. Sakura country. After Su Zhan finished reading the information about the life and death battle at Yaoshan, a hint of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Long before the game merged with reality, there had been a feud between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. After the appearance of professionals, frictions between the two sides continued. Su Zhan has made up his mind that this time when he goes to Yaoshan, he will kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. He wants the whole world to know that if you dare to touch someone from Longhua, you should think about whether you can afford the price. Afterwards, Su Zhan left the professional headquarters directly, summoned the combined armor, turned into a stream of light, and headed straight for Lingchuan City. At the same time, on the top floor of Shanghai building in Lingchuan City, Gu Feng, the head of the Gu family, sat on the sofa with a sullen face. Ever since his son Gu Changlin died, he has been sending people to investigate, and now he finally has some clues. Chapter 56, Gu Feng. If we can't find Su Zhan, we'll arrest Xiang Wen first. Chairman, according to our investigation, when the young master died, the only person who appeared in the wild boar forest and had the ability to kill the young master was Su Zhan. After Wang Ning finished speaking, he quietly looked up at Gu Feng's expression, and after finding that the other party had not changed and was still indifferent, he continued. Although this Su Zhan is a freshman and a rubbish mechanic, he doesn't seem to have much combat power. But this time, he got first place among all freshmen in the entrance exam for Southern University. Although the people at Southern University did a good job of keeping it secret and no video was leaked, there were too many students participating at the time, and some saw someone wearing mechanical armor. After some investigation, I found that it was AZ-300 dual-mode off-road vehicle that could transform into a robot. And this Su Zhan, after participating in the awakening ceremony, bought AZ-300, a Vulcan Gatling gun, and a large amount of ammunition at the grocery store. He also made 2 purchases, totaling more than 200,000 gold coins. This Su Zhan is an orphan. He definitely doesn't have that much money. There must be someone behind him. The person who killed the young master must be related to this Su Zhan. I am sure that as long as we find Su Zhan, we will definitely find the person who killed the young master. Wang Ning took a deep breath and told out all the information he had collected day and night during this period. Why don't you go and catch him? Gu Feng's eyes turned cold, and he looked at Wang Ning indifferently. I don't know where Su Zhan went. He disappeared. But I captured one of his friends, Zhuge Shuangyue, and locked him up in the basement. But she doesn't know where Su Zhan went. Wang Ning's eyelids twitched, and he quickly explained. Gu Feng is a ruthless character who has killed countless people. The previous security director of Shanghai Group was killed by him because of his incompetence. Catch Xiang Wen as well. I don't believe we can't find this guy. Gu Feng said coldly. Boss, Xiang Wen is the president of the Southern University Student Union. If we arrest him, then Southern University? Wang Ning sighed inwardly. He had already found out that when Su Zhan participated in the wild boar forest assessment, Xiang Wen stayed with Su Zhan the whole time and knew Su Zhan's strength best. Although Xiang Wen, like Zhuge Shuangyue, is a student of Southern University, she has the additional identity of the Student Union president. With this identity, she is considered an official staff member of Southern University. Arresting a student and arresting a formal member have completely different meanings. Humph, if you can't find the murderer who killed my son, even if Chan Ziyuan comes, I won't give him face. Gu Feng slammed the table with a ferocious look on his face. He had 3 sons in total. The eldest son died, the second son left Longhua, and only the third son was with him. This is not only about revenge for his son, but also about the Gu family's status in Lingchuan City. Among the four major families in Lingchuan, the Gu family was able to rank among them not by swallowing humiliation, but by fighting with fists. If he dies and his son can't find the murderer, the Gu family will have no place in Lingchuan City anymore. I understand. Wang Ning agreed and left quickly. At this time, Southern University Student Union. Haven't you found Zhuge Shuangyue yet? Xiangwen frowned and stared at the several student union students in front of him. Zhuge Shuangyue hadn't come to class for a day. After someone discovered this, they went to the dormitory to look for her. Some said that Zhuge Shuangyue had gone out the day before yesterday and had never returned. The disappearance of students has never happened before at Southern University. As the president of the student union, Xiangwen immediately organized the student union to go out and look for him after learning about the incident. However, after searching for a whole day, there was still no news at all. President, there is news? Someone saw Zhuge Shuangyue leaving the city and going to the wild boar forest. Just at this moment, Gao Ming ran in from the door, panting and saying, ever since Suzhan and Xiangwen rescued the four of them in the ant cave last time, they joined the student union and became Xiangwen's followers. Go and have a look. Xiangwen frowned, followed Gao Ming out of the school and headed straight for the wild boar forest. Who told you that Zhuge Shuangyue went to the wild boar forest? Halfway through the journey, Xiangwen asked. They are from Shanghai group. They said that one of their people was leveling up in the wild boar forest the day before yesterday and saw a girl with the Southern University logo entering the wild boar forest. Then I showed them a photo of Zhuge Shuangyue, and they said it was Zhuge Shuangyue. Gao Ming explained. Xiangwen nodded without thinking much about it. Although Shanghai Group is quite powerful, Southern University is even stronger, and it is also a neutral institution. Generally speaking, no one would think of dealing with Southern University unless they are mentally ill. After all, Southern University does not fight or compete, it just teaches, and has no conflict of interest with these forces. On the contrary, some graduates will join them and help them do things. Half an hour later, Xiangwen brought Gao Ming and others to the inner area of the wild boar forest. Is it this direction? Xiangwen pointed to an open space in front of her, which felt somewhat familiar. After thinking carefully, she remembered that this was the place where she and Su Zhan had killed the wild boar king together. This is the direction that the people from Shanghai Group are talking about. Gao Ming nodded. Everyone, spread out and look for any clues. Be careful, Xiangwen said. Afterwards, Gao Ming and others dispersed and expanded their search area to look for Zhuge Shuangyue, and Xiangwen also walked forward. At this time, deep in the bamboo forest right in front of Xiangwen, Wang Ningjing and a group of people were squatting in the bamboo forest, quietly waiting for Xiangwen to approach. Xiaoma, it's up to you later. Wang Ning watched Xiangwen appear in the bamboo forest in the distance, then turned to look at a skinny man beside him. Boss, don't worry. As long as you are hit by my soul loss spear, even a 5th-level professional will have to kneel. Xiaoma looked confident. Although his level is only the 3rd level, his profession is a flying soul master, and he has a skill called Soul Loss Thorn. Once others are hit by it, they will lose the ability to move. It was thanks to this trick that he was able to join Shanghai Group. Okay, be careful not to miss it, Wang Ning reminded. Afterwards, the pony quietly left the woods and, with the cover of the grass, slowly approached Xiangwen. Why is it so quiet? In the bamboo forest, Xiangwen frowned and looked around the woods, feeling very strange. The wild boars in the wild boar forest refresh very quickly. Logically speaking, she had already reached the depths of the wild boar forest, where there should be a large number of wild boars, but she didn't see any, which was very strange. Soul Loss Thorn. At this moment, a sound of breaking air was suddenly heard, and a black gas rushed out from the bushes beside him at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards Xiangwen's chest. Chapter 57. Xiangwen asks for help. Su Zhan scans the entire city. The spirit bell will be lost. Xiangwen reacted very quickly and released his skills directly to summon out. Accompanied by a flash of red light, Zhongli Mei appeared out of nowhere and took Xiangwen backwards, barely avoiding the gray airflow. Get out of here. After landing, Zhongli Mei raised his hand and waved, and a sword light flew towards the place where Xiao Ma was hiding. The bamboo forest was cut in half in an instant. The pony rolled on the ground and rushed out of it in a panic. Who are you to attack students from Southern University? Xiangwen stared at Xiao Ma coldly and questioned. The scene just now scared her. She had already joined the student union and was very strong. With the baptism of the beast tide, her strength increased further. Otherwise, she would not have been able to avoid the gray airflow just now. But how did I fail? Xiao Ma half knelt on the ground, pounded the ground hard with his fist, his face full of annoyance. This trick of his had always worked, but he didn't expect it to fail on Xiangwan, which made him very unwilling to accept. At the same time, Wang Ning and others no longer hid and walked out of the bamboo forest directly. As expected of the president of the Southern University Student Union, a level 2 student can actually avoid a level 3 sneak attack. That's amazing. A hint of teasing appeared on Wang Ning's face as he looked Xiangwan up and down, not caring too much about Xiao Ma's mistake. Who among those who can enter Southern University is not a genius? He originally let Xiao Ma do it just to save trouble, and it didn't matter if he failed. After all, there were so many of them here, and it was certain that Xiangwan would have trouble escaping. Who are you? Xiangwan stared at Wang Ning vigilantly and secretly sent a message to Gao Ming and others, asking them to come quickly. At this point, how could she not understand? Gao Ming was deceived. Zhuge Shuangyue never came here. This was a trap set for her. With the appearance of Wang Ning, she had a rough idea about Zhuge Shuangyue's disappearance, and it must have been done by Wang Ning and his men. 4 or 5 miles away, Gao Ming and others who were searching received Xiang Wen's message, and anger appeared on their faces. How dare that blind thing touch Sister Xiang Wen Xue? Gao Ming turned around and ran towards Xiang Wen's location, and the others did the same. Everyone respects Xiang Wen because she has a good personality and takes good care of them. Now that Xiang Wen is in trouble, they have no choice but to take responsibility. Don't worry about who I am. Will you surrender yourself, or will we beat you half to death before taking you away? On the other side, Wang Ning shook his head slightly and said confidently, "Snort." Xiang Wen snorted coldly, not bothering to waste words with these people. Zhongli Mei above his head swung his sword, and a flash of sword light came out. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you." Wang Ning showed a sneer on his face, and a 9-ring broadsword appeared out of thin air. He swung it in the air, and a gust of wind swept out, cutting all the oncoming sword lights into pieces. Yuling Jibu. 2 spirits appeared. Although Xiangwen is young, he has rich combat experience. Wang Ning and his group have more than a dozen people, and the lowest level is level 3. Because of what happened during the Beast Tide, although she has reached the second level 99, she has not yet completed the 3rd level mission. If you fight to the death with these people, you will definitely die. So she thought of it immediately and decided to summon both Imperial Spirits, and then cast the double spirit appearance to let them escape from her and stop Wang Ning and the others. Although I can't stop them for long, I can at least buy myself some time to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhongli Mei and Jibu flew into the air, waving their weapons and charging towards Wang Ning. At the same time, Xiangwen turned and ran. "Himph! Can you run away?" Wang Ning sneered. A white light flashed on his feet, and then he leaped up more than 20 meters and jumped directly over the heads of Zhongli Mei and the other man. Zhongli Mei and Jibu flew into the air at the same time, trying to stop Wang Ning, but they were all stopped by Wang Ning's men. Wild wind slash. Wang Ning was in the air, his face serious, his hands tightly gripped the big knife, and with a low roar, a huge knife light with a diameter of 5 meters rushed towards Xiangwan with a gust of wind. Boom! The knife light was extremely fast, and Xiangwan just managed to avoid it, but there was a huge explosion when the knife light hit the ground, and the violent shock wave directly blew Xiangwan away. Puff! Xiangwan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap in strength between the 4th level and the 2nd level was too big. Although he was not hit directly, Xiangwan was seriously injured. "Suzhan, where on earth have you been?" Xiangwan was lying on the ground, watching Wang Ning getting closer and closer. The first thing that came to his mind was not his own safety, but Suzhan. If Suzhan were here, he would probably slap Wang Ning to death with one slap. Before Suzhan left, she asked Fang Su about Suzhan's whereabouts. Fang Su said that he only knew that Suzhan seemed to have gone to a very confidential resistance, but he didn't know the specific reason. Chen Ziyuan is the principal, and although she is the president of the student union, under normal circumstances she has no qualifications to meet Chen Ziyuan. She had always wanted to send a message to ask Suzhan, but when she thought of Fang Su's words, she held back. "Suzhan, I might be dying. If you see this message, you must go and save Zhuge Shuangyue. She must have been captured by the Shanghai group." Thinking of this, Xiangwen didn't care about anything else and sent a message to Suzhan. "Bitch, do you think you're great just because you're the student union president of Southern University? 2nd level is 2nd level. Even if you are a teacher at Southern University, you are no match for me." Wang Ning looked down at Xiangwan and said sarcastically, "Get lost." At this moment, Gao Ming and others rushed over from a distance and attacked Wang Ning directly. A bunch of rubbish. Killing one is killing two. Kill them all. Wang Ning's eyes were grim. He waved his hand, and his subordinates rushed towards Gao Ming and the others. At the same time, in the sky above the north of Lingchuan City, a streak of light suddenly stopped and stayed in the air. It was Su Zhan who had rushed back. Shanghai Group has taken action against Xiangwan. When Su Zhan saw the message sent by Xiangwan, his eyes instantly turned cold. When he saw the words Shanghai Group, he knew that the murder of Gu Chonglin had been exposed. What he didn't expect was that the Gu family couldn't find him and actually attacked Xiangwan and the others. Damn it. Scan. Maximum power. Thinking of this, Su Zhan quickly turned on the scanning function of the combined armor to the maximum. The scanning function of mechanical products can not only query the level and skills of wild monsters, but also scan the position and attributes of professionals. Because 4 machines were integrated, 3 of which were supermechanical products, the scanning systems of these machines were superimposed together, increasing Su Zhan's scanning range to 30 kilometers. Lingchuan City covers an area of more than 300 miles, which is 10 times larger than Su Zhan's scanning range, but Su Zhan's speed is so fast that he can scan the entire Lingchuan City in less than a minute. Chapter 58. Who dares to interfere in the affairs of our Shanghai Group? I saw a streak of light passing quickly above Lingchuan City. No one else noticed it, but their information had already been obtained by Su Zhan. If there's none in the city, then it's in the wild. Let's go around the city first. Su Zhan's mind moved, and he increased his speed to the maximum, flying quickly around Lingchuan City. No way. Although Xiangwan sent a message, he did not send the location. He replied to Xiangwan and asked her to send the location, but Xiangwan did not reply. Now he could only use this stupid method. Fortunately, he was very fast, and even if he went around the city, it would only take him a few seconds. Beep. Found Xiangwan. When Su Zhan was flying over the wild boar forest, the scanning system sent a prompt with Xiangwan's exact location. Su Zhan quickly changed direction and flew towards where Xiangwan was. At this time, in the wild boar forest, Gao Ming was covered in blood, protecting Xiangwan. There were 5 or 6 students from Southern University lying beside him, all of them seriously injured. Their levels were all at the 2nd level, and they were no match for Wang Ning and his group of 3rd and 4th level masters. Wang Ning, I know you. You are the security director of Shanghai Group. If you dare to touch us, Southern University will not let you go, and Shanghai Group will not be able to protect you either. Gao Ming stared at Wang Ning and roared. Because Xiangwan was too busy with school matters, he knew about Shanghai Group but didn't know Wang Ning. But Gao Ming is different. He often goes out and has a deep understanding of the 4 major families in Lingchuan City, although he knows Wang Ning. It's no use knowing me. You won't have a chance to tell anyone. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Ning's eyes. In fact, he didn't want to offend Southern University, but he had to follow Gu Feng's orders. So they originally planned to capture Xiangwan alone, but they didn't expect the others to arrive so quickly. Since they are here, we must not let them go. These people must die. Kill them and make it look like they were attacked by wild boars. Wang Ning said in a deep voice. Okay, just leave it to me. Xiaoma chuckled, looking ruthless. He often does things like killing people and is very familiar with it. Call. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, and an angry voice reached their ears. Who do you want to kill? As the strong wind dissipated, Wang Ning and others opened their eyes and couldn't help but gasp. A 2-meter-long golden and majestic armor appeared in front of them. It was Su Zhan who had arrived. Shanghai Group is doing business. Please don't meddle in other people's business. Wang Ning looked solemn and directly brought out Shanghai Group. Although he had never seen Su Zhan's armor, the oppressive feeling given by this golden armor was too strong, and it was obvious that it was not simple. Are you Su Zhan? At the same time, Xiang Wen's inquiring voice was heard. It's me. Su Zhan ignored Wang Ning and turned to look at Xiangwan. The armor on his head emitted a golden light, which slowly dissipated, revealing Su Zhan's face. Senior, is it really you? Gao Ming's eyes lit up, and he was extremely excited. After Su Zhan and Xiangwan rescued him from the ant nest, he acknowledged Su Zhan as his senior. After all, Su Zhan was much stronger than him. Moreover, he had always wanted to thank Su Zhan in person, but he never had the chance. Although this was the first time he met Su Zhan, he had seen Su Zhan's photo a long time ago, so he recognized him at a glance. Hello, take these medicines. They will help you recover from your injuries. Su Zhan smiled faintly and took out a dozen red elixirs from his backpack. These are dropped by wild monsters in the Yuxian secret realm of Coffin Mountain. Regardless of the level, after taking it, It can continuously restore qi and blood within 5 minutes. Thank you, senior. Gao Ming didn't act pretentiously. He took the bailing pill and swallowed one, then gave the rest to others. Eat this. Su Zhan walked up to Xiangwan and took out a panacea. The effects of the panacea pill are the same as those of the 100 elixir pills, but they are more powerful, recover faster, and have no level restrictions. Even if you have reached the 8th level, as long as you are not dead and have not lost any limbs, one panacea pill can restore you to your peak state in 10 seconds, with your qi, blood, and energy fully restored. Xiangwen was like a little girl at this moment. She nodded obediently and swallowed the elixir. The moment the pill entered his mouth, Xiangwen's body began to glow red, and his injuries healed visibly. What kind of medicine is this? Why is it so effective? Xiangwen was stunned. She thought it was just an ordinary pill that could at most relieve the pain in her body. She didn't expect the effect of the panacea to be far beyond her expectations. She had been seriously injured just now and several bones in her body were broken. But after taking the panacea, those broken bones healed in just a few seconds. It was really incredible. It's just an ordinary healing pill. I'll give you a few for future use. As Su Zhan spoke, he took out 30 or 40 panaceas and stuffed them into Xiangwen's arms. He has more than 300 panaceas and even more than 1,000. He did not let Zhang Sanjia sell these healing pills, but kept them for himself. After all, things like the panacea can save lives at the critical moment. Senior, your medicine is so powerful. I feel like my injuries have recovered by 80% or 90%. Gao Ming on the side was full of excitement. Although the effect of Bailing Dan is not as strong as Wanlingdan, it is also an excellent healing elixir. As for Gao Ming and the others' injuries, after taking the Bailing pill, their injuries were almost healed in a few seconds. It's good that everything is fine, Su Zhan said with a smile, and as for Wang Ning and the others behind him, Su Zhan acted as if they did not exist. In fact, this is the case. The gap in strength is too big. These people were like ants in front of Su Zhan, and he could crush them to death with just one finger. Impossible. It's definitely fake. They were so badly injured. How could they recover with just one pill? They must be acting. Not far away, Wang Ning stared at Su Zhan, his heart beating nervously. He had seen Xiangwen's condition with his own eyes. Could a pill restore the dying Xiangwen? He absolutely did not believe it. Kid, I don't care who you are. If you want to live longer, just mind your own business and get out of here. Otherwise, Shanghai Group will not let you go. Thinking of this, Wang Ning stared at Su Zhan and shouted. Because Su Zhan had turned around when he revealed his face, Wang Ning did not see Su Zhan's face, so he did not recognize him. You won't let me go? Su Zhan smiled, turned around and stared at Wang Ning. If it were a few days ago, he might have really thought about it when he heard this. But now when he heard this, it was like he heard a very funny joke. No matter how powerful the Shanghai Group is, it is just a small family force in Lingchuan City. It is not even as powerful as the professional branch of Lingchuan City. How can it not let Su Zhan go? What a joke. Chapter 59. Shanghai Group is finished. Brother, isn't this guy Su Zhan? Oh my god. I thought it was that powerful person. I was shocked. It turned out to be you. Boy, you are really good at hiding. We have been looking for you for more than half a month. As Su Zhan turned around, everyone saw Su Zhan's appearance, and Xiaoma recognized Su Zhan at the first moment. After confirming that Su Zhan was a suspect, they looked for him everywhere with Su Zhan's photo, and had already engraved Su Zhan's appearance in their minds. Boy, you made me look for you so hard. Seeing Su Zhan's appearance, Wang Ning felt relieved. Su Zhan was wearing a set of golden armor that he had never seen before. He looked mighty and domineering. He thought Su Zhan was a hidden master of that force, but he didn't expect that he was just a young student from Southern University. Su Zhan, they captured Zhuge Shuangyue. We were led here by them just to find Zhuge Shuangyue, Xiangwen said anxiously. She knew Su Zhan's strength. Even 10 Wang Nings were no match for Su Zhan. I see. Su Zhan nodded and looked at Wang Ning. Then, a flash of light appeared above his head, covering the armor. Buzz! The thrusters behind him suddenly opened, and Su Zhan's figure disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. Wang Ning only felt a flash before his eyes, and Su Zhan had already appeared in front of him. He was so scared that his legs went limp, and he took a few steps back. Ah! Brother Wang, help! Brother Wang, save me! I have broken my leg. My arm is broken. Miserable howls were heard, and Wang Ning looked around, his face turning pale. What did you do? Beside him, the people he had just brought were lying on the ground in all directions, Their limbs twisted unnaturally, and it was obvious that they were all broken. In just a split second, he broke the limbs of more than a dozen third-level professionals? Wouldn't that mean we could kill these people in an instant? How is this possible? Isn't Sujan a college student who just decided on his career? And his profession is a mechanic. How can he be so strong? More than a dozen third-level revolutions, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were seriously injured? How strong is Senior Sujan? This is too strong. Didn't he just enter school? How can he be so powerful? Gao Ming and others were stunned when they saw this scene. They kept rubbing their eyes and thought they were dreaming. They all knew that Sujan was the first person to take the freshman assessment at Southern University. They all knew that Sujan was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. The three masters were completely powerless in front of him. It seems that your strength has become stronger again. Although Xiangwen knew Sujan's strength, the scene before her still shocked her. Sujan's strength is obviously stronger than when he was resisting the beast tide some time ago. It's only been a few days. It's hard to imagine how Sujan did it. You have 3 seconds to answer my question. Where is Zhuge Shuangyue? Sujan stared at Wang Ning quietly with a cold voice. When killing Gu Changlin, Sujan guessed that the matter might be exposed, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. He didn't expect these people to be so unscrupulous that they actually attacked Zhuge Shuangyue, a student who had just entered university. Wang Ning's heart trembled, his scalp felt numb, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Sujan's aura was too strong. In his eyes, Sujan seemed to have turned into a prehistoric beast, opening its ferocious mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. If anything he said was wrong, it would tear him to pieces. Zhuge Shuangyue is in the basement of Shanghai building. Gu Feng asked us to arrest him. He said that if we can't find you, we should arrest your close classmates. He knows that you killed Gu Changlin, and he wants to avenge his son. After hesitating for less than a second, Wang Ning quickly spoke and sold Gu Feng out directly. Puff! The next moment, Su Zhan approached Wang Ning as if teleporting, stretched out his hand and gently patted him on the chest. Wang Ning felt as if he was hit by a mountain. The bones in his chest were instantly broken, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It was Gu Feng who asked me to do it. Wang Ning lay on the ground, begging for mercy and horror. Killing you will dirty my hands. Su Zhan sneered. Wang Ning worked under Gu Feng, and his hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Death was too easy for him. The Professionals Association has plenty of ways to make these people regret being born into this world. Gao Ming, you guys stay here and watch over them. Someone from the Professionals Association will come and take them away soon. Su Zhan turned around and looked at Gao Ming and said, Okay, senior. Gao Ming finally came to his senses and stammered in response. Let's go to Shanghai building. Su Zhan nodded and looked at Xiangwen. Just the two of us? Xiangwen was a little hesitant. Although Su Zhan was very powerful, Shanghai building was the base camp of the Gu family after all. The Gu family is one of the 4 major families in Linchuan City, and its foundation is quite profound. There are several professionals at the 6th level. Because he didn't know Su Zhan's true strength, Xiangwen felt that Su Zhan was indeed very strong, but it would be very dangerous if he faced several 6th level professionals at the same time. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Su Zhan showed a warm smile on his face and put his arm around Xiangwen's waist. Hold on tight. Without waiting for Xiangwen to speak, the thrusters behind them turned on, and the two of them flew into the sky, heading towards Shanghai building. Su Zhan's speed was so fast that Xiangwen screamed in fright and hurriedly hugged Su Zhan. Looking at the gap under his feet that was getting smaller and smaller, he was secretly happy for Su Zhan. However, after feeling happy, Xiangwen felt a little disappointed. Su Zhan's strength improved too quickly, with a change every day, and the gap between her and Su Zhan became bigger and bigger. Su Zhan didn't care about these things at the time. Instead, he sent a message to Jin Xingping, the branch president of the Linchuan City Professionals Association, briefly explaining the whole story and asking him to send someone to take Wang Ning and the others away. Shanghai Group has hit a wall this time. After reading the message sent by Su Zhan, Jin Xingping sighed. Shanghai Group has been entrenched in Linchuan City for decades. Although it has done some shameful things, it has been very careful and has not been caught. It's their bad luck to have offended Su Zhan this time. Although he didn't know what happened during the time Su Zhan was at the Professional Association headquarters, the mere fact that he joined the True Dragon Group was something that Shanghai Group couldn't afford to offend. Notify the head of the security team to take people to the Wild Boar Forest to find students from Southern University and bring back a few people. Thinking of this, Jin Shengping made a phone call to his subordinates. After hanging up the phone, Jin Shengping thought about it and decided to call Zhang Sanjia. Chapter 60. The only candidate for the president of the Professionals Association. Hey, tell me what you want. I'm very busy here. At the Professionals Association headquarters, Zhang Sanjia sat on a chair, feeling somewhat anxious. There was no way he couldn't be anxious. Su Zhan gave him too many things, so he asked the most experienced appraiser in the professional association to appraise their value. When the appraiser saw the things given by Su Zhan, he burst into tears on the spot. He had never seen so many good things in his life. This master appraiser is called Li Hexing. He is at level 7 and his profession is a treasure appraiser. His profession is somewhat special. He has a certain combat capability, and he levels up by killing wild monsters and gaining experience. But his job transfer task is to identify enough treasures before it can be completed. With the help of the Professionals Association, he has upgraded to the 7th level 99, but has not been able to upgrade to the 8th level because there are too many treasures that need to be appraised for the 8th level upgrade, and there are level requirements, and only items of the 8th level count. It is precisely because of this that he has been stuck at the 7th level and unable to advance. Seeing that Su Zhan had given him so many treasures meant that he saw the hope of being promoted to the 8th level, so of course he was happy. Su Zhan is back, and it seems he has had some conflicts with Shanghai Group. On the other end of the phone, Jin Shengping was very relaxed and didn't think it was a big deal. What? When Zhang Sanjia heard this, he was stunned on the spot. Who is so bold as to provoke Su Zhan? Does this person want to die? Su Zhan is now the treasurer of the Professionals Association. Anything bad for Su Zhan is going against the entire Professionals Association and the entire Dragon Country. What are you so excited about? I have already sent people there. Although Shanghai Group has some influence in Lingchuan City, they dare not touch the people of the Professional Association. Jin Shengping smiled and said that he had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Old Jin, this isn't a question of him moving around. I'm telling you the truth. Su Zhan is now the candidate for the president of the Professionals Association, and he's the only candidate. Anyone who dares to touch Su Zhan will be the enemy of the entire Professional Association. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Sanjia took a deep breath and said solemnly. Although no one mentioned the matter of the candidate for president, the 4 group leaders all tacitly agreed. After all, Su Zhan's strength is there. Unless someone stronger than Su Zhan appears, others have no chance of competing at all. What? The only candidate for president? When Jin Shengping heard this, he was stunned. What's going on? What happened during the few days when Su Zhan went to the headquarters? How did he become a candidate for the president and the only candidate? Doesn't this mean that as long as the time comes, Su Zhan will 100% become the president of the Dragon Country Professionals Association? You need to know the specific reasons. All you need to know is that this matter is absolutely true and is top secret. Forget it, just wait for me. I'll go right over there. Zhang Sanjia originally wanted to instruct Jin Shengping to go and help Su Zhan, but after thinking about it, he decided to go there in person. Although Su Zhan doesn't need their help given his strength, they must make their attitude clear. As for these weapons and materials, just leave it to Li Hexing. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jin Shengping nodded, hung up the phone, and sat in the chair in silence. He couldn't understand how Su Zhan became a candidate for the president. You know, the position of president of Dragon Country's professional association is extremely high. Dragon Country is so huge that there are nearly 1 billion professionals, 60% of whom have joined the professional association. The remaining 30% are either extremely ordinary professions or have no combat experience, and only 10% belong to other forces. However, these forces are all under the jurisdiction of the Professionals Association and dare not act recklessly. The president of the Professional Association is the biggest leader of these people. On the other side, Su Zhan and Xiang Wen landed directly at the gate of Shanghai building. What do you do? Please move aside, everyone. Seeing this, the 2 security guards at the door surrounded them. Crack! Su Zhan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He waved his hand and released an electric current, which shocked one person unconscious. Take me to the basement. Then he lowered his head and stared at the other person and said, You dare to do it here? Do you know that Shanghai building is the territory of the Gu family? The other security guard was paralyzed by the electric current and could not speak properly. You don't need to remind me. If you don't leave, you will become like him. Blue electric current flashed on Su Zhan's hand, making a crackling sound. I'll lead the way. The man was so frightened that he couldn't even stand up and was shaking like a sieve. Su Zhan walked over, picked up his clothes, and walked into Shanghai building. Su Zhan, be careful of an ambush. Xiang Wen reminded. Don't worry. Su Zhan gave Xiangwan a confident look. In the eyes of others, Shanghai building is a dangerous place, but in Su Zhan's eyes, it is not worth mentioning. Compared with the secret place where one meets the immortal in Coffin Mountain, this place is not even comparable to any small corner there. The moment Su Zhan and his companions entered Shanghai building, Gu Feng on the top floor saw Su Zhan through the surveillance camera. However, because Su Zhan was wearing armor, he did not recognize him, but he recognized Xiangwan. Huh, what a waste. Gu Feng snorted coldly, looking angry. He thought that Wang Ning failed to capture Xiangwan and was rescued by the armored man. Now Xiangwan brought the armored man to demand accountability. No matter where you are from, Shanghai building is not a place where you can come whenever you want. A ruthless look flashed in Gu Feng's eyes, and he reached out and pressed the phone beside him. Boss, what's the matter? A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. There was a girl and a man in armor who went to the basement. The girl was captured, and the armored man didn't care whether he lived or died. Gu Feng said in a deep voice. Clear. The person on the other end of the phone agreed and hung up. Gu Cheng lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. The person he called just now was a killer he hired, named Deng Yuan, who was level 50, 6th turn. His occupation was Tongbi Jin Gang. Once he used his skills, his muscles became as strong as steel and indestructible. He had killed a 7th turn killer before. On the other side, under the stammering instructions of the security guard at the door, Su Zhan and Xiangwan came to the bottom floor of the basement of Shanghai building. This place is like a huge cave, 15 meters high and as big as a football field. The ceiling is hung with lights, making the place as bright as day. There was nothing around, but in the middle there were more than 100 large iron cages. Most of the cages were empty, and in each of the remaining cages, there was a person locked up. Su Zhan took a quick glance and found Zhuge Shuangyue locked in one of the cages. Chapter 61. You are not even trash in my eyes. Zhuge Shuangyue seemed to be in good condition. Her clothes were clean, but her face looked a little haggard, and there was a faint fluorescent layer on her body protecting her. The people in the other cages around were not so lucky. Among them were men and women, old and young. Most of them were covered in blood, as if they had been severely tortured. More than a dozen people were lying on the ground motionless, and they looked like they were about to die. Damn it! Su Zhan's voice was cold, with anger in his heart. Gu Feng is really cruel and merciless. He captured so many people and tortured them here. Although I don't know what Gu Feng's purpose is in capturing them, it is definitely not a good thing. Is that Su Zifei? Xiangwan glanced around and his eyes fell on a little girl lying on the ground, dying. His pupils suddenly shrank. Do you know him? Su Zhan asked. I saw the missing person notice her parents posted half a year ago, saying that she disappeared after going out. I didn't expect that she was caught here. Xiangwan explained. Why did Gu Feng catch them? Her parents are just ordinary professionals. There is nothing special about them. We'll know soon enough. Su Zhan covered his face coldly and walked forward step by step. In this era where games and reality are integrated, survival is difficult for everyone. There are other countries eyeing them covetously from the outside, and all kinds of wild monsters lurking inside. Everyone's power is precious, and no one knows whether any of them will be able to enter the 8th level in the future. No matter what Gu Feng's purpose was in arresting these people, they deserve to die. Who are you? Suddenly, a dozen people walked out of the darkness, frowning and looking alert. Is it Shaoli who is guarding the gate? Are you here to cause trouble? Some sharp-eyed people saw the door security guard left behind and immediately realized that Su Zhan had ill intentions. Electric energy surges. Su Zhan said nothing, but stomped his foot on the ground. Visible electric current rushed out along the ground and enveloped them in an instant. Accompanied by crackling sounds of electricity, more than a dozen guards fell straight to the ground without even a groan, black smoke coming out of their bodies. The electric current that can be released by the armor composed of 4 machines is extremely powerful. The current released by Su Zhan just now reached 10,000 volts. The highest level of that group of people was only level 4. They couldn't withstand the electric current at all and were directly electrocuted. What is that? Xiangwan is here too? He's wearing armor. Could it be Su Zhan? The surging sound of electric current also woke up the people in the iron cage. Zhuge Shuangyue looked at Su Zhan in confusion and did not recognize Su Zhan's identity for a moment. It was not until he saw Xiangwan that Zhuge Shuangyue guessed that the person wearing golden armor should be Su Zhan. Su Zhan, hurry up and leave. Thinking of this, Zhuge Shuangyue showed a worried look on her face and shouted loudly at Su Zhan. She had witnessed the horror of Shanghai Group with her own eyes in the past 2 days. There were several professionals at the 6th level, and maybe even the 7th level. No matter how strong Su Zhan is, he can't be a match for so many people. Pa, pa, pa. Su Zhan was about to speak when he heard applause behind him. He turned around and saw a burly man in his 40s walking down the stairs. The person who came was Deng Yuan, who received the order from Gu Feng. Not bad, not bad. You can release lightning while wearing armor. What's your profession? Deng Yuan looked at the golden armor on Su Zhan with curiosity, with a relaxed expression, and didn't take Su Zhan seriously at all. Are you Deng Yuan? Xiang Wen's pupils shrank as he recognized Deng Yuan's identity. 10 years ago, a massacre of professionals occurred in Lingchuan City. 3 5th-level professionals were killed in an extremely brutal manner and then thrown on the street. This incident caused a great sensation at the time, and later after investigation it was discovered that the murderer was Deng Yuan. The Professionals Association also issued a wanted order for Deng Yuan, but ever since that incident, Deng Yuan seemed to have disappeared and has never appeared since. I didn't expect that a little girl like you actually knew me. Deng Yuan glanced at Xiang Wan with some surprise. After he killed the 3 5th-level professionals, he followed Gu Feng and had been helping Gu Feng in secret. Su Zhan, this guy is a Class A wanted criminal of the Professionals Association with a reward of 600,000 gold coins. Xiang Wan turned his head and shouted at Su Zhan. The 3 5th-level masters who were killed by Deng Yuan that year actually had no grudges against Deng Yuan. It was just that Deng Yuan had his eyes on a treasure in someone's hands and wanted to force them to buy it. When the other party refused to sell it, Deng Yuan killed them in anger. Little kid, I didn't expect you to know so much, but do you think he can beat me? Deng Yuan sneered, and the momentum of the 6th level burst out completely. At the same time, he displayed the skill of the impeccable Vajra body. A golden light spread from his brow and covered his whole body in an instant. From a distance, Deng Yuan seemed to have turned into a golden man. Bang! Just when Deng Yuan wanted to continue speaking, a muffled sound suddenly came into his ears. The smile on Deng Yuan's face froze. He slowly lowered his head to look at his chest. A golden fist pierced his chest. How is this possible? Deng Yuan opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, and the golden light on his body slowly faded away. The intense pain only surged into my heart at this moment. Feeling waves of dizziness coming from his head, Deng Yuan couldn't figure out what was going on. Didn't Gu Feng say that Su Zhan was a college student who had just awakened his profession and went to college? How could he punch through his chest with one punch? And he was using his self-defense skills. Is this person who just awakened his profession? It's not that I can't beat you, but in my eyes, you are not even trash. Su Zhan slowly pulled back his fist and shook off the blood on it. Deng Yuan, who had lost his support, fell to the ground with a thud and became motionless. How did he become so strong? Zhuge Shuangyue in the iron cage gasped. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, and Su Zhan could kill a rank 6 professional with just one punch? Save me! Save me! Save me! Save me! Please, save me! At the same time, in other iron cages, the people who were tortured and lying on the ground waiting to die with lifeless eyes saw this scene, and their confused eyes were instantly filled with a desire for life. Don't worry, I will rescue you. Su Zhan walked to the iron cage, stretched out his hand and gently scratched it. A flash of lightning passed by, and the iron cage door was torn open. These iron cages are connected to a high voltage of 5,000 volts. Most people dare not touch them, but for Su Zhan, this electric current can only serve as a tonic for him. After a few minutes, all the cages were opened, and the people inside were rescued. Su Zhan, thank you. Zhuge Shuangyue held Su Zhan's arm and walked out of the iron cage. Chapter 62. 8th Turn Ghost. It's okay. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be caught here. Su Zhan felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, the reason Zhuge Shuangyue was caught here was because he killed Gu Chonglin, and Zhuge Shuangyue was completely implicated. By the way, I discovered a secret recently. Shanghai Group is actually cooperating with people from Sakura country. They captured these people in order to conduct experiments on the professionals of Sakura country and seize their jobs. Zhuge Shuangyue thought of some things she had seen some time ago, and hatred appeared in her eyes. What? There is such a thing? Xiang Wen exclaimed in shock. She never thought that Shanghai would dare to cooperate with the Sakura country and do such a treasonous act. You have to know that when the game and reality merged, the professionals from Dragon Country and Sakura Country had a battle that lasted for nearly 60 years, and countless predecessors died in this battle. You guys watch here. I'll go upstairs to find Gu Feng. A chill emanated from Su Zhan's body, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. He was right to kill Gu Chonglin. There is not a single good person in the Gu family. Okay, be careful, Xiangwen warned. Su Zhan nodded, pushed the door behind him in and opened it, then rose from the ground, broke through the ceiling above his head, and flew upwards. How strong is Su Zhan now? Zhuge Shuangyue's eyes revealed envy. Originally, Gu Feng was going to torture her after he captured her, but she had a talisman given to her by her family, called the Taiqing Body Protection Spell. After casting it, it could form a protective shield that lasted for 3 days and could withstand the attacks of a 4th-level professional. The most important thing is that this talisman represents the Zhuge family. Gu Feng did not want to offend the Zhuge family, so he did not break it forcibly. Otherwise, Zhuge Shuangyue would also be tortured. But Su Zhan is different. She just saw with her own eyes that Su Zhan killed a level 6 warrior with one punch. I don't know either. Xiangwen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even a 7th-level professional couldn't kill a 6th-level professional with one punch. If that were the case, Su Zhan's strength would have reached at least an 8th-level professional. An 8th-level professional, this is a legendary level. Even the president of Southern University is only at the 6th level. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out how Su Zhan had such strong power. At the same time, the sound of the roof being pierced continued to be heard above their heads. Su Zhan broke open the roof with incredible force and flew to the top floor, which was Gu Feng's office. At this time, Gu Feng was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, waiting for Deng Yuan to bring Su Zhan to him. Then he would torture Su Zhan to avenge his son and tell others that the Gu family is not so easy to mess with. However, the next moment, a muffled sound was heard, and a big hole was blown directly in the floor in front of Gu Feng, and a man in golden armor appeared in front of him. Su Zhan. Gu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his face was ferocious, and he stared at Su Zhan with gritted teeth, his hatred about to overflow. Gu Feng, you dare to cooperate with the people of Sakura country and sell the professionals of my dragon country. You deserve to die. Su Zhan's voice was filled with strong murderous intent, which made people shudder. Bah, who do you think you are to say that to me? Gu Feng snorted coldly, and a black aura emerged from his body, filled with ghostly shadows, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling. Ghost. The next moment, Gu Feng let out a low roar and released his skill directly. A hideous-looking vengeful spirit roared out from the black air on his body and bit towards Su Zhan. His original profession was a ghost hoster. He could collect vengeful spirits from heaven and earth, feed them in his body, and release them to kill people during battle. Bang! Su Zhan raised his hand and slapped the vengeful spirit. With a bang, the vengeful spirit exploded and turned into bursts of black gas that dissipated in the air. Did Deng Yuan really get killed by him? Gu Feng's pupils shrank, and he felt a little confused. Information about Su Zhan flashed through his mind quickly. Isn't his profession a mechanic? How can he be so strong? No, it is normal for a mechanic to drive a robot, but it is different when wearing armor. Is the reason why he is so strong because of this golden armor? But I have never seen this set of golden armor before. What kind of armor is it? Gu Feng's thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered over Su Zhan's abnormality, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. No wonder you have such a dark heart. It turns out there are so many ghosts in you. Su Zhan smiled coldly, raised his hand and waved it gently, and an electric current as thick as a bucket rushed out from his hand and rushed towards Gu Feng. Not good. Gu Feng's face changed drastically, and a sense of crisis of death surged into his heart. The power of this electric current was too strong. If he was hit by it, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. Senior, save me. Suddenly, Gu Feng couldn't help but yelled. What a waste. Then, a low and hoarse voice sounded slowly, and the black energy on Gu Feng's body suddenly changed, and a strong smell of blood emerged. The scarlet blood light spun and turned into a shield blocking the front. Boom! The violent electric current fell on the scarlet shield, causing it to explode directly. The horrific energy directly knocked Gu Feng away, and he slammed heavily into the wall behind him, creating a big hole in the wall. Ahem, young people nowadays are really more capable than each other. Gu Feng slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Su Zhan with a pair of scarlet eyes. You are not Gu Feng. Who are you? Su Zhan frowned. He actually held back on the lightning just now because Su Zhan wanted to ask more about Gu Feng's cooperation with the professionals from Sakura country. But even if he was holding back, it was still not something a 6th-level professional could resist. If he was hit, he would definitely be seriously injured. The defensive power of the Scarlet Shield just now definitely reached the 8th level. Gu Feng was clearly at level 6, but he released a skill with the power of level 8. This was very wrong. Hey, what's your name? I can hardly remember. My name should be Tokugawa or something. Tokugawa Yazunari? Or Tokugawa Yasuke's. When Gu Feng heard this, he suddenly became a little crazy and started talking nonsense. No, I'm Tokugawa Yazunari. I'm from the Tokugawa family. The next moment, Gu Feng stood up straight abruptly, his scarlet eyes emitting a fierce and violent aura. A ghost from Sakura country? Su Zhan was stunned for a moment, then roughly understood what was going on. Gu Feng was actually possessed by a ghost from the Sakura country. This is really rare. I'm not a ghost, I'm a god. Tokugawa Yazunari seemed to extremely hate being called a ghost. When he heard Su Zhan's words, he instantly became furious. The blood on his body suddenly surged several times. He opened his big mouth full of fangs and bit towards Su Zhan. Bang! Su Zhan curled up the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm, stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. With a flash of electric current, Tokugawa Yazunari seemed to put his neck into Su Zhan's hand and was easily pinched by Su Zhan. Chapter 63. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to be told what I am talking about? I am an 8th level rank. Tokugawa Yazunari's eyes were wide open, his face was full of fear, and his limbs were waving in the air trying to break free. But Su Zhan's palms were like a pair of iron pliers made of fine gold, indestructible, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake them at all. Tokugawa Yazunari was very confused at this time and had no idea what was going on. He was a man who lived more than 300 years ago, and his profession was a ghost master. The fighting method of this profession is to summon the Shikigami and merge it into one with itself. More than 300 years ago, he died in a battle with professionals from the Dragon Kingdom for territory. However, due to the particularity of his profession, he merged with the Shikigami controlled by his profession, turning himself into a state similar to that of a Shikigami, and managed to survive. After nearly 300 years of training, he was finally able to move independently. The reason why he found Gu Feng was because Gu Feng met him in a secret place when he was out exploring 10 years ago. In addition, Gu Feng's profession was a ghost host, which happened to match his form, so he possessed Gu Feng's body. It was also from then on that he controlled Gu Feng, cooperated with the professionals from the Sakura country, and captured the professionals from the Dragon country for experiments. The purpose is to see if a suitable body can be created so that he can be fully resurrected. Nothing is impossible. You are just too weak. Su Zhan's face was grim. As his mind moved, a powerful electric current burst out from his arm. The blue electric light instantly enveloped Tokugawa Yazunari. Accompanied by a miserable howl, streams of black air continued to fly out of his body and drifted in the air. No, I won't die. I survived such a fierce battle 300 years ago. I can't die here. Tokugawa Yazunari roared unwillingly and struggled desperately. But it was of no use at all. Su Zhan's current strength had already surpassed the 8th level. Not to mention that Tokugawa Yazunari was just a spirit. Even if he had a physical body, he would not be Su Zhan's opponent. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It would be too easy for you to kill you like this. You are really rare. You have lived for 300 years in a spirit body. You are worth studying. Su Zhan himself had no intention of killing Tokugawa Yazunari. After all, his current condition was too rare and had never been heard of before. Who would have thought that after a professional died 300 years ago, he actually turned into a spirit because of his profession, survived in an alternative way, and even possessed the strength of an 8th level spirit. The current Tokugawa Yazunari is very worth studying. If Longwa can analyze how his spiritual survival state was formed, it will greatly enhance the strength of Longwa. It is conceivable that in the future all professionals in Dragon Country will have the ability to transform into spirits after death, and they will not have to consider the consequences when going out to fight. Because it doesn't matter if we die, we can still continue to survive as spirits. It is like being a person of Dragon Kingdom in life and a ghost of Dragon Kingdom in death. Even after I die, I can still fight for Dragon Kingdom. If this level can be achieved, it is only a matter of time before Longwa becomes #1 in the world. Bang! Suddenly, the black energy on Tokugawa Yazunari's body dissipated violently, and his whole body shrank back into Gu Feng's body. He was really scared. If Su Zhan continued to electrocute him like this, he would really die. You, who are you? The scarlet in Gu Feng's eyes slowly faded away, and his original look returned to normal. At this moment, Gu Feng was extremely terrified. Although Tokugawa Yazunari controlled his body, as the real owner of this body, Gu Feng could clearly see everything that had just happened. Tokugawa Yazunari was such a powerful figure, but he was controlled by Soda with just one hand. He simply didn't believe that the person in front of him was Sujan. After all, Sujan was just a college student who had just undergone an awakening ceremony and was a mechanic. I am the Sujan you were looking for. Accompanied by a flash of light, the armor on Sujan's face disappeared, revealing his true face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Feng's pupils shrank and his face was full of disbelief. The situation before him completely overturned his understanding of professionals. At this moment, the door of Gu Feng's office was pushed open by a group of people, and 5 6th-level professionals rushed in from outside the door. Let go of Mr. Gu. No matter who you are, let go of Mr. Gu. Boss Gu is an external instructor of our Great Beauty Magic Association. Let him go, or I will complain to your Dragon Country Professional Association. Mr. Gu is our external chairman of Wuyin Mountain. Let him go quickly. Even if he is wrong, you can't treat him like this. The people who rushed in were all men, including 2 foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. It is said that Mr. Gu is the man from Kirigakure Mountain, wrapped in black cloth, and his image is almost exactly the same as that of a ninja. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save him. Su Zhan snorted coldly, and the electric current surging in his arm suddenly surged. The current of up to 100,000 volts enveloped Gu Feng. With a sizzling sound, Gu Feng was electrocuted into charcoal in less than 3 seconds. A breeze blew by, and Gu Feng turned into ashes and disappeared with the wind. After Gu Feng disappeared, a ball of dark air was grasped in Su Zhan's hand. Tokugawa Yazunari has the strength of the 8th level, and his spirit form is very special. A current of 100,000 volts can seriously injure him, but it cannot be destroyed in a short time. This was also the result of Su Zhan holding back. Otherwise, if he had burst out with all his strength, Tokugawa Yazunari would not have survived no matter how cunning he was. You really killed him? How dare you? We must give our Magicians Association an explanation for this matter. No matter who you are, you, the Dragon Country Professional Association, must explain what is going on. Otherwise we, Wuyin Mountain, will go to war with you. The people at the door were stunned for a moment, then looked furious and stared at Su Zhan threateningly. They didn't expect that even though they had brought out the forces behind them, Su Zhan still killed Gu Feng without hesitation. Doesn't this guy care about the consequences at all? What do you want to explain? Who do you think you are to ask me to explain? Su Zhan replied domineeringly. You. Several people were shocked by this sentence. No one expected Su Zhan to be so domineering. They are not afraid of the forces behind them at all. At this moment, a golden light rushed from a distance, broke through the window, and appeared in front of Su Zhan. It was Zhang Sanjia and Jin Qingping who came from the Dragon Country Professional Headquarters. Zhang Sanjia, is this how you Dragon Country professionals treat your friends? Seeing Zhang Sanjia coming, the ninjas from Sakura Country took the lead in attacking. Zhang Sanjia is very well known in the Sakura Country, so he recognized Zhang Sanjia's identity at a glance. Chapter 64, Who asked you to leave? Su Zhan's attitude is our attitude. What can you do? Zhang Sanjia didn't even ask and just responded directly. You. Upon hearing this, the ninja from Sakura Country was so angry that he was speechless. He didn't expect Zhang Sanjia to be so tough. Zhang Sanjia is the leader of the Qinglong group of the Professional Association. This shouldn't be possible. Except for when the game just came out, everyone was very excited after gaining power, fighting each other for trump cards, and there was a lot of fighting. Later, when people from various countries discovered that the wild monsters had also mutated and were stronger than the professionals from various countries endured it, put aside their grudges and joined forces to deal with the wild monsters. The current situation was also determined at that time. This also led to the fact that when professionals from different countries met each other later, they were more polite, at least on the surface. If official professionals representing different countries meet, they will put on a lot of effort and be polite to each other. What happened today? Why does everything seem to have changed? We, the Great American Magicians Association, will ask the president of your Professionals Association to file a complaint. We must be given an explanation. One of the blue-haired foreigners spoke fluent Mandarin and looked at Zhang Sanjia. What do you want to tell me? He is a law enforcement officer from our Professional Association headquarters. He found out that Gu Feng was buying and selling professionals. He should be killed for resisting arrest. Also, what are you doing here? Are you also involved in Gu Feng's buying and selling of professionals? Zhang Sanjia stared at the few people with a cold face. If it were in the past, he might have given them some face out of consideration. After all, The professionals of Dragon Country will have to travel outside in the future. If they encounter any danger, they can seek help by going to these people's territory. But compared with Su Zhan, these things are nothing. He was also expressing his attitude to Su Zhan. Let's go. Today's events won't end like this. When they heard this, their faces froze and they felt a little guilty. There were many things that Gu Feng could not do alone, so they all provided him with a lot of help in secret. The Wuyin Mountain in the Sakura country was Gu Feng's handover target. Most of the professionals captured by Gu Feng were sent to the Wuyin Mountain. As for the Magicians Association, they chose to take away some of the things they needed. Who asked you to leave? Su Zhan's voice was filled with murderous intent. Gu Feng deserves to die, and those people who colluded with Gu Feng deserve to die even more. Team leader Zhang, do you still want to kill us? The ninja from Sakura country was stunned and stared at Su Zhan vigilantly. They all saw the scene of Su Zhan killing Gu Feng just now. He was definitely an 8th rank power. If we do anything to them, none of them will survive. It's up to him to decide whether to kill you or not. Zhang Sanjia is a very good person. When he heard Su Zhan's words, he knew what Su Zhan was thinking. Walk. As Zhang Sanjia's voice fell, 6 people burst out at the same time, each using their skills and rushing in all directions. Don't be fooled by the fact that they acted very tough just now, as if they had Su Zhan in their hands. Now that Su Zhan showed his intention to kill them, these people ran faster than rabbits. Wanna leave? Zhang Sanjia's face darkened, a golden light appeared on his body, and he was about to take action. However, Su Zhan was faster than him. Before the golden light on Zhang Sanjia spread to his whole body, 6 consecutive muffled sounds rang out. Zhang Sanjia looked carefully and saw that the 6 people who had just rushed out were all charred black and piled together, and had all gotten through. Team leader, I'll leave the investigation of evidence to you. Su Zhan dusted off his hands and said calmly. Don't worry, leave these things to me. None of these people will survive. Zhang Sanjia nodded. And this thing? As Su Zhan spoke, he spread out his palms, revealing the black energy transformed by Tokugawa Yazunari, and then told Zhang Sanjia what had just happened. Is there such a thing? Zhang Sanjia's eyes lit up and he stared at the gas ball that Tokugawa Yazunari had transformed into with great interest. When a living person dies, he becomes a spirit, which is equivalent to becoming a ghost. But things like ghosts have always been legends. After the fusion of games and reality, humans have never seen anything like this. Instead, many spiritual monsters appeared in the wild. I didn't expect that there are people who have survived as a ghost and are so powerful. This is big news and definitely worth looking into. Su Zhan, you are really the lucky star of Dragon Country. Every time you appear, you can bring unexpected benefits to Dragon Country. Zhang Sanjia's face was full of smiles, and he was not stingy with his praise. Then I'll leave this thing to the team leader. I'm going to go check on my friend first. Su Zhan smiled and handed Tokugawa Yazunari to Zhang Sanjia. You do your thing, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Sanjia patted his chest and assured. Su Zhan nodded to Jin Qingping beside him, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. Old monk, is this really Su Zhan? Jin Qingping, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke at this time. What else? Zhang Sanjia said this casually, and then stared at the airball in his hand and observed it carefully. How did he become so strong? From what I saw just now, why do I feel like Su Zhan is stronger than you? Jin Qingping tried his best to calm himself. Don't ask me, I don't know either. But in terms of strength, even 10 of me are no match for Su Zhan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanjia looked up and said solemnly, Ah. Jin Qingping could no longer suppress his inner shock. His pupil shrank, and he was extremely shocked. Otherwise, why do you think I said Su Zhan is the candidate for the chairman? Zhang Sanjia laughed, and then patted Jin Qingping on the shoulder. This matter must be kept secret. Okay, get your people to come quickly and destroy the Gu family first. The Gu family is really brave enough to arrest professionals from the Dragon Country. Come to think of it, you didn't notice anything at all? Speaking of the Gu family, Zhang Sanjia's face turned gloomy and filled with murderous intent. They are all Long people. Gu Feng sold out his country to seek forgiveness, so his death does not deserve any pity. This is my fault. I accept the punishment. Jin Qingping lowered his head slightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. With the help of the 8th rank, it is indeed more difficult for you to discover. But this matter won't end like this. Zhang Sanjia said in a deep voice. Jin Qingping nodded and called the people from the Lingchuan branch of the Professionals Association, asking them to bring people over. In the basement, Xiangwan and Zhuge Shuangyue were sitting on the side, waiting for others to come. Suzhan, you're back? Are you okay? A flash of lightning passed by, and Suzhan appeared in front of the two of them. Xiangwan hurriedly stood up and said with concern, I'm fine. Gu Feng has been killed by me. People from the professional association will be here soon, and we'll leave the rest to them. Suzhan said. Chapter 65. Chan Ziyuan. Kill all the professionals in Sakura country. If you kill Gu Feng, won't you be able to find evidence to arrest professionals in the Gu family? Zhuge Shuangyue asked. Shanghai Group has done so many bad things, and it was too easy for Gu Feng to die like this. In her opinion, the entire Gu family should be eradicated at once. The Gu family is finished. There is not only Gu Feng here, but also professionals from Sakura country and Great Beauty country. They have been arrested, and we can pry out more favorable evidence from them. Suzhan explained. Are there any professionals from Sakura country here? Xiangwan exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Because every professional possesses very strong power, professionals from other countries must report if they want to enter the cities of Dragon Country. Otherwise, the destructive power that a professional can bring is too great, which has a great impact on the stability of the city. But it is obvious that the professionals from Sakura country and Shanghai Group did not report it. The professionals' headquarters has already investigated this matter. Let them handle the rest. Let's go back first. Suzhan nodded and said, the rest are Shanghai Group's business, so it is enough to leave them to Zhang Sanjia and Jin Qingping. Zhuge Shuangyue and Xiangwan nodded at the same time, and the three of them left Shanghai building together. After returning to Southern University, Zhuge Shuangyue and Xiangwan left together to see the teacher at the school clinic to check to prevent any problems. Suzhan came to Chen Ziyuan's office and briefly told Chen Ziyuan what had happened in Shanghai Group. I knew that those people in Sakura country still had evil intentions and wanted to destroy Dragon Bone. According to me, we should send people to destroy the Sakura country right now. Chen Ziyuan slammed the table and yelled. At the beginning, some vocational schools in Sakura country wanted to send exchange students to study at Southern University, but Chen Ziyuan directly rejected them and also stated in the school rules that exchange students from Sakura country would never be accepted. His great-grandfather died in a battle with professionals from Sakura country 300 years ago. Principal, don't worry. I will make them pay the price in this life-and-death battle at Yaoshan. Suzhan said in a deep voice. Are you going to participate in the life-and-death battle at Yaoshan? Chen Ziyuan looked surprised. Although his rank was not high, as he was the president of Southern University, he knew a lot about Dragon Country. Yeah. Su Ran nodded. What level of strength have you reached now? Chan Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, but finally he gritted his teeth and asked. You should know Zhang Sanjia, the leader of the True Dragon team who came last time. He is no match for me. Suzhan said with a smile. Directly asking other professionals about their abilities touches on personal privacy, so if you don't have a good relationship with them, they won't tell you even if you ask. But Chen Ziyuan is one of us, so it doesn't matter if he knows. My goodness, how did you become so fierce? Chen Ziyuan took a deep breath. It was true that one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence, but Suzhan's change was too fast. It had been less than a week since the last beast died, and by then Suzhan already had the strength to kill a 7th turn wild monster head-on. But you have to know that Zhang Sanjia is a veteran 8th rank warrior with extremely strong combat power. Suzhan said that he can beat Zhang Sanjia now. Doesn't that mean he already has the combat power of an 8th rank warrior? The speed of this strength improvement can no longer be described as terrifying. It should be said that it is a monster. Speaking of which, I have to thank the principal. If you hadn't given me the 3 large machines in the school, my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. Suzhan explained with a smile. You deserve it. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand, not caring at all. The stronger you are, the greater the benefit to Dragon Country. With your strength, you will definitely win the Yaoshan life and death battle. Don't let go of those professionals from Sakura Country. They are a bunch of dogs that can never be tamed. When Chen Ziyuan talked about the professionals from Sakura Country, he couldn't hide the hatred on his face. Southern University has been established for many years, and many students who went out for training have died at the hands of professionals from the Sakura Country. It's just that those people did it very secretly. Even if they found any clues, the Professional Association of Sakura Country would just argue with you, and the matter would be left unresolved in the end. Therefore, in Chen Ziyuan's opinion, there is no need to show mercy to the professionals from Sakura Country. Just kill them when you see them. Don't worry, Principal. I understand. Even without Chen Ziyuan telling him, this was Suzhan's original plan. By the way, you said that mechanical bodies can enhance your strength, I wonder if energy bodies can do the same? Chun Ziyuan suddenly thought of something. There were indeed only 3 large machines in the warehouse of Southern University, namely Danger Wanderer, Megatron, and Deep Blue. But there were still many other small machines, and one of them was quite special. It is also a metal, but it contains enormous energy. People in the school had done experiments before, trying to use that energy body as an energy source, but after the experiments, they found that although the energy of that energy body was huge, it was extremely unstable and could not be controlled. To be on the safe side, we had to seal that thing up. There is such a thing? Su Zhan's eyes lit up, a little surprised. According to the characteristics of his own skills, as long as it is metal, it can be transformed and assimilated. If such a huge energy source is added to the armor, the power of his combined armor will be enhanced again. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Chen Ziyuan was a man of action. He stood up and took Su Zhan to the warehouse of Southern University again. After entering the warehouse, the two came to an elevator and took the elevator to a depth of 100 meters underground. Principal, why are you here? The elevator door opened, and an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s was sitting at the door, as if guarding it. When he saw Chen Ziyuan come in, he quickly stood up. This is Professor Wang Zichuan, who was in charge of the previous research. Chen Ziyuan introduced, this is Su Zhan, the honorary vice president of the university. Hello, Professor Wang. Su Zhan greeted with a smile. Vice principal? Him? Wang Zichuan rubbed his eyes and stared at Su Zhan back and forth. Became the vice president of Southern University at such a young age? Although he is only an honorary vice president and has no real power, he is still extremely terrifying. After all, Su Zhan looks less than 20 years old. Don't underestimate Su Zhan. He can defeat you with one hand. Chun Ziyuan smiled. Old Chen, even though I have been doing research underground, I am still a level 99 professional at the 7th level. How powerful can a little kid like him be? And he can defeat me with just one hand? Wang Zichuan curled his lips and said angrily. How about you two have a competition? Chun Ziyuan suggested. Principal, this is not good, right? Su Zhan didn't quite understand what Chun Ziyuan meant. He knew his own strength. Not to mention Wang Zichuan's 7th level, even an 8th level wouldn't be his match. Chapter 66, Su Zhan's Harvest, nearly infinite energy. He's a bit stubborn. The energy metal is in his hands. He was the one who discovered it. If you want to take it away from him, you have to prove yourself. Chen Ziyuan sighed, his face full of helplessness. Forehead, Su Zhan didn't expect that it was because of this reason that he was asked to fight with Wang Zichuan. Isn't this bullying? But it's normal if you think about it. After all, Chen Ziyuan is only at the 6th level, while Professor Wang is at the 7th level and will soon be an 8th level professional. It's normal for him to be arrogant. However, this also allowed Su Zhan to see the heritage of Southern University. He had previously guessed that Southern University could not have only 6-turn professionals. Now, it turned out to be just as he thought. There were even stronger professionals. Boy, my profession is very special. I'm a little inventor. You better be careful. As Wang Zichuan spoke, a metal ball appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a flash of lightning, spots of light appeared on the metal sphere, and the whole sphere flew up and hovered in the air. Su Zhan, you can compete with Professor Wang, but you have to show mercy and don't hurt Professor Wang. Chun Ziyuan urged. Chun Ziyuan, don't talk nonsense to me. Although I don't know what you are doing here, it is definitely not a good thing. If he can hurt me, you can take anything here. Wang Zichuan also had a bad temper. After hearing what Chen Ziyuan said, his pride rose up. He really didn't believe that Su Zhan could defeat him. Professor Wang, please be careful. Su Zhan gave a bitter smile and directly summoned out the combined armor. With a flash of golden light, a 4-piece armor appeared out of thin air. The whole body is rich golden color, just like a god. Good boy, summoning armor? It's a brand new profession. Wang Zichuan sneered, still confident. The iron ball suspended in the air flew towards Su Zhan with a whoosh. At the same time, electric currents shot out from the light spots on the iron ball, interweaving into an electric grid that covered all directions. This iron ball is called Flying Thunder Beast, and it is Wang Zichuan's masterpiece. Not only can it fly, it can also release an electric current of up to 5,000 volts. Ordinary professionals would lose their ability to move if touched by this electric current. Brush! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air, and Su Zhan's figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Wang Zichuan. Su Zhan put one hand on Wang Zichuan's neck. You! Wang Zichuan widened his eyes and looked at Su Zhan in disbelief. I didn't see anything just now, and Su Zhan rushed over? What kind of speed is this? It's just like teleportation. It's really terrifying. Old man, do you believe it now? Chen Ziyuan smiled. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? Wang Zichuan stared at Chen Ziyuan angrily, feeling that he had been cheated. Chen Ziyuan must be aware of Su Zhan's strength. He was so tough just now, but Chen Ziyuan didn't try to persuade him and even encouraged him to fight with Su Zhan. Isn't this just embarrassing for myself? Stop, I've advised you before, but it was you who wanted to do it. Chen Ziyuan quickly interrupted Wang Zichuan. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? Wang Zichuan sighed, his face full of helplessness. I want blue gold medal. Chen Ziyuan didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. The energy of that thing is too huge. Do you have a way to control it? Wang Zichuan's pupils shrank, and he reminded. He thought Chen Ziyuan wanted him to help make something, but he didn't expect it to be blue gold. It's not me who has the solution. It's him who has the solution. You lead us there first. Chen Ziyuan was a little impatient and pushed Wang Zichuan to lead the way. The three people walked along the passage for about 100 or 200 meters and finally stopped in front of a glass box. The box is not big, about 20 to 30 centimeters in size, and is sealed completely. From time to time, a red light flashes on it. This is made of special materials and can isolate electric current. In the box, there was a fist-sized blue metal block, with blue electric current flashing above it from time to time. How is it? Does it work? Chen Ziyuan looked at Su Zhan expectantly. This thing contained enormous energy. It would be a waste if Su Zhan couldn't use it. As long as it's metal, it can be used. Su Zhan said confidently. Can you really control this thing? Wang Zichuan was shocked. Since he got the blue gold, he tried many methods but could not control the energy output of the blue gold. I'll try, Su Zhan said as he moved closer to the glass cover. Metal absorption. A red light emerged from Su Zhan's hand and wrapped the entire glass cover. Then with a bang, the glass cover exploded. The blue gold suddenly rioted and burst out a terrifying electric current, but the red light was faster and enveloped it the moment the electric current spread. The violent electric current stopped abruptly, and the red light covered the blue gold in an instant. The next moment, the blue gold turned into a blue light and merged into the armor on Su Zhan. I saw blue light constantly flowing on Su Zhan's body, and some blue spots gradually appeared on the originally golden armor. Oh my god, can you do this? Wang Zichuan retreated more than 10 steps and finally sat down on the ground. He had thought of many ways just now, but he never thought that Su Zhan would use this method to take away the blue gold. Directly turned the blue gold into light and then absorbed it into his armor? What the hell is this? Do you have this skill? Old Chen, what kind of job is this? What kind of job is this? Thinking of this, Wang Zichuan grabbed Chen Ziyuan and asked. Su Zhan's profession is an ordinary mechanic, but his skills are quite special. Chen Ziyuan smiled. You're kidding. No matter how special a mechanic's skills are, he can't turn metal into light. Wang Zichuan thought that Chen Ziyuan was fooling him and was so angry that he started cursing. He had seen many mechanics, and strictly speaking, his profession as a little inventor was an advanced profession of mechanic. He had never seen a mechanic with the skill to turn metal into light. At this moment, the light on Su Zhan dissipated. The originally golden armor now has many blue lines, especially on the chest, where large areas of the armor have turned blue. The energy contained in this blue gold is too strong. Su Zhan felt the changes in himself and was delighted. The armor, which was originally formed by the combination of 4 machines, has already stored energy at an astonishing level. To give an analogy, before Su Zhan, the limit of the armor was to release 1,000,000 volts of current. But now, this limitation is almost non-existent. Although he has not tested it, Su Zhan feels that he should be able to release more than 100 million volts of current, and he can continue to release it as long as he wants. This is extremely terrifying, which means that Su Zhan has almost unlimited energy. Chapter 67. Please accept me as your disciple. With this energy, Su Zhan no longer needs to save energy when fighting, and can use the maximum energy output power to attack without restraint. Open. Thinking of this, Su Zhan tried it, and increased the energy output to 1. Violent electric currents rushed out of his body, like silver snakes, moving around his body. Su Zhan repeatedly put on a layer of lightning armor, which made him look extremely domineering. Is it possible? Wang Zichuan stared blankly at the lightning armor on Su Zhan, and suddenly a stream of air burst out from his body. Old Wang, are you at level 8? Chen Ziyuan looked at Wang Zichuan in surprise. The improvement of a professional's level would also cause some small anomalies, just like the sudden burst of air from Wang Zichuan just now. What's wrong? Su Zhan retracted the electric current and touched the combined armor, looking puzzled. He really doesn't understand these things. Because of the special nature of Lao Wang's profession, the job transfer task is also very strange. You need to come up with something new to complete the job transfer task. He has been thinking about it for 8 years, but he couldn't come up with anything that meets the mission requirements. He didn't expect that after seeing you absorb the blue gold, he actually came up with an idea. You are truly our lucky star. Chen Ziyuan could hardly suppress the joy in his heart, and the more he looked at Su Zhan, the more he liked him. Wang Zichuan's breakthrough to the 8th level means that Southern University has one more 8th level master. This has greatly enhanced the strength of Southern University. And the most important thing is that Wang Zichuan's profession is a young inventor. He can invent all kinds of powerful weapons, which is of great help to the strength of the school. Now that Wang Zichuan's level has been raised to the 8th level, he can create more things. Su Zhan, I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Suddenly, Wang Zichuan came to his senses, rushed over and grabbed Su Zhan's hand. Ah! Su Zhan was completely stunned. What is going on? You want to take me as your master? You are already in your 40s, and it is inappropriate for you to take me as your master, right? Old Wang, are you crazy? Chen Ziyuan was stunned for a moment and pushed Wang Zichuan aside. You're an old professor in his 60s, and you want to be taught by a young man in his early 20s. If this gets out, people will laugh at you to death. Old Chen, don't stop me. I'm not kidding. I'm telling the truth. Do you know what my job is? If I want to quickly improve my combat effectiveness in this profession, I have to invent new things. Although I am an inventor by profession in the end, I am the same as a mechanic. My master has a hidden skill that can transform machinery into armor. Also, the sight of him absorbing the blue gold and bursting out with thunder just now gave me endless inspiration. I have a feeling that as long as I stay with my master, it's only a matter of time before I enter the 9th level. 9 revolutions, Old Shun. That's 9 revolutions? Wang Zichuan stared at Chen Ziyuan and Su Zhan and said a lot of things. He became more and more excited as he talked, and in the end he could hardly stand still and kept walking around the two of them. Forehead, what do you think? Although Chen Ziyuan was speechless, he knew that what Wang Zichuan said was true. He looked up at Su Zhan and asked for his opinion. If Professor Wang doesn't mind, then I don't mind. Su Zhan smiled. Although he didn't know much about Wang Zichuan, he knew from the iron ball released by Wang Zichuan that could release lightning that he could make some metal machinery. This will be of great benefit to Su Zhan. In the future, if there is any machinery, he can let Wang Zichuan manufacture it first, and then upgrade it himself. This will greatly improve the performance of these machines. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. Wang Zichuan seemed to be afraid that Su Zhan would go back on his word. Upon hearing this, he fell to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Su Zhan. I say, Lao Wang, you are almost there. Chen Ziyuan grimaced as he watched, feeling a bit of toothache. I know Wang Zichuan is a straightforward person, but there is no need for you to be like this. Professor Wang, please get up, please get up. Su Zhan was also startled and quickly helped Wang Zichuan up. You said you wanted to be my disciple, but now you fall to your knees. Who can stand this? Master, I have already kowtowed to you. From now on, I will be your disciple. Don't call me Professor Wang. Just call me Xiao Wang. Wang Zichuan stared at Su Zhan seriously and corrected him. Okay, Xiao Wang, get up quickly. A black line appeared on Su Zhan's forehead, and he finally gritted his teeth and called out, Xiao Wang. Okay, master. Wang Zichuan smiled instantly and stood up from the ground swiftly. This is a triple blessing. Let's go up first. Chen Ziyuan smiled. If we were to say who would benefit from Wang Zichuan's apprenticeship to Su Zhan, it would definitely be Southern University. Although Su Zhan is the honorary president of Southern University, he has only been at Southern University for a short time and does not have a deep relationship with the university. But Wang Zichuan is different. He has been at Southern University for decades. He became Su Zhan's disciple, which deepened the relationship between Southern University and Su Zhan. Moreover, Wang Zichuan's improved strength will be more beneficial to Southern University, which is a win-win situation. By the way, I have a piece of machinery and I would like you to help me modify it. Su Zhan suddenly thought of the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle. After being modified with mechanical improvement skills, this off-road vehicle has far exceeded its original performance, but compared with Deep Blue, Danger Wanderer, and Megatron, it is not even a little bit inferior. Master, leave whatever you want to transform to me. Wang Zichuan was eager to show off and immediately patted his chest to make the promise. It's AZ-300 dual-mode off-road vehicle, and I want to upgrade it. Su Zhan raised his hand and waved it, and accompanied by a flash of red light, the 300 pairs of off-road vehicles appeared out of thin air in front of them. This is an old mechanical product, and it is easy to modify it. Master, do you have any requests? For example, what kind of weapons should be equipped for him? Wang Zichuan saw through the structure of the 300 at a glance, turned to look at Su Zhan and asked, "There is no specific transformation. The stronger the idea, the better." Su Zhan said, "I understand. Master, please leave it to me. I'll send it to you in 3 days." Wang Zichuan immediately understood what Su Zhan meant and said it in a decisive tone. "Okay, thank you for your help." Su Zhan smiled. "It's not a problem at all to do things for the master," Wang Zichuan said immediately. Afterwards, Su Zhan and Chen Ziyuan left the underground warehouse. Originally, I wanted to invite Wang Zichuan to go upstairs for tea, but Wang Zichuan said that he had to hurry to help Su Zhan transform the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle, so he would not go out. After returning to the ground, Chen Ziyuan went back to do his work, while Su Zhan returned to his villa. As soon as I sat down in the villa, I received a call from Zhang Sanjia. "Su Zhan, the Yaoshan life and death battle will begin in half a month. We must set off at least 10 days in advance. What do you need to prepare?" Su Zhan thought for a moment and said, "I want to go to the warehouse at the professional headquarters to see if there is any machinery that is suitable for me." Chapter 68. Brand new Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle. Although Su Zhan is already very strong now, who would complain about being even stronger? For Su Zhan, powerful machinery is the basis for improving his strength. Southern University has huge machines like the Deep Blue Dangerous Wanderer, and there must be more powerful and older machines in the professional headquarters. It doesn't matter even if they are defective products that cannot be started. Su Zhan can give them new life. "I have already done this for you. You will return to the headquarters in 3 days. By then, all the top-quality machinery from each branch will be shipped to the headquarters. You can choose whatever you want then," Zhang Sanjia said on the other end of the phone. "Thank you, team leader." Su Zhan's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Zhang Sanjia was really nice to him. This is equivalent to putting all the top machines in Longwood together and letting Su Zhan choose. Even if the level is second, you can still choose a few suitable machines. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Su Zhan. "Why are you saying thank you? We are all family now. You go ahead and get busy. Remember to come back to the headquarters in 3 days. By then, most of your skill books and other things should have been sold out," Zhang Sanjia said with a smile. "I see." After hanging up the phone, Su Zhan lay on the sofa with his eyes closed. With Zhang Sanjia's help, he can rest assured about finding new machinery. Coupled with the resources from the sale of those skill books, he should not be short of money in the future. Now it's time to see how the Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle modified by Wang Zichuan performs. If it works, keep using it. If it doesn't, throw it away. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wang Zichuan also left the basement and personally delivered the modified Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle. "Master, please take a look at my transformation." Wang Zichuan looked confident and called Su Zhan out. There was a 10-meter-tall large machine parked in the yard, covered with a layer of black cloth, looking mysterious. "Old Wang, stop keeping us in suspense and take off the black cloth." Chen Ziyuan was also pulled over by Wang Zichuan. "Hello, Principal." Just at this moment, Xiang Wan and Zhuge Shuangyue walked over from a distance. After greeting Chen Ziyuan, they looked at the big guy wrapped in black cloth with curiosity. "Who are they?" Wang Zichuan stared at the two men vigilantly, questioning Chen Ziyuan with his eyes. "It's my friend, it's okay." Su Zhan stood up and said, "Su Zhan, Zhuge Shuangyue is going to go home for a while. Before she goes home, she wants to treat you to a meal to thank you." Xiang Wan saw this and explained, "My parents found out about Shanghai Group and said they wanted to come visit me. I didn't let them come, so they asked me to go home and stay for a while." Zhuge Shuangyue felt a little embarrassed. She was already an adult, but her parents still treated her like a child. "I may not have time to eat, let's wait until next time." Su Zhan felt a little embarrassed. When he saved Gao Ming and the others, he also said that he would treat him to a meal, but he went to the professional headquarters instead. It's the same this time. He will go to the professional headquarters to select machinery, and then go directly to Yaoshan to familiarize himself with the situation there first. "Are you leaving again?" When Zhuge Shuangyue and Xiang Wan heard this, they both showed a look of loss on their faces. "Okay, let's wait for the romance. Let's take a look at my masterpiece first." Wang Zichuan couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't help but complain. Who's talking about love? We're here to thank Su Zhan for his help. Zhuge Shuangyue and Xiangwen couldn't help but blush and felt a little shy. Okay, okay, I know you are grateful, okay? You guys have finally caught up this time. Please take a look. As Wang Zichuan spoke, he tore off the black cloth, and a brand new Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle appeared in front of everyone. In other words, the current car can no longer be called a Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle, but a heavy-duty truck. It is 10 meters high and 50 meters long, a complete behemoth. The front of the car is an enlarged version of a heavy truck, and on the back is a giant carriage that is more than 30 meters long. It is completely sealed, and there is nothing special about it. I have completely modified this car. The front of the car is the original one, but it has been enlarged. I have added laser cannons to the headlights. The tires have also been converted into mechanical flying knives. They have automatic flight devices and can be detached and used as flying knives. And the most amazing thing is the carriage. It looks like a hole, but it's actually a set of armor. When it transforms into the robot form of fire, it will be covered with a layer of armor made of A-grade metal, which is indestructible. It can also release up to 10,000 volts of electricity to attack. Most importantly, I installed an S-type Sueño thruster inside, which can fly at a speed of up to Mach 4. And I added a lot of small designs inside. It can be said that this vehicle is an amphibious vehicle. One vehicle is worth thousands of troops. Wang Zichuan excitedly introduced the functions of the new Z300. That's amazing. Chen Ziyuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gave a thumbs up in praise. However, he was not very excited because he had seen Su Zhan's mechanical transformation. The most excited ones were Xiangwan and Zhuge Shuangyue. It was the first time for them to see such a powerful machine. Very nice. Su Zhan walked over to Z300 and nodded. Wang Zichuan's ability is truly beyond doubt. It must have taken a lot of effort for him to transform the Z300 into this state in such a short period of time. Master, how is it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Wang Zichuan came close to Su Zhan and said almost as if asking for credit. Thank you for your hard work. Su Zhan smiled and then said, I'll upgrade it again. Upgrade? Wang Zichuan was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what Su Zhan meant. With his full efforts and transformation, this car has reached a near-perfect level. How else could it be transformed? The next moment, Su Zhan moved, put his hand on the car, and used the mechanical improvement skill. A burst of crimson light spread instantly, covering the entire car. This is... Wang Zichuan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Old Wang, watch carefully. Although your transformation is amazing, it is not the most amazing. The real amazing one is still your master. Chen Ziyuan joked with a smile. Xiangwan and Zhuge Shuangyue stood aside, unable to get a word in, and could only look at everything in front of them in shock. After a moment, the red light dissipated, and a brand new Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle appeared in front of everyone. Based on Wang Zichuan's transformation, the car has undergone new changes. The size of the entire car has been expanded, and it has become more textured and the lines are more obvious. The laser cannon modified from the headlights has been enlarged and electric current can be seen flashing, and it is obvious that its power has been enhanced. The same goes for the tires. The center hub becomes like an energy core. Chapter 69. Dragon Country's Revenge Plan. Kill them all. Is it possible? Wang Zichuan was stunned. He had imagined many ways that Su Zhan's skills might cause changes to the machinery, but he had never expected this kind of almost magical change. A red light flashed, and the entire machine was upgraded and strengthened. This is not just a change in appearance, but a change in the performance of this machine. To put it simply, the machines he modified are just machines, and at most can only be considered machines with slightly stronger performance. However, after Su Zhan's modification, they have become works of art. The two are totally not on the same level. How on earth did he do that? Zhuge Shuangyue's eyes flickered, and she looked at Su Zhan with admiration. It was the first time she saw Su Zhan transform a machine, and she was very shocked. Can even this kind of machinery be modified? Although Xiangwen had seen Su Zhan modify a small machine in Chen Ziyuan's office, he did not expect that Su Zhan could even modify such a giant machine. Well, am I right? Chen Ziyuan smiled. Among all the people present, he was the only one who had seen Su Zhan transforming the Dangerous Wanderer and the Deep Blue. The Z300 dual-mode off-road vehicle modified by Wang Zichuan is powerful enough, but it is still a little inferior to the Dangerous Wanderer and Deep Blue. Receive. Su Zhan glanced at the modified Z300, raised his hand and put it away. The fact that Wang Zichuan could transform it to this extent was beyond his imagination. Although there is still a certain gap compared with the 3 super machines of Dangerous Wanderer, the gap is not big anymore. Master, you are amazing. How did you do this? Wang Zichuan came to his senses and quickly rushed to Su Zhan with admiration on his face. This is my hidden skill. You can't learn it. Su Zhan looked helpless. He was a little overwhelmed by Wang Zichuan's enthusiasm. I understand. I won't learn it if I don't want to. As long as I can stay with Master and watch more, that's enough. Wang Zichuan rubbed his hands excitedly, just like a little kid. I'm afraid I can't do that in the next period of time. I have to go. Su Zhan shook his head. After getting the Z300, he will go to the professional headquarters to select the machine prepared for him by Zhang Sanjia. After finishing those things, he will set off for Yaoshan. He had no idea how long this life and death battle at Yaoshan would last. Are you leaving again? Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue spoke at the same time, with disappointment in their eyes. This matter is quite urgent. I will treat you to a meal next time you come back. Su Zhan was also a little embarrassed. Xiang Wen and Zhuge Shuangyue were both beauties from Southern University, and Su Zhan roughly understood what they were thinking of him. But for him, now is not the time to talk about love. The important thing to do is to kill all the professionals in Sakura country first. It's okay. We'll wait for you to come back. Xiang Wen said with a smile. Be safe. Chen Ziyuan looked at Su Zhan with a deep gaze. He knew what Su Zhan was going to do, but these things were secret and it was not easy for him to say it out loud. Okay, everyone, I'm leaving now. See you next time I come back. Su Zhan said this, waved to everyone, and then summoned out the combined armor. The golden armor is covered with blue patterns, which looks mighty and powerful, with great visual impact. Bang! The next moment, the thrusters behind Su Zhan opened, and the whole person rose from the ground, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. It's so beautiful, it's inspiring. This is the direction of future development. Wang Zichuan looked at the direction Su Zhan left and fell into intoxication. The other 3 just stood there blankly, each lost in thought. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan had arrived at the professional headquarters. Come on, I'll take you to the warehouse. Zhang Sanjia knew the time Su Zhan would return, so he waited at the door early in the morning. When he saw Su Zhan land, he pulled him towards the warehouse. Because time is urgent, I only asked them to deliver the large machinery this time. The other small machinery is still on the way. Pick these things out first, use the ones that are useful, and return the ones that are useless to them. Zhang Sanjia introduced to Su Zhan as they walked. Thank you, team leader. The cost will be deducted from the proceeds from the skill books I sold. Su Zhan said. What are you talking about? You are from our professional headquarters. It is our duty to provide you with resources to improve your strength. How can I ask you for money? Zhang Sanjia quickly waved his hands and directly rejected Su Zhan's suggestion to give money. In this life and death battle at Yaoshan, as long as you can win, it will be more valuable than any amount of money. After finishing speaking, Zhang Sanjia stared at Su Zhan and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, this time none of the professionals from Sakura country will be able to escape. There was no need for Zhang Sanjia to remind him, as he already had his own plan for this life and death battle at Yaoshan. By the way, the matter regarding Shanghai Group has been thoroughly investigated. I will tell you now. The Gu family started capturing professionals from Dragon Country and selling them to Sakura Country 10 years ago, when Tokugawa Yazunari possessed Gu Feng. In the past 10 years, they have captured at least 1,000 professionals with good talents. Most of them were secretly sent to the Sakura Country, a small number were taken away by the Great Beauty Country, and some were bought by professionals from other countries. It was a failure on our part. Everyone in the Gu family has been arrested. The main participants have all been executed, and the rest have been imprisoned according to the extent of their involvement. As for the negotiations between Sakura Country and Great Beauty Country, they refused to admit that they had done these things. The 2 people who were arrested last time were also imprisoned. They will never be able to leave Dragon Country for the rest of their lives. We are now discussing a new plan to retaliate against these 2 countries and let them know that they will pay a bloody price for arresting people from our Dragon Country. But this plan has not been finalized yet, and I may have to ask you for help later. With the participation of Zhang Sanjia, Shanghai Group's affairs were handled very quickly and were completed in 2 or 3 days. This incident also aroused public anger in the professional association. The president personally ordered retaliatory actions against the 2 countries. I must be involved in this. There was no need for Zhang Sanjia to say anything. Since Su Zhan knew about it, he had to participate. I would like to thank you on their behalf. Zhang Sanjia suddenly stood up straight and bowed deeply to Su Zhan. No matter how careful their plans are, once they go out to attack the professionals in Sakura Country and Great Beauty Country, there will be casualties. You have strong professionals on your side, and the other side also has strong professionals. It is impossible to have no casualties. But once Su Zhan joined the action, the situation was completely different. Without the 9 revolutions, who can compete with Su Zhan? The gap in strength is almost overwhelming. If Su Zhan participated in this operation, it would be an absolute massacre. Chapter 70, Gundam, Blackbird Space Fighter. Team Leader, you are too polite. Su Zhan's face straightened, and he quickly helped Zhang Sanjia up. Apart from anything else, the magnanimity of the top 3 Tibetans is truly impressive. If it were someone else, even if they needed Su Zhan's help, they probably wouldn't be able to achieve the same level as Zhang Sanjia. Arrive. Zhang Sanjia didn't act pretentiously and stood up. At the same time, the two came to the entrance of an underground warehouse at the professional headquarters. Although the professional headquarters is large, there are also many people, so it is actually quite crowded. Some materials are placed underground. As the warehouse door slowly opened, the two took the elevator to 800 meters underground. Su Zhan, you're finally back. As soon as the elevator door opened, Feng Ruming walked out with a smile on her face. She knew Su Zhan was coming back and had been waiting here for a long time. Hello, Team Leader Feng. Su Zhan greeted with a smile. Come and see what you need. When Feng Ruming heard Su Zhan's name, the smile on her face became even more intense, and she turned around to lead the way. After walking 20 or 30 meters, a huge space appeared in front of Su Zhan. The underground space, which is the size of 20 or 30 football fields and is as high as 100 meters, is filled with all kinds of machinery. Here is the list, take a look. Zhang Sanjia took a document from the staff nearby and handed it to Su Zhan. The main reason was that Su Ran was well informed, and after seeing this list he couldn't help but gasp. Autobot Optimus Prime, Storm Red Mecha, Furious Obsidian Mech, Gundam Mecha Remains, Alpha Aircraft Carrier, Suanio Space Fighter Experimental Subject. There are 20 or 30 machines of the same level as Danger Wanderer and Deep Blue alone. These are powerful machines created by various countries before games and reality merged. With the integration of games and reality, those machines lost their original performance and turned into a pile of scrap metal thrown into the warehouse, while some were directly thrown into the wild and buried by the soil. How is it? Is this okay? Seeing Su Zhan silent, Zhang Sanjia asked cautiously. Absolutely. Su Zhan raised his head suddenly, excitement in his eyes. These machines, which are already broken and can only be regarded as scrap metal in the eyes of outsiders, are absolute treasures in Su Zhan's eyes. With the help of mechanical improvements and the skills of life forms, Su Zhan can bring them back to life. It is hard to imagine that Su Zhan's combined armor now has such strong power by combining only 4 machines. If all these more than 30 machines are combined together, his strength will increase to a terrifying level. In his current form, he can easily kill 8th Turn. If all the machines are integrated, he can probably crush 8th Turn to death just by raising his fingers. That's good. That's good. When Zhang Sanjia heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Su Zhan would not be able to use it. It will take me about a day to modify these armors. You don't have to stay here with me. I can do it on my own. Su Zhan was a little impatient and wanted to quickly complete the transformation of all these armors. Okay, you do your thing, we won't disturb you. After Zhang Sanjia finished speaking, he took Hong Laoming away, leaving the space completely to Soda. Dear ones, prepare to live your second life. Su Zhan excitedly rushed into the group of machines and started the transformation operation. Zhang Sanjia brought Feng Ruming to the office, where Hua Ting and Bai Zizai were already waiting. After the team leaders come out, we should head to Yaoshan. Are you all ready? Zhang Sanjia put his hands on the table, his expression solemn, and glanced at everyone. I've been ready for a long time. With Su Zhan here, we're going to give Sakura Country a good beating this time. A murderous intent appeared on Hua Ting and Bai Zizai's faces at the same time, which was an endless murderous intent towards the professionals of Sakura Country. Okay, let them gather. Zhang Sanjia nodded heavily. I've been waiting for you for a long time, just waiting for you to come over. Not many people are going this time. Each group has 1 person, and then there is Feng Ruming. If you include Su Zhan, there will be 6 people in total. Hua Ting said. That's enough. This is the candidate chosen after discussion by Zhang Sanjia and others. Those who went there were the best among the 8th level professionals, but they were not the protagonist this time. The protagonist is Su Zhan. What they need to do is to help Su Zhan solve all his worries. Early the next morning, Su Zhan came out of the underground warehouse. The 4 team leaders of Zhang Sanjia were waiting here early. How about it? Zhang Sanjia couldn't help but ask. Very good. These things have at least increased our strength several times, Su Zhan said. How many times can the strength be increased? I'll go. Is this true or false? Huating and others all gasped. They all knew Su Zhan's original strength very well. How many times could it be improved on the original basis? They could no longer imagine how strong Su Zhan was now. Because I have special skills, as long as I have special machinery, I can quickly improve my strength. It's a clever trick, Su Zhan explained. Haha, others can't take shortcuts even if they want to. Zhang Sanjia laughed heartily. He was really very happy. Who would have thought that the scrap metal piled up in the warehouse, slowly rotting away, would one day shine again? By the way, 1/3 of your stuff has already been bought. It's worth 30 billion. It's already been transferred to your account. What's left are some skill books and things that can't be measured with money. We're going to hold an auction and take those things to the auction to maximize the profits. Zhang Sanjia said again. You can make the decision on these matters. Su Zhan no longer cared about these things. Who would have thought that a few months ago, Su Zhan was still worrying about tens of thousands of gold coins, but in the blink of an eye he became a billionaire. With this level, it ranks among the best in the entire dragon country. Okay, then you can go. Zhang Sanjia nodded. He also knew that Su Zhan didn't care about these things, but he still had to say it. He had to make his attitude clear. Su Zhan, this time it all depends on you. Feng Ruming smiled. Leave it to me. Su Zhan patted his chest and assured. Afterwards, everyone left the professional headquarters through the teleportation array. Among the 5 people who went together this time, in addition to Feng Ruming, there were 2 people he knew, namely Lao Xiao, who had gone to the secret realm of Yuxian and Guanshan with him before, and Su Dongsheng. The other 2 are members of the True Dragon Group and the Phoenix Group respectively. Husan, a member of the True Dragon Group, 8th turn level 60, Shaman. In fact, it is a northeastern shaman dance. It is said that this guy can invite the 5 northeastern immortals to possess him at the same time. Chen Shi, a member of the Phoenix team, 8th turn level 50, single peak swordsman. It was a girl with a cold look, carrying a 3-foot-long sword on her back, very much like a female knight in ancient times. Chapter 71. Masters of Sakura Country, the Demon Sword Clan. A few minutes later, 6 people walked out of the teleportation array. Team leader Feng, you were here? A man in his 40s walked over with a smile and shook hands with Feng Ruming. Su Zhan, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Wei, the captain of the 106th Action Team, who is responsible for monitoring Yaoshan. Feng Ruming immediately made way for Su Zhan. Hello. Zhao Wei's eyes flashed, and a deep smile appeared on his face. He walked up to Su Zhan and shook hands with him enthusiastically. The Dragon Country Professionals Association has set up many action teams. Anyone who can be the captain of an action team is a master who can stand on his own and is very skilled in the ways of the world. As soon as he saw Feng Ruming give up the main seat and introduce Su Zhan, he knew that Su Zhan's identity was not simple. Hello. Su Zhan greeted with a smile. Team leader Feng, this is Yaoshan's current information. Basically, there are no special changes. It's just as peaceful as before. As for the people from other countries who will be participating in the Yaoshan life and death battle, most of them have already arrived. As for the professionals from Sakura Country, we have done a special investigation. The people who came this time are mainly from Kirigakure Mountain, and the leader is their 8th level leader, Tokugawa Eiichi. Here are the specific information. There is one thing I need to explain. Wuyin Mountain has borrowed a professional from the Jing family this time. It is said that this person is good at using a knife. He once killed an 8th level professional with one knife. He is terrifyingly strong, Zhao Wei said as he handed a piece of information to Feng Ruming. When he talked about the Jing family, his expression was a little solemn. It must be the magic sword of the Jing family. This time, let them lose the magic sword forever. Feng Ruming showed a sneer on her face. With Su Zhan here, it would be useless even if someone more powerful came. After finishing speaking, Feng Ruming handed the information to Su Zhan and explained the matter of the Jing family. Jing-yi is the name of a family in Sakura Country. Originally, they were not well known, but they rose to prominence in the last 100 years. The reason for their rise is that everyone in their family has awakened a profession called the Demon Swordsman. For all the members of the Jing family, their career awakening is completed when they find their own magic sword. And their method of increasing their strength is also very bloody. The magic sword devours souls. The more souls it eats, the more powerful the magic sword becomes. Moreover, once the magic sword kills someone who is also a swordsman, it can absorb their skills and use them for itself. As for why the magic sword can absorb the swordsman's moves, you should know the reason. In the Sakura country, there is no distinction between swords and knives. A knife is also called a sword, and a sword is also called a knife. Feng Ruming gave a special explanation to Su Zhan. Zhao Wei, who was standing by, looked surprised and became even more curious about Su Zhan. He knew Feng Ruming's identity. She was one of the 4 team leaders of the Dragon Country professional headquarters and an absolute top leader of the Dragon Country. How could she be so polite to a young man? There must be a big problem here. However, Zhao Wei knew in his heart that these matters must involve secrets and were beyond his understanding. The professionals in Sakura country are really abominable. The coldness in Su Zhan's eyes became colder and colder. This kind of profession that strengthens oneself by killing people is rare. If it were in Dragon Country, it would definitely be besieged by the Dragon Country Professional Association. But in the Sakura country, they are admired and regarded as a great family, which is really abominable. Captain Zhao, is the ship ready? Feng Ruming nodded and looked at Zhao Wei. The teleportation array was set up on the shore, about 3 days' journey from Yaoshan overseas. I've been ready for a long time. Zhao Wei said this and led the way. After leaving the room, Su Zhan realized that they were in a big mountain. Outside the mountain was a port, and many large ships could be seen docked in the distance. Although the world is now dominated by professionals, many of the previous ways of travel have been retained. After all, not everyone's level can be upgraded to the 7th or 8th level, and the lives of these people are similar to before. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan and others had boarded the boat and left the shore. Su Zhan leaned back in his chair, looking at Zhao Wei's promotion information. Many countries participated in the life and death battle at Yaoshan. Among them are the Dragon Kingdom, the Sakura Kingdom, the Great Beauty Kingdom, the Black Bear Kingdom, the Black and White Ox Kingdom, the Big Camel Kingdom, the Great Brahma Kingdom, etc., totaling more than 20 countries. Su Zhan roughly calculated that if each country sent out 5 professionals, there would be at least more than 150 people in this life and death battle, and they would all be masters from various countries. No wonder this fight was called the Yaoshan Life and Death Battle. This meant that except for ourselves, all other countries were enemies, 1 against 10. However, this is only the worst-case scenario. In fact, there are alliances between countries. The countries that have good relations with the Dragon Kingdom are the Black Bear Kingdom, the Big Camel Kingdom, and several small countries. The others are led by the Big Beauty Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. Although the Sakura country is not a big place, the people there are very arrogant. Since the game and reality merged, they will form an alliance with whoever is beneficial to them. If you are useless to them, they will kick you out directly. Originally, the relationship between Sakura country and Great Beauty country was very good, but because the professionals of Sakura country ambushed the professionals of Great Beauty country many times in the life and death battle of Yaoshan, now the professionals of Great Beauty country simply refuse to stay together with the professionals of Sakura country and even fight them when they see the professionals of Sakura country. Every country has experts. After roughly reading the information from various countries, Su Zhan's gaze moved to the personnel lists of various countries. Those who were above the 8th level were clearly marked. There are 2 people that the Great Beauty needs to pay attention to. One is Charles Wang, an 8th-rank dragon tamer, and the other is Aizen, an 8th-rank thunder warrior. Su Zhan focused his attention on the professionals from Sakura country. They sent a lot of people this time, as many as 12. Half of them are at the 8th level, and there are 4 people who are specially marked. Apart from the professional from the Jing family mentioned before, the remaining 2 are called Tokugawa Ing and Fiafizi, both of whom are at the 8th level. Moreover, both of them are women. Tokugawa Ying's profession is a blood spirit sorcerer, and she is good at attacking with blood. Fiafizi's profession is a 5 elements escape master, and he practices the 5 elements escape technique. There is also their leader, Tokugawa Eiichi, whose profession is similar to Tokugawa Yazunari, called a Shikigami manipulator. Too few come. Su Zhan frowned secretly. He felt that there were too few masters from Sakura country and not enough to kill them all. Although these people are all rank 8, they may be very strong against professionals of the same rank 8, but to Su Zhan, they are nothing. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. A mountain 10,000 meters high appeared before everyone. Su Zhan stood at the bow and looked out, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The scenery on the mountain can be seen from a long distance. This is totally a fairy mountain. Chapter 72. The life and death battle at Yaoshan begins. The mountain is lush and green, shrouded in clouds and mist. and you can vaguely see a large number of birds and animals flying through the woods. In places where there are few trees, you can see many exotic flowers and plants growing on the ground. On some cliffs, you can even see Ganoderma lucidum as big as millstones. The entire mountain is shrouded in a layer of colorful halo, which looks extremely gorgeous. It is this aperture that isolates everyone. If you want to enter and search for treasures, you can only wait until the entrance opens once every 10 years. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, huge explosions sounded one after another. The terrifying power caused huge waves. The whole ship was blown upside down and rolled to one side. There is a trap. Everyone be careful. Feng Ruming rushed out of the cabin quickly with an ugly look on her face. Before they came here, people had already surveyed this waterway, so there shouldn't be any problems. All we can say is that this was a trap set by someone after their investigation. There are wild monsters in the water that have been attracted here. It's a 7th-level sea shark beast. I'll go. Old Xiao had a grim face and jumped directly off the boat. I'll go and help. Su Dongsheng, who was standing by, followed closely and also turned over and jumped down. Merge. Su Zhan swept his eyes around and directly summoned out the combined armor. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the side of the ship. He propped up the ship with one hand and forcibly straightened the ship that was about to capsize. Scanning. At the same time, Su Zhan turned on the scanning function and found that there were no other people around except some wild monsters growing in the water. What a weird method. Su Zhan frowned. There were several seconds between the explosion and the time he started scanning. If someone set a trap at close range, he would definitely be able to spot it. If it is a long-distance trap, it is enough to prove that the opponent's profession is very powerful. Thinking of this, Su Zhan flew directly back to the boat. Lao Xiao and Su Dongsheng have also returned. Ordinary 8th-level wild monsters are no match for them and are easily dealt with by them. Which country's professionals have such means? Su Zhan looked at Feng Ruming and asked. It's hard to say, because there are many professionals who can achieve this level. Feng Ruming sighed and looked helpless. Although they were well prepared, they still fell into the trap unexpectedly. Once we enter Yaoshan, we will be exposed sooner or later. The coldness in Su Zhan's eyes became more and more intense. The ship then continued on its way. At the same time, in the sea 100 miles away in the southeast direction, a large ship flying the flag of Wainshan was anchored on the water. Tokugawa Eiichi stood at the bow, looking in the direction of Su Zhan and the others, waiting quietly. Crash! Suddenly, there was a splash in the sea, and a blood-red fish jumped out of the sea and was helped by a woman less than 1.6 meters tall nearby. It failed, but the boat didn't capsize. Someone on board was very strong and managed to turn the boat back. The woman pinched the bloody little fish and applied a little force. The little fish melted into a stream of blood and merged into the woman's body. The woman's eyes flashed with blood, and she spoke. Little baby, do you see who it is? Tokugawa Eiichi frowned. The thing that exploded on Su Zhan and his cruise boat just now was the bloodfish. This is Tokugawa Ying's special skill, which allows him to inject his energy into the blood, transform into various animals, and carry out long-range attacks. Not only is it elusive, but it is also extremely powerful. I didn't see it clearly. I just saw a red light. But he's just fast and powerful. I'm confident I can kill him. Tokugawa Ing had a confident smile on her face. Her slender fingers shook slightly, and a line of blood flew out from her sleeve, like a fish swimming at her fingertips. Okay, this time we must kill all the professionals from Dragon Country. Tokugawa Eiichi's face was gloomy, and his expression was somewhat ferocious. Tokugawa Yazunari was his ancestor, and he was also the one who did business with Gu Feng as a professional. When he learned that the Gu family was wiped out and his ancestors were also captured, Tokugawa Eiichi wanted to rush into the Longwa professional headquarters and rescue Tokugawa Yazunari. But the terrifying power of the Dragon Country Professional Association made him afraid. Therefore, he wanted to kill the people from Long Kingdom who came to participate in the life and death battle in Yaoshan to vent his anger. On the other side, Su Zhan and his cruise ship were slowly approaching the outskirts of Yaoshan. There are more than a dozen ships docked here, each of which is flying the flag of a different country. Yaoshan cannot be approached at ordinary times, and the entrance will only be opened when it is possible to enter. Those who participate in the life and death battle will enter through the entrance and start the Yaoshan life and death battle. Su Zhan, the people from the allied nations are coming to discuss the life and death battle at Yaoshan. Do you want to participate? Feng Ruming looked at Su Zhan. As soon as they arrived, people from the Black Bear country and the Big Camel country sent messages. and their respective leaders requested to board the ship. In fact, all countries had already communicated before coming, but after arriving, everyone still had to get together to enhance their relationship. I won't participate. Just let them cooperate with me when the time comes. Su Zhan shook his head. To put it bluntly, this kind of banquet was just everyone praising each other and saying meaningless things. Su Zhan had no interest in any of this. Okay, I'll tell them. Feng Rumming nodded, turned around and left. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. All those who were ready to take part in the life and death battle at Yaoshan came to the bow and looked at Yaoshan ahead. The opening of the entrance to Yaoshan is also a great spectacle. After a moment, the colorful light on the Medicine Mountain seemed to have life and began to flow. Rays of light were spinning wildly around Yaoshan, getting faster and faster. Then they suddenly entangled with each other, like a yin and yang fish, twisting wildly. As the light continued to twist, a transparent passage appeared before everyone's eyes. As the passage emerged, a visible mist gushed out from it, covering an area of dozens of miles in radius. Is this energy so dense that it turns into atomization? Su Zhan couldn't help but be shocked. All professionals need to consume their own energy when using skills, and there are many ways for professionals to replenish energy. Some take pills, and some use energy crystals. Others directly absorb the subtle energy contained in the heaven and earth. The mists before our eyes are the liquefied energy of heaven and earth when it becomes dense enough. No wonder Yaoshan can produce so many spiritual creatures from heaven and earth. With such rich energy, even a weed can grow into a towering tree. Su Zhan, I'll be waiting here for your triumphant return. Feng Rumming looked at Su Zhan. Not all of them had to go in, so someone needed to support them outside. Chapter 73, Treasures of Yaoshan, Xiongqi Relics. Don't worry. Su Zhan raised the corners of his mouth and looked confident. Then a red light flashed, and the combined armor was instantly combined. The thrusters behind it opened, and it flew towards Yaoshan first. Lao Xiao, Su Dongsheng, and others flew up at the same time and followed Su Zhan in. The entrance to Yaoshan doesn't look big from a distance, but when you get closer, you will find that it is very large, more than 100 meters, which can accommodate professionals from various countries to enter and exit at the same time. After getting closer, Su Zhan found that the entrance here was similar to the one that met the immortal in Guanshan. There is a layer of light curtain like water waves, and you will enter Yaoshan after passing through it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Su Zhan was observing, professionals from other countries nearby plunged in. Hurry up, the one who goes in first will find the treasure first. A professional from the Black Bear country flew past Su Zhan and the others. Seeing Su Zhan standing at the door in a daze, he didn't recognize him and spoke to remind them. You go first. Su Zhan smiled and waved at them. Here the treasure does not belong to whoever finds it first, but whether you can keep it after you find it. Only if you can keep it, it belongs to you. A few minutes later, professionals from Sakura country flew in from the edge of the entrance. Su Zhan then flew in with the people of Dragon country. He felt a flash before his eyes and a strong energy rushed towards him. What a blessed place. Su Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It is shocking enough when you are outside, but only after you come in can you feel the tremendous energy contained here. There is a faint energy mist in the air. Here you don't even need to worry about energy consumption because energy is flowing into your body every moment. Only a place like this can grow so many natural treasures. At the same time, a countdown appeared in the air in front of Su Zhan. 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. When the countdown is over, no matter where they are, they will be forced to be teleported out, but the location they will be teleported to is uncertain and they will appear randomly in different locations on the island. Beep. I'm Lao Xiao, and I'm behind the mountain now. Su Zhan, what should we do now? Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Su Zhan's ears, and it was Lao Xiao's voice. This is the same as the secret realm of Yuxian and Coffin Mountain. Everyone who comes in will be randomly teleported to different locations in the secret realm. But there is no signal blocking here, so you can use telephone communication directly. Everyone, please be careful. You can collect treasures while looking for traces of professionals from the Sakura country. Su Zhan said. Before coming in, all of them had been given orders to follow Su Zhan's command, with Su Zhan as the leader. Lao Xiao and Su Dongxing agreed without hesitation. Although Husan and Chen Shi had never seen Su Zhan's strength with their own eyes, they had both received instructions from their leaders and believed that they would obey orders. Receive. Receive. Lao Xiao and others responded quickly. Su Zhan took a quick glance and flew directly towards the middle of the mountain. The best things are on the mountain, but basically all professionals will start going up the mountain in the last 2 or 3 days. Although the things on the mountain are good, there are also many powerful wild monsters lurking there. If you are not careful, not only will you not get the treasure, you may even lose your life. Someone went directly to the mountain? In a dense forest below Sujan, Tokugawa-ing leaned against a tree as thick as a bucket, looked up at Sujan who flashed by, with a playful smile on his face. Then a burst of blood light appeared on his body, and he moved along the ground at an extremely strange and fast speed in the direction where Sujan left. 3 minutes later, Sujan had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Below him, a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes was lying on the ground and taking a nap. This tiger's body shape is no different from that of an ordinary tiger, but it has a pair of small fleshy wings on its back. It is chubby and fat, and looks very cute. But after Sujan saw the attributes of this tiger, he couldn't help but be amazed. Flying tiger. Level: 8th level 90. Skills: Tiger Roar, Wind Control, White Tiger Roar, Tiger with Wings, Wind Wing Sky Strike, and more. Note: the white tiger with the blood of Cheongchi grew flesh wings on its back due to the special environment of Yaoshan. If the wings on its back grow fully, it will evolve and become the legendary ferocious beast, Cheongchi. When Sujan saw the small fleshy wings on the tiger's back, he felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that this guy actually had the blood of Cheongchi and could also evolve and have the potential to become Cheongchi. Kill it first. Sujan's eyes flashed, and the thrusters behind him were fully opened. In an instant, he fell on Feihu's body. His left hand was in the shape of a palm, and an electric current condensed and did not dissipate, forming an extremely sharp electric knife. Sujan just waved his hand lightly, and the electric knife silently cut across Feihu's neck. Without any struggle, Feihu was killed by Sujan in his sleep. As Feihu died, a pair of flesh wings detached and fell to the ground. Cheongchi flying wings in newborn state. Note: professionals above the 8th level can transplant it to themselves, thus gaining the ability to fly, and can also activate the 2 skills of Cheongchi flying wings, Wind Wing Sky Strike. Even more powerful. That's amazing. Sujan glanced at the properties of the meat wings and was secretly shocked. No wonder previous information said that a professional from Sakura country got an eye here, and after the transplant he gained the ability to control thunder. The ability of the Cheongchi flesh wings is no less than that of the pair of eyes. This thing can definitely be sold for a good price, Sujan said as he collected the Cheongchi meat wings and the flying tiger's corpse. The wild monsters that grow here are full of treasures. Their fur can be used to make leather armor, their bones can be used to make bone knives, or they can be used as medicine. After collecting his things, Sujan continued to move forward. After walking a few steps, a red snake rushed out from the bushes beside him, as fast as lightning, and bit Sujan's neck. But Sujan reacted faster and grabbed it in his hand. Red feather snake. Level: 8th level 60. Skills: Flying Snake Bite, Spirit Dance, Evil Dragon Transformation. Wait. Note: the snake with a single horn on its head has already begun to transform into a jiao. After overcoming the calamity, it will become a jiaolong. And the dragon? When Sujan saw the attributes of the red-feathered snake, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder those people don't dare to go up the mountain easily. Any one of these wild monsters has the power to slaughter a normal 8th level professional. However, in front of Sujan, no matter how powerful you are just a piece of cake. Sujan just exerted a little force, and the red-feathered snake was directly broken by Sujan at 7 inches, dying beyond all possibility of death. The horn on its head fell off and landed on Sujan's body. Dragon horn. Note: it is extremely sharp. When melted into weapons, it can greatly enhance the sharpness and armor-piercing ability of the weapons. It can also give weapons the skill: water resistance, water control, ability to control water flow within a certain range at will. Chapter 74. Hu-san invites Hu Tianbiao, Master Hu, to possess him. Amazing! This dragon horn is of the same level as the Cheongchi flying wings that we just got. In some ways, it is even stronger than the Cheongchi flying wings. Because the skill of water control is a conceptual skill, it can control the flow of water at will. In other words, how the water flows to attack depends entirely on your imagination. However, the energy consumed by using the water control skill is too huge. According to Sujan's estimation, even for an 8th level professional, it can only be used 3 or 4 times at most before the energy is exhausted. Unless you are like Sujan, who relies on machinery to provide electricity, there is no need to estimate energy consumption at all. I don't know if these things can be integrated into the armor. Thinking of this, Su Zhan couldn't help but want to give it a try. Metal absorption. Su Zhan did it right away and used the metal absorption skill directly on the dragon's horn. With a flash of red light, the dragon horn was actually assimilated and integrated into the armor. As the dragon horn was integrated into his body, a small pointed horn appeared on Su Zhan's forehead. It was the dragon horn that he had just absorbed. Su Zhan quickly took out the Qiongqi flying wings and activated the metal absorption skill again. As the red light spread, the Qiongqi flying wings, like the dragon horns, quickly merged into the armor. Crash! The next moment, a sound of metallic friction was heard, and a pair of 2-meter-long steel wings appeared in the air. The entire aircraft is gold and blue in color and is extremely powerful. Under each wing there is a row of thrusters emitting blue arcs. Good. Su Zhan couldn't help but exclaimed, okay. The horns of the Jiaolong and the wings of the Qiongqi are essentially bones and feathers, which contain certain metals, but strictly speaking they are not metals. He really didn't expect that anything containing metal properties could be absorbed by the metal absorption skill. Let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look. Su Zhan was a little excited. This time the gains were far beyond his expectations. He had made such a great achievement halfway up the mountain, and he wondered what other surprises were waiting for him at the top of the mountain. Just as Su Zhan was about to set off, the armor scanned and detected a professional approaching quickly from behind. Su Zhan, I'm Husan. I'm with Su Dongsheng. We've got some problems and need support. We found a Ganoderma lucidum with a diameter of 10 meters. We were about to pick it when we were discovered by the people of the Black and White Ox Country and were under siege. Su Zhan was just about to leave when he heard Husan's cry for help. At the same time, a real-time video sent by Husan appeared on the screen in front of him. On the edge of a cliff, Su Dongsheng, holding a bloody broadsword, was fighting with a man wearing golden armor and holding a long sword. Su Zhan knew that they were a profession called the Knights of the Round Table from the Black and White Bull Country. Their profession is somewhat different from that of the Dragon Kingdom. Although they are both Knights of the Round Table, their skills are very different. Those who wield swords are called Round Table Sword Knights, and those who use guns are called Round Table Lancers. There were two other people standing by, one holding a gun and the other holding a heavy sword, staring at Husan with a fierce look. I'll be right there. After determining the location of Husan and the others, Su Zhan jumped up and flew towards their direction. Why did you go out? In the woods 10 miles away, Tokugawa Ing, who was chasing Su Zhan, watched Su Zhan turn into a streak of light and leave, and stomped his feet in anger. Su Zhan was too fast. She tried her best to catch up with him, but unexpectedly he flew away again. Well, you're lucky. Duchuaning sneered, decided not to chase Su Zhan anymore, and turned to look for the treasure. Meanwhile, below the cliff. 1, 2, 3. The knight with the lance and the knight with the heavy sword stood face to face. Each raised their right hand and counted numbers in their mouths. When they counted to 3, they both lowered their hands at the same time. The knight with the spear uses fists, while the knight with the heavy sword uses scissors. Haha, John, I win. This guy is mine. The lance-wielding knight laughed excitedly. The reason why the two did not take action immediately was that they wanted to decide who would deal with Husan by playing rock, paper, scissors. Joey, if B dies, he will be mine. John curled his lips, looking unhappy. Haha, if you can't kill him in 3 moves, I'll let you kill him. Joey was very confident. He turned to look at Husan, waved the spear in his hand, and said provocatively, Come on. This is too much. Husan's face turned pale. After all, he was an 8th-rank professional. It was a shame to be looked down upon by others. I am Husan, the 21st generation disciple of the Hu family. I invite Master Hu Tianbiao to take over. Ah. The next moment, Husan clasped his hands together in front of his chest, shaking his head wildly from side to side. At the same time, he stomped his left foot heavily on the ground. A cold black air emerged from his body, enveloping him completely. Wow, that's amazing. Joey was very confident and did not make a move immediately. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest and waited quietly for Husan to finish summoning the gods. Husan, you little bastard, you're already at level 8, and you still want to ask me for help? Are you in a life-or-death situation? A hoarse voice filled with boundless ferocity was heard, and the black aura on Husan's body weakened a little, revealing his true appearance. Husan at this moment was very different from before. His eyes turned a wild beast-like red, his mouth protruded forward, and his sharp fangs emitted a cold light. Uncle Hu, you know about the life and death battle at Yaoshan. This guy is from the Black and White Bull Country. Husan's voice was heard afterwards. So you're here to participate in the Yaoshan life and death battle. I thought so. After Hu Tianbiao heard the words life and death battle at Yaoshan, his expression became solemn. Hu Tianbiao is Hu Xian. After the fusion of game and reality, he was born with spiritual intelligence. However, their way of practice remains unchanged, and they are still worshipped by people. This is how Hu San's shaman profession came into being. So it's a vengeful spirit. I was really looking forward to it. When Joey saw Hu Tianbiao, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Court death. When Hu Tianbiao heard this, his face instantly darkened. He bowed slightly, then turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Joey. Boom! A terrifying roar was heard, and a violent shock wave swept in all directions, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. A breeze blew by and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Hu Tianbiao's sharp claws were blocked by Joey's spear. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward at all. Holy light! The corner of Joey's mouth rose, and a white light spread from his hand, covering the entire spear. When Hu Tianbiao's sharp claws touched the white light, it was like ice and snow touching flames, and a puff of black smoke rose. Hu Tianbiao moved and quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and Joey. Looking down, I saw that the flesh and blood had melted where the white light had touched, revealing the white bones. Chapter 75. Killed with a slap? What kind of spell is this? Hu Tianbiao showed surprise on his face. Black energy surged in his palms, flesh and blood grew rapidly, and his original injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white holy light seemed to contain a purifying power, so it had a strong inhibitory effect on spirits like him. All evil spirits will be destroyed by the holy light. It's just bad luck that you met me. Joey's face was filled with a confident smile. He held the spear in his hand horizontally, bent slightly, and then turned into a golden lightning and rushed out, piercing Hu Tianbiao's face with the spear in his hand. You arrogant kid! Hu Tianbiao was filled with anger and let out a low roar. Black air filled his palm and transformed into a giant claw, which slapped forward. But it was of no use at all. The spear in Joey's hand burst out with dazzling holy light, and the black air melted wherever the light went. Boom! Joey continued to rush to Hu Tianbiao and stabbed him hard with his spear. Hu Tianbiao's protective energy was as thin as paper. All the terrifying energy poured into his body, knocking him away. Uncle Hu, how are you? Hu San's worried voice came from Hu Tianbiao. When Hu San met these Knights of the Round Table, he knew that the situation was not good. The Knights of the Round Table of the Black and White Bull Kingdom all possess the power to summon holy light and drive away all evil. And it's not just aimed at ghosts, but all spirits. Hu San's shaman profession is to summon various immortals to enhance his combat power, but he was completely restrained. If it was any other 8th level cultivator, with Hu Tianbiao's strength, he would definitely not lose even if he couldn't kill his opponent, and the worst that could happen would be a draw. Shut up, you little bastard. I've been practicing for so many years, I don't believe I can't beat this foreign bastard. Hu Tianbiao couldn't help but curse. Then the energy in Hu Tianbiao surged wildly, transforming into the shadow of a giant rat that was 20 or 30 meters tall. Just as he was about to make a move, Joey moved. Holy light is coming. Joey raised the spear high in his hand, and a white light burst out from his body and went straight into the sky. Then the white light tore through the sky, fell from above Hu Tianbiao's head, and completely enveloped him. A series of sizzling sounds, as if flesh and blood were being roasted in fire, continued to be heard, and the giant rat image collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! Hu Tianbiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face looked very grim. Damn it! I didn't expect to end up here. The holy light skills of the Knights of the Round Table were a natural counter to him, and he couldn't display his abilities at all. Uncle Hu, you go first. Hu San's voice sounded again, and his mouth, which was originally full of fangs, slowly shrank, and the black air on his body quickly retracted into his body. His scarlet eyes recovered, and Hu Tianbiao had been sent back by him. Hu San's entire body was exposed to the holy light, but instead of feeling any pain, he felt a little warm. Although this holy light is powerful, it only targets spirits and has no effect on humans. Without that evil spirit, what can you use to fight me? Joey waved his spear to retract the holy light, stared at Hu San and said sarcastically, "Don't be complacent. We in Dragon Country are not so easy to mess with." Hu San was so angry that his face turned blue. Unable to summon the immortals to possess him, he was no different from an ordinary person. Ha 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 ha, The professionals from your dragon country are all a bunch of trash. What can they do if they come? Joey seemed to have heard some great joke and laughed out loud. At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky in front of Hussein. Sujan, you are finally here. Hussein saw who was coming and a look of delight appeared on his face. You go pick some Ganoderma lucidum and leave this to me. Su Zhan's eyes quickly swept across the field. In the distance, Su Dongsheng and the Knight of the Round Table with a long sword were fighting fiercely. Although it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, Su Dongsheng would not lose. Although the remaining two Knights of the Round Table were both level 8, they were no different from ants in front of him. Good. Hussein agreed and turned to run towards the Ganoderma lucidum on the cliff. Although he had never seen Su Zhan's strength with his own eyes, Zhang Sanjia had already reminded them when they came that even if 20 or 38th level masters attacked together, they would not be a match for Su Zhan. Zhang Sanjia and the others would never lie. So he chose to believe Su Zhan. And there was nothing he could do if he didn't believe it. He was no match for Joey and the others. Asshole. Lingji is ours. John, who had been watching the fight, turned cold and swung his heavy sword, slashing out an extremely large sword energy at Hussein. Su Zhan moved and appeared out of thin air in front of the sword energy. He raised his hand and waved it lightly, smashing it into pieces. Not bad, you're a master. John's eyes lit up, and he looked very interested. Then he stared at Joey and said, This is mine. You can't snatch it from me. Okay, it's yours. Joey waved his hands helplessly, looking very reluctant. You two come together. Su Zhan was so angry that he laughed at the way these two people pushed each other around. He thinks of himself as a small fry and acts as if the prey is his and you can't snatch it from me. Hey, you're not worthy enough for both of us to attack together. John showed a grim smile on his face, holding the sword in both hands, and strode towards Su Zhan. Yeah. Su Zhan smiled coldly, took a step forward, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already behind John, raised his hand and gently patted him on the head. Boom! With a loud bang, John seemed to be hit by a mountain and fell directly into the ground. The surrounding ground seemed to have encountered a magnitude 10 earthquake. It collapsed in an instant and countless pieces of rubble flew in all directions. How is this possible? Joey quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and Su Zhan, staring at Su Zhan in disbelief with his pair of yellow eyes. He didn't even see Su Zhan's movements clearly before John was knocked to the ground. He was very clear about John's strength, and even if he faced John, he would not be able to win easily. But now he was slapped to the ground by Su Zhan, and his life or death was unknown. This is horrible. Who are you? The Knight of the Round Table, who was originally fighting with Su Dongsheng and holding a long sword, withdrew immediately after seeing the movement here, quickly came to Joey's side, and stared at Su Zhan vigilantly. Su Zhan, we can't let them get away. These guys killed several of our people during the last life and death battle at Yaoshan. Su Dongsheng roared in the distance, looking at Joey with hatred in his eyes. Friend, we don't want this Ganoderma lucidum anymore. It's yours. Holding the common Knights of the Round Table, his eyes flashed and he spoke quickly. He is the captain of the Black and White Ox Country team. His name is Gray. You can't take the things with you, but you have to leave your lives behind. As the words fell, Su Zhan's figure disappeared out of thin air. Holy sword protects you. Gray reacted quickly. The moment Su Zhan disappeared, he raised the sword in his hand high above his head. A brilliant golden light emanated from his body, covering an area of 1 meter around him. Chapter 76. People who discovered the great beauty. When John was slapped to death, he knew that Su Zhan's strength far surpassed theirs. This is also the reason why he wanted to make peace when he saw that the situation was not good. I didn't expect Su Zhan to be so domineering. He didn't even give them a chance to make peace and started attacking them directly. Bang! Just after the golden light had spread, a horrible loud noise was heard. Gray widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. The holy sword that he released with all his strength to protect his body was shattered by Su Zhan's slap. He wanted to beg for mercy, but before he opened his mouth, Su Zhan's fist had already landed on his chest. Gray felt as if he was hit by a planet. The armor on his body that could withstand the 8th level attack now seemed to have turned into a layer of cotton and exploded the moment it came into contact with the stretched fist. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart, Gray could clearly feel his body splitting inch by inch, as if a bomb had exploded inside him. However, this thought only lasted for a moment before he lost consciousness, and his body was directly blown up by Su Zhan's punch. Ah. Joey on the side stared blankly at the place where Gray had stood. Now there was only a pool of blood, and there was no trace of Gray's existence. It's your turn. Su Zhan's cold voice rang in Joey's ears, like the Yama from the Nine Nether Hell. Joey, who was originally in a daze, suddenly came back to his senses, stared at Su Zhan in horror, and kept shouting, "Devil, devil, you are a devil. To you, I am indeed a demon." Su Zhan smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly at Joey. A terrifying electric current reaching 100,000 volts instantly enveloped Joey. 2 or 3 seconds later, a burning smell spread all around. Just a minute ago, the arrogant Joey had turned into a pile of charcoal. Too strong. At the same time, Husan's excited voice came from behind Su Zhan. Although Zhang Sanjia and the others had told him that Su Zhan was very strong, he did not expect Su Zhan to be so strong. This simply exceeded his understanding of the combat effectiveness of professionals. He had seen with his own eyes the strength of the 3 knights of the Round Table from the Black and White Ox Kingdom. Even without the restraint of the Holy Light, he could at best tie with one of them by relying on his own divine power. However, even such powerful knights of the Round Table were like ants in front of Su Zhan, and were all killed by him with a slap. This is an overwhelming gap in strength. Brother, why are you so fierce? Husan quickly ran to Su Zhan and looked at him admiringly. He even changed the way he addressed him and directly acknowledged Su Zhan as his elder brother. Let's pick up their stuff and get out of here, Su Zhan said. Although the battle just now was swift, it caused great damage. Zhan, who was slapped to the ground by him, was already killed by him, and they had just entered the medicine mountain and had not picked any valuable herbs. And there was nothing valuable in their own backpacks. Although they were confident in their own strength, this was a life-and-death battle in Yaoshan after all, and no one could guarantee that they would be able to get out alive. So they took out their valuables and placed them outside before coming in. The fighting here will definitely attract professionals from other countries, and Su Zhan doesn't want to be exposed in advance. Okay. Husan nodded quickly, picked up the things dropped by the 3 knights of the Round Table, and brought them to Su Zhan. Su Zhan didn't want it, but let him keep it. These things were of little value to him, and instead took up space in his backpack. Then, the 3 of them quickly left. Just 3 minutes after they left, 4 or 5 more knights of the Round Table rushed out of the woods. Captain Gray, where are you? A female knight of the Round Table looked at the cracked ground, extremely shocked, and couldn't help but yelling around. However, no matter how she called, no one responded. Ellie, I found Joey's body. He was burned. From a distance came the call of another knight of the Round Table. Ellie ran over quickly and looked at Joey, who was burned to charcoal. Her face turned pale with fear. How could this happen? Could it be that Captain Gray and the other 3 were killed? Ellie couldn't believe this was true. It had only been 3 or 4 minutes since Gray sent them the message. They didn't believe that anyone could kill all 3 8th-level knights of the Round Table in such a short time. It can't be a professional. It must be a wild monster here. The knight of the Round Table who had just called Ellie frowned. They were all very clear about the strength of Gray and the other 2. They didn't believe that any professional could kill them all in such a short time. They could only attribute it to the powerful wild monsters. Yes, it must be a wild monster. He must not have gone far. Let's look for him quickly. Ellie nodded hurriedly, agreeing with what the man said. Then the few of them quickly dispersed and began to look for traces of the wild monster. On the other side, Su Zhan took Husan and Su Dongsheng to find Lao Xiao. Lao Xiao's actions were very secretive. He was not discovered by anyone and had already picked 2 very good medicinal herbs. Have you found any traces of professionals from Sakura country? Su Chong looked at the 3 of them and asked. No. Su Dongsheng and I were not far from each other. We met when we first came in, and then you know what happened after we discovered Lingji. Husan shook his head. Although I didn't find any trace of the professional Sakura, I found a magician from the Great Beauty Country. They're fishing in that big canyon up ahead. Old Xiao said this and raised his finger to point straight ahead. Standing at their position, they could vaguely see a crack on the ground more than 20 miles ahead. The crack was very wide, about 10 miles in width, and there was a river in it, in which lived a kind of fish called fire scale fish. After this fish is killed, a thumb-sized red bead will be generated in its body. Eating this bead can help people quickly restore energy. Although this thing is of little use here, it is a very important resource when taken to the outside world. Because once a professional encounters a long-term, high-intensity fight, the energy in his body will be consumed very quickly. If there is a replenishment of this kind of red beads, the combat time of the professional can be greatly extended. Kill them first and collect some interest. Su Zhan's eyes quickly turned cold. These professionals in the Great Beauty Country are as hateful as those in the Sakura Country. In the previous life and death battle at Yaoshan, he had launched sneak attacks on Longwa's professionals many times. Sometimes, he formed a temporary alliance with Longwa's professionals on the surface, but when he encountered some more precious treasures, he turned his back on them and launched sneak attacks. Since then, the professionals from Dragon Country have never cooperated with them again. Chapter 77. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You don't have to come with me. Just look for herbs nearby. If you find anyone else, don't take action and send me a message. Su Zhan looked up at Lao Xiao and the others and said, Don't worry, big brother. We will never take any action. Husan was the first to answer. Clear. Clear. Su Dongsheng and others also responded. These people are able to become the elites of the Dragon Country professional headquarters, and each of them is a smart person. They are very clear about their own strength, and they are also very clear about the strength of the professionals from other countries who came to participate in the Yaoshan life and death battle. Asking them to take action would be a thankless task, so it would be better to leave it to Su Zhan. As soon as Su Zhan made a move, those people were like paper and broke with just a poke. Su Zhan nodded, and a pair of steel wings opened behind him. With a bang, he flew out close to the ground. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Husan looked at Su Zhan's departing back with admiration on his face. Who would have thought that his profession was a mechanic? Su Dongsheng sighed, his eyes full of envy. What? His profession is actually a mechanic? When Husan heard this, his eyes widened and there was suspicion in his eyes. Everyone knows that the mechanic is a supporting profession and has only average combat effectiveness. However, Su Zhan's combat power far exceeded theirs. Although they did not know Su Zhan's level, according to Zhang Sanjia and others, Su Zhan was definitely not at the 8th level now. In other words, a speed slashing level of at most 5 or 6 turns already possesses a strength far exceeding that of the 8th turn. In this situation, if you tell them that Su Zhan is a mechanic, they won't believe it even if you beat them to death. I didn't believe it at first, but this is what our team leader said himself, Su Dongsheng explained. When Huating told him about Su Zhan's level, he also thought it was impossible. But the facts are the facts. At the same time, in a ditch about 10 miles ahead, 2 tall men with blue hair and yellow eyes were standing by the lake. The man on the left held a magic wand and waved it gently at the lake from time to time. A flash of lightning burst out from the magic wand, and the lightning intertwined to form an electric net, which could catch dozens of fire-scale fish from the lake. The man next to him held a long sword in his hand and swung it. The sword light flashed across the fire-scale fish, and red beads fell from the air to the ground. The two of them cooperated very well, and in just a few minutes they had obtained 100 or 200 fire-scale fish pearls. Weiss, we've already obtained about 1,000 fire-scale fish pearls. That should be enough. The professional holding a sword looked at the professional holding a magic wand and said, Don't worry, Kraft. The big guys will show up soon. Weiss remained unmoved and kept waving the magic wand in his hand. Large nets condensed by thunder scooped up large numbers of fire-scale fish from the lake. Koff, who was standing next to him, quickly drew his sword and killed it, then collected the fire-scale fish pearl that fell. Bang! Crash! There was a huge splash in the lake, and a giant fire-scale fish more than 10 meters long jumped out of the lake, drew a graceful arc, and slammed heavily on the water surface. The splashing water shot in all directions like sharp arrows. Koff reacted very quickly, rushing to Weiss and swinging his sword to chop all the flying water arrows into pieces. I didn't expect there would be a fire-scale fish king. Kraft looked surprised. The fire-scale fish king is the same as ordinary fire-scale fish. After being killed, all the energy in its body will condense into a fire-scale fish pearl, but the fire-scale fish pearl condensed by the fire-scale fish king is a permanent item. Ordinary fire-scale fish beads need to be taken orally to be effective, but the fire-scale fish king beads can be replenished with energy at any time as long as it is worn on the body, which is equivalent to a small mobile energy depot. This is the information I got from Jarvis. As long as a certain number of fire-scale fish are killed, it is possible to attract the fire-scale fish king. Weiss showed a hint of pride on his face. He paid a huge price to get this news. However, once he obtained the fire-scale fish king pearl, the price he paid was insignificant. His profession is a thunder magician, and for a profession like magician, energy is consumed very quickly. If there is a fire-scale fish king pearl to replenish energy, it can greatly enhance their sustained combat capability. What should we do next? Koff knew very well what kind of changes this fire-scale fish king pearl could bring to them, so he asked directly. When I use thunder to force the Fish King out, you will attack with your strongest sword. Weiss had planned this all along. The level of the fire scale Fish King has reached level 70, 8th turn. Even if its trace is found, it is extremely difficult to kill it, and at least 2 people are needed to cooperate. The reason why he asked Kof to follow him was because Kof's profession was the Lingfeng swordsman. He had a move called Lingfeng Zhan, which had an extremely fast sword speed and great power. Although this move cannot kill the fire scale Fish King directly, it can seriously injure it and break his defense. What Weiss needs is someone who can break the defense of the fire scale Fish King. As for the rest, he can pour thunder directly into the body of the fire scale Fish King to blow it to death. So good, so fast, I can't wait. Kof's face was full of excitement. He held the sword tightly in both hands. A strong energy surged out of his body and turned into a breeze surrounding his body. Thunder, let your light shine. Meanwhile, Weiss was ready, holding the magic wand high in his hand and chanting a spell. He lightly pointed the magic wand in his hand at the river surface in front of him, and spiderweb-like lightning burst out from the wand, instantly covering the entire water in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying thunder continued to explode in the water. A large number of fire-scale fish were blown into the air and turned into fire day speeds that fell into the water. At the same time, a huge figure jumped out of the water under the violent thunder. The moment the fire-scale Fish King flew up, Kof moved. Lingfeng Zhan. The long sword swung with tremendous energy, which turned into sword energy tornadoes that instantly swept out and enveloped the fire-scale Fish King. The terrifying sword energy stirred the body of the fire-scale Fish King like a wheel, and a large number of scales were torn off and fell in all directions. Forbidden spell, Thunderburst. Weiss reacted just as quickly, swinging his staff and casting a spell of terrifying power. A thin ray of lightning shot out from his staff and landed on the place where the fire-scale Fish King had no scales. Although the lightning seemed tiny, it expanded tens of thousands of times after falling, and turned into a huge lightning ball that wrapped the fire-scale fish net. With a loud bang, the lightning ball exploded, and a fire-scale Fish King pearl covered with golden patterns floated in the air. Very good. Weiss couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. He waved his staff to control the fire-scale Fish King pearl, trying to pull it over. Just at this moment, something unexpected happened. A figure appeared out of nowhere on the lake and grabbed the fire-scale Fish King pearl in his hand. It was Su Zhan who arrived. He had actually come here a long time ago, but he just heard what Weiss and the others said, so he hid in the dark and didn't show up. Chapter 78. Killing a professional from Dragon Country will cost you a price. Let go of my fire spirit Fish King pearl. When Weiss saw that the treasure he was about to get was snatched away, his expression suddenly became ferocious. He quickly waved his staff and cast the Thunderball spell. More than a dozen bowl-sized thunderballs crossed the space and flew towards Su Zhan. Thunder? A teasing smile appeared on Su Zhan's lips. His mechanical equipment consumes electrical energy, and thunder is also a type of electrical energy. What he fears least is thunder attacks. Not only will this type of attack not cause any harm to him, but it can replenish the energy of his armor. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen thunderballs exploded at the same time, and the surging lightning enveloped Su Zhan. Humph, you try to steal my things. This is what happens. Weiss saw this and a sneer appeared on his face. Thunderball magic is the magic he uses most often, because it is quick to cast and extremely powerful. When more than a dozen thunderballs explode at the same time, the power is extremely terrifying. If the defense skills of an ordinary 8th level cultivator are not strong enough, they will not be able to completely block it. Moreover, Su Zhan didn't use any skills to defend himself. In Weiss's eyes, even if Su Zhan didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Impossible. How come nothing happened to you? A moment later, as the lightning dissipated, Weiss let out a cry of surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. The thunder from the dozen or so thunderballs that exploded at the same time just now clearly enveloped Su Zhan. Su Zhan was definitely hit, but there was not even a trace of being burned by thunder on the armor on Su Zhan's body. Weiss, what do we do now? Kof's face was solemn. The energy storm in his body surged again, and he was ready to attack at any time. Friend, we are professionals from the great beauty country. Which country are you from? Why haven't we seen you before? Weiss suppressed the anger in his heart, looked up at Su Zhan and asked. Professionals from various countries received information about professionals from other countries before coming in. Weiss was overwhelmed by anger at first, but now that he calmed down and thought about it, he found that there was no such person as Su Zhan, a professional wearing armor, in the information he had obtained. Your name is Weiss, right? Su Zhan put away the fire scale Fish King Pearl and looked up at Weiss. Without waiting for Weiss to speak, Su Zhan continued. In the life and death battle at Yaoshan 20 years ago, you were severely injured by a unicorn wolf beast that could discharge electricity. It was a professional named Li Xiaoming from Dragon Country who saved you. But you were ungrateful and attacked Li Xiaoming for the horn of the unicorn wolf beast and killed him. If I'm not mistaken, the magic wand in your hand is made from the horn of the unicorn that you got after killing Li Xiaoming, right? Over the years, all events of the life and death battles at Yaoshan have been recorded and archived at the professionals' headquarters. Before coming, Zhang Sanjia had sent all the information to Su Zhan, so the moment he saw Weiss, Su Zhan found out some things about him. How do you know? Weiss's face changed drastically, and a sense of fear inexplicably emerged in his heart. He was a thunder magician. When he encountered a thunder-type wild monster like the unicorn wolf beast, his strength was restrained and he almost died. It was because Li Xiaoming killed the unicorn wolf beast that he survived. When he saw Li Xiaoming was about to take away the unicorn of the unicorn wolf beast, a greedy thought arose in his heart. He risked his life to fight with the unicorn wolf beast just to get his horn. The wild monsters here have some strange features due to the particularity of their growth environment. The unicorn's horn itself contains extremely strong thunder power. After being made into a magic wand, it can greatly enhance the power of his magic. It was precisely thanks to the magic created by the unicorn's horn that he was able to thrive after returning to the Great Beauty. Don't worry about how I know this. You can die now. Su Zhan spoke softly and directly sentenced Weiss to death. The professionals of Dragon Country cannot be killed just because you want to. Cough, do it. Weiss saw this and yelled in fear. Cough, who was standing by, was already on full alert. The moment Weiss opened his mouth, he swung the sword in his hand and released the Ling Feng slash. The tornado formed by the sword energy shot out rapidly and rolled towards Su Zhan. The next moment, Su Zhan's figure disappeared out of thin air. Where are the people? Where did they go? Cough's face was filled with horror, and he looked around but could not find any trace of Su Zhan. Get out here and stop hiding like a little mouse. Weiss roared and waved the magic wand in his hand. Bolts of lightning shot forward from the wand, trying to force Su Zhan out. I'm here. At this moment, Su Zhan's voice sounded behind Weiss. Weiss turned around suddenly, and a pair of golden eyes came into his sight. He screamed in fright and took more than 10 steps back. When did you get behind me? Weiss's face turned pale. Su Zhan's speed was too fast, and he didn't feel anything at all just now. With your little ability, you dare to be ungrateful and kill a professional from my Dragon Country. You ignorant fool, today I will let you see what it means that there are always people who are better than you. Su Zhan sneered, then slowly raised his hand, with thunder surging in his palm. Whirlwind. At the same time, Cough next to him roared, swung his sword, and rushed towards Su Zhan. Crack! Just when Cough was halfway through his charge, a terrifying bolt of lightning exploded from Su Zhan's body, instantly blasting Cough away. Cough, who was flying in the air, was torn into pieces by the terrifying thunder before he landed on the ground. When Weiss saw this scene, his body began to tremble violently, and his heart was already filled with fear. He was well aware of Cough's strength. Although there was a gap between him and him, it was not an easy task for him to kill Cough. However, even though he was such a strong man, Su Zhan killed him without even moving? Who are you? There is definitely no professional this strong in Dragon Country. You can't be from Dragon Country. Weiss stared at Su Zhan and roared loudly to reduce the fear in his heart. They have conducted a very detailed investigation into the information of Dragon Country professionals, and there is no such person as Su Zhan as number one in the information. How can you know about the Dragon Kingdom? Su Zhan showed sarcasm on his face, and thunder exploded in his palm, covering Weiss. Weiss didn't even make a sound before being melted into charcoal by the terrifying thunder. It was blown away by a breeze and dissipated in the wind. Su Zhan collected the items dropped by the two people. There are still a lot of good things. After taking a quick glance at the items dropped by the two people, Su Zhan was a little surprised. In addition to more than 1,000 fire-scale fish beads, there are also 3 snake eggs covered with red lines, which look unusual. Chapter 79, World Quest, Divine Beast Hunting Feast. Fire Dragon Snake Eggs. Level, 5th turn level 1. Note, Fire Dragon Snake Eggs can hatch into Fire Dragon Snake Cubs, which are born at the 5th level and can reach the 8th level after they grow up. It's actually a Fire Dragon Snake Egg. They are really lucky. Su Zhan was very surprised. The fire dragon snake was a wild monster unique to Yaoshan. After reaching adulthood, it could reach level 99 of the 8th turn. Once they entered the 9th turn level, they would mutate and become a flaming dragon snake. However, if this creature wants to reach the 9th level, it needs to pass through a tribulation, and this kind of tribulation is generally a life or death experience. No fire dragon snake has ever successfully passed the tribulation and entered the 9th level. We can try to hatch these 3 snake eggs after we get back. Su Zhan put away the fire dragon snake egg. His current combat power has far exceeded the 8th level and has definitely reached the 9th level, but because there is no one of the same level to compete with him, there is no quantitative standard to determine it. If these 3 fire dragon snake eggs are hatched, I can help them overcome the tribulation. Once they enter the 9th stage, even if Su Zhan cannot use them, they will be a very strong force for the professional association. After collecting the spoils, Su Zhan flew away from the ground. At the same time, on the other side of Yaoshan, D. Pharaoh, the captain of the Professional Association of the Great America, had a grim expression on his face. Weiss and Kraft both sent him messages for help before they died. After receiving the messages, he kept sending messages to the 2 of them, trying to determine their location and go to rescue them. But after more than 10 minutes without a reply from either of them, D. Pharaoh realized that the 2 men must be dead. Kafu and Weiss are dead. D. Pharaoh slowly raised his head and looked at the 3 people beside him. These 3 people are his teammates like Weiss and Kaf, 2 men and 1 woman. The men are called Dur and Duden, a pair of twin brothers, and the woman is called iCarly. Both of them are 8th turn professionals. The Great Beauty Country sent a total of 12 people this time. The others were scattered around Yaoshan Mountain looking for treasures and had not yet joined together. Weiss and Kaf acted together, but they died, and they didn't even send a message back? Dur felt it was incredible. They all knew Weiss's strength. According to their information, there was absolutely no professional among those who came to the mountain this time who could kill Weiss in such a short time and leave him no time to send a message for help. We must have encountered an extremely powerful wild monster. Otherwise, with Weiss's strength, it would be impossible for him to not even be able to send a location. iCarly said, frowning. That's what I thought. But we lost 2 members on the first day. We have to be careful in this life and death battle at Yaoshan. Defero sighed. His thought was the same as iCarly's. He thought that Weiss and the others were killed by a powerful wild monster that suddenly appeared. Notify the others not to hunt wild monsters alone, but only look for medicinal treasures. At the same time, move towards us. We must all meet up tomorrow. D. Pharaoh thought about it and gave the order. Ikari nodded, sent a message to other members of the Great Beauty Country, then looked at D. Pharaoh and asked, do you want to provide this news to the people in other allied countries? There's no need. The alliance is only temporary. The more they die, the better it is for us. D. Pharaoh shook his head and said without any emotion. iCarly also agrees with D. Pharaoh's idea. In the eyes of professionals in the United States, there are no eternal allies, only eternal interests. Just like the professionals in Sakura Country, although they have a deep alliance with Sakura Country, as long as the benefits are sufficient, those professionals in Sakura Country can abandon them at any time. At a place more than 100 kilometers away from D. Pharaoh, Tokugawa Joichi was asking his subordinates if they had any news about the Dragon Country professionals. However, all the news he received was no. Baga, where did all these people go? Tokugawa Joichi couldn't help but curse. His plan this time was to come in and kill all the professionals from Dragon Country first, but he didn't expect to find anyone. I don't believe you can hide till the end. Tokugawa Ryoichi sneered and sent a message to other professionals from the Sakura Country, asking them to search for treasures first and gather on the 5th day. If they found any traces of professionals from the Dragon Country during that time, they would kill them if they could, and if they could not, they would notify others to act together. At the same time, Su Zhan had already met up with Lao Shao and the others. However, Su Zhan did not act with them. Instead, he asked them to slowly search for treasures and expand themselves while paying attention to their own safety, and then they headed to the top of Yaoshan Mountain. Yaoshan has been opened more than a dozen times since it was discovered, but no one has ever reached the top of the mountain, and the most that has been reached is halfway up the mountain. Because after reaching halfway up the mountain, the number of 8th level wild monsters will suddenly increase, and the number will increase as the altitude increases. Even if professionals from various countries joined forces, they would not be able to break through the large number of 8 soft wild monsters and reach the top of the mountain. The iron wings behind Su Zhan opened, turning into a stream of light, and flew towards the top of the mountain, sticking close to the treetops. Along the way, many wild monsters attacked Su Zhan, but Su Zhan was too lazy to pay attention to them and just flew past. 10 minutes later, Su Zhan stopped at the top of the mountain. There's not even a single wild animal here? The environment around the Speed Battle Scanner King was very surprising. He originally thought that there would be a lot of wild monsters on the top of the mountain, but he didn't expect the situation to be completely beyond his expectations. There is no wild monster on the top of the mountain, but there is a lake about the size of a football field. The azure blue water of the lake was like a sapphire inlaid on the earth. A faint energy weapon was emitted from the lake at a speed visible to the naked eye and drifted into the air. Could it be that the great energy of Yaoshan comes from here? Su Zhan looked surprised and walked slowly to the edge of the lake. As the mist in front of him dissipated, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. In the center of Tianqi, there is a huge stone with a diameter of more than 10 meters floating on the water. The stone radiates colorful light all over, like a giant gem. Oh my god, this looks a bit like the legendary manhwa stone. The moment Su Zhan saw this colorful stone, he thought of a legendary figure, Sun Wukong. Legend has it that manhwa left a piece of colorful stone in Huagua Mountain when she mended the sky. After absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon for countless years, the colorful stone exploded and a stone monkey was born, which was Sun Wukong. The colorful stone in front of me is almost exactly the same as the colorful stone in the legend. World tip: you have triggered a world quest, a feast of divine beast hunting. Break the heaven-repairing stone to start the quest. Note: if you fail to break the manhwa stone, you will be trapped here forever and become part of Manhwa Lake. Chapter 80. Dragon Nation's True Trump Card. A feast for hunting divine beasts? Su Zhan's pupils shrank as he realized that this was an amazing opportunity. Apart from anything else, the 4 words, World Quest, alone are enough to prove how terrifying this quest is. World Quests only appeared once when the game and reality had just merged. That time, the World Quest was called Everyone Changes Job to Survive. The mission content is simple, but because the game and the laboratory have just merged, the wild monsters have mutated and will attack humans crazily, and all professionals need to awaken their professions and survive. There is no specific reward for world quests, and the so-called reward is the process of completing the quest. In the last world mission, all the survivors successfully switched to professionals and changed the world. This time, it is the second world mission that appeared after the fusion of game and reality, and it is even more terrifying than before. This time it turned out to be a hunt for divine beasts. This is definitely a mission that can change the world, because wild monsters of the level of divine beasts have never appeared before, but this time a world mission called Hunting Divine Beasts has appeared, which means that a large number of divine beasts will appear in the world for everyone to hunt. Needless to say, the materials obtained from hunting these mythical beasts must be extremely precious, and can quickly improve everyone's strength, thus giving birth to a group of 9th-level cultivators. For more than 300 years, the 9 revolutions have not appeared. And when the 9 revolutions appear in large numbers, it will lead to an extremely brutal fight. Thinking of this, Su Zhan sent this message directly to Zhang Sanjia. At this time, Zhang Sanjia was arranging the auction of Su Zhan's skill books at the professional headquarters. He was stunned after receiving this news. World Quest? Divine Beast Hunting Feast? Just by seeing these few words, Zhang Sanjia realized the seriousness of the matter. I sent a message to Su Zhan, asking him to wait a moment. Zhang Sanjia quickly reported the news to Long Outyen, the president of the Professionals Association. At this time, Long Outyen, the president of the Longhua Professional Association, was practicing in seclusion on the top of Kunlun Mountain. After receiving this news, he came out directly and quickly returned to the professional headquarters through the teleportation array. What should we do, President? Zhang Sanjia saw Long Outyen and came back quickly forward. Tell Su Zhan to wait until the last day of the Yaoshan life and death battle before breaking the manhwa stone. Long Outyen said in a deep voice. He knew that Su Zhan couldn't stay there forever, but this matter had such a huge impact that they needed time to make plans. I understand. Zhang Sanjia nodded. Issue a special summons to summon all the 8th-ranked members of the professional association. They must return within 1 day. Then, Long Outyen spoke again. I understand. Zhang Sanjia nodded heavily. You take care of these matters. I will go and discuss this with the 6 Supreme Elders. Long Outyen said again. Are the 6 Supreme Elders going to take action as well? Zhang Sanjia looked surprised. The reason why Longhua can stand firm is not just due to the professional association. The 6 Supreme Elders are super powerful beings who survived from 300 years ago. Each of them has reached the 8th level 99, and they can even be called quasi-9th level. However, Because they did not know the accurate information of the 9 transformations, they had not yet completed the transformation mission. After returning from the last encounter with the immortal secret realm in Coffin Mountain, Zhang Sanjia had already told them the conditions for breaking through to the 9th transformation mission. During this period, the 6 Supreme Elders left their retreat and went out to complete the 9 Revolutions mission. This Divine Beast Power mission is their chance to break through. Once Dragon Country is the first to produce a 9th level professional, other countries will be left far behind. Tell Su Zhan that Longhua will never forget his contribution. He is a great hero of Longhua. Long Outyan's eyes were filled with excitement. This matter was of great significance to the Long Kingdom. As the saying goes, one step ahead leads to many steps ahead. When China was the first to have a 9th level professional, other countries would be far behind even if they had 9th level professionals. I see. Zhang Sanjia nodded heavily, then quickly sent a message to Su Zhan, then turned around and went back to the office to issue an announcement of the special summons. At the same time, members of the Dragon Country Professionals Association who had reached the 8th level of practice in various parts of the world received special summons. Although they didn't know what had happened, the moment they saw the special call-up order, they dropped what they were doing and started returning to the professional headquarters. The Dragon Country Professionals Association's call for orders is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, special. When a special summons is issued, it means that what is about to happen is related to the life and death of the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, on the top of Yaoshan Mountain, Su Zhan also received news from Zhang Sanjia. After just a glance, Su Zhan agreed. Then he sent a message to Lao Xiao and the others, asking them not to look for treasures in the next period of time, but to find a place to hide and ensure their own safety. Because compared with the world mission that is about to begin, these treasures in Yaoshan are no longer worth mentioning. As for the professionals from Sakura Country, they will all gather at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain on the last day, and Su Zhan will not have to look for them one by one. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. At this time, under a pond 50 kilometers away from Yaoshan, a space was opened up by Lao Xiao and his friends. Today is the 7th day, and the Medicine Mountain is about to be closed. It's a pity that we didn't get any good medicinal materials. Husan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Don't complain, just obey orders. Old Xiao on the side said calmly. Of course I will obey orders. Seeing those bastards in Sakura Country get so many treasures, I just can't feel comfortable. Husan curled his lips, looking unhappy. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded in their ears, and then the powerful energy directly destroyed the underground cave where they were, and a large amount of lake water rushed in through the cracks. Oh no, we've been discovered, get out now. Lao Zhao's face turned dark and he rushed out. Others followed closely behind. At this time, on the shore, Tokugawa Joichi was looking at the constantly rotating lake in front of him with a grim smile on his face. These mice are really good at hiding. If my baby hadn't discovered the rocks dug out from under the lake, they would have been able to hide. Tokugawa-ing standing aside was full of pride. There were originally some lotuses in the lake. When Tokugawa-ing used bloodfish to pick the lotuses, she found some new gravel in the water and she realized the problem. After a brief search, they found Husan and his men's hiding place. Chapter 81. Lure them over here and catch them all in one fell swoop. Are you from Sakura Country? Husan landed on the shore, took a glance and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Dozens of professionals from the Sakura Country were staring at them covetously. Split up and go to the mountain. Su Dongsheng growled, turned quickly, and rushed towards the woods behind him. The others reacted just as quickly, using their acceleration skills to dash into the woods. They all remembered Su Zhan's words, that before he came out, they should not conflict with professionals from other countries. Haha, a group of monkeys, they run really fast. A sneer appeared on Tokugawa Joichi's face, and he waved his hand. The professionals from the Sakura Country behind him rushed out with laughter. Haha, the monkey hunt has begun. Run, run, run faster. Hee hee, the professionals of Dragon Country are just like this. Everyone sneered, each chose their own target, and chased after him. At the same time, on the top of the mountain, Su Zhan also received the message sent by Husan and others. These grandchildren. Su Zhan's face turned cold. He looked at the time and gave Husan and the others a message, asking them to take all the prepared medicines and at the same time move towards the foot of the mountain to attract everyone together. Su Zhan wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Although he is strong, these rats are better at escaping than each other. It would save some energy if he could lure them together. Time passed slowly, half an hour later. Su Zhan, there are still 2 kilometers to go before I reach the foot of the mountain. There are 3 professionals from the Sakura country following behind me. Husan replied. Behind me is a professional from the Sakura country and a dozen professionals from the Great Beauty country. Su Dongsheng sent a message. He looked pale and weak at this moment, as if he had been seriously injured, but there was no trace of blood on his body. That was because most of his blood had been sucked away by Tokugawa Ing. Not far behind him, Tokugawa Ing was riding a blood-red bird and slowly chasing after him. There are at least 8 people from the Black and White Ox country following me. Old Xiao said. I have 20 professionals following me. Chunshi was seriously injured. Behind her were professionals from the Brahma Kingdom and the Southern Monkey Kingdom. The professionals from these 2 countries were extremely vicious and wanted to steal Chunshi's things, so Chunshi killed 5 or 6 of them. Now he just stared at Chunshi. Very good. Su Zhan's eyes gradually turned cold, and then he slowly raised his left hand and pointed it at the Nuwa stone in the distance. The armor on Su Zhan's left hand kept deforming and turned into a huge cannon muzzle with a diameter of 1 meter. The terrifying energy kept gathering and emitting dazzling light, like an artificial sun. Boom! When the energy gathered to its limit, a beam of light tore through the space. The dazzling light illuminated the sky, and the whole world seemed to darken. Boom! Unprecedented terrifying energy fell on the Nuwa stone and then exploded. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, as if the entire heaven and earth were shaking. The terrifying energy directly tore open the energy shield on the Medicine Mountain and rushed straight into the sky. The clouds that had originally gathered in the sky collapsed in an instant, revealing a clear sky. The terrifying shock wave landed on the sea, causing huge waves. The people left behind on the surrounding boats were shocked and looked at the top of Yaoshan Mountain blankly, not knowing what had happened. Oh my god, what's going on? Could it be Su Zhan who did it? Brother, you better hurry up. At the foot of Yaoshan Mountain, Husan and others felt the terrifying energy coming from the top of the mountain. They all lowered their heads with horror in their eyes. The professionals who were chasing them had expressions of fear on their faces. The energy that just exploded was too strong. If it hit them, they would definitely die. On the top of Yaoshan Mountain, the terrifying energy shock wave dissipated, and the Nuwa stone remained motionless, standing in the middle of the lake. Not broken. Su Zhan was stunned for a moment. He had now combined 4 machines, and his strength was enough to easily kill an 8th turn machine. However, he did not expect that he could not break the Nuwa stone. Summon all the other machines and have a look. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Su Zhan raised his hand and waved it. A total of 22 rays of light flew out from his body and landed on the ground around him. 10,000 Thunder Prison, Mechanical Fist, Star-Piercing Cannon, Autobot Optimus Prime, Storm Red Mecha, Fury Obsidian Mecha, Gundam Mecha Limbs, Alpha Aircraft Carrier, Blackbird Spacefighter Experiment. There are a total of 22 machines, all of which are large machines selected at the professional headquarters before Su Zhan came here. Moreover, before coming, Su Zhan had already endowed them with lifeform characteristics and used mechanical improvement skills on them to improve their performance. Merge. Su Zhan took a deep breath. To be honest, he was a little excited. He didn't know what kind of changes would occur after these 22 machines were combined. As Su Zhan's voice fell, the 22 machines scattered around took off into the air, and then turned into streams of light and fell on Su Zhan. In an instant, a crimson light burst out from the top of Yaoshan Mountain, like a red sun, illuminating an area of dozens of miles. What happened? A sun appeared on the mountain? What's going on? What's going on? Whether people were at the foot of the mountain or on the boats outside, they were all attracted by the strange sight at the top of Yaoshan Mountain. Yaoshan had been opened dozens of times, but this had never happened before. The top of Yaoshan Mountain. As the bright red light faded, Su Zhan's figure gradually emerged. At this time, he was still wearing golden armor, but there were 22 palm-sized squares on his body. There are 9 on the chest, and the other boxes are evenly distributed on other parts of the body. In each box, a mechanical influence is shown, emitting its own faint light. Chapter 82. The hunt begins. Breaking through some kind of limitation. Su Zhan closed his eyes and quietly felt the armor on his body. He had a completely different feeling than before. Although the previous combined armor was already very powerful and could kill Zhujuan with a wave of the hand, and Su Zhan could no longer see his own attributes, he always had a feeling of being imprisoned, as if there were shackles on his body. But after combining so many pieces of armor, he felt very relaxed, as if the shackles on his body were broken, and his whole body became relaxed. Even his breathing became extremely comfortable. Still can't see the attributes. Su Zhan glanced at his attributes and found that they were all question marks, just like before. It should be broken now. As his thoughts settled, electric currents appeared on Su Zhan's body, and the terrifying energy directly dragged his body into the air. Break! Su Zhan raised his right fist, his figure moved, and he instantly appeared above the Nuwa stone, then punched down. Crack! The violent force flowed through Su Zhan's fist and fell on the Nuwa stone. The void shook and ripples appeared. Then, bursts of stone cracking sounds were heard. Spiderweb-like cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering the entire Nuwa stone in just a few seconds. With a loud bang, the Nuwa stone exploded and turned into countless pieces of stone flying in all directions. Whoosh! Su Zhan moved and rushed out. With a big hand, he grabbed the two Nuwa stones. The two Nuwa stones were shaking wildly in Su Zhan's hands, trying to rush out. A terrifying electric current burst out from Su Zhan's body, which was forcibly suppressed, and then rushed towards the other Nuwa stones. 3 minutes later, Su Zhan landed on the ground with a total of 5 Nuwa stones in his hand. The speed of the Nuwa stone after it exploded was too fast, and it seemed to have life and could avoid obstacles on its own. Although Su Zhan was fast, he only caught 5 pieces. But that's enough. There was no time to check the properties of the Nuwa stone before the reminder of the start of the world mission rang in the ears of all professionals around the world. World Quest, the Divine Beast Hunting Feast begins. Note: Nuwa stone is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. Any creature that fuses with Nuwa stone can evolve to the 9th level and become a divine beast. The flesh and blood of divine beasts can be used to refine elixirs, and their fur and bones can be used to refine weapons. The divine beast is a disposable wild monster. It will not refresh again after being hunted, and the chance of dropping items from the hunted divine beast will be greatly increased. 100% chance of dropping skill books. Important reminder: when a certain number of divine beasts die, the second stage of the world quest, Bloodbath of Divine Weapons, will be unlocked. The task notes were simple, but everyone understood the thoughts behind them. Hunting mythical beasts represents a kind of honor, whether in Dragon Country or in other countries. Just like in the great country of America, there are dragon hunters. The Dragon Kingdom also has a similar title. A world mission has appeared? Could it be related to the commotion just now? Tokugawa Eiichi looked shocked. Hehe. Great. That's great. I want to control an Eastern dragon. Tokugawa clapped his hands excitedly, like a little child. What's going on? Husan was completely confused. Boy, your chance has come. This is a great era. Hu Tianbiao whispered. Lao Shao and others were also extremely shocked at this time. A feast for hunting divine beasts? Qianxi opened his red lips slightly, thoughts running rapidly through his mind, and he instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. The world is changing. They all know the special nature of the world mission. It is not just a mission, but represents the beginning of a new era. The hunt has begun. On the top of the mountain, Su Zhan put away the Nuwa stone. His expression was cold, and a terrifying murderous intent emanated from him. Chapter 83. Armor that combines 26 super machines. Bang! The steel wings behind Su Zhan opened, and a terrifying energy gushed out from the thrusters under the wings. Accompanied by a loud bang, Su Zhan rose from the ground and disappeared into the sky. Just 5 minutes before Su Zhan smashed the Nuwa stone, halfway up the monster mountain, Husan's embarrassed figure rushed out of the woods and fell heavily to the ground. Brother Su, you have to hurry up. Husan lay on the ground, motionless, feeling that he was about to die. This was the aftereffect of enduring 50% of Hu Tianbiao's strength. He felt severe pain all over his body, as if all the bones in his body were broken. And this state will last at least half a month. Of course, it is not completely without benefits. When he recovers again, he will be able to withstand more power from Hu Tianbiao next time. Husan, what's wrong with you? Afterwards, Lao Shao, Zudongsheng and others rushed out of the woods, glanced at Husan lying motionless on the ground, and thought he was dead. There are more and more people. Chunshi landed, holding a sword, and looked coldly at the woods. At the same time, dozens of figures rushed out from the woods and surrounded Husan and the others in the blink of an eye. A group of mice can run pretty fast. In the air, Tokugawa arrived late on a blood-red bird. He took a quick look and found that all the professionals from the Black and White Ox country of the beautiful country had arrived. You all are here to look for them? Tokugawa Eiichi glanced at the professionals from other countries and couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. I feel that Chinese professionals have really angered the public, to the extent that professionals from so many countries have joined forces to attack them. Tokugawa Eiichi, these people are ours. Captain D. Firo of the Great American Empire stared at Tokugawa Eiichi. Before the game came, the Sakura Kingdom was just a small country and a lackey of the Great American Kingdom. It is the same now. Captain D. Firo, I don't think it's the right time to talk about these things. Let's capture them first, and then consider the distribution. Tokugawa Eiichi raised the corner of his mouth and didn't take D. Firo seriously at all. This is Yaoshan, not the outside world. Let alone D. Firo. Even if the president of the Magicians Association of the Great Beauty came, Tokugawa Eiichi would not take him seriously. Upon hearing this, D. Feilua's face darkened, and he was about to get angry when a violent explosion came from the top of Yaoshan Mountain. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, forcing them to bow their heads. Then, a large number of Nuwa stone fragments were seen streaking across the sky like meteors and flying in all directions. Then, the sound of the World Mission reminder sounded in their ears. World Quest Tip. The Divine Beast Hunting Feast begins. World Quest? A feast for hunting divine beasts? I didn't expect that the World Mission would be opened at this time. Our chance to enter the 9th level has come. Haha, we are indeed the people of destiny. I didn't expect that the second world mission would be to hunt down a mythical beast. Once a divine beast is hunted, someone will definitely use the treasures that drop to enter the 9th level. This is our chance. Everyone was stunned for just a moment before realizing the changes that world missions could bring. Haha. Tokugawa Eiichi's eyes lit up and he burst into wild laughter. They have collected a lot of treasures in Yaoshan these days, which can greatly enhance their strength after taking them. The world mission of hunting down the mythical beast was immediately launched. In Tokugawa Eiichi's opinion, this was an opportunity given to them by God to use the treasures obtained from Yaoshan to enhance their strength so that they could hunt down the mythical beast. Hehe, I want to enslave a divine beast. Tokugawa in the air was even more excited. Because the more blood his profession manipulates, the greater the energy contained, and the stronger he will be. If he could manipulate the blood of the divine beast, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. And for him, as long as you have blood, you will be restrained by his skills. Everyone, work together to kill these professionals from Dragon Country first. We have to hunt the divine beasts. At this time, D. Firo had no intention of arguing with Tokugawa Rongi anymore. He just wanted to kill Husan and the others as soon as possible and then leave Yaoshan. Hunting a mythical beast, a world-class task, must be completed quickly. Whoever is the first to successfully hunt a mythical beast will definitely get the most benefits. Among them, the shortest time it took for people to reach the 8th level was several decades. What they had been dreaming about day and night was to step into the 9th level, and now the opportunity had finally come. Everyone be careful, and hold on until you feel better. Old Xiao saw the tremendous energy rising from the bodies of the people wearing the fleece coat and felt a little uneasy in his heart. He kept looking around with the corner of his eyes, hoping to see Su Zhan. There are more than 30 professionals in the Sakura Country, the Great Beauty Country, and the Black and White Ox Country. Together with those in the Southern Monkey Country, there are more than 40 professionals in total. More than 48th level warriors surrounded them, and they could not escape even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Ice Great Tengu. Tokugawa Eiichi took the lead and summoned a giant dog that was 5 meters tall and exuded a cold aura. The big dog roared towards the sky, spread out its 4 hooves, and ran towards Husan and others. Wherever it passed, the ground was instantly frozen with a layer of frost. Fire burns the sky. One cut. 10,000 swords flying. At the same time, professionals from other countries such as D. Firo also released their skills. In an instant, the originally clear sky was covered with all kinds of skills, and the brilliant colors seemed to turn the sky into a picture scroll. It's over. Husan's face couldn't help but fall. With so many 8th level skills unleashed at the same time, if they were to fall, they would probably not even have a trace left. It's not over yet. At this moment, Su Zhan's faint voice sounded in the ears of Husan and others. Then they saw a golden light falling in front of them. It was Su Zhan who had arrived. Electric field. The next moment, terrifying electric currents spread from Su Zhan's body. These electric currents seemed to have life, forming a circular cover that enveloped Husan and others. Boom, boom, boom. D. Feilua and others' skills followed, and the terrifying roar sounded like firecrackers, and the energy exploded continuously, sweeping across the field one after another. The solid rock ground was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye under the impact of this violent energy wave. Thick smoke rushed up instantly, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred and the entire island was shaking. Chapter 84. 9 turns? Okay, now that those professionals from Dragon Country are dead, it's time to talk about our business. Before the smoke from the center of the explosion had dissipated, Pharaoh clapped his hands and looked at Tokugawa Eiichi. Now it's time to divide the treasure. The strength of the Great Beauty Country is the strongest outside, and all its alliances with the Sakura Country are centered on the Great Beauty Country. Therefore, every time we obtain treasures from Yaoshan, 50% of them must be shared with the Great Beauty Kingdom. It's time to talk. Tokugawa Eiichi slowly raised his head with a fierce look. Tokugawa Eiichi had been unhappy about giving so many treasures to the Great Beauty Kingdom every time before, but he had been enduring it because the gap in strength between the Sakura Kingdom and the Great Beauty Kingdom was too big. But now it's different. A new world mission has appeared, and the opportunity to enter the 9th revolution has appeared. The treasures that Yaoshan obtained this time are the capital for him to enter the 9th revolution. How could he give them to others? As long as he is the first to step into the 9th level, who in this world can be his opponent? You want to betray your alliance? Pharaoh noticed the change in Tokugawa Eiichi's expression and immediately became alert. The professionals in Sakura Country are notorious for going back on their words and should never be trusted. This is also the reason why the people of the Great Beauty want the treasure, which is to weaken their strength and prevent them from stabbing them in the back. Look, who is that? Damn, are our attacks useless? Who are you? Are you also a professional from Dragon Country? The exclamations of the crowd attracted the attention of Pharaoh and Tokugawa Eiichi. The place that should have been shattered into pieces by the terrifying energy of dozens of professionals was not only intact, but there was also a man in golden armor. Who are you? Tokugawa Eiichi felt something was wrong and stopped arguing with Pharaoh. Instead, he stared at Sujan vigilantly. As for Pharaoh, he had also completely forgotten the tension between the two of them just now. When facing the professionals from Dragon Country, the two countries were terrifyingly united. Because they all have eccentric intentions, they would rather not get any benefits themselves than let the professionals from Dragon Country get any benefits. My name is Sujan, a professional from Dragon Country. If you want revenge in your next life, remember my name. Sujan's voice was very soft, but it carried a chilling, murderous intent. Humph, you, a fish that escaped the net, don't hide like a rat, but dare to come out and die. That's great. I'll give you a ride. Gao Ling. Tokugawa Eiichi sneered and waved at the woods behind him. A black shadow suddenly jumped out from the woods, as fast as a flash of lightning. He was wearing a black tights, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes, and holding a sword in his hand. The whole person was shrouded in a black airflow and looked extremely evil. Magic sword? Pharaoh's eyes narrowed, and he was secretly shocked. They all knew that among the people coming from Sakura Country this time, there was a magic swordsman who had reached the 8th level, but they didn't know who he was, and they hadn't seen him along the way. They didn't expect that he had been hiding near them. When professionals from other countries saw Jingyi jailing, they all showed vigilance on their faces. It was obvious that they all knew how powerful this magic swordsman was. Gao Ling, kill them. Tokugawa Eiichi pointed at Sujan. After receiving the order, Jingyi jailing said nothing, held the magic knife with one hand, turned into a black lightning and rushed out. Sujan, be careful. I know this person. He's very powerful. His name is Jing Gao Ling. He is a magic swordsman of the Jing family, and his level has reached the 8th turn level 98. The magic sword in his hand is very powerful. An ordinary 8th turn magic swordsman can't even withstand a single blow from him. Husan, who was standing behind Sujan, had a serious expression on his face and couldn't help but remind him. Crack! The next moment, a crisp breaking sound was heard by everyone. Jingyi jailing had rushed to Sujan at some point, with the magic knife in his hand emitting a thick black aura, and he chopped towards Sujan's head. Sujan slowly raised his hand and slapped it, and the magic knife broke into 2 pieces with a loud bang. Then he raised his arm and grabbed Jing Yigeling's neck like lightning. He was like a little chicken, being lifted up by Sujan. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get free. Impossible! Tokugawa Eiichi exclaimed, unable to believe what he saw. Among their group, Jingyi jailing is the strongest and also their trump card. He originally thought that Jingyi jailing could kill Sujan easily, but he didn't expect to be caught by Sujan at the first sight. Who is he? Tokugawa Ing in the air was frightened by this scene and almost turned around and ran away. Although she is a little crazy, she is most afraid of death. Jingyi Jialing was caught? The magic sword is broken? He broke the magic sword in one encounter and captured Jingyi Gaoling? Who is he? How is this possible? The other professionals exclaimed in shock. They all knew Jingyi Jialing's strength. No matter who of them faced Jingyi Jialing, they might not be able to escape from Jingyi Jialing alive. Such a strong person was defeated by Su Zhan in one encounter. How strong is Su Zhan? Crack! Su Zhan exerted a little force and broke Jingyi Jialing's neck. A demon swordsman who was feared by professionals from all over the world died without even a splash. Gao Ling. Tokugawa Eiichi's eyes turned red, and he let out an angry roar. His strongest subordinate died so easily? Just died like that? Who are you? Is he the ninth turn? Ninth rank? Could it be that Dragon Country already has a 9th rank professional? The other professionals were completely confused, and some of them did not understand the situation. In their eyes, the only person who could kill Jingyi Jialing so easily was a 9th level professional. 9 revolutions? Tokugawa Eiichi's face was ferocious, and his red eyes were full of jealousy and anger. The world mission had just been released, and he was just imagining himself being the first to step into the 9th level and dominate the world. But he didn't expect that there was already someone who had changed his profession, and he was from Dragon Country. For Tokugawa Eiichi, this was more painful than the death of his own parents. Oh my god, how could a 9th level professional appear in Dragon Country? D-Fyro was also confused. Since he became a professional, he never called God again because he felt that he was God. But now, he felt that he should pray to God and ask God to bless him. Whether it's the 9th shift or not, it doesn't matter to you anymore. Because you are all going to die. Su Zhan's cold voice sounded like the groan of a devil from hell, or like the call of the god of death, ringing in their ears. As the voice fell, Su Zhan's figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 85. Invincible Su Zhan, a feast of slaughter. Where are the people? Tokugawa Eiichi's face turned pale, and he quickly summoned his most powerful Shikigami. A huge 10-meter-tall snow girl shadow appeared above his head, and he looked around in horror. He was well aware of the feud between the Sakura Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. If a 9th level professional appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, the first country they would probably deal with would be the Sakura Kingdom. Stop hiding like a rat and get out of here. Even if you are a 9th level professional, so what? I am still not afraid of you. Tokugawa Eiichi looked around but couldn't find any trace of Su Zhan. The fear in his heart reached its peak. He roared loudly around to cover up his inner terror. Everyone be careful. Everyone released defensive skills. D-Fyro, who was not far away, was also terrified, but his psychological endurance was slightly stronger than Tokugawa Eiichi's, and he was still able to think about releasing defensive skills together to resist Su Zhan. Because D-Failua knew very well that the strength of the 9th turn professionals was too terrifying. Although they had never seen what kind of strength the 9th turn professionals possessed, the difference in strength between the 8th turn professionals and the 7th turn professionals was enough to tell. 3 or 5 7th turn professionals are no match for an 8th turn professional, let alone a 9th turn professional. Facing a 9th turn professional, the 8th turn professionals, were no match in a one-on-one fight. Only by uniting together would they have a chance of survival. Why are you panicking? At this moment, Su Zhan's cold voice sounded behind Tokugawa Ryoichi. Ice kill. Tokugawa Eiichi reacted very quickly and shouted, without even turning his head. The snow girl on his body let out a sharp scream, and a horrible chill instantly enveloped the surroundings, freezing the earth. Puff! However, the ice had only spread halfway when the sound of flesh being torn reached everyone's ears. The snow girl, who was still roaring and releasing skills, collapsed like a bubble. How is this possible? Tokugawa Eiichi's eyes widened, and he slowly lowered his head to look at his chest in disbelief. I saw a pair of golden arms reaching into his chest. As his gaze fell, the golden arm slowly withdrew, holding a beating blood-red heart in its hand. Tokugawa's easily frightened eyes slowly lost their life, and his whole body fell straight backwards. Until his death, he could not understand why Su Zhan was so strong. Tokugawa Eiichi is dead? Killed Tokugawa Eiichi with one strike? Instant kill. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? When D-Philo and others who were not far away saw this scene, they felt their scalps tingling and their bodies were soaked in cold sweat. They all knew that Tokugawa Eiichi was no match for Su Zhan, but they didn't expect this result. Tokugawa Eiichi was a well-known master after all, and they originally thought that even if he was not Sujan's opponent, he could barely resist a move or two. No one expected that he would be killed by Sujan in just one encounter. This was a real instant kill, and the person wearing a fleece jacket didn't even have a chance to resist. Team leader, Baga, you killed our captain. I'm going to kill you? There were several professionals in the Sakura country who were die-hard fans of Tokugawa Eiichi. When they saw Tokugawa Eiichi fall to the ground, they roared and used their own skills to rush towards Sujan. Sujan didn't even look at them. He raised his hand and waved it lightly in that direction. The exploding thunder condensed into a huge palm print, which knocked them directly into the ground from the air. The moment they landed, violent lightning exploded, directly blowing them into pieces. Killed 4 8th-level masters with one slap? Is this the terror of a 9th-level professional? He is definitely a 9th level. The Dragon Country really has a 9th-level professional. D-Fyro and the others had not yet recovered from the shock of Tokugawa Eiichi's death, and when they saw this scene, they were so frightened that they were stunned. A few timid ones felt their legs go limp and they collapsed to the ground, a foul smell emanating from their crotches, and they were so scared that they peed their pants. No matter how strong they are in the outside world, how high their status is, or how noble their identity is. At this moment, facing Sujan, they were lambs to be slaughtered. No matter how arrogant and boastful their words are, no matter how they say they are not afraid of death. When death actually comes, their true nature is revealed. Brother, that's too fierce. Sujan is awesome. Husan and others in the distance were in high spirits and cheered loudly for Sujan. The resentment they had for being hunted down was swept away at this moment. He is too strong. I am definitely no match for him. Escape. I can fly. I can definitely escape. Tokugawa Ing, who was originally sitting on a blood-red bird in the air ready to watch the show, saw Sujan slap 4 8th-level professionals from the Sakura country to death with a slap. His already fair little face became even paler, like a piece of white paper. Just as she was about to run away, Sujan looked up at her. Tokugawa Ying's head was buzzing, as if it had exploded, and he stood there in a daze. Run away quickly. She was screaming desperately in her heart, trying to control the bloody bird to fly away, but her body seemed dead, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't lift her arms. The next moment, a breeze blew past him, and Sujan was already above his head. You should go and accompany them too. As soon as he finished speaking, Sujan gently tapped Tokugawa Sakura on the head. Although it looked like he didn't use much effort, the void exploded with a loud bang, and the entire space seemed to be hit by an extremely terrifying force, causing a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye. Tokugawa Ing smashed towards the ground like a meteor, and the terrifying force smashed a huge hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the hard earth. The moment Tokugawa Ying's head hit the ground, it exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Run. Everyone, scatter and run. D-Fyro's eyes turned red in an instant, and he roared, turned around and ran away. Some people were able to withstand pressure well, and after hearing what D-Fyro said, they turned around and ran away. Some people, like Tokugawa Ing, tried their best to escape in their hearts, but their bodies did not move. They were so frightened by Sujan that their bodies were out of control. Did I let you go? Sujan spoke softly, and even though his voice was very light, it rang in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, shocking their hearts and making them run even faster. Mechanical life, 10,000 thunder prison. The next moment, a ball emitting rolling electric current emerged from Sujan's hand and flew high into the sky in an instant. The terrifying electric current spread from the sky like a big net, covering an area of 5 kilometers in the blink of an eye. From afar, it seemed as if a huge round thunder shield appeared on Yaoshan Mountain. A few professionals who were only concerned with escaping and had slow reaction speed bumped into the thunder shield. The horrible thunder explosion directly electrocuted them into charcoal.